For 100 millennia, you have been entombed in the realm of Xianyang, within the southern wilderness, amidst the lofty peaks of the Ziyun mountain range. Thunder roared and fierce winds howled, as if heralding an impending cataclysm. The dim sky itself instilled a sense of dread. Crash! Following a bolt of black lightning that descended from the heavens, the sky over the Ziyun mountains astonishingly returned to its former clarity, as if the tumultuous events had never transpired. Yet, unbeknownst to all, in an inconspicuous valley at the mountain's edge, an ancient grave was cleaved open by the very black lightning that had just struck. The coffin within, which had preserved the body for millennia, was also split apart. Had dawn arrived? From within the shattered coffin, a figure abruptly sat up, as if resurrected from the dead, appearing somewhat bewildered. It was an elderly man, his face weathered, hair and beard as white as snow, clad in a yellow shroud. No, am I resurrected? In that moment, the man, Jue Tiantong, began to comprehend the gravity of his situation, shock illuminating his murky, profound eyes. Upon first traversing into the realm of Xianyang, he had been filled with exhilaration. For according to the tales, every transmigrator was destined to possess a unique advantage, a golden finger. He had anticipated that, with this golden finger's aid, he would swiftly rise to prominence in this enchanting and fantastical world. Alas, after years of hopeful waiting, Jue Tiantong had not received the promised boon. His innate talents were mediocre, and his cultivation progressed at a tortoise's pace. After 60 arduous years of training, he had merely attained the 12th level of the body refinement realm, barely making any further advancement. Even after another 60 years, having resigned himself to fate without the golden finger, he had married a stunningly beautiful wife, who bore him 9 robust sons over the span of a decade. Regrettably, just a month after the birth of his 9th child, he succumbed to the ravages of time and passed away. Yet today, Jue Tiantong found himself in a state of bewilderment. Had he not already perished? How was it possible that he had returned to life? Ding! The system may arrive late, but it shall never be absent. Congratulations, host. You have been resurrected. At that moment, an electronic voice resonated in Jue Tiantong's mind, illuminating the reason behind his revival. His golden finger had finally manifested. Goodness gracious, system, has my long-awaited golden finger finally arrived? Although delayed, the system had ultimately come. The ancients did not deceive me. Indeed, every transmigrator must possess a golden finger. However, it had arrived after many years. So, system, just how many years have you delayed? Not many, merely a trifling 100,000 years. What, 100? 100,000 years. Jue Tiantong's eyes widened in disbelief. Has it truly been 100 millennia? A full 100,000 years. Do you understand how I have endured these 10,000 years? You dare to arrive after a century of millennia? For these 100,000 years, you have been buried. Jue Tiantong was consumed by a surge of intense emotion, nearly choking on a mouthful of blood. How casually the system spoke. Had it not been delayed by 100,000 years, would he have faced such a fate? If only this wretched system had arrived sooner, he would have soared through the heavens, plucked stars, and roamed freely, rather than marrying and having children like a mere mortal after losing all hope. Moreover, to think he had fathered 9 children in a decade. Heaven knows how arduous those 10 years were, from the age of 80 to 90. Had it not been for that decade, even with his 12th layer of body refinement, living to 200 years would have posed no challenge. Alas, if only it had come 100,000 years earlier, he would not have been reduced to this state. After regaining his composure, Jue Tiantong sighed deeply. It had been 100,000 years. He had no knowledge of how long his 9 sons had lived. As for his beautiful wife, a mere mortal, she had most likely departed shortly after his own demise. It was truly unfortunate for his children. Perhaps several never even reached adulthood. Ding! Emotional response triggered. The system is collecting relevant data, triggered by an involuntary response. Gathering data? Just as Jue Tiantong pondered, a series of information materialized within the system's space, visible only to him. First son, Jue Wushuang, achieved the status of emperor 60,000 years ago, now at the 12th layer of Emperor Realm, honored as the Wushuang Emperor and a master of the Wushuang Imperial Sect. Second son, Jue Wuji, attained the title of Emperor 59,000 years ago, now at the 12th layer of Emperor Realm, honored as the Wuji Emperor, and the master of the Wuji Immortal Gate. Third son, Jue Wushuang, became an emperor 58,000 years ago, now at the 12th layer of Emperor Realm, honored as the Wuya Emperor, and the master of the Wuya Sacred Land. Fourth son, Jue Wudao, became an emperor 57,000 years ago. Ninth son, Jue Wuchien, attained the title of Emperor 51,000 years ago, now at the 12th layer of Emperor Realm, honored as the Juetian Emperor, and the master of the Wuji Immortal Sect. Jue Tiantong was somewhat astonished, exclaiming, "These are indeed the names of my 9 sons." "Indeed, host. They are your 9 sons from 100,000 years ago." "What? They're truly my sons? They're still alive?" Moreover, upon seeing the information in the system space and hearing its response, Jue Tiantong swallowed hard, suddenly realizing, "Wait a moment, my sons are all invincible?" "Yes, host. All 9 of your offspring are relatively invincible on the current Xianyang continent, overpowering numerous seasoned emperor-level experts. Their cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Xianyang continent." "Ha ha ha! My sons are invincible. All 9 of my sons have become emperors." Jue Tiantong leaped from a shattered coffin, his aged visage now radiant with excitement and fervor. "System, let's go and find my sons." "Host, let me speak frankly. Your current cultivation is feeble, your strength is lacking, and your disheveled appearance makes you resemble a decrepit old man. Who would believe you to be the father of those great emperors? Thus, it is highly probable that you have yet to meet your offspring and have been mistaken for an impostor, a mere ant posing as the father of an emperor, and may even face annihilation." Juetian Tong was taken aback, stroking his half-foot-long white beard, gazing at his yellow longevity robe, and reflecting on his current abysmal cultivation at the 12th level of body refinement. Would he truly be able to approach his esteemed sons, the great emperors? It appears that only by becoming stronger can he hope to meet his illustrious progeny. Moreover, 100,000 years have passed. Perhaps his great emperor sons have long forgotten their feeble father. Nevertheless, with the arrival of this golden opportunity, the path to strength should be straightforward. "System, since you have manifested, let's promptly unveil the beginner's gift pack. Elevate my cultivation to the level of an emperor, if you please." "I regret to inform you, host, that there is no beginner's gift pack." "What? No beginner's gift pack? How then am I to gain strength?" This system is known as the Strength Through Rescue system. The host can trigger rewards by being saved once by his descendants. In later stages, the system will evolve into a sacrificial system. Cultivation, techniques, martial skills, divine weapons, and elixirs are all encompassed within the triggered system rewards. Furthermore, the system shall not provide assistance at any time or place. All required cultivation resources must be procured solely by the host. Any gifted resources shall be deemed ineffective. Upon hearing the system's response, Jue Tiantong was bewildered. A strength through rescue system? What a deceptive contrivance. No gift pack, only rewards trigger by being saved, and all gifted resources are ineffective, even those bestowed by his great emperor's sons. Heaven above, Juetian Tong was overwhelmed with a sense of foreboding. This system is leading him towards self-destruction. It demands that he toil endlessly for resources. Alas, alas, Nongit, is it not merely a matter of self-sacrifice to become stronger? Who cannot do that? System, what must I do to ensure my great emperor's sons act promptly? Let them not arrive after my demise. Fear not, host, when you are in need. Simply call out the name of your descendants. Is that all? Juetian Tong stroked his half-foot-long beard, his brow slightly furrowing. It seems rather simple. Each realm is subdivided into levels from 1 to 12. Here, I shall address certain inquiries from esteemed readers. 1. Why are the great emperor sons unable to sense the protagonist's resurrection through their bloodline? Because it has been obscured by the system, designed to prevent the protagonist from being protected, thereby facilitating encounters with danger to trigger system rewards. The 9 sons of the great emperors indeed possess the ability to harness various resources to cultivate their inept father. However, even the great emperors are not omnipotent. Despite having 9 sons of their caliber, transforming their ineffectual father into a great emperor remains a formidable challenge. requiring considerable time. This endeavor could be entrusted to a system that, through a series of perilous encounters and the subsequent triggering of system rewards, could expedite the process. As for the father of the 9 great emperor's sons, why does his grave merely resemble a small mound of earth? The answer lies with their mother, as this is the reason they are unable to locate their father's burial site. The protagonist's wife will indeed make her appearance, albeit later in the narrative, and she will embody an immense strength. Why would the protagonist's wife be drawn to an old, decrepit man? This enigma will be unveiled upon her introduction in the latter stages of the tale. Chapter 2. If that scoundrel does not reveal himself to save me, I shall perish. Departing from the Zhengdao mountain range, Jue Tiantong felt an increasing sense of frustration. Other transmigrators were bestowed with magnificent systems and bountiful gifts. Why was he, Jue Tiantong, left empty-handed? Moreover, while others would occasionally receive rewarding resources from their systems, he had to wait for rescue to trigger any rewards. With countless transmigration systems in existence, why was he saddled with such a troublesome one? With these thoughts nagging at him, Jue Tiantong turned back toward the Zhengdao mountain range. This vexatious system had piqued his curiosity. He was eager to discover what rewards would be triggered once his imperial son came to his aid. If the rewards turned out to be mediocre, then such a system was better left unused. After all, with 9 sons at the pinnacle of emperor-level cultivation, surely he could expedite his own ascendance. An hour later, clad in tattered yellow funeral garments, his breath ragged and injuries grave, Jue Tiantong's expression was a tumult of anxiety, anticipation, and exhilaration. Fortune favored him remarkably. He had stumbled upon a newborn wolf cub. Now he stood atop a 100-foot-high peak, surrounded by a throng of purple ghost-poison wolves drawn to him by his unexpected find. Though most of these wolves were of a similar cultivation level to his, there were also several at the condensing chi stage. What truly set his heart racing was the sight of a colossal purple ghost-poison wolf, measuring 3 feet in length and nearly 2 feet in height, hovering above him, its gaze firmly fixed on Jue Tiantong. More precisely, it was fixated on the cub he held by its neck. Such overwhelming strength. In Jue Tiantong's understanding, only those of the Yuandan realm could truly stand upon the air. Therefore, the imposing wolf before him was undoubtedly a formidable creature of the Yuandan realm, and, judging by the Yuandan mark upon its brow, it was on the verge of breaking through to the divine concealment stage. A beast of this caliber could effortlessly reduce Jue Tiantong to mere pulp. Were it not for the cub he was clutching, he would likely have already met his demise. Human, release our clan's young master, and you shall be granted a complete corpse. Suddenly, Jue Tiantong's countenance shifted dramatically, his heart leaping in shock. A Yuandan beast, capable of human speech? In his recollection, only those who had reached the ascendant stage could articulate human language. Had 100,000 years altered the rules, allowing beasts at the Yuandan realm to speak? Buzz. As the voice resonated, a massive purple vortex materialized in the sky above, and from within it emerged a stooped figure, an elderly man with white hair, leaning on a purple gold staff. Yet, on the elder's forehead was an unmistakable mark, one that belonged to the purple ghost-poison wolves. At that moment, upon witnessing the appearance of the elderly man, Jue Tiantong trembled all over, an unprecedented terror surging within him. The figure of a powerful purple ghost-poison wolf, transformed into human form, struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving his aged visage pale and his eyes filled with an overwhelming fear. 100,000 years ago, despite his lifelong efforts, Jue Tiantong had only managed to cultivate to the 12th layer of body refinement. Nevertheless, he understood that in this world, the cultivation realms of beasts and human warriors were fundamentally similar. The only distinction lay in the human ranks, which were subdivided into 12 layers, while beasts were classified into 6 stages: early, mid, late, peak, complete, and grand completion within each realm. Moreover, Jue Tiantong knew that a beast had to reach the pinnacle realm to articulate human speech. To take on a human form and traverse the world, a beast needed to attain the saint realm. Thus, the words that had just been uttered could not possibly belong to the peak Yuandan realm purple ghost poison wolf king. Therefore, the stooped elder emerging from the spatial vortex, bearing the mark of the purple ghost poison wolf upon his forehead, must be the ancestral figure of the purple ghost poison wolf clan at the Saint Realm. Heaven above, what kind of luck has befallen Jue Tiantong? He had merely sought to confront a few formidable beasts to place himself in peril, hoping to invoke his son, the great emperor, for rescue and to see what kind of system rewards might ensue. Yet, how had he managed to provoke the ancestral figure of the purple ghost poison wolf clan? Great Emperor Wushuang, come quickly to save your father. You insufferable brat, Jue Wushuang, if you do not appear to rescue me, your father shall perish. A desperate cry echoed throughout the Ziyun mountain range. Jue Tiantong had already consulted the system. He was currently in the southern wilderness, the dominion of the great Emperor Wushuang. In the high skies, as the ancestral figure of the purple ghost poison wolf emerged from the vortex, he was taken aback by the sudden voice of Jue Tiantong. Subsequently, the ancestral figure erupted in fury. You insolent wretch! How dare you utter the revered name of the great Emperor Wushuang? You seek death. With a swift motion, the ancestral figure raised his hand, unleashing a claw imprint that shattered the void and bore down upon Jue Tiantong. In that instant, the ancestral figure disregarded the wolf cub in Jue Tiantong's possession. For in comparison to the offense against the great Emperor Wushuang, the life of his clan's young master was of little consequence. Thus, even if the young master were to perish, he would ensure that this insignificant insect, who dared to offend the great emperor, was obliterated. It was over. The system was indeed untrustworthy. It had promised that a mere call would suffice. Now, there was no chance even to bury himself. As the ancestral figure of the purple ghost poison wolf made his move, Jue Tiantong felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern. He could not even breathe, his mind racing as he helplessly watched the claw imprint approach him with alarming speed. Yet, just as Juetian Tong found himself engulfed in despair, the claw mark, which was less than 3 feet away from him, suddenly came to a standstill. Subsequently, it dissipated. Even the surroundings seemed to have completely frozen. Not a whisper of wind could be heard. At this moment, the ancient ancestor of the purple ghost poison wolf, a being of the saintly realm, was struck with profound astonishment. However, he felt himself rendered immobile. Suddenly, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens. The sky above the Ziyun mountain range resembled an open celestial portal. Within this portal, the golden radiance was pure and sanctified, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of power that enveloped the entire Ziyun mountain range. A figure clad in a flowing black robe, reminiscent of a celestial being, appeared, exuding an air of authority without fury. Suspended in the high heavens, 12 long swords floated in a circular formation, each adorned with the majestic patterns of the emperors, heralding the arrival of a strikingly handsome man. It was the god emperor of nothingness. Witnessing this formidable presence seemingly descending from the celestial portal, the ancient ancestor of the purple ghost poison wolf was utterly astounded. 30,000 years had passed since the suppression of the southern wilderness demonic clan's turmoil 3 decades ago. He had finally beheld the god emperor of nothingness once more. In that instant, the bonds of captivity vanished, and the multitude of purple ghost poison wolves prostrated themselves on the ground. Even the ancient ancestor of the purple ghost poison wolf knelt, declaring purple ghost poison, paying respects to the god emperor of nothingness. However, the strikingly handsome man, appearing as though he had descended from the celestial portal, looked with astonishment upon Juetian Tong, who was disheveled, aged, and clad in tattered funeral garments. Who are you? The god emperor of nothingness inquired, his expression tense and his heart racing with shock. Chapter 3. The 9-Star Rewards. My heavens! Is this truly the pinnacle of the 12th heaven of the Emperor realm? The sense of oppression is overwhelming. Upon witnessing the arrival of this formidable being, Jue Tiantong's heart surged like a tempest, his pulse racing fiercely. This is his 6th son, Jue Wushuang, a peak powerhouse of the Emperor realm's 12th heaven, one of the most powerful figures across the entire Xinjiang continent. Gulp! Upon hearing Jue Wushuang's inquiry, Jue Tiantong swallowed hard, striving to steady his emotions. Youngster, after merely 100,000 years, have you forgotten your own father? What? In response to Jue Tiantong's words, Jue Wushuang felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, gazing incredulously at Jue Tiantong. You truly are my late father. Jue Tiantong? In that instant, childhood memories flooded Jue Wushang's mind. He was barely 5 years old when his father, Jue Tiantong, passed away. Yet even then, he retained vivid recollections, including the visage of his father. Though 100,000 years have elapsed, the moment he beheld the man before him, he was instantly reminded of his father's face. It was precisely this resemblance that left Jue Wushang astounded. The man before him bore an uncanny likeness to his father, who had departed this world 100 millennia prior. No, it was not merely a likeness. It was as if he had been sculpted from the same mold. Furthermore, Jue Wushang was equally astonished by his sudden arrival in this place. He was uncertain of the reason behind his presence, yet he felt the compelling force of an extraordinary summons. However, what left him incredulous was the notion that this individual before him could be the very father who had perished 100,000 years ago. I am indeed your father, Jue Tiantong. Oh, little sixth, have you become so powerful in the Emperor realm that you can no longer recognize your own father? Jue Tiantong scoffed, no longer exhibiting the fear and shock he had previously displayed. What does it matter if one is an emperor? He is still Jue Tiantong's son. Little sixth? Hearing those words, Jue Wushang finally found certainty. The disheveled figure clad in tattered funeral garments, who bore an identical appearance to his father for 100,000 years ago, was indeed his father, Jue Tiantong. For in the entirety of the Xianyang continent, only his father dared to call him Little Sixth. Moreover, Jue Wushang sensed a profound bloodline connection with this unkempt elder. He could also perceive that his own lineage was inherited from this man before him. Thus, this truly was his father, Jue Tiantong. Father, it truly is you. Confirming that the man before him was indeed his father, Jue Wushang remained somewhat incredulous. So, father, have you come back to life? Heaven above, let destruction reign. In this moment, the ancient sage of the purple phantom poison wolf, still kneeling, was engulfed in terror at the unfolding situation. What on earth is happening? He was merely a minor saint of the demon race. How could he possibly be privy to such profound secrets of the godless emperor? Zhengdao Duxiu vowed that, if given the choice, even if he had to choose 100 times, he would prefer to remain ignorant of today's events. How could a mere human ant, who was clearly only at the body refining stage, be the father of the godless emperor? Such a revelation, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Xianyang continent. And, as the first person to learn of this secret, who had just attempted to slay the father of the godless emperor, his fate was surely sealed. Indeed, even his own purple phantom poison wolf clan could face total annihilation across the Xianyang continent. Well, since you have saved your father, you may return, said Jue Tiantong. Jue Wushang paused, bewildered. Father, what do you mean? Are you not coming back with me? I shall not return. I still have trials to undergo. Jue Tiantong replied directly. When I become as powerful as you, I will naturally return. Jue Wushang furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by the thoughts of his father, who had been dead for 100,000 years and had suddenly revived. Could it be? Jue Wushang suddenly pondered. Could this father of his be an illusion? But that couldn't be. As an emperor, he could distinctly feel the bloodline connection between himself and his father. Thus his father could not be a figment of his imagination. Or perhaps this was merely a dream. After all, a normal person whose child had already ascended to the level of an emperor would not still seek to venture out for trials. Yes, this must be a dream. If it is a dream, then he should heed his father's wishes. After all, it had been 100,000 years. It was a rare opportunity to dream of his father, and he could not be disobedient. However, just as he was about to depart, Jue Wushang turned to the trembling Zhengdao Duxiu and said, So, you intended to kill my father? Godless emperor, no. Bang. A cloud of blood mist dispersed as the wolf clan sage who sought to slay Jue Tiantong was obliterated by Jue Wushang. To attempt to kill the father of the godless emperor was to invite certain death. As for the other members of the wolf clan, Jue Wushang exiled them to a desolate part of the Zhengdao mountain range. It was likely that within 10,000 years, no powerful saints would arise from this wolf clan. Even the wolf pup in Jue Tiantong's possession was also cast away. Jue Tiantong was taken aback. The wolf pup, my wolf pup. He had rescued that cub because he noticed an extraordinary talent mark on its forehead. Furthermore, he had specifically inquired with the system, and if all went as expected, it would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. While it might not ascend to the position of the Wolf Clan's emperor, achieving the pinnacle of saintly power was certainly a foregone conclusion. If nurtured and trained, it would surely prove to be a valuable ally. But what was the outcome? Goodness, that cunning rascal, Jue Wushuang, upon his departure, not only obliterated the sage of the purple ghost poison wolf, but also banished the entire wolf clan. Such actions elicited no objections from Jue Tiantong. However, dear son, why did you also exile the wolf cub that I held in my grasp? Alas, system, my little Liuzi has saved me. Is there a reward from the system? Indeed, at that moment, Jue Tiantong heard the delightful sound he yearned for. Ding! The host has been rescued by his sixth son, Jue Wushuang, triggering the system's 9-star rewards. This system's reward consists of 3 tiers. Reward 1, the body of the Chaos Supreme Divine King. Reward 2, perfect cultivation at the 12th layer of the Yuan Dan realm. Reward 3, an infinitely upgradable extraordinary technique, Wushuang Tongming Heart Sutra, Chaos Supreme Divine King Body. Upon fusion, the host's original body will transform into the Chaos Supreme Divine King Body, allowing him to transcend one major realm to suppress formidable foes, regardless of his current level. Perfect cultivation at the 12th layer of the Yuan Dan realm. After claiming this reward, the host will possess complete mastery of the 12th layer of the Yuan Dan realm without the need for further comprehension. Extraordinary technique Wushuang Tongming Heart Sutra. Cultivating this technique will enhance the host's talent, comprehension, learning ability, cultivation speed, and flight speed by at least 10-fold. And this technique can be upgraded infinitely. 9-star rewards? Chaos Supreme Divine King Body, perfect mastery of the 12th layer of the Yuan Dan realm, an infinitely upgradable technique, Wushuang Tongming Heart Sutra. Upon witnessing the system's rewards, Jue Tiantong's expression radiated sheer joy. Truly, this system did not disappoint him. This adventure was immensely worthwhile. System, I shall claim all rewards. Ding, system rewards successfully distributed. Moments latte. Host, Jue Tiantong. Special, initial stage of the Chaos Supreme Divine King Body. Initial, intermediate, advanced, completion, pinnacle, perfection, great perfection. Cultivation realm, 12th layer of the Yuan Dan realm, capable of suppressing peak experts of the divine concealment realm. Cultivation technique, extraordinaire technique Wuxiang Tongming Hat Sutra, technique level, inférieur, intermédiate, supérieur, exceptionnel, extraordinaire, impérial, célestial, divine. Martial skill, inferior martial skill, Shao Wushuang hand. Weapon used, none. Observing the information within the system space, Jue Tiantong felt elated. The mastery of the 12th layer of the Yuan Dan realm was exhilarating. Moreover, due to possessing the Chaos Supreme Divine King Body, he could now transcend one major realm to suppress formidable experts of the 12th layer of the Divine Concealment realm. Quite splendid. With that in mind, he decided to seek a place to test his newfound strength. As for danger, Jue Tiantong felt no fear. Having been rescued multiple times by his sons at the emperor level, he too had become invincible. Chapter 4. The remarkable disciple of the Divine Yuan Sect in the depths of the forbidden area within the main hall of the Divine Yuan Sect in the southern wilderness. The venerable Jue Wushuang lay languidly on his throne, propping his head on his right hand. He slowly opened his eyes and sighed. Indeed, it was merely a dream. Yet, a sense of perplexity washed over him as he pondered. But why did I suddenly have such a peculiar dream today? Moreover, it involved my father, who has been deceased for 100,000 years, miraculously coming back to life. Jue Wushuang's gaze drifted toward the sky beyond the hall. Mother, where did you vanish to all those years ago? And where did you lay my father to rest? Over the years, my 9 brothers and I have ascended to the rank of emperor and have even sired our own offspring. Yet we have been unable to uncover your whereabouts. We cannot even find our father's grave. Meanwhile, after departing from the Zhengdao mountain range, Jue Tiantong finally discovered a respectable sect, the Divine Yuan Sect. He had learned that this sect was one of the 49 domains in the southern wilderness and a renowned cultivation sect within the Zhengdao domain. It boasted over 3,000 disciples and was home to formidable beings at the pinnacle realm. For Jue Tiantong, encountering such powerful figures was perilous. Even those at the Dharma aspect realm posed a significant threat. However, he was the father of 9 emperors, so why should he fear danger? Absolutely not. His intention was to provoke those he could not contend with, compelling his children to come to his rescue, thereby triggering the system's rewards. Through this back and forth, after several encounters, would he not become invincible? Of course, Jue Tiantong had no intention of allowing his emperor sons to obliterate the divine Yuan sect. His goal was merely to face danger and activate the system's rescue function, without the necessity of actual bloodshed. However, seizing some benefits along the way was not out of the question. Who among the little brats of the divine Yuan sect dares to challenge me? A thunderous roar echoed at the entrance of the divine Yuan sect, startling the disciples guarding the gate. Simultaneously, this outcry captured the attention of many within the sect. In the wake of that sudden proclamation, a disheveled old man clad in tattered funeral garb appeared at the mountain gate of the divine Yuan sect. The sight of this unexpected visitor left the 7 or 8 disciples stationed at the gate in a state of astonishment. Floating in midair, the old man in ragged funeral clothes was, astonishingly, a formidable being at the Yuan Dan realm. "How dare you, old beggar? Who are you to trespass upon the gate of our divine Yuan sect?" one of the disciples exclaimed. Jue Tiantong, taken aback, mused, "Beggar?" He glanced at his own tattered garments, realizing he indeed resembled a beggar. Had he known, he would have asked Jue Wushuang, that little rascal, to leave him something more presentable to wear. Smack! In a swift motion, Juetian's figure flickered as he forcefully struck a disciple of the Shouyuan sect, sending him flying several meters away. "Disrespecting your elders deserves punishment," he declared. Then, casting a menacing gaze at the other startled disciples, he continued, "If you wish to avoid a beating, hand over your elemental stones." "What? We are disciples of the Shouyuan sect," one of them stammered. With another flash, Juetian swiftly struck the speaker, sending him hurtling 6 or 7 meters. "So what if you're disciples of the Shouyuan sect? I am the father of the great emperor," he retorted. "How dare mere disciples of the Shouyuan sect act brazenly before me?" At that moment, several formidable auras approached from a distance. "Who dares to be so audacious in our Shouyuan sect?" "Seeking death," bellowed a burly man with a thick beard as he soared towards Julian, his right hand striking out to unleash a massive, gray-white palm aimed at him. A master at the divine concealment realm? Juetian sensed the intruder's cultivation, and with a dismissive punch, he countered. Boom! The enormous gray-white palm crumbled, and Juetian's powerful fist landed squarely on the chest of the bearded man. Splutter! Ah! A scream erupted as blood gushed forth, and the bearded man was sent flying several yards before crashing to the ground. You, he gasped, pointing a trembling finger at Juetian, unable to suppress the blood spurting from his mouth. How is this possible? He actually defeated Elder Howren with a single punch? He clearly only has the cultivation of the 12th level of the Elemental Dan realm. Yet he bested Elder Howren of the 6th level of the Divine Concealment realm. As powerful figures descended, they were utterly astonished by the scene before them. Among them, a more senior elder from the Shouyuan sect, possessing the cultivation of the 8th level of Divine Concealment, wore a grave expression and clasped his hands in greeting. May I ask your esteemed name, fellow? What brings you to our Shouyuan sect in such a tumultuous manner? Tumultuous? Juetian scoffed, nostrils flaring. I am in dire straits. As you can all see, I do not even possess decent clothing. Thus, I have come to borrow a few items from your Shouyuan sect. Juetian rubbed his fingers together. It's not much. Just prepare a few sets of decent clothing for me, along with 100,000 mid-grade elemental stones and 2,000 spirit herbs. And I shall no longer trouble your Shouyuan sect. Otherwise, Juetian's eyes narrowed slightly. I shall ensure that today's Shouyuan sect is thrown into chaos. Impudent. This is utterly outrageous. One elder of the 7th level of Divine Concealment, incensed by Juetian's words, pointed an accusing finger at him. You old fool. With merely the cultivation of the elemental Dan realm, dare to speak such nonsense in our Shouyuan sect? You are truly courting death. Clang! The elder drew a long sword, declaring, "Today, I shall teach you a lesson. A mere insect dares to provoke our Shouyuan sect. Even if I do not kill you, I shall ensure you cannot rise again. Insect, behold my sword." Boom! Suddenly, before anyone could react, an elder from the Shouyuan sect, possessing the formidable cultivation of the seventh heaven of the divine concealment realm and wielding a longsword, attempted to teach a lesson to Jue Tiantong. However, he was sent flying with a pained scream, a crimson handprint emblazoned on his face. "Humph! With such feeble strength, you dare to boast before me?" Jue Tiantong transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before the elder of the Shouyuan sect, and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Bang! 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 Ah! 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 In an instant, amidst the barrage of blows, the Shouyuan elder emitted wretched cries of despair. Not far away, the elder named Hao Run, who had been struck away by Jue Tiantong's earlier blow, now curled on the ground, instinctively cradling his head with his hands. Each time he heard the anguished scream of the seventh heaven elder, he could not help but tremble in fear. How brutal! A distinguished elder of the Shouyuan sect, a formidable seventh heaven cultivator, reduced to a pitiful state by a mere beggar with only the cultivation of the Yuan Dan realm. It was truly tragic. Despicable. Cease this at once. Let us join forces and suppress him. The voices of urgency echoed as 4 or 5 other elders of the Shouyuan sect finally shed their composure, collectively attempting to subdue Jue Tiantong. Among them were 2 at the 7th heaven of the divine concealment realm, 2 at the 8th heaven, and 1 at the 9th heaven, each possessing immense power. Bang! 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 Yet, within mere moments, the elders of the Shouyuan sect were sent flying in different directions, crashing to the ground outside the sect's gates in disarray. You few misfits think you could suppress me? You overestimate your capabilities. Observing the fallen and wailing elders of the Shouyuan sect, Jue Tiantong maintained his haughty demeanor and boldly strode into the Shouyuan sect, declaring, 100,000 mid-grade yuan stones and 20,000 spirit herbs. Since you refuse to offer them, I shall take them by force. Chapter 5. The Unconventional Absolute Flame. Despite being merely at the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm, he effortlessly suppressed a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the divine concealment realm. Old fellow, I acknowledge your strength to some extent. However, this does not grant you the liberty to act arbitrarily within my divine Yuan sect. As Jue Tiantong stepped into the divine Yuan sect, an elderly man clad in a gray robe, sporting a half-foot-long beard and cascading gray-white hair, appeared in the high sky before him. Behind this powerful figure floated a spectral image resembling him, yet at least 3 times larger than his entire being. In that moment, upon seeing the individual, Jue Tiantong was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming sense of oppression. Even the mere gaze of that man felt like a sharp blade, piercing and exceedingly keen, a being at the law manifestation realm. Furthermore, the 3 law imprints appearing on the forehead of the spectral figure indicated that he was a 3rd-level law manifestation powerhouse. Such a formidable entity was far beyond the capability of Jue Tiantong, who was merely at the 12th level of the Yuan Dan realm, to contend with. A moment's carelessness could result in his immediate demise. Observing Jue Tiantong's current state, the 3rd-level law manifestation powerhouse of the divine Yuan sect, Yin Song, approached step by step through the void. Old fellow, while you possess some strength, how dare mere peak Yuan Dan realm practitioner act so brazenly within my divine Yuan sect? You have become overly arrogant. Indeed, a trifling character of the 3rd level of the law manifestation realm. What is there to fear? As Jue Tiantong recalled that all 9 of his children had already ascended to the realm of emperors, he wore a rather provoking expression. Arrogant? Ha ha ha! I have 9 emperor-level sons. What is wrong with being a bit arrogant? Jue Tiantong defiantly regarded his opponent. Do not think that just because you are a 3rd-level law manifestation individual, you can dare to touch a single hair on my head. Even if you're a powerhouse of the divine Yuan sect. 9 emperor-level sons? Yin Song, the 3rd-level law manifestation powerhouse of the divine Yuan sect, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ha! A deluded dreamer you are. You, an old wretch of the Yuan Dan realm, claim to have 9 children at the emperor level? Yun Song scoffed at Jue Tiantong. If an old fool like you can have 9 emperor-level children, then does that not imply that anyone in this world could have offspring at the emperor level? Do you not believe me? Jue Tiantong slightly furrowed his brow. Although the figure before him was merely a small third-level law manifestation character, he resolved to summon one of his emperor-level sons for assistance. After all, while he had deliberately provoked the divine Yuan sect, he could not afford to be reckless. If a more powerful adversary unexpectedly emerged to annihilate him, it would be a grave miscalculation. Since you do not believe, I shall call upon one of my emperor's sons to show you. Prepare yourself. You may find yourself quite startled. Jue Tiantong delved into the information within his internal system space, pondering whom to summon. Ah, the ants of the divine Yuan sect. Your grandpa Absolute Flame has returned. Suddenly, just as Jue Tiantong was about to call for assistance, a thunderous roar resonated from the heights of the Shouyuan sect, echoing through the air. Suddenly, amidst a tremor in the fabric of space, a colossal vortex, spanning several yards, manifested above the sect. From this unexpected whirlpool emerged a formidable young warrior, towering at 9 feet, his physique reminiscent of a mighty bull. What astonishing strength! Jue Tiantong was both astonished and perplexed. He had not summoned anyone. So how had this figure arrived? Yet it was clear that this bull-like figure could not possibly be one of his 9 sons. Although the being exuded a powerful and overwhelming presence, it was incomparable to the aura that Jue Shun had radiated upon his appearance. Thus, this sudden arrival could not be a being of the emperor realm. However, it was evident that this bull was exceptionally strong, far surpassing those of the Dharma manifestation realm. He could very well belong to the Ascendant realm, or even the Heavenly King realm. There was even a possibility that he was a quasi-saint or a saint. Was he now facing an even greater crisis? Jue Tiantong anxiously swallowed, realizing he must call for aid. If he delayed any longer, he feared for his very life. However, upon hearing Yun Song's voice, Jue Tiantong was momentarily taken aback. Hui, Juyen, you harbinger of doom, why have you returned? With Yun Song's words, dozens of Shouyuan sect experts materialized in the sky from various directions. Most of these powerful figures bore their respective Dharma manifestations. Among them, 3 possessed small cauldron apparitions hovering above their heads, one with 3 azure cauldrons, another with 8 crimson cauldrons, and the third with 10 vermilion cauldrons. These 3 were formidable figures of the Ascendant realm: Zhao Yu at the 3rd level, Zhao Kai at the 8th level, and Zhao Wuming at the 10th level. Zhao Yu's expression was one of fury, tempered by frustration. Juyen, you are truly crossing the line. Just months ago, you seized 300,000 mid-grade essence stones from our Shouyuan sect. Do you intend to rob us again today? Zhao Kai echoed his indignation. Juyen, even though you have ascended to the Heavenly King realm, should you push us too far, I shall summon the full might of our sect to ensure we both meet our ends. The most powerful among them, Zhao Wuming, spoke with a less aggressive tone. Juyen, do not overstep your bounds. Withdraw now, and I shall consider this day as if you never set foot in our Shouyuan sect. Hearing the words of these Shouyuan sect experts and observing their tense and grave expressions, Jue Tiantong turned his gaze once more to the imposing figure that had descended upon the sect. Juyen? Could he be a descendant of Jue Tiantong? At that moment, Jue Tiantong sensed a faint trace of bloodline power. To cross the line? To perish together? In the lofty heights, Juyen's powerful form trembled, releasing a crimson wave that surged outward, compelling the formidable members of the Shouyuan sect to retreat in rapid succession. Do you truly possess the strength for this? He scoffed. And why do I find myself here again? Surely, you must have some awareness of your circumstances. You have long relished in bullying the weak, emboldened by the might of your sect. Now, as I stand strong and you weak, do you not experience the very sensation of being oppressed by the powerful? Suddenly, Juyen's gaze fell upon the disheveled Jue Tiantong below, and he remarked, "Look at this. Even now, you dare accuse me of being excessively tyrannical. Is it not the Shouyuan sect that bullies others?" He continued, You rascals, that is merely an elderly man of the Yuandan realm. Yet you, as formidable beings of the Fa Xiang realm, seek to suppress him. Are you not also guilty of overstepping? Observing that Jue Tiantong was clad in tattered funeral garments, the audacity of a mere Yuandan cultivator daring to intrude upon the Shouyuan sect incited a wave of indignation within Jueyuan. Ah, indeed? How far you have fallen, Shouyuan sect, stooping so low as to torment an elderly weakling. Allow me to speculate on your transgressions, he mused, pausing briefly before asserting. If I am not mistaken, you scoundrels must have either abducted his granddaughter or slain his grandson. Thus, in the face of inevitable death, this unfortunate elder donned his funeral attire and recklessly stormed into your sect. His sole purpose was to reclaim his granddaughter or avenge his grandson. Jueyuan pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Wuming, the esteemed elder of the Shouyuan sect, and demanded, "Tell me, is this not true?" As his words echoed through the sect, an eerie silence enveloped the assembly. Each individual stood frozen, as if a dark omen had swept overhead. Even Jue Tiantong was momentarily taken aback. What peculiar circumstances have unfolded here? Chapter 6. The Elder's Modest Demands. To don a funeral garment and storm into the divine origin sect for vengeance? Was the sudden appearance of the formidable Jueyuan truly a descendant of Jue Tiantong? How could such an astounding line of thought exist? Truly peculiar. This Jueyuan, as robust as an ox and possessing a mind unlike any other, was indeed a marvel. Ahem, allow me a moment to speak. Just as Jue Tiantong was about to voice his thoughts, Jueyuan swiftly appeared before him, gazing at the elder with a hint of compassion. Elder, there is no need for you to say anything. Rest assured, I shall take charge of this matter today. Bending down, Jueyuan grasped Jue Tiantong's right hand, gently patting it as he said, "Elder, please articulate your demands." With a fierce glint in his eyes, Jueyuan surveyed the strong members of the Divine Origin Sect. Whether it is to avenge your deceased grandson or to demand suitable compensation, rest assured, I will ensure that all your requests are met. Should they dare to oppose, I shall obliterate the Divine Origin Sect. Jue Tiantong reaffirmed his belief that this abruptly emerging Jueyuan was indeed a peculiar individual. However, with Jueyuan's unexpected intervention, summoning his esteemed son had lost its significance. After all, the system's rules clearly stated that Jue Tiantong could not call upon his imperial offspring unless he faced genuine peril. Thus, due to Jueyuan's unwelcome intrusion, the Divine Origin Sect no longer posed a threat to him. Furthermore, Jueyuan's sudden arrival had thwarted his intentions of provoking the sect to summon his son and trigger the system's rewards. Given this situation, if Jueyuan wished to take charge, why not seize this opportunity to deal a significant blow to the Divine Origin Sect? After all, Jue Tiantong was indeed in dire straits, lacking even a decent set of garments. Young friend Jueyuan, can you truly take charge on my behalf? Jueyuan thumped his chest in affirmation. Absolutely. I have now broken through to the 6th tier of the Heavenly King realm. If this insignificant Divine Origin Sect dares to defy, I could annihilate them with a mere slap. So, Elder, please state your demands. The 6th tier of the Heavenly King realm was indeed formidable for the Divine Origin Sect. Thus, Jue Tiantong promptly declared, "My demands are modest. 200,000 mid-grade essence stones, 50,000 spirit herbs, and a few sets of brand new garments." Ah! Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, Jueyuan was momentarily taken aback. 200,000 mid-grade essence stones and 50,000 spirit herbs? He gazed incredulously at Jue Tiantong. Elder, is this truly your request? Such a bold demand. How could a mere practitioner of the Essence Dan realm dare to make such an audacious request? Within the Divine Origin Sect, Zhao Wuming, Zhao Kai, and other powerful members were equally astonished. Did the Divine Yuan Sect encounter bandits today? Moreover, a bandit with merely the cultivation of the Yuandan realm? Observing Jueyuan's astonished expression, Jue Tiantong inquired with a hint of confusion. What is it, young friend Jueyuan? Have I set my expectations too high that you cannot take charge on my behalf? Did you not think that meddling in my plans to secure the system rewards would lead to discomfort? At this moment, Jue Tiantong felt quite pleased with himself. That is unacceptable. The shock on Zhu Yan's face dissipated, replaced by calmness. A mere 200,000 mid-grade Yuan stones and 50,000 spirit herbs are trifles for the divine Yuan sect. Such a minor issue, Zhu Yan, can certainly handle. He then turned to the venerable ancestor Zhao Wu Ming of the divine Yuan sect. You have all heard the elder's request. Therefore, let us proceed to compensate as he desires. With that, Zhu Yan ascended into the skies, his aura surging forth, while a radiant throne of scarlet light manifested behind him. Upon that throne, 6 layers of crimson radiance materialized, each layer symbolizing a level of celestial cultivation. The 6 layers of red light indicated that Zhu Yan was indeed a formidable warrior at the 6th level of the Celestial King realm. The revelation that he was truly at the 6th level of the Celestial King realm left Zhao Kai and the others from the Divine Yuan sect in utter shock. Such a powerhouse could obliterate the entire sect with a single strike. They were in no position to contend with him. What shall we do, ancestor? Zhao Kai's expression was grave as he glanced at Jue Tiantong. Our Divine Yuan sect has never wronged this individual. Must we truly relinquish so many cultivation resources simply due to his word? Zhao Yu, equally discontent, lamented. 200,000 mid-grade Yuan stones and 50,000 spirit herbs. If we part with these, our sect will have to tighten our belts for the next 3 years. Zhao Wu Ming, the venerable ancestor of the Divine Yuan sect, bore a grim countenance. However, this scourge, Zhu Yan, has determined that we have wronged him. Should we not comply with his demands, he may well annihilate the Divine Yuan sect. Upon hearing Zhao Wu Ming's words, the formidable members of the Divine Yuan sect hung their heads in despair, their eyes devoid of luster. Zhu Yan, this scourge, was an enigma, immensely gifted, overwhelmingly powerful, and disdainful of all. Throughout the Xian domain, countless sects dared not voice their anger against him. Just months prior, he had seized 300,000 mid-grade Yuan stones from the Divine Yuan sect, inflicting significant losses. Yet today, this scourge had returned to confront them once more. Seeing that the strong members of the Divine Yuan sect hesitated to present their compensation, Zhu Yan, reclining upon his throne in the sky, emanated a faint aura. What is this, Divine Yuan sect? Do you intend to defy my authority? Under the weight of that celestial presence, the atmosphere crackled with tension. The once lofty cultivators of Shouyuan sect fell one after another from the heights. In that moment, they truly sensed the formidable and terrifying power of the celestial sovereigns. The mere emanation of their aura was beyond their capacity to withstand. Alas, it seems that in light of the survival of the entire sect, the coming years will have to be endured with great frugality. Zhao Wuming sighed helplessly, extending his hand to summon 2 Qingquan bags from the direction of his sect's treasury. One of these bags contained 200,000 mid-grade Yuan stones, while the other held 50,000 spiritual herbs. Zhu Yan, here are 200,000 mid-grade Yuan stones and 50,000 spiritual herbs. Zhao Wuming presented the bags before Zhu Yan, imploring, I kindly request that you accept these resources and refrain from further pressuring the Shouyuan sect. His expression was grim. He candidly revealed, I must inform you that the total amount of Yuan stones within our treasury is insufficient to sustain the cultivation needs of our disciples for the next 3 months. Should you persist in your demands, the Shouyuan sect will be left with no path but demise. As Zhu Yan grasped the 2 Qingquan bags, he furrowed his brow slightly. The Shouyuan sect was indeed impoverished. After 2 visits, a mere 500,000 mid-grade Yuan stones had completely drained their resources. To strip them bare once more would seem rather unscrupulous. After all, his intent was merely to accumulate wealth, not to extinguish the lives of the entire sect. Perhaps it would be wise to allow them some respite. Who knows, in a few years, the Shouyuan sect might once again possess a considerable fortune. With that, the celestial throne vanished, and Zhu Yan tossed the 2 Qingquan bags to Jue Tiantong. Old man, although the Shouyuan sect has wronged you, and your grandson's life cannot be restored, these 200,000 mid-grade Yuan stones and 50,000 spiritual herbs are a veritable fortune for you. Take these resources and find a place to hide and cultivate. Receiving the 2 bags tossed by Zhu Yan, Jue Tiantong felt a wave of astonishment. Goodness, they truly provided me with 200,000 mid-grade yuan stones and 50,000 spiritual herbs? The outcome was utterly beyond his expectations. All right, I shall heed your words. Old man, I will depart from the Shouyuan sect and promise never to return. With the Qingquan bag secured, Jue Tiantong dashed out of the sect, swiftly vanishing from the sight of the Shouyuan cultivators. Watching Jue Tiantong disappear, Zhu Yan's brow suddenly knit in concern. Something was amiss. He had come to the Shouyuan sect to collect yuan stones, yet it seemed he had gained nothing of real value. Moreover, that elderly man, merely at the Yuan Dan realm, had received a substantial compensation from the Shouyuan sect thanks to his assistance, yet he had not offered even a token of gratitude. How utterly ungrateful. Chapter 7. The Hidden Greatness in Cloud City. No, the more he thought about it, the more something seemed amiss. Zhu Yin glanced at the innocent and aggrieved expressions of the people from the Shouyuan sect, and then looked towards the direction in which Jue Tiantong had just fled in a panic. An unsettling feeling lingered in his mind. Moreover, could it truly be the work of a mere Yuan Dan realm individual to inflict injuries upon the Shenzong realm elders at the sect's gate? Suddenly, Zhu Yin realized that he might have misunderstood something. Consequently, he stepped out of the Shouyuan sect, resolutely pursuing the path taken by Jue Tiantong. On the other hand, after departing from the Shouyuan sect, Jue Tiantong was fleeing at an astonishing speed. Thanks to the advantages of his current Chaos Supreme God King physique, along with the enhancements from the Wushuang Tongming Heart Sutra, his speed was now tenfold that of an ordinary Yuan Danrel practitioner. Thus, with this remarkable advantage, Jue Tiantong swiftly covered hundreds of miles and soon found himself before a colossal city, Cloud City. This city spanned an impressive area of 800 miles, bustling with activity and prosperity. Upon reaching the outskirts of Cloud City, Jue Tiantong finally exhaled in relief. With 200,000 mid-grade yuan stones and 50,000 spirit herbs in his possession, this city was the perfect sanctuary for him to conceal himself and cultivate for a while. Beep! The host has been saved by his descendant, Zhu Yin, triggering the system's 6-star reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Cultivation at the 6th heaven of the Shenzong realm. The supreme alchemical technique, Wushuang Mingyan Alchemy Divine Art, and the exquisite alchemical furnace, the 9-dragon alchemical furnace. Suddenly, just as Jue Tiantong was about to enter Cloud City, the system's notification nearly caused him to stumble. Saved by Zhu Yin, triggering a 6-star reward? Goodness, that robust individual was indeed his descendant? System, what is the precise identity of Zhu Yin? Zhu Yin, the 16th son of Jue Wushuang, the sect master of the Wushuang sect. Cultivation level, 6th heaven of the Heavenly King realm. Cultivation technique, Emperor level technique Zenu divinar. Martial skills, Emperor level martial skill Jinhua Divine Hand. Weapon, exquisite spirit weapon, the Imperial Tao Heavenly Spirit Alchemical Cauldron. Upon reading the information provided by the system, Jue Tiantong was taken aback. Good heavens, that was indeed his grandson? Moreover, he was the 16th son of that little rascal, Jue Wushuang. My word, that cheeky lad was even more prolific than he was. Truly, he was the seed of Jue Tiantong. However, reflecting on his earlier encounter, he had just outsmarted Zhu Yin. Although the young man appeared somewhat foolish, he was not to be trifled with. Most importantly, the lad was unaware of his true identity. If he realized he had been deceived, he might very well come after him. The mere thought of such a scenario compelled Jue Tiantong to hastily slip into Cloud City, seeking refuge amidst the throngs of people. Half an hour later, Jue Tiantong had donned a brand new azure robe and refreshed his appearance. Though possessing only the cultivation of the 12th layer of the Yuan Dan realm, his attire of azure and the whiteness of his hair and beard bestowed upon him an air of ethereal elegance. Within the confines of the 3rd floor of the Cloud Crane Inn, located in the western part of Cloud City, he activated the system to claim his rewards. Ding! Rewards successfully distributed. As he received his rewards, a dramatic transformation occurred in Jue Tian's aura. His previous cultivation at the 12th layer of the Yuan Dan realm surged forth without any hindrance, propelling him into the realm of Divine Storage. Divine Storage, 1st layer. Divine Storage, 2nd layer. Divine storage, third layer. In that singular moment, Jue Tian's cultivation ascended swiftly, and within the span of a mere breath, he broke through to the sixth layer of divine storage. The practitioner's body is inherently a reservoir of boundless mysteries, and the realm of divine storage signifies a further unlocking of the treasures within. Each time 9 pivotal acupoints within the body are activated, it signifies a successful breakthrough to the next layer. Thus, at this moment, Jue Tian found that he need not exert any effort. Upon his breakthrough to the sixth layer of divine storage, he had activated 54 acupoints. With his current cultivation, he could manifest a 6-layer Qi battle armor during combat, vastly enhancing both his offensive and defensive capabilities. This was the sensation of stepping into the realm of divine storage, reveling in the abundant power coursing through him. Jue Tian felt elated. Additionally, he found within his mind the cultivation method for an exquisite alchemical technique, the Wushuang Mingyan alchemy divine art. With a mere thought, a golden, miniature cauldron appeared in his hand, a supreme alchemical furnace, the 9 Dragons Cauldron, awarded by the system. The surface of the cauldron was adorned with 9 dragon patterns, vividly lifelike, resembling real dragons. Strangely, Jue Tian pondered, I am not an alchemist. Why has the system bestowed upon me such a magnificent furnace? Moreover, it has granted me an exceptional alchemical technique. He furrowed his brow, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Alchemists are said to hold a distinguished status, often amassing wealth and fortune. Now, I possess not only a supreme alchemical technique, but also an exquisite cauldron. If I were to become an alchemist, would I not be free from worries concerning cultivation resources in the future? Furthermore, he had no shortage of medicinal materials to practice with. After a brief contemplation, Jue Tian deemed it a feasible path. He now had the support of the system. Although rewards could only be triggered by saving others, he could quickly grow stronger by aiding more people. However, if he could also become a powerful alchemist, the benefits would be immense both now and in the future. Indeed, I shall become a formidable alchemist. After making his decision, Juetian Tong began to cultivate the exquisite alchemical art known as the Wushuang Mingyan alchemy divine art within the confines of his chamber. Perhaps due to his prior practice of the Wushuang Tongming Heart Sutra, he discovered that mastering this remarkable alchemical technique was surprisingly effortless. The fundamental operation of this eminent alchemical art involved transforming one's own vital energy into a unique black flame. Once this flame was summoned, the process of concocting elixirs could commence. Subsequently, despite being a novice in the realm of alchemy, Juetian Tong succeeded in producing a pill within a mere 2 hours. Moreover, this particular pill was enveloped in a faint golden hue and bore 3 intricate patterns, signifying its extraordinary quality. Have I truly concocted a King Kong pill? He pondered, astonished by the exquisite pill that emerged from the 9-dragon alchemy furnace. And to think it is a high-grade King Kong pill. Does this mean I have directly ascended to the status of a premier alchemist? To begin his alchemical journey with such a remarkable creation left Juetian Tong in a state of disbelief. The King Kong pill is a rare and exceptional elixir, renowned for bestowing extraordinary physical strength upon its user, rendering them nearly indestructible. However, the effects of a single King Kong pill are limited to a maximum duration of half an hour. Yet, its worth is undeniably astonishing. Even for those at the law manifestation realm, the benefits it imparts are immense. In certain circumstances, consuming a King Kong pill could enable individuals at the law manifestation level to withstand an attack from a formidable opponent in the ascendant realm, making it a veritable life-saving elixir. Of course, the disparity between the two realms must not be too vast. The King Kong pill is indeed a prized treasure. If I could produce several more of these pills, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits for me. However, I find myself troubled by a pressing question. Precisely which medicinal ingredients did I employ to craft this particular King Kong pill? Gazing at the pill in his hand, Juetian Tong felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, for he had completely forgotten the specific herbs he utilized in his alchemical practice that led to the creation of such a remarkable elixir. Chapter 8. Just pay the price. As the saying goes, once something occurs for the first time, it will inevitably happen countless times thereafter. In the room, the furrowed brow of Jue Tiantong gradually relaxed. Since the old man was able to concoct the King Kong pill once, he could certainly produce it a second, third, and countless times thereafter. Henceforth, all he needed to do was conduct a few more experiments, and he was sure to produce the King Kong pill again. At that point, he would be able to remember the necessary herbs required for its concoction. With this thought in mind, Jue Tiantong immediately began to pour out various spiritual herbs from his cosmic bag. The classification of elixirs and spiritual herbs is generally similar, categorized from low to high as inferior, medium, superior, extraordinary, and transcendent. Beyond the transcendent level, there are the legendary imperial, celestial, and divine grades. Furthermore, the elixirs crafted by alchemists from various spiritual herbs are subdivided into 3 tiers: low tier, mid tier, and high tier, in addition to their general classification. A single Dan pattern signifies a low tier elixir, 2 patterns denote a mid tier elixir, and 3 patterns indicate a high tier elixir. At that moment, the herbs Jue Tiantong had poured out from his cosmic bag were a medley of various grades. As a novice in the art of alchemy, he did not take the effort to separate the different grades. After all, when it comes to alchemy, one simply needs to place all the herbs into the Dan furnace and refine them. This appears to be Tsangling grass, that should be Qingyuan flower, and this must be Xingqian spiritual grass. As he placed each herb he believed to be correct into the 9-dragon Dan furnace, Jue Tiantong swiftly commenced a gradually more skilled refining process. After 1 hour, he successfully concocted 2 azure high-tier elixirs, though they were not the King Kong pill. After 2 hours, he astonishingly produced 6 crimson high-tier elixirs, which also were not the King Kong pill. 5 hours later, he managed to produce 9 violet high-tier elixirs. Yet again, they were not the King Kong pill. The next day, as sunlight streamed through the window into the room, Jue Tiantong concluded yet another round of elixir refinement. Unsurprisingly, this batch also yielded 9 elixirs, silver-white in color, each adorned with 3 Dan patterns, all high-tier elixirs. By this point, after a night of relentless effort, Jue Tiantong had refined a variety of elixirs, amounting to a staggering 96 in total. Without exception, they were all high-tier elixirs of extraordinary quality. While it cannot be said that each one was worth a fortune, every single elixir could fetch him thousands of inferior yuan stones in wealth. However, among these haphazardly concocted elixirs, Jue Tiantong only recognized the very first King Kong pill he had produced. Beyond that, he was unfamiliar with the subsequent elixirs and had no knowledge of their specific effects. Whether consuming them could be fatal was an uncertainty he was even more oblivious to. What herbs were required for the concoction of the King Kong pill? After all, gazing at the haphazardly piled, multicolored elixirs strewn across the table, Jue Tiantong found himself in a quandary about how to successfully concoct the elusive King Kong pill. However, after a night spent experimenting with various combinations of medicinal herbs, he had failed to produce the King Kong pill once again. To his dismay, the motley assortment of over a dozen pills he had inadvertently created were entirely unfamiliar to him. As for the combinations of herbs used in their creation, they had slipped his mind entirely. Observing the 96 pills on the table, Jue Tiantong furrowed his brow. Although these elixirs were all exquisite, high-grade concoctions with undoubtedly significant effects, they should not be consumed indiscriminately. What if he had unwittingly created a toxic pill? Thus, Jue Tiantong took a deep breath and resolved to take these pills out to sell. While he may not recognize them, surely there were individuals in the vast Yunqing who could identify their value. Moreover, upon entering Yunqing the previous day, he had noticed the presence of an alchemist guild. If all else failed, he could sell these pills to the members of the guild. With his decision made, Jue Tiantong tore off a piece of cloth and hastily wrapped the pills before stepping out of his room. The Yunhe Tower was one of the larger inns in Yunqing, and even at this late hour, it was bustling with patrons. Merchants passed by, loyal customers frequented the establishment, and there were also some enigmatic figures of uncertain origins. The atmosphere was a vibrant tapestry of diverse characters. What is that scent? On the second floor of Yunhe Tower, near the eastern window, a stunning young woman and a gray-haired elder were enjoying their meal. Suddenly, the elder seemed to catch a whiff of something. turning to see a celestial-looking elder descending from the third floor. The elder's attention was immediately drawn to the package held by the newcomer. Shuibijan, is something amiss? Guqing Xue inquired, puzzled by Shuibijan's unusual behavior, as she too noticed Jue Tiantong making his way down from the third floor. My lady, is the aura of the Tianyuan pill. I can sense its presence within the package held by that individual, the elder replied. Upon hearing Shuibijan's words, Guqing Xue felt a surge of excitement. The reason she and Shuibijan had traveled to Yunqing was to seek a Tianyuan pill from the Alchemist Guild, but unfortunately, their luck had not favored them, as the guild had recently run out of this particular elixir. Yet now, could it be that fortune had smiled upon them? No, wait. It seems there is more than just the aura of the Tianyuan pill. Shuibijan remarked in surprise. Besides the scent of the Tianyuan pill, there appear to be traces of several other elixirs, such as the Shouyuan pill, Peiyuan pill, and Pobang pill. How fragrant! It resembles the aroma of a certain elixir. So familiar. Could it be that someone's pill has leaked its essence? At this moment on the second floor of Young Tower, other patrons began to catch a whiff of the suddenly emerging fragrance of elixirs, some of whom could not help but swallow in anticipation. As Jue Tiantong prepared to descend the staircase, Jue Bo could no longer restrain himself and stood up. Friend, may I request a moment of your time? Jue Tiantong glanced around, intrigued, and replied, Sir, are you addressing me? Without further ado, Jue Bo approached Jue Tiantong directly, gazing at the modestly wrapped package in his hands. May I inquire, kind sir, does your parcel contain elixirs? Perhaps the esteemed Tianyuan pill? Hearing these words, Jue Tiantong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could this seemingly youthful elder possess extensive knowledge of elixirs? Indeed, I do have a selection of elixirs, he affirmed. So, you wish to purchase from my collection? Noticing an empty table nearby, Jue Tiantong promptly unwrapped his package. Choose whatever elixirs you desire. Payment is all that is required. As the package unfolded, an uncanny silence enveloped the second floor of Young Tower. Jue Tiantong's act caught everyone off guard. Revealed before the onlookers were vibrant and varied elixirs, their rich aroma intoxicating and refreshing. What astonished them further was the sight of dozens of elixirs, each adorned with 3 distinct patterns and shrouded in a mysterious mist. These were supremely high-grade elixirs, all of the finest quality. Finally, Jue Bo, regaining his composure, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. The patrons on the second floor of Young Tower, equally taken aback by the spectacle before them, gradually returned to their senses. The potent fragrance of the elixirs wafted down to the first floor of Young Tower, spilling out into the streets beyond. Chapter 9. The Elixirs. Exquisite elixirs, and an abundance of them. Among them is a verdant mist reminiscent of the longevity pill. Indeed, it is the longevity pill, and there are several exquisite high-grade ones. Such high-grade longevity pills are invaluable, as a single pill can extend one's lifespan by a remarkable 150 years. But wait, that crimson pill, resembling a fiery orb, could it be the blood beast pill? What a resemblance. It is indeed the blood beast pill. It is said that consuming the blood beast pill allows one to mingle among countless ferocious beasts without fear of attack. It is a truly extraordinary elixir. In an instant, the patrons on the second floor of Unit Tower had lost their appetite, captivated by the elixirs displayed by Jue Tiantong. Listening to the discussions around him, Jue Tiantong became aware of the nature of the elixirs he had haphazardly concocted: the longevity pill, blood beast pill, Tianyuan pill, and Peiyuan pill. My goodness! Jue Tiantong was taken aback. It turned out he possessed such remarkable talent, unknowingly creating such astonishing elixirs. Fellow cultivator, observing the golden elixir before him that evoked a salivating desire, the elder Shui displayed a mix of anxiety and excitement. Fellow cultivator, would you sell me 1 Tianyuan pill? At that moment, Shui was undeniably tense. Jue Tiantong's actions were exceedingly reckless, utterly oblivious to the gravity of his situation. Dozens of exquisite high-grade elixirs lay casually before everyone. Did he not realize the trouble these elixirs could attract? Thus, Shui merely wished to acquire 1 Tianyuan pill and depart this perilous place. Any delay could spell disaster. Tianyuan pill? Jue Tiantong appeared completely uninhibited, proclaiming, "You can take it, but payment is required." Take it for oneself? Shui, disregarding Jue Tiantong's demeanor, promptly produced 85 medium-grade yuan stones. Fellow cultivator, according to market value, a high-grade Tian Yuan pill is worth 8,000 low-grade yuan stones. However, your Tian Yuan pill evidently surpasses those of the same grade available in the market. Therefore, I am willing to exchange 85 medium-grade yuan stones for one Tian Yuan pill. The wealth exchange for a single high-grade Tian Yuan pill, valued at 85 medium-grade yuan stones, amounted to a staggering 8,500 low-grade yuan stones. This transaction far exceeded Jue Tiantong's expectations. All right, it's a deal. Jue Tiantong pocketed the 85 medium-grade yuan stones offered by Shui, his spirits lifted. It seemed the elixirs he had brewed were indeed more valuable than he had imagined. Then, Jue Tiantong glanced around at the eager onlookers. Do you all desire these elixirs? Just bring the payment and take them for yourselves. Is it truly permissible? One of the formidable beings at the 9th level of the divine concealment realm produced a Qingquan pouch and said, "Senior, I possess a total of 17,600 low-grade elemental stones. May I purchase 2 essence cultivation pills?" Juetian Tong swiftly seized the Qingquan pouch, exclaiming, "Certainly, help yourself. Could it truly be so?" Moreover, the pills offered by this esteemed elder were astonishingly inexpensive. "Senior, I have 9,600 low-grade elemental stones and wish to acquire a barrier-breaking pill. Senior, I offer 9,000 elemental stones for a blood demon pill. Senior, this old man is willing to part with 15,000 low-grade elemental stones in exchange for a longevity pill, cough, cough, cough." In a short span, aside from retaining a single known diamond pill, all 95 pills refined by Juetian Tong were fiercely contested and purchased at various prices. Remarkably, the sale of just these 95 pills netted Juetian Tong a staggering 107,160 low-grade elemental stones. This outcome left Juetian Tong quite astonished. My goodness, this was swifter than robbery. Just yesterday, he had seized an opportunity thanks to that scoundrel Julian, obtaining 200,000 medium-grade elemental stones and 50,000 spirit herbs from Shouyuan sect. Yet today, merely by selling 95 pills, he had exchanged them for 107,000 low-grade elemental stones. This was merely the fruit of a single night's labor. Such returns were exceedingly delightful. Alas, they were gone, vanished completely? Damn it, I arrived too late. How infuriating. I heard from a friend that there were exquisite high-grade pills being sold at Unit Tower, yet I still arrived too late. At this moment, the interior of Unit Tower was already teeming with people, resembling a scene where not even a drop of water could pass through. Even outside the tower, the crowd was densely packed. Moments ago, the scent of the pills wafted through the air, and with word of mouth spreading, many became aware that exquisite high-grade pills were being sold at a bargain in Unit Tower. Exquisite high-grade pills. Within the Alchemist Guild of Cloud City, even 10,000 low-grade elemental stones would scarcely procure a single one. But now, within Unit Tower, one could acquire an exquisite high-grade pill for merely a few thousand low-grade elemental stones. Who could resist such an alluring offer? Thus, many who caught wind of the news naturally flocked to Unit Tower to vie for an exquisite high-grade pill. Such opportunities are a rare occurrence, one that may not present itself for a century. Yet what was the outcome? They were sold out, leaving many with nothing to show for their efforts. "Senior, do you still have any pills for sale?" A robust man named Huagang, sporting a hairy beard, was unwilling to leave empty-handed and gazed hopefully at Jue Tiantong. The surrounding crowd also turned their eyes toward him. Witnessing this scene, Jue Tiantong perceived it as a fortuitous opportunity for wealth. He had become exceedingly proficient in pill refinement and could now concoct 9 pills in a single batch. Furthermore, he still possessed over 40,000 various herbs. Should he refine them all into pills, he could surely amass a considerable fortune. At present, Jue Tiantong faces a significant challenge. He is unfamiliar with an overwhelming number of medicinal herbs. Moreover, without the necessary formulas, he is unable to concoct the elixirs that people require. Thus, to achieve wealth, one must first possess the alchemical recipes. What kind of elixir do you desire? Jue Tiantong inquired, casting a glance at Huagang. Upon hearing this, not only did Huagang's eyes brighten, but so did those of everyone present. He can refine. Indeed, this elder, who exudes an air of ethereal grace, is truly an extraordinary alchemist. As understood by the crowd, the more accomplished an alchemist is, the more prestigious their standing, often accompanied by formidable protectors in the shadows. This explains why, despite the allure of numerous exceptional elixirs, no one dared to make a direct attempt to seize them. An alchemist capable of producing top-tier elixirs is not to be trifled with. Within the Alchemist Guild of Yun City, only 2 individuals possess the ability to craft such exquisite potions. Thus, to the people of Yun City, the sudden offer of premium elixirs at a low price signifies the presence of the 3rd eminent alchemist in their midst, a figure not to be provoked lightly. Hu Gong, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Elder, is it true that you can refine any elixir that I desire?" Jue Tiantong nodded. "In theory, yes, but for many elixirs, I lack the necessary recipes." No sooner had he finished speaking than Huagang slapped his forehead in realization. "Elder, what a coincidence. I recently explored a hidden realm and acquired several recipes." With that, Huagang produced a few jade slips, each the size of a palm and 3 fingers wide. "Elder, these slips contain the methods for concocting various elixirs. Among them is one called the Divine Concealment Breakthrough Pill, which is precisely what I require at this moment." This revelation was astounding. What? The Divine Concealment Breakthrough Pill, the one that guarantees a peak Divine Concealment Realm individual to break through to the Law Manifestation Realm? The legendary Divine Concealment Breakthrough Pill truly exists? My heavens! This is an elixir that has never even appeared within the Yun City Alchemist Guild. Indeed, this Divine Concealment Breakthrough Pill is reputed to be the finest elixir for assisting one in breaking through to the Law Manifestation Realm, without exception. If the Elder can concoct this elixir, I would not bat an eye even if it costs 10,000 low-grade spirit stones per pill. To think that one would suggest 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for a Divine Concealment Breakthrough Pill is an insult to the elixir itself and a desecration to the alchemist who can produce it. Truly, even a price of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones per pill would not be excessive. Chapter 10. Young Scribe, prepare the ink. A single Divine Concealment Breaking Pill could fetch a staggering price of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? Upon hearing such news, Jue Tiantong's eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. As a master alchemist adept at effortlessly crafting premier elixirs, he felt a compelling urge to take action at this moment. Without hesitation, Jue Tiantong seized several jade slips from Huagang's hands and began to examine the information contained within them. The slips detailed the Bone Cleansing Pill, the Youth Preserving Pill, the Azure Cloud Pill, the Vitality Pill, and the Divine Concealment Breaking Pill. The required ingredients included starry grass, gentle bone flower, purple rabbit silk, and azure ming fruit. The information was astonishingly comprehensive. One of the jade slips contained an exhaustive list of the 36 herbs necessary for concocting the Divine Concealment Breaking Pill, complete with meticulous illustrations of each ingredient. This was an opportunity for prosperity. The Divine Concealment Breaking Pill, when consumed, could guarantee 100% breakthrough for those at the pinnacle of the Divine Concealment Realm into the Law Manifestation Realm. Such a pill is priceless and exceedingly rare. I must forge this elixir and sell it for 70 or 80,000 low-grade spirit stones each. I must earn a substantial profit. With the eager eyes of the crowd upon him, Jue Tiantong sighed deeply. Indeed, I can concoct the Divine Concealment Breaking Pill, but alas, the necessary ingredients. I do not possess them in abundance. Instead of disappointment, the onlookers were filled with excitement. As long as he could produce the Divine Concealment Breaking Pill, the issue of ingredients would cease to be a concern. "Senior, do not fret about the ingredients. I shall gather whatever you require," one voice chimed in. "Yes, Senior. Simply tell us what you need. With our combined efforts, we can procure the herbs necessary for you to craft the Divine Concealment Breaking Pill," another added. "Indeed, my uncle is in the herb trade. There is no need for you to worry about the ingredients, senior. As long as we can trade for a divine concealment-breaking pill from you later, that will suffice. Indeed, faced with the allure of the divine concealment-breaking pill, all who desired it were willing to toil tirelessly. Thus, Jue Tiantong's scheme had succeeded by half, with the assistance of these individuals in gathering the necessary ingredients. What did he have to fear? He merely needed to concoct the elixir and reap his rewards. Since you all are willing to assist, I shall not stand on ceremony, Jue Tiantong declared. Young scribe, prepare the ink. With swift strokes, the ink danced across the paper prepared by the young scribe at the unit tower. In no time, Jue Tiantong listed the 36 ingredients required for crafting the divine concealment-breaking pill. However, to prevent this formula from being replicated, he casually added several additional herbs. Thus, even if someone were to obtain this modified recipe, they would be incapable of producing the authentic divine concealment-breaking pill. Everyone, these are the ingredients needed to concoct the divine concealment-breaking pill. Go forth and gather them. Before sunset, return to Unit Tower to trade with me for the herbs in my possession. I shall not deceive you, my esteemed friends. In 5 days, I shall officially trade the Shenzong breakthrough pill with you all. Jue Tiantong raised 5 fingers. I assure you, regardless of age, each Shenzong breakthrough pill shall be sold for a mere 80,000 low-grade yuan stones. Upon hearing this, the eyes of those in the Shenzong realm sparkled with excitement. A Shenzong breakthrough pill for only 80,000 low-grade yuan stones? Indeed, such a potion would likely cost over 100,000 low-grade yuan stones at the Alchemist Guild in Cloud City. This revelation ignited their enthusiasm. Each individual hurriedly recorded the list of required herbs as they departed from the unit tower. Some even rushed to the Alchemist Guild to procure the necessary materials. One wonders how the guild members will react when this news spreads. Within the unit tower, esteemed sir, these few jade slips. Huagang spoke generously. Senior, consider these jade slips as a tribute from me. After all, I am not an alchemist, and these formulas hold no value for me. Jue Tiantong naturally accepted the jade slips, but, in return, gifted Huagang a King Kong pill. Young man, I see you are a person of integrity. Hence, I shall not take your offerings without compensation. This King Kong pill is a gift for you. The King Kong pill. Huagang's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon consumption, it would bestow extraordinary strength, akin to an indestructible body. This pill is a tremendous boon for someone practicing a robust cultivation technique like himself. Thank you, senior. Huagong excellent visibility. This pill is of utmost importance to me. Should you ever require assistance, be it climbing a mountain or... Before Huagang could finish, Jue Tiantong interjected. You wish to serve me? Huagang vigorously nodded in affirmation. Very well. Let us not wait for the future. You may begin now. Jue Tiantong promptly handed Huagang 200,000 low-grade yuan stones. Now, go to the Alchemist Guild and procure several high-grade formulas for me. Several hours later, Huagang returned with 5 high-grade formulas for Jue Tiantong. While those bustling about due to the Shenzong breakthrough pill quickly amassed a remarkable collection of herbs. In this brief endeavor, the 107,000 low-grade yuan stones earned from selling 95 top-tier pills vanished in an instant. However, this was of little concern. A mere 100,000 low-grade yuan stones exchanged for 5 high-grade formulas and thousands of herbs for crafting the Shenzong breakthrough pill was an excellent bargain. For in 5 days, he would transform these modest resources into astonishing wealth. As the sun set, within a room on the 3rd floor of the Yunhe Tower, Jue Tiantong commenced the alchemical process. Meanwhile, on the other side, many members of the Alchemist Guild, one of the most powerful factions in Cloud City, were in high spirits today. Like a formidable figure from the Alchemist Guild, he astonishingly sold 5 high-quality alchemical formulas in one day. Merely from commissions, he amassed over 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, several other esteemed alchemists from the guild experienced even greater fortunes. Typically, they sometimes struggled for an entire day to sell a single precious medicinal herb. Yet today, a considerable number of individuals flocked to their guild to purchase various materials, leaving them utterly astonished. Herbs that would ordinarily take months to sell were inexplicably snatched up within a single day. How peculiar. Could there be some unknown event transpiring? On the fourth floor of the Alchemist Guild, a distinguished alchemist named Zhang Kuei furrowed his brow. The sudden influx of customers seeking medicinal materials struck him as highly unusual. Soon, a messenger returned with a shocking revelation. Someone in Yun City was gathering herbs in pursuit of crafting the legendary boundary-breaking pill. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Kuei's brow knitted in concern, his heart racing with astonishment. The boundary-breaking pill was a concoction he had only heard whispers of, but had never witnessed. If indeed someone succeeded in creating such a pill, the repercussions for their guild would be monumental. Someone aspires to forge the boundary-breaking pill? Before the inquirer could respond, Chun Fan, the other esteemed alchemist in the Yun City Alchemist Guild, chuckled heartily. Old Zhang, do you genuinely believe that anyone in this humble Yun City could produce the boundary-breaking pill? Chun Fan exuded confidence. While others may be oblivious, surely you know better. The boundary-breaking pill might indeed exist, but not only in this small city. Even at the headquarters of our Alchemist Guild, there is no formula for such a pill. Without a formula, crafting it is simply impossible. Listening to Chun Fan's words, Zhang Kuei exhaled a long, heavy breath, realizing that perhaps his worries were indeed unfounded. Perhaps my concerns were excessive after all. After all, in this Yun City, we are but two esteemed alchemists. Chapter 11. The Influence. With the formula in hand and the fixed medicinal ingredients known, Jue Tiantong truly felt the ease and fluidity of alchemical crafting, as if it were second nature. However, the process of refining the Shenzong, the finest elixir for assisting in breaking through proved to be more intricate than that of other potions. In the first furnace, Jue Tiantong devoted a full 3 hours to the creation of the Shenzong, yielding only 6 exquisite high-grade elixirs. Remarkably, these 6 Shenzong could be valued at 480,000 lower grade, based on a price of 80,000 lower grade per elixir. The sight of these 6 perfected potions filled Jue Tiantong with immense joy. According to the opinions of others, selling a single Shenzong for 100,000 lower grade would not be considered excessive, for rarity bestows value. Furthermore, the Shenzong is the unparalleled elixir that guarantees a breakthrough for those at the pinnacle of the Shenzong realm. It is not merely a matter of 100,000 lower grade. Indeed, it is likely that even 150,000 or 200,000 lower grade would attract fierce competition among buyers. Yet, Jue Tiantong was acutely aware of his ability to produce the Shenzong and in a short span, he could create numerous batches. Therefore, pricing each Shenzong at 80,000 lower grade would already render him significantly wealthy. Should he set the price too high, the sheer quantity of elixirs might backfire. In summary, he decided to refine a few hundred Shenzong to gauge the market response. Should demand exceed supply, he would then consider raising the price. With visions of imminent wealth dancing in his mind, Jue Tiantong immersed himself once more in the alchemical process. Yunqing, a grand city boasting a population of several hundred thousand, was bustling with merchants and powerful individuals. Within its confines, there were indeed numerous experts at the Shenzong realm. While not in the thousands, it was estimated that at least 200 to 300 individuals had reached the pinnacle of the Shenzong realm. Adding to this, the number of other levels of Shenzong experts in Yunqing who were in urgent need of the Shenzong was substantial. Thus, the emergence of this elixir would undoubtedly create a supply-demand imbalance. Based on the materials Jue Tiantong had gathered, he estimated that crafting around 1,000 to 1,800 Shenzong would pose no challenge. However, he resolved to start with 300 to assess the market's reaction. In his pursuit of wealth in Yunqing, 5 days swiftly elapsed, consumed by tireless dedication. Exhaling a long breath on the 3rd floor of Unit Tower, Jue Tiantong realized he had successfully refined 360 Shenzong surpassing his initial expectations by 60. Calculating based on the price of a single god concealment breakthrough pill, which is 80,000 lower grade spirit stones, the 360 pills he possesses can be exchanged for a staggering 2,880,000 lower grade spirit stones. Indeed, it is an unexpected fortune Today, in the western part of Cloud City, outside the Yunhe building, two lengthy lines have already formed. The news that Yunhe building would be selling the God Concealment Breakthrough Pill has spread widely over the past few days. Furthermore, the sudden surge of individuals purchasing medicinal herbs within Cloud City a few days ago has become clear to many powerful figures and factions. Especially the Alchemist Guild of Cloud City, upon learning of this event, was utterly enraged. The influx of people into the Alchemist Guild, seeking materials to have others concoct the God Concealment Breakthrough Pill, was nothing short of a blatant disregard for their status. The long queues outside Yunhe building today were predetermined by Jue Tiantong 5 days prior. The demand for the God Concealment Breakthrough Pill is immense. Without orderly lines, chaos would inevitably ensue, leading to potential incidents. Thus, anyone wishing to purchase the pills must adhere to Jue Tiantong's arrangements. Moreover, the proprietor of Yunhe building is notably competent, as a formidable and mysterious power backs it. Hence, most individuals and factions would not dare to cause disturbances in the presence of the strong from Yunhe building. As midday approaches, where's the master? Indeed, I have been queuing since the early hours of the morning. Surely the master would not go back on his word? It is inconceivable. A person of Master Jue's caliber is undoubtedly trustworthy. If he has declared the sale of the God Concealment Breakthrough Pill today, he will certainly honor his promise. Yes, we should have faith in Master Jue and simply wait patiently, while the powerful figures outside Yunhe building engage in conversation. Many from various factions are discreetly observing the situation unfold around Yunhe building. For instance, Zhang Kui and Chun Fan, two exceptional alchemists from the Cloud City Alchemist Guild, have also taken up residence in a nearby inn to closely monitor the events at Yunhe building. Old Zhang, do you think the commotion is so great that someone might have actually concocted the God Concealment Breakthrough Pill? Chun Fan gazes at the long lines outside Yunhe building, his expression wavering. Just a few days ago, he was certain that no one could produce the pill, as the formula for it is not even available within the Alchemist Guild. However, today's circumstances have left him uncertain. Let us observe the situation further. Sang Ket, stating that if someone truly manages to concoct the God Concealment Breakthrough Pill, the Alchemist Guild will face a significant upheaval, as the pills that only offer a meager 2 to 3% chance of assisting practitioners in breaking through to the law manifestation realm would undoubtedly suffer a massive impact. Consequently, the repercussions on the interests of the Cloud City Alchemist Guild would be profoundly severe. Nonetheless, to return to the matter at hand, Zhang Kui stroked his beard and squinted slightly. If the legendary master, as rumored, has indeed concocted the transcendent spirit concealment breaking pill, then persuading him to join the Alchemist Guild of Cloud City would undoubtedly bestow unprecedented advantages upon us. In another vein, the City Lord Mansion of Cloud City is equally attentive to all happenings surrounding the Yunhe Tower. As an official force of Cloud City, the mansion possesses formidable strength. The City Lord, Xiong Wei, is a powerful figure at the 7th level of the Dharma realm, while the Deputy City Lord, Lu Tai, is not to be underestimated, holding a cultivation level at the 3rd tier of the Dharma realm. Additionally, within the City Lord's mansion, there are 3 experts at the 12th level of the Spirit Concealment realm. Therefore, for the current City Lord's mansion of Cloud City, should someone truly succeed in crafting the Spirit Concealment Breaking Pill, it would signify the emergence of 3 powerhouses at the Dharma realm to safeguard their dominion. This is of utmost significance for the entire mansion. Chapter 12. Any factor that threatens the interests of the guild should not exist. After a brief passage of time, the appearance of Jue Tiantong by the window on the east side of the 2nd floor of Yunhe Tower instantly captured the attention of those waiting in line. Clad in flowing azure robes, his snow-white hair danced gently in the breeze, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Master Jue, he has emerged. Indeed, it is Master Jue. I knew he would keep his word and never betray our trust. How splendid. At last, we can procure the legendary Shenzong Breakthrough Pill. The moment Jue Tiantong graced the 2nd floor of Yunhe Tower, the throngs outside erupted with uncontainable excitement. Each individual felt as though they had encountered an extraordinary opportunity. Quite a crowd indeed. Observing the two lengthy lines outside Yuna Tower, Jue Tiantong appeared somewhat astonished. He had only concocted 360 Shinzong breakthrough pills. Yet the line stretched far beyond what his eyes could discern, easily exceeding 500 souls. There simply aren't enough pills. Each person is limited to purchasing one Shinzong breakthrough pill. Those in line may now begin. As Jue Tiantong's voice faded, Huagang, the first in line who had been waiting since noon the previous day, stepped forward, presenting the prepared 80,000 low-grade yuan stones. Master Jue, these are my 80,000 low-grade yuan stones. Please accept them. Certainly, I shall accept. Receiving Huagang's bag, Jue Tiantong promptly retrieved a pill from his own pouch and tossed it to Huagang. It was a pill of exquisite high rank, entirely enveloped in a faint golden hue, shrouded in delicate pill mist, adorned with 3 intricate pill patterns. At the moment Huagang grasped the pill, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He had finally obtained a Shinzong breakthrough pill. With this pill in hand, he would be able to ascend to the realm of the law manifestation. So, this is the Shinzong breakthrough pill? However, just as Huagang clutched the pill, an unwelcome interruption occurred. Not far away, across from Yuna Tower, on the second floor of Tianxiang Tower, a young dandy waved a feather fan, disdainfully remarking, "Although it is a high-grade pill, whether it truly is the Shinzong breakthrough pill remains uncertain." Spending 80,000 low-grade yuan stones on a high-grade pill. If one were to be deceived, that would be quite amusing. Huagang glared at the dandy, his fists clenched tightly. The young master of the city lord's mansion, Xiong-san. Despite his frivolous demeanor, his innate talent and cultivation were formidable. At just over 30, he had already reached the 9th layer of the Shinzong realm. With a powerful city lord's mansion backing him, Huagang felt utterly incapable of provoking him. Yet, daring to question Master Jue and instigate trouble, Huagang could not remain passive. "Humph, young master, since you doubt the authenticity of Master Jue's pill, I shall consume it now, allowing you to witness its true nature. I hope that, by that time, the young lord's face will not be flushed." With those words, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huagang swallowed the pill he had just obtained and then settled into a meditative posture. On the second floor of Yuna Tower, Jue Tiantong was also observing the unfolding situation. Though he had successfully crafted the boundary-breaking pill, he had yet to test its efficacy. Therefore, he fervently hoped for a successful outcome. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 10 breaths. After consuming the pill, Huagang indeed underwent a transformation in his aura. However, the effects seemed to differ from what the onlookers had anticipated. The change was rather gradual. It was not until half a stick of incense later that, boom, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Huagang, and behind him, the vast essence of heaven and earth coalesced into the silhouette of a formidable figure. This apparition was robust and sported a grand beard. Though ethereal, it bore a striking resemblance to Huagang. The Dharma aspect. He had truly condensed the Dharma aspect. Indeed, he had broken through to the realm of the Dharma aspect. The pill he had just consumed must undoubtedly be the genuine boundary-breaking pill. Truly, apart from the boundary-breaking pill, no other elixir could enable a peak practitioner of the divine concealment realm to ascend to the Dharma aspect realm in such a short span of time. In an instant, as Huagang achieved the Dharma aspect realm, those around him were left in utter astonishment. The individuals waiting in line were even more exhilarated. On the second floor of Tianxiang Tower, witnessing Huagang's breakthrough to the Dharma aspect realm after consuming the pill, Xiong-san was equally astounded. The boundary-breaking pill was indeed real? Quickly, send word to my father, informing him that the boundary-breaking pill is genuine. As Xiong-san's words fell, a strong practitioner from a city lord's mansion at the divine concealment realm departed from Tianxiang Tower. On the 3rd floor of Baiyin Tower, Master Chan Fan of the Alchemist Guild was similarly taken aback. To think that a single pill could enable a peak practitioner of the divine concealment realm to transcend to the Dharma aspect realm. The efficacy of the boundary-breaking pill was truly as the rumor suggested. Meanwhile, Zhang Kuei's expression darkened. The boundary-breaking pill has indeed been successfully crafted. That Master Jue possesses remarkable skills. Such a figure must be integrated into our Alchemist Guild of Yun City. Otherwise, even if we were to destroy him, we could not allow him to threaten the interests of our guild. However, Chun Fan expressed concern. A master alchemist of such extraordinary skill surely has powerful guardians behind him. Acting rashly could lead to unforeseen consequences. Zhang Kuei chuckled lightly. What a powerful guardians. Can they possibly outmatch the collective strength of the entire alchemist guild of Yin City? Chun Fan was astonished. Lao Zhang, are you suggesting we mobilize the full force of the alchemist guild of Yin City? Zhang Kuei lifted the teacup before him, declaring, the interests of the guild surpass all else. Any factor threatening these interests must not exist. On the second floor of Yuna Tower, witnessing Hua Gang successfully break through to the law manifestation realm, Jue Tiantong felt a considerable sense of relief. Thankfully, there was no mishap. Moreover, the efficacy of the divine concealment breakthrough pill proved to be remarkably potent. However, this particular elixir is only beneficial for those at the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm. Nevertheless, even so, one can imagine that those formidable beings who have yet to reach such heights would eagerly strive to procure this pill. A mere 80,000 low-grade essence stones for a pill that guarantees a breakthrough to the law manifestation realm is simply too valuable. Master Jue, here are my 80,000 low-grade essence stones. Master Jue, I too desire a divine concealment breakthrough pill. Master Jue, the scene outside was bustling with activity. The atmosphere around Yuna Tower grew even more animated. Many who sought to cut in line were promptly expelled by the formidable individuals already in queue. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, over 100 people had procured the divine concealment breakthrough pill from Jue Tiantong. Chapter 13. The Old Man's Unyielding Connection. 9 sons beneath his knees, all supreme emperors. Suddenly, as countless individuals awaited eagerly to procure the coveted divine concealment-breaking pill from Master Jue, a thunderous noise reverberated through the air. A colossal figure, resembling a mountain and adorned with ample flesh, appeared without warning before the Yuna Tower. The overwhelming force of his presence caused a cacophony of screams as countless bystanders were sent sprawling in all directions, many of them grievously injured and bleeding profusely. This unexpected arrival, a rotund giant, was accompanied by an equally corpulent, formidable avatar that loomed behind him. Notably, 9 distinctive marks of the avatar adorned its forehead, signifying a being of the 9th heaven in the realm of avatars. The abrupt emergence of this powerhouse inflicted severe injuries upon many, and even Jue Tiantong, who was perched by the window on the second floor of Yuna Tower, was taken aback by the man's sudden appearance. Goodness, a 9th heaven avatar, a formidable entity he could not contend with, had just materialized. Presently, Jue Tiantong was merely at the 6th heaven of the divine concealment realm. Even with the strength to bridge a significant gap in realms, he could only hope to engage with a 7th heaven avatar at best. Thus, facing a 9th heaven avatar was beyond his capabilities. Was this portly figure here to seize the divine concealment-breaking pill, or merely to cause chaos? Chun, the proprietor of Yunhe Tower, Shouyuan, an individual of seemingly ordinary demeanor, yet possessing the strength of a 4th heaven avatar, also emerged outside the tower. Observing the sudden arrival of the rotund figure, Shouyuan's expression grew grave. Chun, you are a powerful figure from the Alchemist Association of Yin City. Are you truly attempting to brazenly undermine the regulations of this city? Regulations? Ha ha ha. Who in Yun City dares to lecture the Alchemist Association on rules? Before Chun could respond, several formidable beings approached from behind him, led by the esteemed Master Zhang Kuei and Master Chun Fan of the Alchemist Association. They were the only 2 supreme alchemists in Yun City, revered and held in high esteem. As Zhang Kuei spoke, Shouyuan's countenance grew even more somber. However, it was not Zhang Kuei and Chun Fan that truly unsettled him, but rather the 3 individuals trailing behind them, Chun Shi, Chun Ba, and Chun Jiao. These 3 were powerhouses of the pinnacle realm, with Chun Shi at the 3rd heaven, Chun Jiao at the 4th heaven, and Chun Ba at the 6th heaven. They constituted the mightiest guardians of the Alchemist Association in Yun City. This situation was dire. Their formidable approach was undoubtedly due to Master Jue. All irrelevant individuals. Leave at once. Zhang Kuei cast a disdainful glance around. In 3 breaths. If anyone remains here, they shall face death. Upon hearing these words, many formidable beings in Cloud City were thrown into a state of panic and fled in disarray. Yet, a strong practitioner of the 9th heaven of the divine concealment realm, who had only arrived in Cloud City the previous day, clenched his teeth and thought, "We all came here, seeking Master Jue, to purchase the divine concealment-breaking pill. By what right do you command us to leave?" Zhang Kuei turned his gaze towards the individual, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, without warning, Chun Chi struck, severing the man's head with a swift motion. In that instant, those who had hesitated to depart scattered like birds and beasts. The might of the Alchemist Guild was beyond their capacity to provoke, even in the face of the temptation of the divine concealment-breaking pill. They understood that their lives were of utmost importance. Confronted with the formidable power of the Alchemist Guild, Shouyuan, the proprietor of Cloud Crane Tower, sighed and, with a hint of regret, clasped his fist towards Master Jue, saying, "Master Jue, I beg your pardon, but I cannot intervene." In truth, the forces behind Cloud Crane Tower were not insubstantial. However, Shouyuan, aware of the Alchemist Guild's strength, did not wish to clash with such a powerful entity over a mere exceptional alchemist. After all, it was not worth the risk. As countless individuals dispersed, outside Cloud Crane Tower on North Street, a contingent swiftly approached. It was a team from the City Lord's Mansion, the official authority of Cloud City, also drawn by the allure of the divine concealment-breaking pill. However, when they were but 100 feet from Cloud Crane Tower, the team halted in terror and ceased their advance. Even the City Lord's Mansion could not afford to provoke the Alchemist Guild. Thus, outside Cloud Crane Tower, only the members of the Alchemist Guild remained. Looking up at the 2nd floor of Cloud Crane Tower, Zhang Kuei pretended to be courteous and bowed slightly to Jue Tiantong, saying, "I am Zhang Kuei of the Alchemist Guild. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" Yet, Jue Tiantong was unimpressed, replying curtly, "Spare me the pleasantries. State your purpose." Zhang Kuei's expression darkened at this dismissive attitude. "Very well, since you insist on being direct, I shall not beat around the bush." He extended 3 fingers. "First, you shall generously provide the divine concealment-breaking pill you have concocted, along with the method of its creation, to the Cloud City Alchemist Guild free of charge. Second, you are to join the Cloud City Alchemist Guild and henceforth obey my commands. Third, after joining the guild, you must concoct 2 batches of premium pills daily for the Cloud City Alchemist Guild." After stating his 3 demands, Zhang Kuei clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze burning intensely upon Jue Tiantong. "Should you fail to comply with even one of these conditions, your life shall be forfeit." "Ha ha ha! Oh, how naive! How utterly ludicrous! My heavens, where did this fool come from to bring me such amusement?" Despite the grave atmosphere, upon hearing Zhang Kuei's words, Jue Tiantong burst into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing clearly even 10 miles away. This only deepened Zhang Kuei's scowl. Beside him, Chun Fan's expression also turned grim. "Friend, do not invite disaster upon yourself. In this Cloud City, no one can rival the power of the Alchemist Guild." Chun Fan, believing himself to possess profound understanding, remarked, "As a master alchemist, my esteemed friend, there must surely be formidable guardians watching over you from the shadows. However, the strength of those guardians could not possibly reach the realm of ascendancy, for you are merely..." Before Chun Fan could complete his statement, Jue Tiantong waved his hand dismissively. "Enough with the baseless conjectures. Allow me to clarify. My cultivation is at the 6th level of the divine concealment realm, and I am accompanied by no powerful allies. However, I must firmly decline your request today. Furthermore, your provocations shall undoubtedly summon great calamities upon you." He straightened his posture and proclaimed, "I am Jue Tiantong, and all 9 of my sons are mighty emperors. The Alchemist Guild of Cloud City dares to provoke me today. Do you not fear that my emperor-level progeny will obliterate you?" In that moment, Zhang Kuei, Chun Fan, and Chun Chi and Chun Ba were all struck dumb in astonishment. "All 9 sons are emperors?" Zhang Kuei erupted in laughter. "So you are but a madman. If you truly had 9 sons of imperial stature, Would you behave so insignificantly in this modest cloud city? Shinjo also laughed heartily. The father of 9 emperor-level warriors is reduced to a mere insect with merely 6th-level divine concealment cultivation. Chun Fan, too, mocked. I initially thought you had powerful guardians, but it seems I was mistaken. You are merely a rambling lunatic. Chapter 14. Your father will summon you again. Laugh now, but soon there will be no laughter left. Observing the alchemists of the guild ridicule him mercilessly, Jue Tiantong has already delved into the information within the internal vision system. The last time he called upon his 6th son, Jue Wushuang. This time, he shall behold the splendor of his youngest son, Jue Wuji. Not Sons of Juewudao. Your father is in peril. Come swiftly. At that moment, as Jue Tiantong's words echoed in the Xianyang continent, within the eastern wilderness of the Wuji Immortal Sect, a young and formidable figure, clad in flowing white robes, with a demeanor as graceful as a jade tree, and silver hair cascading down his shoulders, suddenly opened his eyes. Astonished. Is my father in danger? Am I merely dreaming of him? No, it cannot be. Jue Wuchang's gaze shifted towards a specific direction, and with a focused mind, he locked onto a city in that vicinity. There, a matter of great concern was unfolding, stirring a sense of urgency within him. South Wilderness. Is that not the domain of my 6th brother? What could have transpired? Without a moment to ponder further, Jue Wuchang tore through the void and sped forth. Though his father had passed away 100,000 years ago, the anxiety that gripped him was palpably real. Moreover, since it was the territory of his brother Jue Wushang, he felt compelled to investigate. In Yun City, the laughter of Zhang Kuei and his companions abruptly ceased upon hearing Jue Tiantong's call. Not Sons of Juewudao? Is he referring to Jue Wuchang, the Emperor of Wuchang? At that moment, an involuntary unease took root within Zhang Kuei and the others. Their disquiet stemmed from the very name, Jue Wuchang. In present-day Xianyang continent, countless powerful beings were well aware of the Jue family, known for their 9 emperors who dominated the entire realm. Thus, the name Jue Tiantong, the one who had concocted the legendary Shinzong breaking realm pill, sent a wave of terror through them. This man, bearing the surname Jue, named Tiantong, could it be that he belonged to the illustrious family of 9 emperors? Buzz. At that moment, a resonating sound echoed from the heavens. The sky above Yin City was suddenly rent asunder by an immense rift. Heaven above, what has transpired? To the knowledge of countless onlookers, only those who have attained the saint realm possess the power to tear through space in such a manner. Hence, was a saint-level powerhouse about to descend upon Yin City? As the colossal spatial rift manifested, a strikingly handsome youth emerged from within, exuding an ethereal grace, with sharp brows and starry eyes, clad in flowing white robes, as if he were a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. The moment he appeared, a terrifying imperial consciousness enveloped the entirety of Yun City. In an instant, all beings within the city, from humble passers-by to the lofty figures of the Dharma manifestation and ascendant realms, found themselves compelled to kneel and prostrate as he materialized. Such a phenomenon could only arise from the presence of an emperor, causing the entire city to bow in reverence. At this moment within Yin City, only Juetian Tong remained unaffected by the overwhelming aura of the emperor. What a remarkable young man! On the 2nd floor of Yuna Tower, by the eastern window, Juetian Tong could not help but marvel at the youth who tore through the fabric of space. This brat, Jue Wuchang, truly embodies his lineage, appearing even more dashing than he did in his youth. Clad in white garments, he exuded an ethereal grace that aptly suited his name, Wuchang, which means without dust. High above Yin City, Jue Wuchang beheld the only person within the city who remained impervious to his imperial presence, Juetian Tong. How curious that a mere individual at the divine concealment realm would remain unaffected by the might of this emperor. Observing Juetian Tong's unwavering gaze, Jue Wuchang felt a wave of astonishment. How could this person maintain such a direct stare at the emperor? Who exactly is he? My son Wuchang, after 100,000 years, I have finally laid my eyes upon you once more. Jue Tiantong's sudden proclamation jolted Jue Wuchang's spirit. 100,000 years? Father? Could this truly be his deceased father from 100 millennia past? Am I merely dreaming? Could it be that the dream his sixth brother spoke of, where their father resurrected, was indeed a reality? You are. At that moment, Jue Wuchang found himself engulfed in uncertainty, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. My son Wuchang, I am your father, Jue Tiantong. Juetian Tong stepped forward, traversing the air to stand before Jue Wuchang, gently placing a hand upon his shoulder. Wuchang, when you were born, I had barely a month left to live before my life essence waned. But now, I have returned, and at last I see you. You are remarkably handsome, just as I was in my youth. Alas, my former talents. Ah, let us not dwell on the past. How strikingly real this all feels. The warmth emanating from his presence is unmistakable. Therefore, this is no dream. It is far from a mere illusion. Father, is it true that you have genuinely returned? Jue Wuchang had heard tales of his father's struggles, of his lackluster talent that could not break through the barriers of the body refinement realm even after decades of labor. Furthermore, he had departed this world shortly after Jue Wuchang's birth. Yet all these years, despite the combined efforts of his 9 brothers wielding the means of an emperor, they could not locate their father's grave. Such a mystery. Could it be that their inability to find their father's resting place stems from the fact that he never truly perished, but rather he was destined to return? At this moment, Jue Wuchang felt a whirlwind of emotions, as if reality itself had become distorted. Father, did you truly call out for help just now? Juetian Tong nodded, then pointed toward the alchemists kneeling before Yuna Tower. Indeed, those individuals sought not only to seize the elixirs I crafted, but also to extinguish my life. Upon hearing this, Jue Wuchang narrowed his eyes slightly. They possess quite the audacity. Even my father's audacity to provoke me signifies that the existence of the alchemist guild within this city is rendered unnecessary. As the words fell, the towering alchemist guild, 100 feet high, was reduced to mere dust, leaving behind a vast expanse of emptiness. In front of the Yunhe Tower, Zhang Kuei and the others, who were kneeling, had no time to plead for mercy before they were obliterated into clouds of blood mist. The emperor, with a single thought, determined their fates. How astonishing! Such power! Jue Tiantong swallowed hard, yearning for the capabilities that come with the emperor's realm. Yet, this day will inevitably arrive. Father, would you accompany me to the eastern wilderness? With a thought, the alchemist guild of Yun City erased. Jue Wuchang gazed at Jue Tiantong with anticipation. Now, at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, he believed that with his cultivation and abilities, while he could not transform his father into an emperor, he could certainly help him evolve into a saint within a century. Moreover, his brothers would surely wish to see their father as well. However, Jue Tiantong waved his hand dismissively. No, I have my own matters to attend to. It won't be long before I summon you again. So, return for now. Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, Jue Wuchang was momentarily stunned. A summons? Could this truly be a dream? Yet it felt so vividly real. Chapter 15, Upgrade. Eastern Wilderness. Wujian Sect. The expression of Jue Wuchang was tinged with perplexity, his heart brimming with suspicion. Upon returning to the Wujian Sect, he sought to ascertain whether the events that had just transpired were but a figment of his imagination. Once more, Jue Wuchang directed his divine consciousness towards the city of Yun in the southern wilderness. To his astonishment, the alchemist guild within that city had indeed vanished. This confirmation solidified his belief that what had occurred was not a mere dream, but rather an undeniable reality. He had personally obliterated the alchemist guild within that city. However, a shocking revelation struck him. There was no trace of his father, Jue Tiantong, to be found within the city. In fact, there was no sign of him anywhere in the southern wilderness. This realization sent a chill down Jue Wuchang's spine. If it were a dream, the alchemist guild in Yun City could not have simply disappeared. Yet, if it were not a dream, how could his father, Jue Tiantong, be missing? Southern wilderness, Ziyun region, Yun City. Prodigal indeed. After Jue Wuchang's departure, Jue Tiantong found himself engulfed in profound sorrow. The alchemist guild was a bastion of wealth. But now, with the guild reduced to mere dust, countless riches and resources had also dissipated into nothingness. How could that wretched boy, Jue Wuchang, not have salvaged the resources and treasures of the Alchemist Guild before its destruction? The pain, the mere thought of having brushed past such astonishing wealth filled Jue Tiantong with heartache. How many pills would he need to concoct to recover the wealth and resources of the entire Alchemist Guild of Yun City? Simultaneously, within the entirety of Yun City, as the presence of the Wujian Emperor receded, the inhabitants resembled those emerging from a pond, trembling with fear. They were enveloped by an indescribable dread. The Wujian Emperor had descended upon their humble Yun City. Moreover, the illustrious Master Jue, who had concocted the divine concealment-breaking pill, was none other than the father of the Wujian Emperor. Many suddenly recalled a statement made by Master Jue. I, Jue Tiantong, have 9 sons, all of whom are formidable emperors. It was then revealed that Master Jue had spoken no falsehood. The Wujian Emperor was indeed one of the 9 sovereign emperors of the Jue clan on the Xinjiang continent. Thus, like the Wujian Emperor, the other 8 equally formidable Jue clan warriors were also progeny of Master Jue Tiantong. This astonishing truth left the people of Yun City in a state of disbelief. The father of the 9 sovereign emperors of the Jue clan had graced their modest city with his presence. Such an occurrence, such a scenario, seemed utterly implausible. It was undeniably real. Dismayed by the disturbance, Jue Tiantong no longer wished to continue selling pills. At the very least, he did not wish to engage personally. That shopkeeper, upon hearing Jue Tiantong's voice, Shouyuan, the proprietor of Yuna Tower, trembled as he approached him. Jue, Master Jue, you command. Regret. In that moment, Shouyuan was overwhelmed with remorse. Earlier, had he not been so preoccupied, perhaps his current standing in the eyes of Jue Tiantong would have been markedly different. Alas, one misstep has cost him a tremendous opportunity. There is no need for concern. Jue Tiantong casually tossed the Qinquan bag to Shouyuan, the manager of Yuna Tower, instructing him to sell the remaining divine concealment-breaking realm pills and return the proceeds. Remember, this batch of divine concealment-breaking realm pills is priced at 80,000 low-grade essence stones each. Having said this, Jue Tiantong turned his back and returned to his room on the 3rd floor of Yuna Tower. Ding! The host has been rescued by the 9th son, Jue Wushuang, triggering the system's 8-star reward. Reward: cultivation at the 12th heaven of the Law Manifestation Realm. Wushuang Tongming Heart Sutra upgraded to an Emperor-level low-grade technique. Wushuang Mingyan Alchemy Divine Art upgraded to an extraordinary level alchemy skill, and the low-grade martial skill, Shao Wushuang Shou, upgraded to the supreme martial skill, De Wushuang Shou. Within the confines of his room, as the system's notifications emerged, Jue Tiantong's mood transformed into one of sheer delight. To be rescued by his own son was an astonishing turn of events, resulting in rewards that were nothing short of remarkable. Although it was merely an 8-star reward, Jue Tiantong was overwhelmed with joy. His techniques had been upgraded to Emperor-level low-grade, and his alchemy skills had ascended to extraordinary level. Even his previously practiced low-grade martial skill, Shao Wushuang Shou, had evolved into the exquisite martial skill, De Wushuang Shou. Most importantly, his cultivation had soared to the 12th heaven of the Law Manifestation Realm, just one step away from reaching the pinnacle of the realm. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. System, claim the rewards. Ding. Rewards successfully distributed. As the system rewards were granted, a torrent of formidable cultivation surged into Jue Tiantong's body. 7th heaven of the Divine Concealment Realm. 8th heaven of the Divine Concealment Realm. 9th heaven of the Divine Concealment Realm. Each of his treasure meridians within him erupted uncontrollably, one after another, being unblocked. In an instant, all 108 treasure caverns in his body were rendered unobstructed. His cultivation aura intensified rapidly. Outside Yuna Tower, some individuals sensed that within its walls, a formidable beast was stirring. At a certain moment, the shackles of the 12th heaven of the Divine Concealment Realm were forcefully shattered, and a powerful law manifestation materialized behind Jue Tiantong. This ethereal figure bore a striking resemblance to Jue Tiantong himself. As the law manifestation's brow furrowed, the marks of manifestation proliferated in rapid succession. 1st heaven of the Law Manifestation Realm. 2nd heaven of the Law Manifestation Realm. 9th heaven of the Law Manifestation Realm. 11th Heaven of the Law Manifestation Realm. 12th Heaven of the Law Manifestation Realm. A mere incense sticks burn later, Jue Tiantong opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 12th Heaven of the Law Manifestation Realm, just one step away from entering the realm of inquiry. Such extraordinary growth left Jue Tiantong in a state of disbelief. He had only just regained consciousness a few days prior, yet he had already ascended to the peak of the Law Manifestation Realm. Indeed, possessing a talisman makes a remarkable difference. Although the activation of this particular talisman requires intervention from his future descendants to trigger its rewards, each reward he receives is met with immense satisfaction. This time, his cultivation has ascended to the 12th level of the Dharma realm, significantly amplifying his strength manifold. Furthermore, with the upgrade of his techniques, his abilities in various domains, be it cultivation, comprehension, or alchemy, have seen substantial enhancement. With the advancement of his alchemical skills, he now needs only a few attempts to concoct extraordinary great elixirs. A top-tier advanced boundary-breaking pill could fetch him 80 to 100,000 low-grade elemental stones. If he were to refine the formula further to create an extraordinary grade Dharma boundary-breaking pill, could it not enable those peak Dharma realm experts to step into the realm of ascendancy with ease? Such thoughts invigorated him, and the prospect of success promised immense wealth. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. However, transforming the boundary-breaking pill into a Dharma boundary-breaking pill seemed to be a substantial undertaking. Nevertheless, he had ample time at his disposal. With repeated attempts, success was surely within reach. Moreover, should he succeed in modifying the boundary-breaking pill into a Dharma boundary-breaking pill, he could eventually elevate it to an ascendant boundary-breaking pill or even a heavenly monarch boundary-breaking pill. Truly, in an era where arduous cultivation for elevation is unnecessary, this path leads to boundless riches. Chapter 16. Modifying the pill formulation. Action. It is imperative that he makes every effort on this path. For once success is achieved, the rewards will be abundant. From this day forth, he shall endeavor to transform the divine repository breaking pill into the law manifestation breaking pill. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a voice resounded from outside. Master Jue, this is Shouyuan. May I enter? With a mere wave of his hand, Jue Tiantong opened the door to the chamber. Standing outside was none other than Shouyuan, the proprietor of the Cloud Crane Tower. Is there something you need? Jue Tiantong inquired casually. However, Shouyuan outside the door appeared utterly astounded, as if struck by lightning. The manifestation of the law behind Jue Tiantong had not yet dissipated, revealing the profound sight of the law manifestation realm. Law, the 12th level of the law manifestation realm. Master Jue, Shouyuan's inner shock was beyond description. As a practitioner of the 4th level of the law manifestation realm, he was acutely aware that Jue Tiantong's prior cultivation was merely at the 6th level of the divine repository realm. Yet now, how had he ascended to the 12th level of the law manifestation realm? Was the formidable aura emanating from the Cloud Crane Tower indicative of Master Jue's breakthrough in cultivation? There is no need for astonishment. All that has transpired within me is a natural occurrence, Jue Tiantong remarked with nonchalance. One moment, he was a mere 6th level of the divine repository realm, and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a peak powerhouse of the law manifestation realm. How could this be natural? Shouyuan swallowed hard and promptly presented a black golden spatial ring. Master Jue, the 230 divine repository breaking pills have all been sold at a price of 80,000 low-grade spirit stones per pill. The total amounts to 18,400,000 low-grade spirit stones. As for this spatial ring, it is a gift from Cloud Crane Tower to you, Master Jue. To his astonishment, Jue Tiantong realized it was a top-tier spiritual artifact. The treasures and weapons used by the powerful in the Xianyang continent are categorized into spiritual artifacts and imperial artifacts, which are further divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-tier. Typically, only those beneath the sage level utilize spiritual artifacts, while only sages possess the mightier imperial artifacts. Although the value of a top-tier spiritual artifact pales in comparison to that of a low-grade imperial artifact, it remains immensely valuable in its own right. It is rare for ordinary powerhouses, let alone many kings, to possess a top-tier spiritual artifact. Among the myriad of top-tier spiritual artifacts, the spatial ring now in Jue Tiantong's possession is particularly precious, as it boasts a vast internal space and remarkable utility. He had not anticipated that Cloud Crane Tower would bestow upon him such a rare and exquisite spatial ring. At last he could dispose of those inexpensive Chinquan bags. This gift I shall graciously accept. Upon adorning the celestial ring upon his finger, the size adjusted seamlessly, proving to be a remarkable treasure. Observing that Juetian Tong was quite fond of this gift, Shouyuan exhaled a sigh of relief. The presence of such a prominent figure within their Yuna tower posed a significant risk. Should he be displeased, it could spell disastrous consequences for them. Master Yuet. Juetian. Shouyuan inquired cautiously. The demand for your divine, concealment-breaking elixirs has surged tremendously. Those outside have asked me to inquire if you might be able to refine a few more. He hastily added, the city lord of Yun City, Xiongwei, has expressed his willingness to purchase any additional elixirs you might produce at a price 20% higher than your asking rate. Moreover, many have stated that they would buy them at a price of 120,000 low-grade spirit stones, should you choose to refine more. Upon hearing Shouyuan's words, Juetian Tong stroked his chin thoughtfully. The demand for the divine concealment-breaking elixirs in Yun City appeared to be quite substantial. Selling each elixir for 120,000 low-grade spirit stones would indeed yield significant profits. However, his primary intention was to modify the elixir into the law manifestation-breaking elixir. Thus, he was cautious not to deplete his medicinal resources excessively. It was essential to reap the necessary rewards while paving the way for his ambitions. Then, Jue Tiantong turned to Shouyuan and inquired, tell me, how many peak law manifestation realm experts reside within Yun City? Peak law manifestation realm? Shouyuan pondered briefly before responding. As far as I understand, there were originally over a dozen such experts in Yun City. However, following the destruction of the Alchemist Guild, only 7 or 8 remain. Among them, 2 are elders of our unit tower. Only 7 or 8 left. It appears Yun City is rather small. In that case, he resolved to refine additional divine concealment-breaking elixirs while modifying the law manifestation-breaking elixir. He declared, in 10 days, I shall once again sell divine concealment-breaking elixirs. The quantity will be 300. Each elixir will be priced at 120,000 low-grade spirit stones, with a limit of 1 per person. As for the city lord's schemes, Jue Tiantong had no intention of heeding them. To purchase his elixirs at a 20% markup? Did they think him Navi? Were it not for his desire to ignore the lesser beings, he could have easily obliterated the city lord's estate by now. Despite being merely at the 12th level of the law manifestation realm, the city lord's forces were hardly a threat to him. Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's proclamation, Shouyuan exited the room, his heart racing with excitement. Shortly after, the news of Master Juetian's upcoming sale of divine concealment-breaking elixirs spread like a bird taking flight. Swift and uncontainable. However, 300 God-suppressing breaking-through pills are truly insufficient. Many speculate that Master Jue's stock of materials for crafting these pills may be dwindling. Consequently, some individuals have volunteered to search for the necessary ingredients across various trading venues in Yun City. Before sunset that day, Jue Tiantong received over 3,000 herbs essential for the creation of the God-suppressing breaking-through pills. This acquisition granted him a greater supply of materials to experiment with the formulation of the law manifestation breaking-through pills. In the blink of an eye, within just 3 days, Jue Tiantong successfully concocted the 300 God-suppressing breaking-through pills intended for sale in the coming days. He did not rest. Immersing himself entirely in the refinement of the God-suppressing breaking-through pills. Although they are all breaking-through pills, they cater to different cultivation realms. Jue Tiantong pondered whether incorporating certain herbs required for the law manifestation realm might allow him to produce the law manifestation breaking-through pills. The moment this thought struck him, A spark of enlightenment illuminated his mind. Yes, this is undoubtedly feasible. Without hesitation, he proceeded to the next batch. He cast all the herbs needed for the god-suppressing, breaking through pills into the alchemical furnace. Then randomly selected 6 or 7 types of herbs suitable for practitioners of the law manifestation realm to add to the mixture. Black flames erupted, releasing the fragrant aroma of the herbs. As time passed, Jue Tiantong increasingly felt that success was within reach. However, mere moments into the refining process, a tremendous explosion resonated within the room. Chapter 17 in Cloud City. One must adhere to the rules. Offending Master Jue is absolutely inadvisable. Suddenly, a resounding crash startled many patrons within the unit tower that day. The commotion emanated from the 3rd floor, specifically from Master Jue's chamber, and no one dared to approach. As for the cause, it was evident. Master Jue's alchemical endeavors had gone awry, resulting in an explosion of his furnace. Consequently, many who appeared to frequent the unit tower for leisure were in fact anxiously awaiting the imminent sale of the Shinzong breakthrough pill, now worried that Master Jue's mishap could jeopardize their hopes. Cough, cough, cough. Inside the room, Jue Tiantong was seized by a violent fit of coughing. His face smeared with dark remnants of failed concoctions, his hair disheveled, and black smoke billowing from his mouth. How could this happen? He was taken aback. How could a furnace have exploded? The logic should dictate perseverance in the face of adversity. Fueled by determination, Jue Tiantong resolved to produce the breakthrough pill. The explosion must have resulted from the improper selection of herbs. Thus, he would replace them with different ingredients and continue his alchemical process. Despite the explosion, the 9 Dragons pill furnace he employed was a top-tier reward from the system, renowned for its exceptional quality. Even if it exploded 100 times, the furnace would remain unscathed. Boom, boom, boom. In the following days, the 3rd floor of Yunhe Tower echoed with explosive sounds every few hours, each occurring unpredictably, regardless of night or day. Each explosion sent shockwaves of alarm through the nearby residents, while those staying in the Yunhe Tower were particularly tormented. Each detonation felt like a jolt to their nerves. The day before the pill sale, he removed the Zihu flower, Qixing grass, and Wuling fruit, substituting them with blood marrow mushroom, royal spirit fruit, and silverhorn flower. This time, surely, there would be no missteps. Despite countless failures, Jue Tiantong remained undeterred. After replacing several herbs, he once more immersed himself in the alchemical process. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. It worked. It worked. At long last, I have succeeded. Ha 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 ha. As dusk approached, an exuberant cheer resonated throughout Yunhe Tower. An incredibly rich fragrance of elixirs wafted from the 3rd floor. What is this aroma? It is even more potent than that of the Shinzong breakthrough pill. No, this scent seems to transcend the essence of ordinary elixirs. Thus, could it be that Master Jue has crafted an extraordinary grade pill? It is quite possible, indeed very likely, if it were merely a common elixir. Master Jue would not exhibit such elation. Yes, his excitement surely indicates that he has successfully concocted a new elixir, one of extraordinary quality. Thus, it is said that tomorrow, Master Jue will have extraordinary grade elixirs available for sale. Following the resounding laughter of Jue Tiantong, messages began to echo from the Yunhe building. This revelation was nothing short of sensational. The prospect of acquiring extraordinary grade elixirs from Master Jue delighted those who had been disheartened by the limited sale of 300 divine concealment breakthrough pills. Even if they could not obtain the coveted pills, they were determined to seize an extraordinary grade elixir if the opportunity arose. The specific type of elixir was irrelevant. As long as it was extraordinary, it sufficed. Within the confines of Yunhe building, as Jue Tiantong held a round, delicately purple-red elixir enveloped in a faint mist, his heart brimmed with joy. He had succeeded. After modifying the formula for the divine concealment breakthrough pill, he had finally crafted a new elixir, an extraordinary low-tier one at that. However, gazing at the elixir in his hand, Jue Tiantong's brow soon furrowed once more. Its smooth surface, enticing aroma, and the crimson hue marked with intricate patterns confirmed it was indeed an extraordinary low-tier elixir. Yet, he remained uncertain if it was the law manifestation breakthrough pill. After all, he had no knowledge of its existence. As for the elixir's efficacy, he would soon find out by having someone test it the following day. There was still ample time, so he decided to concoct a few more extraordinary elixirs. Although every batch had previously exploded, Jue Tiantong's alchemical skills had reached the level of an extraordinary alchemist. Had he not been preoccupied with researching the law manifestation breakthrough pill, he would have already produced a plethora of extraordinary grade elixirs. Other elixirs had established formulas, allowing him to know which materials were required, thus ensuring no mistakes in their crafting. However, the law manifestation breakthrough pill was a product of his own experimental endeavors. While he had achieved success, he remained uncertain of its effects. Therefore, he resolved to create a few other extraordinary elixirs. Lingshu Pill, Blood Soul Pill, and Youthful Countenance Pill. Though they utilized the same materials, with his current level as an extraordinary alchemist, he should have no trouble crafting these into extraordinary grade elixirs. Having chosen the elixirs to refine, Jue Tiantong once again commenced his alchemical work. In the blink of an eye, the night passed swiftly. The following morning, Jue Tiantong entrusted the already completed 300 divine concealment breakthrough pills to Shouyuan for sale, priced at 120,000 low-grade spirit stones each. And with only 300 available, the fervor surrounding the divine concealment breakthrough pills was astonishing. Within less than half an hour of opening sales, all 300 pills had vanished without a trace. Where had the Alchemist Guild gone? Simultaneously, as the crowd clamored to purchase the divine concealment breakthrough pills at Una Building, an elderly man with gray hair and beard, a beautiful young woman clad in a green dress, and a middle-aged man exuding an unspoken authority appeared within Yin City. As they passed by the Alchemist Guild in Cloud City, the three were momentarily taken aback. Just half a month ago, the guild had still been present. Yet now, in such a brief span of time, how could the Alchemist Guild of Cloud City have vanished entirely? Gazing at the vast, empty space before them, Gu Qingxue and Zhang Qingxue found it hard to comprehend. It was astonishingly clean, devoid of any trace of the Alchemist Guild. Upon hearing their bewilderment, a kindly old man passing by offered a word of caution. You must be newcomers to Cloud City. Allow me to advise you here. One must adhere to the rules and never offend the esteemed Master Jue. Master Jue? Gu Qingxue furrowed her brow. When had a Master Jue come to Cloud City? The old man gestured towards the vacant lot ahead. This place was once renowned as the Alchemist Guild, but now it has been erased entirely because the members of the guild offended Master Jue. The entire Alchemist Guild of Cloud City has been obliterated by the descent of the Wuji Emperor. Thus, I implore you, never cross Master Jue. For Master Jue's 9 sons are all emperors, and the Wuji Emperor is one of them. After imparting this warning, the old man hurried off towards the Cloud Crane Tower, lamenting, alas, why do I trouble myself? At this rate, I shall miss out on the elixirs crafted by Master Jue. Watching the old man's receding figure, Gu Qingxue and her companions stood in stunned silence. Chapter 18. The Fate of 600,000 Inferior Yuan Stones. Is it true that Master Jue has 9 sons, all of whom are great emperors, and is Emperor Wuchen one of them? Did the Alchemist Guild of Yunqing vanish due to offending this Master Jue? Gu Qingxue swallowed hard, gazing somewhat dazedly at Zhang Qingxue. Uncle Xue, do you believe this? Zhang Qingxue looked at the now-vanished Alchemist Guild of Yunqing. Yet, the Alchemist Guild is indeed nowhere to be found. As the group stood in stunned silence, many hurried past them, appearing quite anxious. Qingxue and Elder Zhang. Gu Tingfeng pondered. You visited Yunqing just half a month ago. So, is there really a Master Jue in this city? Master Jue? Gu Qingxue shook her head, then seemed to recall something. Could it be Uncle Xue that the master they refer to is the one who sold us the exquisite high-grade Tianyuan pill? The thought of that individual surprised Zhang Qingxue as well. Indeed, although we transacted with that master, we were unaware of his origins. Observing the crowd ahead, Uncle Xue became somewhat anxious. Miss Patriarch, we came to Yunqing today, hoping to chance upon that master again. However, it appears that the master we encountered is likely the Master Jue spoken of by the people of Yunqing. We should hasten to discover the specifics of this matter. Outside Unit Tower. Is it gone? The Shintong breakthrough pill refined by Master Jue has sold out? Alas, I have arrived too late once more. Despite my hurried efforts, I still missed the opportunity to purchase the Shintong breakthrough pill. Hearing the conversations around them, Gu Tingfeng and Zhang Qingshui, who had finally squeezed to the front of Unit Tower, were taken aback. The Shintong breakthrough pill? Isn't that the elixir that guarantees a peak Shintong realm practitioner can ascend to the law avatar realm upon consumption? So, the Shintong breakthrough pill truly exists? And so many are here for the chance to buy it from Master Jue? Friend, are you referring to the Shintong breakthrough pill? Uncle Shui asked excitedly of a nearby practitioner who was currently at the peak of the Shintong realm. If he could obtain a Shintong breakthrough pill, wouldn't he be able to break through to the law avatar realm? Yes, we are indeed speaking of the Shintong breakthrough pill, the individual side, somewhat helpless. Regrettably, Master Jue's Shintong breakthrough pills are in short supply. In less than half an hour today, all 300 pills refined by him have already been sold. Who knows when we will have another opportunity to purchase the Shintong breakthrough pill refined by Master Jue. At this moment, amidst the throng, a voice unexpectedly inquired, "Isn't it strange? I heard that Master Jue had perhaps concocted an extraordinary elixir yesterday, yet today there is no sign of the sale of such remarkable potions." This question seemed to shatter an invisible barrier. Indeed, yesterday Master Jue proclaimed his success, and the fragrant aroma wafting from the Yunhe Tower was far superior to that of exquisite elixirs, undoubtedly signaling the creation of an extraordinary potion. I bear witness. When Master Jue declared his success yesterday, I was indeed within the Unit Tower. Master Jue, if you have indeed crafted an extraordinary elixir, I implore you to sell one to me. Master Jue, I am willing to bid 200,000. No, 300,000. I offer 300,000 low-grade essence stones for one extraordinary elixir. I will bid 400,000. I will offer 500,000 low-grade essence stones for an extraordinary elixir. Within the Unit Tower, on the second floor, Jue Tiantong, who had already finished his breakfast, felt a spark of excitement. The moment had finally arrived. With a creak, amidst the calls of the crowd, the window on the eastern side of the second floor of Unit Tower finally opened. Standing before the crowd was none other than the illustrious Master Jue Tiantong. It was truly him. The sight of Master Jue Tiantong at the window left Gu Qingshui and Water Uncle momentarily stunned. The Master, who had become the talk of the town in Yunqing, was indeed the same one who had sold them a Tianyuan pill just half a month ago. However, both Gu Qingshui and Water Uncle felt a sense of unease. How could this Master, who had previously produced so many exquisite high-tier elixirs, still be unscathed? Was it truly the case that no one had troubled this Master over those tantalizing high-tier elixirs? This Master was, in fact, a peak practitioner of the Dharma aspect realm. Upon hearing Gu Tingfeng's words, both Gu Qingshui and Water Uncle were taken aback. What? Peak of the Dharma aspect realm? How could this be? They were filled with astonishment. Half a month prior, this Master had clearly been at the 6th stage of the divine concealment realm. At this moment, Gu Qingshui and Water Uncle were shocked to realize that they could no longer discern Master Jue's level of cultivation. Master Jue. At last, Master Jue had made his appearance. Master Jue, did you truly concoct an extraordinary elixir yesterday? Might you? With the emergence of Jue Tiantong, the excitement outside Unit Tower reached a fever pitch. Although it was no longer possible to procure the divine concealment breaking realm pill today, what if there was a chance to obtain an extraordinary elixir crafted by Master Jue? Observing the eager faces of the crowd, Jue Tiantong raised his hand, commanding silence. Good heavens, there are so many people. If he possessed an ample supply of elixirs, perhaps he could become the wealthiest individual in all of Yunqing. Looking at the fervent and yearning crowd, Jue Tiantong then stated, "The divine concealment breaking realm pill is indeed no longer available. Moreover, in recent days, I have indeed concocted several extraordinary elixirs. Just yesterday, I successfully created a new potion. Therefore, in light of the request from all of you, I have decided to offer these remarkable elixirs for sale today. As for the price, Is there truly an extraordinary elixir? At this moment, the crowd became even more agitated. Before my words could fully escape my lips, the excited voices erupted once more. 300,000, Master Jue. I shall offer 300,000 low-grade spirit stones for one extraordinary elixir. 400,000, Master Jue. I shall bid 400,000. 450,000, Master Jue. I possess ample spirit stones. Please sell me the extraordinary elixir in your possession. Witnessing the fervor of the crowd, I too felt a surge of excitement within. I am about to strike it rich. The demand for the elixirs I have crafted has reached unprecedented heights. Ahem, silence. I signaled for the crowd to quiet down. At present, I possess only 6 extraordinary elixirs. Therefore, these 6 elixirs shall be sold only to those deemed fated. As my words lingered in the air, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, adorned in resplendent attire and possessing the cultivation of the 6th level of the Dharma realm, stepped forth, presenting a Chinquan bag. Master Jue, I am fated to possess one of your extraordinary elixirs. Here are 600,000 low-grade spirit stones as proof of this fate. I was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Ah, splendid. Indeed, you are fated to acquire one of my extraordinary elixirs. With a casual wave of my hand, 5 low-tier extraordinary elixirs floated before me. 1 each of Beauty Elixir, Blood Soul Pill, Spirit Void Pill, Fusion Spirit Pill, and Heavenly Blossom Pill. Choose one for yourself. Blood Soul Pill. The elegantly dressed elder exclaimed with fervor. Master Jue, I desire this Blood Soul Pill. Chapter 19. The Pinnacle of the Law Manifestation Realm. The finest experimental subject. A powerful figure suddenly exclaimed, Heavens! It is indeed the Blood Soul Pill. It is said that the Blood Soul Pill possesses formidable effects, no matter the realm in which it is consumed. It enables the user to break through at least 2 minor realms. A man appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. A formidable practitioner at the 9th heaven of the Law Manifestation Realm. Deeply regretted not seizing the opportunity earlier. If only the extraordinary Blood Soul Pill were given to someone like me, I would undoubtedly break through to the 10th heaven of the Law Manifestation Realm. Among the crowd, a female cultivator of the Divine Concealment Realm gasped in astonishment. The youth-preserving pill? It is indeed an extraordinary low-grade youth-preserving pill. Another female cultivator, slightly more advanced in her cultivation, stepped forward in excitement. 800,000 low-grade yuan stones. Master Jue, please sell this youth-preserving pill to me. The soul-melding pill. I cannot believe Master Jue has refined an extraordinary soul-melding pill. A practitioner at the 5th heaven of the Law Manifestation Realm promptly offered 1 million low-grade yuan stones. Master Jue, please sell this soul-melding pill to me. From another direction, the Vice Lord of the Cloud City Lord's mansion, Lu Tai, trembled as he spoke. Master Jue. The Tianhua pill. I will offer 900,000 low-grade yuan stones for this Tianhua pill. Insanity. Witnessing the scene, Gu Tingfeng felt as though the crowd had lost their senses. But wait, was Tihi here for the pills as well? The extraordinary grade Lingshu pill far surpassed the effects of the pill he initially sought. Why was he merely spectating? Master Jue, that Lingshu pill. However, before Gu Tingfeng could finish his thought, another powerful figure drowned out his voice. 2 million low-grade yuan stones. Master Jue, please sell this Lingshu pill to me. Ha ha ha. These few pills are yours. Jue Tiantong directly accepted the offerings of the bags of holding and presented the pills to their respective owners. Indeed, the extraordinary pills could yield immense profits. Just 5 extraordinary pills had generated an income of 530,000 low-grade yuan stones. If he were to open a pill shop in Cloud City, wouldn't that be? However, this notion barely surfaced before Jue Tiantong dismissed it. His current pill refining was merely a temporary endeavor. The reason he had amassed such a vast sum of yuan stones was solely due to a peculiar notification that appeared in his system space. Total yuan stones, 89,400,000 low-grade yuan stones. This figure represented the total from his recent pill sales, minus the costs of gathering medicinal materials, plus the 200,000 medium-grade yuan stones received from the Shouyuan sect. The notification was displayed in red, but Jue Tiantong had no understanding of its implications. When he inquired of the system, the response merely indicated the triggering conditions. As for what it would trigger, Jue Tiantong was even more uncertain. Thus, he now aimed to accumulate sufficient yuan stones and discern how many would be required to activate this system reward. Therefore, once triggered, Jue Tiantong would certainly no longer be so eager to accumulate lower-grade yuan stones. After all, while yuan stones are a resource essential for the cultivation of most practitioners, they pale in comparison to the benefits derived from triggering system rewards. 89 million lower-grade yuan stones. If Jue Tiantong's calculations are correct, he only requires an additional 10,060,000 lower-grade yuan stones to activate a certain reward from the system. At that point, he could depart from this small Yun city, continue to provoke formidable warriors, and summon his imperial son for assistance to trigger the system's rewards. Yes, he was indeed just short of 10,060,000 lower-grade yuan stones. Thus, the next step is to concoct 100 divine concealment-breaking pills, allowing himself to acquire the requisite yuan stones to meet this triggering condition. One each of the youth-preserving pill, blood soul pill, spirit void pill, fusion spirit pill, and heavenly blossom pill. These are merely 5 extraordinary pills. As Jue Tiantong pondered, someone suddenly inquired, "Master Jue, did you not mention earlier that you possessed a total of 6 extraordinary pills? Yet, you have only displayed 5. Indeed, Master Jue had only revealed 5 extraordinary pills. Thus, Master Jue, are you intending to keep one for yourself rather than sell it?" Jue Tiantong cleared his throat and produced a pill. To speak candidly, this is an extraordinary pill I newly formulated yesterday. It is a low-tier extraordinary pill, but its effects remain unknown to me. Therefore, I do not intend to sell this particular pill. Conversely, if someone is willing to test its efficacy, I shall gladly concoct for them a pill of their choosing, free of charge. Jue Tiantong extended his hand, allowing everyone to behold the pill he held. So, does anyone wish to assist me in testing this pill's effects? It was round and smooth, a deep crimson hue enveloped in a subtle violet mist. The alluring aroma made one instinctively swallow, as if it possessed some mysterious power. At that moment, the pill in Jue Tiantong's hand indeed sparked desire. However, no one dared to risk trying a newly formulated pill with uncertain effects. Someone asked, "Master Jue, could this pill be poisonous?" Jue Tiantong replied candidly, "It may be, or it may not. It's essentially a 50-50 chance. So, would you be willing to test it for me?" The individual's expression shifted, stepping back several paces. "Master Jue, I have elders above me and juniors below. Get lost." Jue Tiantong disdainfully shot a glance at the person, who isn't afraid of death. If someone is willing to test the pill, perhaps I might even enable them to break through to the Ascendant Realm. The idea of breaking through to the Ascendant Realm suddenly intrigued Jue Tiantong. After all, his pursuit over the years had been precisely to attain that level, but his cultivation had encountered significant obstacles. Had it not been for the fortuitous acquisition of a Tianyuan pill by Zhang Lao and his daughter Qingxue a fortnight ago, it is likely that he would have already met his demise. That very Tianyuan pill was obtained from the esteemed Master Jue before him. Therefore, the newly developed extraordinary elixir in Master Jue's possession may not necessarily be a poison. With a stroke of good fortune, it might indeed enable Jue Tiantong to transcend to the realm of inquiry. "Master Jue, I am willing to test the medicine for you." As the crowd deliberated on whether to proceed with the trial, Jue Tiantong had already taken a decisive step forward. "Father, head of family." Gu Qingxue and Shui Bo were taken aback, unable to fathom that Jue Tiantong would make such a bold decision. If it were poison, it could very well cost him his life. Youth possesses such daring. Master Jue Tiantong regarded Jue Tiantong with admiration, only to realize that the young man was a formidable practitioner at the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm. The pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm. What an ideal subject for experimentation. Furthermore, at that moment, Jue Tiantong also noted Gu Qingxue and Zhang Qingxue. Why, it is indeed those two individuals who, a fortnight ago, were the first to procure elixirs from him on the second floor of Unit Tower. What benevolent souls they are, bringing forth a powerful practitioner at the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm to assist in this trial. Chapter 20, Efficacy. Jue Tiantong levitated the elixir before Gu Tingfeng. Allow me to clarify, this elixir's effects are uncertain, and should any issues arise, I shall not be held accountable. However, he immediately presented a compelling proposition to solidify Gu Tingfeng's resolve. I have 9 sons, all of whom are emperors, and my 6th son is the founder of the godless Dao sect located in the southern wilderness. If this elixir should cause you any harm, while I will not take responsibility, I could consider allowing your offspring to join the godless Dao for training. Upon hearing this, both Gu Tingfeng and his son Gu Qingxue were taken aback. Master Jue, could it be true that you are the father of the godless emperor, Jue Wushuang? They recalled the elder they had previously encountered, and it dawned on them that his words had been genuine. At that moment, many surrounding individuals, realizing Jue Tiantong's esteemed identity, were filled with regret. They had squandered a monumental opportunity to have Master Jue test the elixir, even if they were to suffer dire consequences from this elixir. Having their children accepted under the tutelage of any of Master Jue's descendants would be an extraordinary fortune. Yet now, this opportunity had slipped through their fingers. Master Jue, I'm more than willing to test this elixir for you. Gu Tingfeng, invigorated, took a deep breath and swallowed the coveted elixir, which had previously instilled fear in others. In one swift motion, gulp, as the elixir descended, it melted in his throat. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Moments later, Gu Tingfeng felt a wave of heat enveloping him, his complexion transforming to a vibrant hue. A faint lavender aura began to emanate from him, and even his heart seemed to quicken its rhythm. Suddenly, something extraordinary occurred. Gu Tingfeng's eyes widened as he looked down, and then up again, his face flushed. Without hesitation, he dashed toward a certain street in Yun City. Onlookers were astonished to see Gu Tingfeng sprinting into a tall building. Soon thereafter, the air was filled with the startled cries of women from within. What is happening? Jue Tiantong watched Gu Tingfeng's fleeing figure, a look of perplexity crossing his face. How peculiar! He was supposed to test the elixir for me, yet he has scampered off to a brothel. What, indeed, was the true efficacy of the elixir he had newly formulated? Jue Tiantong was eager to discover, as were many others. The Red Sleeve Tower. Gu Qingxue halted before the towering edifice, her face flushed with embarrassment. Shuibao, why has my father gone to such a place? Shuibao, equally flustered, replied, Miss, it seems that the elixir may have caused some unforeseen issues. Before the Red Sleeve Tower, an increasing number of people gathered. Why did the test subjects suddenly rush into the Red Sleeve Tower? Could it be that the elixir has malfunctioned? Thus, the extraordinary elixir recently crafted by the esteemed master is, in essence, an aphrodisiac? An aphrodisiac of such remarkable caliber must surely bring forth tremendous tribulations. 1 hour later, boom! Within the confines of the Red Sleeve Tower, where countless onlookers awaited the outcome, a brilliant light surged skyward. An overwhelming aura of power erupted from within the tower. Gradually, a magnificent golden cauldron, formed from the essence of the heavens and earth, materialized high above the Red Sleeve Tower. A cauldron? This phenomenon signifies that a formidable individual has transcended to the realm of questioning the pinnacle. Has someone truly broken through to this exalted state within the Red Sleeve Tower? Who, pray tell, could it be that has achieved such a remarkable feat? Look, another golden cauldron's ethereal form has manifested. The Red Sleeve Tower, the most illustrious brothel in Cloud City. Although it primarily hosts courtesans, it is, after all, a place of fleeting passions, and its reputation is not pristine. Yet now, within this tower, someone has truly ascended to the realm of questioning the pinnacle. Moreover, they have directly advanced to the second layer of this realm. Could it be? Nearby, Jue Tiantong pondered a certain possibility, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Moments later, the celestial phenomenon above the Red Sleeve Tower dissipated, and a powerful figure transformed into a fleeting shadow as they departed the establishment. Their speed was such that no one could discern their identity. After a brief interval, a young woman, her complexion flushed, exited the Red Sleeve Tower with a bundle on her back. Witnesses noted that the woman left with her contract of servitude in tow. Furthermore, she seemingly possessed peak cultivation in the divine concealment realm, as if she had just recently achieved this level of prowess. Thus, it is concluded, Jue Tiantong observed the departing figure of the woman, a dawning understanding illuminating his mind, and he subsequently turned to return to the Cloud Crane Tower. Indeed, upon his return, Jue Tiantong encountered a familiar figure, Gu Tingfeng, the individual who had previously tested the elixir for him. Moreover, upon seeing Jue Tiantong again, Gu Tingfeng appeared exceedingly awkward, to say the least. The second layer of the questioning pinnacle. Observing Gu Tingfeng's current level of cultivation, Jue Tiantong was finally assured that the one who had just broken through within the Red Sleeve Tower was indeed Gu Tingfeng. Thus, the elixir he formulated had succeeded. Yet, it bore some peculiarities, differing from the usual effects of the breakthrough elixir. Master Jue, Gu Tingfeng began, but Jue Tiantong promptly pulled him aside to sit down. Quickly, enlighten me about the effects of that elixir. Upon hearing this, Gu Tingfeng's face flushed crimson, his demeanor becoming increasingly awkward. After a moment, Jue Tiantong stroked his beard. If that is the case, then omitting the imperial spirit fruit from the materials used in crafting that elixir should pose no issues. Imperial spirit fruit? Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, Gu Tingfeng's expression darkened. Master Jue, the imperial spirit fruit is specifically reserved for aphrodisiacs. No wonder the potency of that elixir was so immense. At this moment, having grasped the situation, Jue Tiantong was entirely oblivious to the subtle shifts in Gu Tingfeng's expression. Instead, he hastily returned to his room on the third floor. He was determined to continue refining the boundary-breaking pill, eager to ascertain whether the absence of the imperial spirit fruit would yield the same issues as before. Father, head of the family. Upon Jue Tiantong's return to his chamber, Gu Qingxue and Shuibai also made their way back to the unit tower. Yet the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, both Gu Qingxue and Shuibai could perceive that Gu Tingfeng had achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. Could it be that the one who had attained a new realm in the Hongxiu Tower was indeed their father, Gu Tingfeng? A pang of sympathy suddenly struck Gu Qingxue for her father. Upon their return, her fierce mother would likely not rest until she had extracted layers of skin from him. After the passage of another 2 hours, Jue Tiantong finally emerged from his room once more. In his hand, he held a pill, its surface smooth and alluringly fragrant, adorned with intricate patterns. This azure pill was an extraordinary low-tier boundary-breaking pill, meticulously refined after he had removed the imperial spirit fruit. Surveying the situation within Yunhe Tower, Jue Tiantong promptly tossed the pill to the manager, Shouyuan. You claim that this Yunhe Tower is guarded by 2 peak practitioners of the boundary realm, do you not? Go and have one of them consume this pill. Chapter 21. The system mall successfully opens, deducting 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing Master Juetian's words, Shouyuan was instantly engulfed in a sense of dread. To present the elixir to the formidable beings stationed at the Yunhe Tower? Such a notion was beyond his courage. What if something went awry with the elixir? He shuddered at the thought of the consequences. However, before Shouyuan could utter a word, 2 peak practitioners of the law avatar realm materialized behind him. Both appeared to be in their 50s and bore a striking resemblance to one another, suggesting they were twin brothers. One was clad in black with white hair, while the other donned white attire with black hair, creating a striking contrast in their appearances. The brothers, Lu Qing and Lu Hong, were the 2 peak law avatar masters presiding over the Yunhe Tower in Yin City. Master Juetian, I am willing to test the elixir for you, Lu Qing declared, extending his hand to seize the elixir from Shouyuan. Yet, Lu Hong promptly interjected, Elder brother, allow me to take on this task. Lu Qing countered with his other hand. No, such a perilous endeavor should be undertaken by you, brother. Lu Hong insisted once more. Elder brother. Before he could finish, Master Juetian produced another identical elixir from his possession. Enough of this bickering. I have prepared a total of 3 elixirs. The brothers' faces lit up with joy upon seeing the additional elixir in Master Juetian's hand. To have the opportunity to test the elixir of such a revered master was a monumental stroke of fortune for them. Gulp! Gulp! Once Lu Qing and Lu Hong simultaneously ingested the elixirs, Master Juetian casually remarked, "By the way, there is a fee for this batch of elixirs." He raised 5 fingers. "Each elixir costs 5 million low-grade spirit stones." "What? 5 million low-grade spirit stones?" Lu Qing and Lu Hong exclaimed in unison, feeling as though they had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. They were to pay 5 million low-grade spirit stones to test the elixir? However, just as their astonished cries faded, both brothers experienced a remarkable transformation. They swiftly assumed a seated position and began to circulate their cultivation techniques. Their aura intensified, suggesting a significant metamorphosis was underway within them. Boom! Boom! Moments later, a magnificent radiance erupted from Lu Qing and Lu Hong, ascending skyward. Above them, the essence of heaven and earth coalesced into the ethereal image of a colossal cauldron, signifying a pivotal moment in their journey. They had transcended to the pinnacle realm. At that moment, those present within the unit tower were left utterly astounded. What extraordinary fortune had befallen these two? By merely testing Master Juetian's elixir, they had directly advanced to the pinnacle realm. Countless onlookers were envious of this remarkable spectacle. After several breaths, as their realms stabilized, Lu Qing and Lu Hong were overwhelmed with elation. "We have broken through. We have indeed ascended to the pinnacle realm. Indeed, after 30 years, we have finally reached this exalted stage." They were filled with exhilaration, an unparalleled thrill coursing through their veins. Lu Qing and Lu Hong, the two brothers, were about to express their gratitude with a bow when Juetian Tong waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, there is no need for formalities. One pill is priced at 5 million low-grade yuan stones, and that is the bond between us. Give. Do not mention 5 million low-grade yuan stones. We would gladly pay 10 million for such a trivial pill. In just a fleeting moment, it can elevate one's decades of cultivation at the peak of the Dharma realm to the ascendant realm. At this moment, the emotions of Lu Qing and Lu Hong are beyond the comprehension of others. A mere 5 million low-grade yuan stones is simply a bargain. After receiving 2 payments of 5 million low-grade yuan stones from the brothers, the numerical display in the system space transformed to 99,400,000 low-grade yuan stones. Juetian Tong speculated that with just another 60,000 low-grade yuan stones, he would likely trigger some form of reward from the system. The thought of such a scenario filled him with excitement. What kind of reward would 100 million low-grade yuan stones yield? Perhaps it would directly grant him cultivation at the Emperor realm? His anticipation grew stronger. Never mind. Selling the last pill in his possession would suffice. I have one final pill for sale at 5 million low-grade yuan stones. Is there anyone interested? As soon as Juetian Tong's words fell, 6 or 7 formidable figures suddenly descended outside Yunhe Tower, all at the peak of the Dharma realm, similar to Lu Qing and Lu Hong. There were Han Yuan, Jiang Long, and Yang Yuntai from the Alchemist Guild, Chu Feng and Zhang Huai from Qingyu Tower, and Lu Song, Yin Ming, and Shun Ruyun from the Falling Sword Pavilion. Upon their arrival, they scrambled to acquire the pill in Juetian Tong's hands. As they were all at the peak of the Dharma realm, they stood on the brink of a breakthrough to the ascendant realm and thus desired the pill desperately. "Master Juetian, Qingyu Tower is an affiliated force of the Wushuang Sect. I implore you to sell the pill to us." As if Falling Sword Pavilion is not an affiliate of the Wushuang Sect. "Master Juetian, please sell the pill to us." "Master Juetian, the Alchemist Guild respects your choice. But if you sell the pill to us, we are willing to present you with an exquisite spirit artifact as a token of our gratitude." Upon hearing the words of the Alchemist Guild's expert, Juetian Tong felt a twinge of temptation. 5 million low-grade yuan stones plus an exquisite spirit artifact. Wait, an exquisite spirit artifact is valued at several tens of millions of low-grade yuan stones. The Alchemist Guild's desire for this pill seems insincere. Ultimately, Juetian Tong was not swayed by temptation. He sold the pill to the individuals from Qingyu Tower. In truth, having discerned the ulterior motives of the Alchemist Guild, it mattered little to him whether he sold the pill to Qingyu Tower or Falling Sword Pavilion. His sole desire was to amass over 100 million inferior spirit stones. Ding! The conditions to activate the system mall have been met. Would the host like to open the system mall? Indeed. After once again acquiring 5 million inferior spirit stones, a delightful notification resonated within the system space. The system mall? Goodness, what a treasure! Once activated, would it not allow him to procure anything his heart desired? Whether it be cultivation, artifacts, elixirs, or spiritual devices, it surely would encompass all. Although this was not a direct reward for triggering the system, Juetian Tong found himself increasingly exhilarated at the prospect. System. Activate the system mall. Ding! System mall successfully activated, deducting a fee of 100 million inferior spirit stones. The moment Juetian Tong heard the system's notification, his expression shifted dramatically, an ominous sensation creeping into his heart. To activate the system mall required a deduction of 100 million inferior spirit stones? How could that be? Could it possibly consume the spirit stones directly from him? Jue Tong promptly examined the spatial ring on his hand. The medicinal herbs remained intact. Yet his original sum of 100 million and 440,000 inferior spirit stones had dwindled to a mere 440,000. Chapter 22. The system mall opens in response to the impending cataclysm. A furious roar erupted unexpectedly within the Yunhe Tower, resonating powerfully. Instantly, countless individuals both inside and outside the tower were startled by this sudden outburst. Inside, patrons who were previously engaged in jovial conversation and relishing exquisite delicacies either dropped their chopsticks or spilled their drinks in shock. Outside, passers-by jumped in alarm or stumbled unexpectedly. Everyone discerned that the thunderous roar emanated from the voice of the esteemed Master Ju. What could have transpired to provoke such intense fury from him? On the third floor of Yunhe Tower, within a private chamber, Master Jue Tiantong glared with indignation, his demeanor radiating frustration. Heavens! This wretched system is a scam. To activate a system mall, it deducted a staggering 100 million low-grade spirit stones from me. He lamented that these stones were kept within his spatial ring, and their appropriation without consent felt like theft. Had all his efforts, over time, merely served to benefit this accursed system? In that moment, Master Jue Tiantong was engulfed by rage, yet felt utterly helpless. The thought of losing 100 million low-grade spirit stones for this system mall was excruciatingly painful. However, he took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Despite the exorbitant cost, he had indeed activated the system mall, so he resolved to examine the treasures it offered for such a hefty price. Imperial Grade High-Level Xianhuang Pill, 100,000 Top-Grade Spirit Stones. Supreme Grade Imperial Weapon, Dragon-Slaying Demon Blade, 300,000 Top-Grade Spirit Stones. Exceptional Grade Imperial Weapon, God-Slaying Battle Halberd, 960,000 Top-Grade Spirit Stones. Low-Grade Celestial Weapon, Primordial Heaven Blade, 26 million Imperial Grade Spirit Stones. Low-Level Celestial Grade Transformation Pill, 19 million Imperial Grade Spirit Stones. Upon viewing the items available in the system mall, Master Jue Tiantong was left utterly dumbfounded. Imperial Weapons? Celestial Weapons? Top-Grade Spirit Stones? Imperial Grade Spirit Stones? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, but the information remained unchanged. Is this some sort of jest? He thought. Are these items truly accessible to me at this moment? In that instant, Master Jue Tiantong yearned to tear the system apart, reducing it to mere fragments and obliterating its existence entirely. Oh heavens! How did I stumble upon such a treacherous system? Here I am, merely at the realm of Dharma manifestation. I have painstakingly amassed 100 million and 440,000 low-grade spirit stones, only to find that activating a system mall has consumed them all. And what do I find within? Imperial weapons? Celestial weapons? Top-grade spirit stones? Imperial-grade spirit stones? Are these truly intended for someone of my current standing? Are all these possessions truly attainable? How laughable! It is evident that I am being toyed with by this wretched system. Within the system's marketplace, an array of treasures including elixirs, talismans, spiritual artifacts, celestial relics, and medicinal herbs dazzles the eye, each more tantalizing than the last. Yet, Their exalted tiers come with exorbitant price tags. I have perused the offerings, and within the activated system marketplace, the most inferior items consist of low-grade imperial elixirs or subpar imperial artifacts, none of which are within my current purchasing power. Is this not the very definition of folly on the system's part? Host, anger and frustration can harm your essence, leading to detrimental consequences that impede your growth. The early activation of the system marketplace is intended to motivate the host to persevere and not to become complacent. The items within the system marketplace are prepared for you, host, in anticipation of the impending calamity. If the host is unable to afford even the items in the system marketplace before the calamity arrives, your life will be at stake. Not only will your life be forfeit, but also that of your progeny and descendants. Thus, host, do not succumb to anger or despair. Please continue to strive and persist. What is this nonsense? A calamity? I was momentarily taken aback, as the system feigned ignorance once again. However, the information left within the system's realm cast a grave shadow over my countenance. Is the calamity truly imminent? Furthermore, what precisely is this calamity that the system speaks of? The items in the marketplace are purportedly prepared to confront the forthcoming disaster. With a deep sigh, I shook my head in resignation. I must continue to amass wealth. Yet, concurrently, I need to devise a means to trigger the system's rewards. Only by augmenting my strength can I hope to earn a greater fortune. In due time, I shall surely possess the means to procure those coveted treasures from the system marketplace. Imperial artifacts and celestial relics are indeed alluring. However, if celestial relics exist, does that not imply the existence of celestial beings? My eyes narrowed slightly, as my understanding, rooted in my former existence as a denizen of Blue Star, suggested that the so-called Imperial Realm is merely the pinnacle of humanity. Beyond this zenith, there should exist realms of celestial and divine nature. Thus, the calamity mentioned by the system must originate from the celestial domain. Indeed, it must be so. The pressing question remains, when will this calamity arrive? System, cannot you cease your pretense of ignorance and reveal the timing of this impending disaster? No response. This system is utterly negligent. It only acknowledges my existence when triggering rewards. Otherwise, it disregards me entirely. Very well, I shall endeavor on my own. I stroked my beard thoughtfully. How can I simultaneously generate a substantial amount of spirit stones while triggering the system as rewards? Eureka! My eyes sparkled with newfound determination. The breakthrough elixir has been successfully developed, and the market demand for the transcendent breakthrough elixir is immense. Thus, he must not only concoct a substantial quantity of boundary-breaking pills, but also forge numerous Dharma manifestation boundary-breaking pills to sell to those formidable sections. In doing so, he aims to incite the avarice of the powerful figures within those sects to act against him. This strategy would enable him to amass a considerable fortune in elemental stones while simultaneously triggering the rewards from the system. Truly a triple advantage. As he crafts more pills, his alchemical skills will naturally enhance, allowing him to produce even more advanced elixirs. With such enticing prospects in mind, Jue Tiantong found himself less perturbed by previous grievances. After all, a mere 100 million low-grade elemental stones is trivial. Given his current alchemical proficiency, isn't it merely a matter of producing 20 boundary-breaking pills? Indeed, Jue Tiantong suddenly realized that by simply creating 20 boundary-breaking pills, he could earn 100 million low-grade elemental stones. It seems that earning money is quite effortless. Therefore, why bother with the boundary-breaking pills? He should directly formulate the elixirs required by the Dharma Manifestation Realm cultivators. After all, the profits from a single pill for a Dharma Manifestation expert far exceed those from a boundary-breaking pill. Moreover, should he later develop elixirs, such as the Ascendant Boundary-Breaking Pill or of the Heavenly King Boundary-Breaking Pill, wouldn't he be inundated with millions or even tens of millions of premium elemental stones? Yes, this is a remarkably resplendent path, and he is determined to shine brilliantly upon it. Beyond the boundary-breaking pills, he intends to concoct an array of other elixirs, ensuring a greater demand for boundary-breaking pills. He will systematically deplete the resources of those colossal royal cities and powerful cultivation sects, one after another. Chapter 23. Grandfather, come to me. Indeed, emptied out. Completely. However, even if it is to be emptied, a city like Cloud City holds little value for Jue Tiantong at this point. After all, although many still seek the divine concealment-breaking pill within Cloud City, the demand for the Dharma aspect-breaking pill is scarce. Remaining in Cloud City would be a sheer waste of time. The prospect of crafting hundreds of divine concealment-breaking pills here for a mere few million low-grade spirit stones pales in comparison to the potential profits from producing Dharma aspect-breaking pills in larger cities. With a resolution in mind, Jue Tiantong promptly departed from Cloud City. Before leaving, however, he acquired a map of the southern wilderness. Cloud City is essentially a frontier of the southern wilderness, so he ought to venture to more substantial cities. 3 days later, Jue Tiantong arrived at his new destination, the southern wilderness, the imperial city of the Great Chu dynasty. In comparison to Cloud City, the scale of the Great Chu imperial city is at least tenfold greater. It is said that the population within the imperial city reaches over 10 million. As for the powerful beings, those of the Dharma aspect realm number at least several hundred thousand. Even among the Ascendant Realm experts, there are reportedly over 10,000. The Imperial City is also home to several Peak Ascendant and even Heavenly King Realm experts. According to Jue Tiantong's understanding, within the inner city of the Imperial City, the Great Chu royal family boasts quasi-saints of the Heavenly King Realm and above. The ancestor of the Great Chu royal family is rumored to be a powerful sage. Gazing upon the magnificent Great Chu Imperial City, radiating an aura of infinite brilliance, Jue Tiantong felt a surge of exhilaration. This city is one that could empower him further, endowing him with greater wealth. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? Indeed, this is the Great Chu Imperial City. The entry fee of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones astonished Jue Tiantong, yet what he witnessed upon entering solidified his determination to amass a fortune within the Imperial City. Soon, Jue Tiantong expended 3 million low-grade spirit stones at a pill shop to acquire a recipe. He then sought accommodation at a relatively ordinary inn within the Imperial City. In the southern outer city, at the 3rd floor of the Lingxiao Inn, within his room, he reflected on the fact that the recipe for the Supreme Body Refining Pill alone cost 3 million low-grade spirit stones. Holding the recipe, he marveled at the exorbitant prices within the Imperial City. However, a single high-grade Supreme Body Refining Pill could fetch 3 million low-grade spirit stones, revealing a significant profit margin. According to today's discreet inquiries, the demand for auxiliary pills like the Supreme Body Refining Pill, which aid those at the Dharma aspect realm in their breakthroughs, is immense throughout the Imperial City. Jue Tiantong's eyes narrowed slightly. Should I produce a large quantity of Supreme Body Refining Pills for sale, it would undoubtedly lead to a surge of peak Dharma aspect experts emerging within the Imperial City in a short span of time. At that time, I shall unveil the realm-breaking pill. Even if it costs 10 million low-grade primordial stones for a single pill, it will undoubtedly incite a frenzy of demand. However, before that, I must disseminate information regarding the existence of the realm-breaking pill. Only by making people aware of its presence will more individuals vie for the Imperial Body Refinement Pill. Consequently, both the Imperial Body Refinement Pill in my possession and the Realm-Breaking Pill will become exceedingly sought after. Yet within the Imperial City, the various materials required for concocting the Imperial Body Refinement Pill and the Realm-Breaking Pill will inevitably rise in price. Therefore, prior to formally refining and selling these two types of pills, it is imperative to procure a sufficient quantity of materials. At this moment, Jue Tiantong let out a resigned sigh. Having spent 300,000 on the recipe for the Imperial Body Refinement Pill, 10,000 on the city entry fee, and another 20,000 for lodging in an inn, he was left with merely 100,000 low-grade primordial stones. Thus, the prospect of hastily acquiring a large quantity of materials was utterly unfeasible. Should he then refine some pills for sale first? Just as he pondered this dilemma, he inadvertently glanced out the window and was instantly struck by a brilliant idea. It was that grandson. What a coincidence! Jue Tiantong unexpectedly spotted a familiar face within the imperial city. The young man, standing 9 feet tall and possessing a formidable physique, resembled a robust bull. It was his grandson, Juetian. That grandson had attained the 6th level of the Celestial King realm, and with his assistance, great things could be accomplished. Jue Tiantong was overwhelmed with excitement, immediately flinging open the window of his room, half of his body protruding, and bellowed towards Juetian, who was 2 miles away on the street. Juetian, come here to your grandfather. The sudden shout drew the attention of countless passers-by. Juetian, who was walking along the imperial city street, nearly stumbled forward in surprise. Juetian? Grandson? He was taken aback. Was that call directed at him? Moreover, that voice seemed familiar. Following the sound, Juetian's gaze landed upon a white-haired elder leaning out from the 3rd floor of an inn, waving his hand. It appeared he was greeting someone. No, it seemed he was specifically beckoning him. Wait. Suddenly, Juetian's eyes widened in disbelief. That white-haired elder was indeed the ragged old man he had encountered at the Shouyuan sect not long ago. Now, cleaned up, he was almost unrecognizable. So, that elder was genuinely calling out to him as his grandson? Remarkable. It was truly effortless to find him. After leaving the Shouyuan sect, a dignified celestial king at the 6th level had somehow lost track of a peak Yuan Dan realm old beggar. Now, to encounter such an individual once again within the Grand Chu imperial city was nothing short of serendipitous. Grandson, come here to your grandfather. On the 3rd floor of Lingxiao Inn, it became evident that Juetian had discovered his presence. Jue Tiantong's voice grew louder, his expression increasingly jubilant. However, Juetian's countenance darkened, filled with rage. As a formidable warrior of the Heavenly King realm and the 16th son of the esteemed leader of the Divine Path sect, it was intolerable to be addressed as grandson by a stranger of advanced age. Such indignation was simply unbearable. Seeking retribution, Juetian stepped forward, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a heavenly king, which instantly manifested in the high skies above Lingxiao Inn. This spectacle struck terror into the hearts of the multitude drawn by Jue Tiantong's antics. A heavenly king? That old man had dared to provoke a being of such caliber. His fate was sealed. As Jue Tiantong sensed the sudden surge of murderous intent emanating from Juetian, he was abruptly jolted back to reality. This was disastrous. Juetian had no idea who he truly was, and the fear that he might be vanquished by Juetian's hand gripped him. You insolent wretch, kneel before me. Fueled by desperate hope, Jue Tiantong pointed an accusatory finger at the imposing figure of Juetian hovering in the air, admonishing him, how audacious of you, Juetian, to contemplate laying a hand on your grandfather. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? In a most extraordinary turn of events, as Jue Tiantong's words echoed, Juetian, poised to strike, unexpectedly knelt down with a resounding thud. The heavens above erupted with the roar of thunder. I knew it. A grandson who dares to raise a hand against his grandfather will surely invoke the wrath of heaven. Witnessing Juetian's capitulation and the thunderous sounds resonating from above, Jue Tiantong erupted into hearty laughter. Chapter 24. Acquiring medicinal herbs. The more, the better. Why? How did I end up kneeling? At this moment, in the lofty heights on the eastern side of the Lingxiao Inn, Juetian's expression was one of sheer horror, his eyes filled with overwhelming astonishment. He could not fathom why he had inexplicably found himself on his knees, directly facing the old man peering at him from the window of the inn's 3rd floor. Furthermore, was there thunder rumbling in the sky? Grandson, even contemplating harming your grandfather is an act of profound rebellion. Witnessing Juetian's terror, Jue Tiantong wore a look of malicious glee. You thought to strike your own grandfather. Did you not feel the fright? Grandfather? Juetian rose, you old ghost, dare you? Juetian, if you continue to be so disrespectful, do you believe I will summon your father, Jue Wushuang, to discipline you? Jue Tiantong's words abruptly silenced Juetian, leaving him profoundly shaken. In this realm, the heavenly Tao was indeed a tangible force. Typically, it was understood that even a saint would face divine retribution for uttering the name of an emperor. After all, in this world, an emperor was a being recognized by the heavenly Tao, not to be trifled with by the weak. But what was happening now? This old man dared to directly invoke the name of his father, Jue Wushuang, without incurring the wrath of the heavenly Tao? What was the meaning of this? Brat, come in and speak. Do not stand outside and become the subject of ridicule. Jue Tiantong turned and strode into the room, and after a moment's hesitation, Juetian followed him through the window. He had to understand the events of the day. Crossing his legs and sipping his tea, Jue Tiantong slowly began. I am Jue Tiantong, and I have 9 progeny. My eldest son is Jue Wushuang, my second son is Jue Wuji, my third son is Jue Wuya, and my 9th son is Jue Wujian. Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, Juetian's astonishment deepened. Jue Tiantong, the old man before him bore that name? Juetian clearly recalled that his grandfather was indeed known by that title. Yet his father, Jue Wushuang, had stated that his grandfather, Jue Tiantong, had passed away 100,000 years ago. Juetian, you are the 16th son of my 6th child, Jue Wushuang. The last time I saw you, I did not recognize you, which was indeed an oversight. However, today I have explicitly stated that you are my grandson, and yet you still dared to raise a hand against me. Is it that my strength is insufficient to restrain you, or is it that your father, Jue Wushuang, is far away and unable to discipline you? Gulp. Juetian was increasingly alarmed. He was certain now that the man before him was indeed his grandfather. You truly are my grandfather? Of course. If I am not your grandfather, then who else could be? Jue Tiantong pressed a drop of his blood from his fingertip. Wretched grandson, take a look at whose blood flows through your veins. It was undeniably true. Juetian felt the truth wash over him with a surge of astonishment. Within that single drop of essence lay the unique power of the Jue clan's bloodline. Moreover, in the drop of blood from Jue Tiantong, the strength intrinsic to the Jue lineage was not only immense, but also remarkably pure. Merely from this solitary droplet, Juetian could sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from his bloodline. Thus, there could be no doubt that this was indeed the blood of his grandfather. Yet, how could such a drop contain a force far more terrifying than that found in his father Jue Wushuang's blood? It must be noted that his father, Jue Wushuang, currently stood as a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. A single drop of his blood could collapse vast territories, harboring a fearsome power. However, in the drop from Jue Tiantong, Juetian discerned a force even more daunting than that within his father's imperial blood. Although it may not possess the capacity to devastate a 100-mile expanse, it exuded a kind of inexplicable terror beyond comprehension. Could it be the mightiest power of the Jue bloodline? At that moment, observing Juetian's astonishment, Jue Tiantong realized the gravity of the situation. He possessed the chaotic supreme God King's body, and thus the blood contained within this droplet was infused with the power of the chaotic supreme God King's lineage. This single drop of blood could bestow immense benefits not only upon Juetian, but even upon his sons who had reached the level of emperor. You little rascal, go and accomplish a task for your grandfather. This drop of blood is yours, Jue Tiantong declared. Upon hearing these words, Juetian knelt down, exclaiming, Grandfather, is what you say truly real? With a gulp, he swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the drop of blood as he licked his lips, his heart racing in anticipation. He could sense that this droplet held the potential to grant him tremendous advantages. At that moment, he cast aside any doubts regarding the identity of the man before him. If he bestowed upon him this precious blood, he was undoubtedly his grandfather. What on earth is this mischievous grandson thinking? Jue Tiantong muttered, observing Juetian's expression. He then waved his hand, causing 2 sheets of rice paper to hover in the air. With his finger as a brush and the essence of the world as ink, he swiftly inscribed the names of no fewer than 70 or 80 medicinal herbs. Go, procure these herbs for your grandfather. The more, the better, Jue Tiantong emphasized. If you possess the capability, feel free to gather every one of these herbs within the imperial city. Juetian took the 2 sheets of rice paper and read aloud. Yoshang Chua, Banshan Zishur, Kixin Ko, Zua Quizi, Yinji Shua grandfather, what do you need these herbs for, and why do you require so many? Do not question your grandfather's affairs. Simply follow my instructions. 3 hours later, Juetian returned to the Lingshao Inn, where Jue Tiantong awaited. News swept rapidly through the imperial city that day. stating that a powerful being at the Heavenly King realm was purchasing vast quantities of various herbs within the city. As these reports spread like wildfire, an even more astonishing revelation emerged. Throughout the outer city of the great Chu imperial capital, many apothecaries and alchemical shops were running low on numerous types of herbs. Even within the alchemist guild of the imperial city, numerous medicinal herbs were completely purchased today. Grandfather, within this spatial ring lies the herbs you require. Jueyuan presented Jue Tiantong with a spatial ring, which was also a superior spiritual artifact. Jue Tiantong inquired, "So, how many herbs did you acquire?" Jueyuan, filled with a sense of pride, responded, "Grandson has done quite well. According to the list of herbs you provided, I have procured a total of 326,756 herbs for you." Upon hearing this, Jue Tiantong's hand trembled and his flesh quivered. 326,000? Goodness, has this grandson truly cleared out certain herbs from the imperial city? How many supreme body refining pills and law manifestation breaking pills can he produce with that? This is a windfall. Indeed, he has struck it rich this time. Very well. The task has been well accomplished. Jue Tiantong waved his hand. "You need not stay by my side any longer. Go attend to your own matters." Upon hearing this, Jueyuan felt a surge of excitement. What was the cause of this excitement? Surely, it was the anticipation of entering seclusion to refine the drop of essence blood given by grandfather. Thus, he harbored no intention of lingering beside Jue Tiantong. However, just as Jueyuan was about to depart, Jue Tiantong added, "By the way, complete one more task for me, and then you may busy yourself." "Grandfather, what is it?" Jue Tiantong then instructed, "Regardless of the means you employ, disseminate these two pieces of news. First, starting 10 days from now, the Ling Shouyuan will sell 100 supreme body refining pills daily. Second, in 1 month, the Ling Shouyuan will sell 10 law manifestation breaking pills each day." Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, Jueyuan suddenly realized his grandfather, Jue Tiantong, is an alchemist. Hence, the need for such a vast quantity of herbs is for his grandfather to concoct pills for sale. Jueyuan was aware that the supreme body refining pill is a powerful elixir that aids individuals in swiftly breaking through within the realm of law manifestation. But what of the law manifestation breaking pill? With curiosity, Jueyuan asked, "What kind of pill is the law manifestation breaking pill?" Naturally, it is a pill that, once consumed, guarantees a peak practitioner of the law manifestation realm will break through to the ascendant realm. What? Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, Jueyuan exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 25. The King of Qi, Mo Lingxiao. Shortly after Jueyuan's departure, two significant pieces of news reverberated throughout the outer city of the Great Chu Imperial City. First, starting in 10 days, the Ling Shouyuan would sell 100 supreme body refining pills each day. Second, 1 month later, then would offer 10 boundary-breaking pills daily. As these tidings spread inexplicably, the entire outer city of the imperial capital erupted in excitement. Many finally comprehended why, hours earlier, there had been a fervent rush to purchase copious amounts of medicinal herbs within the city. Fragrant xiangqi, half-mountain purple silk, 7-star grass, and 6-month half. These were indeed the ingredients required for concocting the supreme body refining pill. In the western part of the imperial city, on the 6th floor of the Alchemist Guild, the venerable alchemist Chao Yin inhaled deeply, his aged visage clad in a gray robe. So, the reason that powerful figure in the Heavenly King realm made such extensive purchases of medicinal materials today was in preparation for this. However, he pondered, yet, I have never heard of the boundary-breaking pill before. Chao Yin furrowed his brow, his expression laden with confusion. Within the confines of the room, his disciple Zhao Lingxian, now a distinguished alchemist, remarked, "Master, the entire outer city is abuzz with rumors that this so-called boundary-breaking pill, once consumed by those at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm, guarantees 100% breakthrough to the ascendant realm. But who can say if this is true?" Upon hearing this, Chao Yin was taken aback, then shook his head in disbelief. "The boundary-breaking pill? I have never encountered such an elixir. And to assert that it can ensure a perfect breakthrough for those at the peak of the law manifestation realm to the ascendant realm. Do they truly believe it to be akin to the rumored divine concealment-breaking pill, which guarantees a breakthrough for those at the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm to the law manifestation realm? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Chao Yin gazed intently at Zhao Lingxian and inquired, "Not long ago, did the divine concealment-breaking pill not make its appearance in Yin City? Could it be?" A flicker of alarm crossed Chao Yan's features. The extravagant acquisition of alchemical materials followed by self-producing and selling pills. This method bears a striking resemblance to the tactics employed by that figure from Yin City. Could it be that they have arrived in the Great Chu Imperial City? Panic surged within him. The alchemists of the Great Chu Imperial City were well aware of the recent annihilation of the Alchemist Guild in Yin City. However, they dared not intervene, for they had learned that the perpetrator was none other than a figure from the Eastern Wasteland's Wuji Immortal Sect. Any dissatisfaction on their part could spell doom for the Alchemist Guild in the Imperial City. Moreover, they had uncovered astonishing information. The individual responsible for the destruction of the Yun City Alchemist Guild was reportedly the father of that figure from Yun City. If this news held any truth, then the presence of that individual in the Great Chu Imperial City could spell disaster for many. The situation was indeed dire. At that moment, Chao Yin addressed his disciple Zhao Lingxian, instructing him to relay a message throughout the entire Alchemist Guild. Anyone who dares to provoke the esteemed elder poise to sell the Imperial Body Refining Pill in 10 days shall be dealt with mercilessly. Several hours later, news of the impending sale of the Imperial Body Refining Pill and the Law Manifestation Breakthrough Pill at the Lingxiao and had already reached the inner city. The inner city resembled a colossal beast lying in the grounds of the Qi Wang Mansion. Is it true that someone intends to sell the Imperial Body Refining Pill and the Law Manifestation Breakthrough Pill at the Lingxiao? Within the study of the Qi Wang Mansion, a man who appeared to be in his early 20s, handsome with sword-like brows and starry eyes, yet bearing a frail demeanor, clenched his fists tightly as he sat in a wheelchair, his chest heaving with indignation. "Damn it! Who is plotting against me?" Before him stood a middle-aged man dressed in a deep blue robe, exuding an air of elegance, who clasped his hands in respect. "Your Highness, the Lingxiao Inn is your clandestine property. Could it be that the other princes have discovered this matter, thus employing it as a means to target you? Is that truly the case?" Qi Wang Emo Lingxiao's fists trembled slightly. "I have endured for so long. Why do they persist in their relentless pursuit?" Suddenly, Emo Lingxiao's gaze hardened, a formidable aura radiating from him, causing the entire room to feel as if a tempest had swept through. "Do they truly believe I am incapable of countering their advances? Should they take another step forward, I should drag them all down with me." The refined middle-aged man placed a hand on Mo Lingxiao's shoulder, instantly calming his agitated emotions. "Your Highness, please do not act impulsively. You have already shown restraint for centuries. Do not let a moment of rashness ruin everything. Perhaps the situation at the Lingxiao Inn is not as we suspect," Han Shuo suggested, bowing slightly. "Your Highness, allow me to investigate the inn personally." As calm returned and the tempest in the room dissipated, Mo Lingxiao's demeanor shifted back to that of a sickly individual, entirely unlike the furious person from moments ago. "Uncle Han, let us wait a little longer." Mo Lingxiao narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is it not merely a matter of 10 days? We shall wait. In due time, it will become evident whether this is indeed a scheme against me." In the outer city, to the south of the city, due to the dissemination of two pieces of information, the Lingxiao Inn, which typically saw little patronage and rarely filled its seats throughout the year, was now bustling with guests. The first and second floors were practically overflowing with patrons. Diner A remarked, "I say, innkeeper, why are you abandoning your fine cuisine to sell pills instead?" Diner B added, "Could it be that the Lingxiao Inn has been operating at a loss for so long that you are resorting to selling pills to cover expenses?" Diner C chimed in, "Innkeeper, we understand you need to make a living. If the inn is struggling, seeking alternative means to sustain its operations is quite reasonable. However, selling elixirs is not something I can advocate. The Alchemist Guild would undoubtedly prohibit your involvement in such commerce." Diners in the establishment remarked, "Indeed, within this imperial city, one must obtain the Alchemist Guild's consent to engage in the trade of elixirs. Securing a reliable source of elixirs or even having one's own alchemist, not to mention the arduous process of selling elixirs, is no trivial matter. Furthermore, even if the Alchemist Guild permits your establishment to sell elixirs, the taxes owed to them would likely be exorbitantly high. In such a scenario, it seems the innkeeper would derive little benefit from this venture. Faced with the myriad inquiries and discussions among the patrons, Chang Yu, the proprietor of the Lingxiao Inn, found himself in a state of considerable distress. The news of the inn's prospective sale of elixirs reached him only after a throng of diners inundated the establishment. To be frank, when Chang Yu first learned of this development, he was taken aback. Was the decision for the Lingxiao Inn to sell elixirs orchestrated by His Highness, the Prince of Qi? No, absolutely not. Chang Yu was acutely aware that the prince would never be so imprudent as to reveal his strategic intentions. Thus, the question lingered. Whose machinations were behind the impending sale of elixirs at the Lingxiao Inn? Chapter 26. The Transaction. The notion that the Lingxiao Inn would engage in the sale of elixirs struck the innkeeper, Chang Yu, as utterly ludicrous. Yet, upon contemplating the possibility that this could be a scheme orchestrated against his master, he recognized the gravity of the situation. Promptly, he reported the matter, but was met with a singular response. Wait. Typically, the Lingxiao Inn, with its sparse clientele, would close its doors by dusk. However, on this day, due to the unfolding events, the establishment remained bustling with patrons even as the hour approached the midnight bell. Consequently, the inn's revenue soared to unprecedented heights. Ah, that aroma! Suddenly, within the confines of the inn, a diner inhaled deeply, as if drawn by an irresistible scent, his gaze instinctively shifting toward the second floor. The fragrance of elixirs. Could it be? Upon realizing the source, the diner was momentarily taken aback. This enchanting aroma belonged to the Royal Extreme Body Refining Pill, a rare and coveted concoction. With a surge of excitement, he set down his chopsticks and inquired eagerly of Chang Yu. Innkeeper, do you have an alchemist capable of crafting the Royal Extreme Body Refining Pill in this establishment? Is it truly possible? Before Chang Yu could respond, another patron interjected, astonished. The Royal Extreme Body Refining Pill is a pinnacle-grade elixir, renowned for its ability to facilitate rapid breakthroughs for those in the realm of law. Such a potion is not easily produced, even by the most distinguished alchemists. Pray tell, do you truly harbor an alchemist capable of such feats within these walls? Chang Yu, too, was struck with disbelief. As the innkeeper and a formidable figure in the ninth heaven of the law realm, he had been among the first to notice the sudden emanation of the alluring fragrance from above. The Royal Extreme Body Refining Pill? This implied that someone was concocting elixirs in his inn, intending to leverage his establishment for their sale in the coming days. How audacious! Who could possess such audacity? If this continued, it would undoubtedly jeopardize the interests of Prince Qi. Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you, there are no alchemists residing in the Lingxiao Inn. The individual responsible for this elixir must be a guest residing here, Chang Yu proclaimed, clasping his hands in a gesture of apology. I regret to inform you that the inn will be closing for the evening, as I have urgent matters to attend to. I kindly ask you all to vacate the premises. Your tab is on the house. After instructing the server to close the inn, Chang Yu adopted a grave demeanor and ascended toward the third floor. As he approached, the enchanting fragrance intensified. At last, he arrived outside a particular guest room, his expression turning somber. He vividly recalled that this room housed the individual who had dared to refer to a formidable figure from the Heavenly King realm as his grandson. This could spell trouble. Even the formidable ancestors of the Heavenly Kings cannot be trifled with. He is utterly incapable of provoking them. Indeed, even his own master may not be able to provoke them either. Thus, what course of action should he take now? No, he cannot act impulsively. This matter must be reported. However, the response he received was merely to observe the situation. In the blink of an eye, the 10th day has arrived. On the third floor of the Lingxiao Inn, within a room, a long sigh escaped Jue Tiantong's lips, releasing a breath of turbid air. His condition was remarkably sound. After 10 consecutive days of alchemical refinement, he felt not a trace of fatigue. Moreover, he discovered that the alchemical skills rewarded by the system made the process of concocting elixirs seem exceedingly effortless. Although he had never previously dabbled in alchemy, He had heard tales of many alchemists who took an extensive amount of time to refine a batch of pills, ranging from a few days to several months. Yet now, he could complete a batch of elixirs in just 1 hour on average. Thus far, he had successfully produced over 1,000 Royal Extreme Body Refinement pills. If he sold 100 pills each day, that would exactly amount to the total he had crafted over the past 10 days. At a price of 3 million low-grade spirit stones per Royal Extreme Body Refinement pill, he had amassed a fortune exceeding 3 billion low-grade spirit stones in this span. If converted to high-grade spirit stones, that would amount to 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. Considering that the cheapest items in his system's marketplace were priced in the tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones, it was clear that he had to exert even more effort to procure items from the marketplace. Indeed, he must continue to strive. However, for now, he needed to delegate the task of selling the elixirs. Exiting his room, he sought out the innkeeper of the Lingxiao Inn. "Esteemed innkeeper, I have a business proposition for you," Jue Tiantong stated directly. "The news of your inn beginning to sell elixirs from today onwards was disseminated by my order. However, I must continue my alchemical endeavors and lack the time to sell the elixirs myself. Therefore, I wish to entrust this matter to you. Rest assured, should you assist me, I will offer you certain benefits in return." At this moment, the first and second floors of the inn were bustling with patrons. In truth, everyone had come in search of the Royal Extreme Body Refinement pills. Thus, the conversation between Jue Tiantong and the innkeeper, Chang Yu, was entirely candid. With a flick of his fingers, Jue Tiantong produced a pill that shimmered a pale golden hue, adorned with the intricate patterns of 3 dragon-like entities. "This is a high-grade Royal Extreme Body Refinement pill. A single one is sufficient to allow any practitioner at the Law Manifestation Realm to break through 3 minor realms within this tier. If you agree to my proposition, this Royal Extreme Body Refinement pill shall be yours." Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, Chang Yu felt a surge of excitement. Currently, he was at the 9th level of the Law Manifestation Realm. If Jue Tiantong's claims were indeed true, this would mean that after consuming this pill, he could ascend to the 12th level of the Law Manifestation Realm. However, the matter of allowing the Lingxiao to sell elixirs was of great significance. Despite feeling a surge of excitement within, Chang Yu was merely a minor figure under his master's command, and he dared not take the initiative. Just then, a refined, middle-aged gentleman clad in a deep blue robe entered the inn. Upon seeing this man, Chang Yu was momentarily taken aback. A prominent figure beside his master had personally come. "Esteemed senior, I have accepted this transaction on behalf of Lingxiao Inn," he declared, as he stepped into the establishment and beheld the elixir in Jue Tiantong's hand. Han Shua's expression reflected a hint of astonishment. He could sense that the exquisite high-grade Emperor's Body Refinement pill in Jue Tiantong's possession appeared to be even more refined. "However," he replied, "nonetheless, we must ascertain whether the elixir possesses the effects you have described." "Remarkable. Is this the formidable figure behind Lingxiao?" Upon encountering Han Shua, Jue Tiantong immediately recognized him as a powerhouse whose strength rivaled that of Zhu Yan. He was indeed a warrior of the Heavenly King realm. With such a presence, the prospect of conducting this transaction with Lingxiao felt considerably more secure. Thus, upon hearing Han Shua's words, Jue Tiantong opened his palm and said, "Very well. Let your people select any pill to test its efficacy." Chapter 27, Pricing. "Very well. Let your people select a pill to test its effectiveness." As these words fell, the patrons within the Lingxiao widened their eyes in astonishment. Even the innkeeper, Chang Yu, who was in close proximity, appeared utterly shocked. In the open palm of Jue Tiantong lay a collection of identical, exquisite high-grade Huangji body refining pills, so similar that it was impossible to discern which was superior and which was inferior. There were no fewer than 20 or 30 of these high-grade pills. All of them are high-grade Huangji body refining pills. The quality of these pills surpasses even those procured from the Alchemist Guild. Just one of such high-grade pills could allow someone at the level of the Dharma aspect to break through 2 or 3 minor realms, an effect unattainable even by the finest pills sold at the Alchemist Guild. Who is this esteemed elder to casually produce such a multitude of high-grade Huangji body refining pills? At that moment, As Jue Tiantong revealed the contents of his hand, the patrons of Lingxiao were utterly astounded. Each individual gazed at the pills with insatiable greed. Surely it would not be excessive to gift me one of these pills. Suddenly, amidst the crowd's astonishment, an aged voice resonated. And a formidable figure at the 7th level of the Dharma aspect transformed into a fleeting shadow, intent on seizing the pills from Jue Tiantong's grasp. How foolish of a mere insect at the 7th level of the Dharma aspect to seek death. However, even before Jue Tiantong had the chance to react, a horrific sound of flesh tearing echoed, and the intruder was reduced to a cloud of blood mist before he could even utter a cry. What has happened? Jue Tiantong was alarmed. Who could have acted so swiftly that he failed to notice any signs? Daring to cause trouble in my Lingxiao Inn, courting death. In that moment, Jue Tiantong recognized the assailant. It was Han Shuo, an unassuming yet remarkably powerful gentleman. With a mere flick of his finger, he had obliterated a 7th-level Dharma aspect expert. Gulp! Jue Tiantong could not help but swallow hard. This individual possessed terrifying strength. Furthermore, he now had an even clearer understanding that the formidable being backing Lingxiao surpassed even Jueyuan. At this instant, as the 7th-level Dharma aspect expert was annihilated by Han Shuo, the patrons who had previously eyed Jue Tiantong's pills with such desire were now enveloped in profound dread. Many had never imagined that such a fearsome powerhouse lurked behind the Lingxiao Inn. Subsequently, Han Shuo turned to Chang Yu and said, "Since this esteemed elder wishes for you to test the pill, you should comply." Chang Yu nodded, casting a glance at Jue Tiantong. "Senior, why not try one at random? A mere pill could showcase its efficacy to a wider audience, thereby facilitating the sale of his own elixirs and enabling him to amass greater wealth." Without hesitation, Chang Yu selected a pill from Jue Tiantong's hand and consumed it, as if meticulously savoring its effects. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Boom! After a few moments, Chang Yu's aura erupted dramatically, and his divine form materialized in the sky behind him. As his divine form emerged, he swiftly ascended in cultivation level before the eyes of countless witnesses. From the 10th level of the divine form realm to the 11th, from the 11th to the 12th, in the span of mere breaths. The onlookers beheld in astonishment as Chang Yu's cultivation surged from the 9th level of the divine form realm to the 12th, reaching its pinnacle. My cultivation has indeed reached the zenith of the divine form realm. Once his aura stabilized, Chang Yu bore an expression of disbelief, his heart filled with profound shock. Even the patrons within the Lingxiao were equally astonished. The Imperial Extreme Body Refining Pill was renowned for aiding individuals in transcending their cultivation within the divine form realm. Yet, in common understanding, while the pill was potent, fully refining a top-tier version typically required several hours. However, Chang Yu had managed to refine the exquisite Imperial Extreme Body Refining Pill in mere breaths. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Witnessing the pill's effects firsthand, Han Shuo was utterly taken aback, repeatedly exclaiming his admiration. He then approached with a respectful gesture. "Senior, consider this transaction accepted by Lingxiao Inn. Furthermore, we wish to procure all the pills you possess." Upon hearing this, before Jue Tiantong could respond, someone in the inn mustered the courage to interject, "Esteemed and master, you do not intend to monopolize all the pills from this esteemed senior, do you? This senior has already announced intentions to sell 100 Imperial Extreme Body Refining Pills daily. If you..." Han Shuo, anticipating the objection, waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I shall not monopolize the pills from this esteemed senior. Lingxiao merely acts as a facilitator for their sale. However, since we are representing the sale of these pills, the pricing shall naturally be determined by us." Han Shuo scanned the room, proclaiming, "For such high-quality Imperial Extreme Body Refining Pills, Lingxiao shall set the price at 5 million low-grade spirit stones each. Do any of you have objections?" 5 million low-grade spirit stones each? Jue Tiantong's pupils narrowed. He had originally intended to price each pill at 3 million low-grade spirit stones. However, at present, the pricing of 5 million low-grade spirit stones for each Han Shuo seems rather steep. Yet, The reality reveals that Jue Tiantong has indeed underestimated the astonishment that the Imperial Extreme Body Refining Pill, which he possesses, elicits in people. 5 million low-grade spirit stones for a single pill. I harbor no objections. It is simply 5 million low-grade spirit stones for one. Indeed, this exceptional high-tier Imperial Extreme Body Refining Pill, with its unparalleled quality and efficacy, justifies the price of 5 million low-grade spirit stones. The mere expense of 5 million low-grade spirit stones for a pill that can enable us to transcend 3 realms of the Dharma aspect in just a few breaths is exceedingly worthwhile. The price of 5 million low-grade spirit stones for such high-caliber and effective Imperial Extreme Body Refining Pill is remarkably fair, were it to be offered by the Alchemist Guild. Listening to the discussions among the patrons of Lingxiao Inn, Jue Tiantong felt a wave of astonishment. If a supreme high-tier Imperial Extreme Body Refining Pill can fetch 5 million low-grade spirit stones, then the subsequent pills for breaking through the Dharma aspect will undoubtedly be in high demand at a price of 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 28. Consuming the Law Manifestation Breaking Realm Elixir. Yet surprisingly, my cultivation diminishes. In a few brief exchanges, the collaboration between Jue Tiantong and the Lingxiao Inn was smoothly finalized. However, the final stipulation was that for each exquisite high-tier Emperor-grade body refinement pill, the Lingxiao Inn would withhold a fee of 200,000 low-grade yuan stones. Jue Tiantong, however, had no objections to this arrangement. After deducting the 200,000, he still netted 480,000, which was significantly more than his initial expectations. Thus, he was unconcerned about the Lingxiao Inn's fee. Unbeknownst to Jue Tiantong, among the 100 Emperor-grade body refinement pills sold daily, the Lingxiao Inn only offered 80 for sale. The remaining 20 pills were purchased by the Lingxiao Inn itself, specifically by M.O. Lingxiao, the Qi King behind the establishment. Initially, M.O. Lingxiao suspected that the sale of the pills was a targeted scheme against him. However, he ultimately discovered that it was not as he feared. The truth was that a long-term guest residing at the Lingxiao Inn had exploited the establishment's resources to profit from the sale of the pills. From a certain perspective, this situation could eventually lead to significant troubles for the Lingxiao Inn. Yet with the emergence of the Emperor-grade body refinement pills, M.O. Lingxiao perceived this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Typically, even in the Alchemist Guild of the Imperial City, the availability of such pills was exceedingly scarce, often resulting in a high demand that far exceeded supply. It was not just ordinary cultivators who struggled to acquire them. Even many formidable individuals with substantial backing faced delays in their attempts to purchase these coveted elixirs. Now, with someone crafting Emperor-grade body refinement pills at his Lingxiao Inn and facilitating their sale, M.O. Lingxiao found himself in possession of a prime resource, granting him the chance to bolster his own strength. Each pill would enhance the capabilities of his subordinates. Should one of those formidable individuals successfully concoct the Law Manifestation Breaking Realm Elixir, his ranks could witness a rapid influx of those at the Pinnacle Realm. This was of paramount importance for M.O. Lingxiao's aspirations to seize control in the future. Thus, with this opportunity at hand, he instructed the Lingxiao Inn to set aside 20 Emperor-grade body refinement pills each day. His cultivated subordinates swiftly grew in strength. As for replenishing the yuan stones for those pills, after lying in wait for so many years, M.O. Lingxiao was certainly prepared for such an eventuality. Every day, the Emperor-grade body refinement pills at the Lingxiao Inn were in high demand. Remarkably, within less than the span of half a tea session, all the pills intended for sale that day would be completely sold out. The daily revenue of 480 million low-grade yuan stones further elevated Jue Tiantong's spirits. Moreover, as his alchemical skills became increasingly refined and proficient, he discovered that the time required to concoct a batch of pills was becoming ever shorter. Moreover, even the quantity of elixirs produced in each batch has been on the rise. Previously, when crafting a single batch yielded 9 elixirs, it led Jue Tiantong to believe that the maximum number of elixirs in a single batch was 9. However, after several consecutive days of alchemical practice, he now finds that each batch he produces consists of a remarkable 16 elixirs. Consequently, With a significant reduction in time and a dramatic increase in the number of elixirs produced, Juetian Tong is now able to concoct dozens of batches daily, totaling nearly 300 elixirs. Ha ha ha! In just 10 days, he has managed to refine nearly 3,000 imperial-grade body refining elixirs. These elixirs could sustain the sales of the Lingxiao Inn for almost a month. Thus, the next step for him is to commence the crafting of the boundary-breaking elixir. On the 10th day following the commencement of elixir sales at the Lingxiao Inn, Jue Tiantong finally began the process of creating the boundary-breaking elixirs. During these past few days, although he had mostly been confined to his room for alchemical work, he had nonetheless heard whispers of the current happenings within the imperial city. The situation was quite clear. Ever since the Lingxiao Inn began selling elixirs, many practitioners at the Law Manifestation Realm had become significantly stronger. In particular, those at the 9th or 10th heaven of the Law Manifestation Realm, upon consuming the imperial-grade body refining elixir, had ascended to the pinnacle of their cultivation. According to common reasoning, any practitioner who achieves the peak of the Law Manifestation Realm, barring innate limitations, would inevitably break through to the Ascendant Realm within a span of 3 to 10 years. It was merely a matter of time. However, within the Imperial City, due to the selling of the imperial-grade body refining elixirs by the Lingxiao Inn, many practitioners are now eagerly anticipating the emergence of the boundary-breaking elixirs. Previous rumors suggested that these elixirs could guarantee any peak practitioner of the Law Manifestation Realm a rapid breakthrough to the Ascendant Realm. Thus, the demand for the boundary-breaking elixirs would undoubtedly be staggering. Juetian Tong mused that selling merely 10 boundary-breaking elixirs a day would be unfeasible given the anticipated demand and his own potential profits. Therefore, the only difference between crafting the boundary-breaking elixirs and the imperial-grade body refining elixirs lies solely in their grade. The time taken and the quantity produced in alchemy are essentially equivalent for Jue Tiantong at this juncture. With this in mind, Wuji selling a greater number of boundary-breaking elixirs daily allow him to reap even greater rewards. Thus, Juetian Tong resolved to commence the large-scale production of boundary-breaking elixirs 10 days in advance. Who knows, perhaps these elixirs will even incite jealousy among powerful factions, prompting them to take action. If that were to occur, he could potentially trigger the system's rewards once more. Alas, wait a moment. Has the alchemy process rendered me somewhat bewildered? As he prepared to refine the breakthrough pill of the Dharma aspect, Jue Tiantong gazed at the medicinal herbs in his hand, somewhat belatedly realizing, at present, I have attained the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm. Therefore, if I can successfully produce a single breakthrough pill, I shall ascend to the realm of ascendance. Narrowing his eyes, he clenched the herbs tightly. Indeed, I must first consume one of the pills from this inaugural batch. Only then can I advance to the realm of ascendance. With this resolution, Jue Tiantong commenced the alchemical process. An hour later, as the fragrant aroma of the elixir wafted through the air, he successfully completed the refinement of the pills. Remarkably, this batch yielded 12 pills in total. 12 pills, quite commendable, Jue Tiantong mused, swallowing hard as he picked one up to ingest. However, upon consuming the pill, he suddenly noticed that this breakthrough pill was somewhat unlike the one he had previously refined in Yin City. The appearance, size, and markings were essentially identical. The grade was also of the same low-tier, extraordinary quality. Yet, the colors seemed peculiar. Furrowing his brow, he distinctly recalled that the breakthrough pill he had crafted in Yin City was a vibrant green. But this time, the pill was a bluish-green hue. Moreover, after consumption, he felt, suddenly, Jue Tiantong's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression shifting to one of shock. What is happening? My cultivation is weakening? The levels of the Dharma aspect began to plummet. Dharma aspect, 11th heaven. Dharma aspect, 10th heaven. Dharma aspect, 9th heaven. Dharma aspect, 8th heaven. No, this cannot be. His voice trembled with fear, for after consuming that singular breakthrough pill, his cultivation realm was rapidly diminishing. In the span of mere moments, his once exalted Dharma aspect at the 12th heaven had plummeted to the 6th heaven. Chapter 29. A misstep with the medicine. What on earth is happening? In the room, Jue Tiantong, whose cultivation had finally ceased to weaken, bore a pallid expression, appearing utterly shocked. I clearly consumed the law manifestation breaking pill. So why has my cultivation diminished instead? This is not right. This medicine is faulty. Could it be? Jue Tiantong narrowed his eyes and retrieved the herbs used to concoct the law manifestation breaking pill. Three-colored spirit infant fruit, twin-leaf dragon soul grass, blue frost illusion spirit grass, and cold earth ice soul grass. Ah, wait, suddenly he grasped a blue-green herb, his eyes widening in disbelief. Damn it, this is not cold earth ice soul grass. It is, in fact, cold earth frost grass. Amidst the mixed herbs, Jue Tiantong extracted two specimens. They appeared remarkably similar, nearly identical in size, save for subtle color variations. One was misty blue, the other blue-green. What kind of unscrupulous merchant would dare to sell cold earth ice soul grass and cold earth frost grass interchangeably? Holding the two herbs, Jue Tiantong felt as though his lungs were about to explode from rage. Though cold earth ice soul grass and cold earth frost grass looked alike, their medicinal properties were worlds apart. Especially when combined with other herbs for pill refinement, the effects post-refinement were entirely contradictory. Thus, the batch of pills he had just concocted contained not cold earth ice soul grass, but rather cold earth frost grass. Consequently, the resulting pill was certainly not the law manifestation breaking pill. So what should this pill be called? The law manifestation deflation pill? This is infuriating. If I discover which shop mixed these two herbs, I will ensure they pay dearly for it. I shall make those responsible consume the remaining 11 law manifestation deflation pills. Damn it, I am utterly enraged. Jue Tiantong fumed. This is truly harmful. I will settle this score once that rascal Jue Yin completes his seclusion. After carefully storing the remaining 11 law manifestation deflation pills, Jue Tiantong promptly consumed a royal extreme body refining pill, temporarily restoring his cultivation to the 9th layer of law manifestation. After several hours, he would take a second royal extreme body refining pill to elevate his cultivation back to its peak. This incident also enlightened Jue Tiantong. From now on, even if he personally concocted the pills, he must never consume the first batch. What if it were to be poisonous? Subsequently, he meticulously sorted out all the cold earth frost grass and began the refinement of the law manifestation breaking pill anew. The resulting pill was perfectly round, azure in hue, adorned with a distinctive pill pattern, a genuine low-tier extraordinary law manifestation breaking pill. However, this time, Jue Tiantong hesitated to consume it. What if something were to go amiss in the blink of an eye? Jue Tiantong had been residing at the Lingxiao Inn for a month. Finally, the awaited day had arrived. Indeed, after an entire month of anticipation, I can finally behold the so-called law manifestation breakthrough elixir and discern its true nature. As it stands, I have reached the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm, and with but a single elixir, I shall ascend into the realm of ascendancy. Yet, despite my aspirations, we have yet to witness the fabled elixir in question. Thus, its efficacy remains shrouded in uncertainty. My esteemed friend, I implore you to tread lightly. When it comes to the elixir crafted by that esteemed master, harbor no doubts, and should any arise, keep them to yourself. Indeed, certain utterances once voiced may invite considerable trouble. At last, after a month's wait, the Lingxiao Inn is now teeming with patrons, predominantly formidable figures at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm. In the outer city of the Grand Chu Imperial City, such a congregation of hundreds of peak law manifestation experts is utterly unprecedented. Prior to this day, no event has ever attracted such a multitude of powerful beings to assemble in one place. Clearly, the elixir I have concocted possesses an irresistible allure. Even Jue Tiantong is awed by the current atmosphere at the Lingxiao Inn. After 10 days of relentless effort, he has successfully refined a total of 1,136 intermediate-grade, extraordinary law manifestation breakthrough elixirs. If each elixir is sold for 10 million low-grade spirit stones, he stands to gain a staggering 113,600,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. When converted to high-grade spirit stones, this equates to 11,360. Alas, this means that with continued diligence, he could amass sufficient capital to procure items from the system marketplace. However, the wares therein are exorbitantly priced. Over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones would hardly suffice to meet even the entry threshold for transactions in the current system marketplace. It appears I must not rest on my laurels, but strive for further accomplishments. Master Jue, will you indeed unveil the law manifestation breakthrough elixir for sale today? Upon Jue Tiantong's arrival, the powerful individuals who had long awaited in the Lingxiao and were filled with excitement. Not only they, but even Han Shaw, a master of the King's realm, shared in the fervor. In the span of just 20 days, he had assisted Prince Qi in procuring no less than 400 imperial body refinement elixirs. Initially, under Prince Qi's command, there were merely a handful of peak law manifestation experts. However, during these 20 days, those 400 elixirs have forged a cadre of 70 to 80 peak law manifestation experts for Prince Qi. Should he procure the law manifestation breakthrough elixir, it is certain that within a brief period, 70 to 80 ascendancy experts will emerge under Prince Qi's banner. At that juncture, a little more patience will suffice. Among the 6 princes of the great Jue Emperor, none shall rival Prince Qi. In but a few years, the entire great Jue dynasty shall belong to him. Thus today, regarding whether Juetian Tong could indeed offer the coveted law manifestation breakthrough pill for sale, Han Shaw, as the strategist by the side of the prince, naturally felt an immense sense of anticipation and tension. Rest assured, I assure you that my words will hold true, declared Juetian Tong. Moreover, in light of the current demand for the law manifestation breakthrough pill, I have decided to elevate the quantity available for sale on the first day to 100 pills. However, from tomorrow onward, the daily sale will be fixed at 30 pills. Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's announcement, the numerous formidable figures within the inn were filled with unparalleled excitement. It is noteworthy that Jue Tiantong's original plan was to sell merely 10 pills each day. Yet today, the quantity has astonishingly surged to 100. Consequently, this grants an additional 90 powerful individuals the opportunity to purchase the long-awaited law manifestation breakthrough pill. This development inevitably heralds the emergence of over 100 formidable practitioners within the imperial city today, all aspiring to reach new heights. Such a phenomenon, resulting in the birth of 100 peak-level warriors in a single day, is certain to capture the attention of numerous major forces. Master Juetian, I wish to acquire the very first law manifestation breakthrough pill from you. I am eager to be the inaugural individual to partake in its benefits. Within the inn, some patrons were already brimming with impatience. Chapter 30, a realm-breaking pill priced at 35 million low-grade yuan stones. Observing the eager crowd, Jue Tiantong raised his hand and said, "Gentlemen, please remain calm. The realm-breaking pill I have concocted is a genuine extraordinary-grade low-tier elixir. Thus, its price is not insignificant." Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, the crowd was further astonished. What? The realm-breaking pill crafted by Master Jue is actually an extraordinary-grade elixir? The potency of an extraordinary-grade pill far surpasses that of a supreme-grade one by countless magnitudes. Furthermore, it is rumored that consuming the realm-breaking pill guarantees a 100% success rate in breaking through to the Ascendant Realm. Consequently, it seems that acquiring one of Master Jue's realm-breaking pills would require several tens of millions of low-grade yuan stones. Exchanging several tens of millions of low-grade yuan stones for a pill that ensures a breakthrough to the Ascendant Realm is indeed a worthwhile investment. Given our talents, relying solely on our efforts to reach the Ascendant Realm would demand years of time and an incalculable amount of resources. Therefore, if merely a few tens of millions of low-grade yuan stones can secure a realm-breaking pill, it is undeniably a bargain. As the discussions among the crowd continued, Jue Tiantong's expression began to shift. Several tens of millions of low-grade yuan stones for a realm-breaking pill? Such a sum seemed trivial. To think that his concoction was deemed so valuable in the eyes of others. Thus, the prior notion of pricing it at 10 million low-grade yuan stones was no longer feasible. What price would be deemed appropriate? Then, Master Jue, please inform us. How many low-grade yuan stones must one part with to acquire a realm-breaking pill? Is it 20 million or 30 million? Just as Jue Tiantong was about to speak, he glanced at Han Shuo beside him. This individual was a formidable expert from the Lingxiao Inn, known for his shrewdness. Hence, it will be prudent for him to set the price. Gentlemen, I have previously stated that all elixirs I concoct, be it the Royal Extreme Body Refining Pill or the Realm-Breaking Pill, will be sold through the Lingxiao Inn. Therefore, similar to the Royal Extreme Body Refining Pill, the specific pricing for the Realm-Breaking Pill will likewise be determined by the Lingxiao Inn. Han Shuo smiled and addressed Jue Tiantong Elder. Based on the market prices in the Imperial City, an extraordinary grade low-tier elixir typically ranges from 20 million to 30 million low-grade yuan stones. However, the exact price is significantly influenced by the efficacy and quality of the pill itself. Upon hearing Han Shuo's words, a glimmer of inspiration flashed in Jue Tiantong's mind, and he produced a dozen realm-breaking pills. Let your people select one, but a fee will be required. The pills were perfectly round, smooth, and radiated brilliance, their fragrance captivating, enveloping one in an overwhelming aura of elixir power. Seeing the pills in Jue Tiantong's hand, Han Shuo was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the eager Changyu beside him. Quickly, take one of Master Jue's realm-breaking pills and consume it. Gulp! The medicinal pill dissolved instantly upon entry, its immense potency surging through Changyu's entire being like a colossal tidal wave. A formidable aura began to emanate from him, as if a tempest were on the verge of forming around him. Within his body, the vast primordial energy in his dantian was undergoing a profound transformation under the influence of the terrifying medicinal power. Boom! A brilliant light erupted from within Changyu, propelling skyward, and his aura intensified even further. Behind him, a magnificent phantom of a law image appeared, radiating an overwhelming majesty. Yet, at this moment, in the hands of that colossal, an abundance of heavenly and earthly vitality was coalescing. Moments later, to the astonishment of many powerful witnesses, a phantom of a small azure cauldron materialized in the hands of the behind Changyu, the realm of questioning the cauldron. Through the gathering of heavenly and earthly energies into a primordial cauldron, Changyu had ascended to the realm of questioning the cauldron. My heavens, how much time has passed? Has it been half an hour? After consuming that law image breakthrough pill, Changyu had astonishingly broken through to the realm of questioning the cauldron in such a short span. It was simply unbelievable. The concocted by Master Jue enabled its user to ascend to the realm of questioning the cauldron within the mere span of half a stick of incense. This was truly astonishing. Indeed, there existed a pill sold by the Alchemist Guild that aided individuals in breaking through to the realm of questioning the cauldron. But its effectiveness was only 30%, and it required several days to refine. In comparison to Master Jue's, the previous pill sold by the Alchemist Guild was nothing short of trash. Furthermore, that particular pill was priced at 25 million low-grade elemental stones each. At this moment, having witnessed the terrifying efficacy of the numerous powerful individuals were filled with even greater astonishment and excitement. Such a pill, with such efficacy, was akin to an elixir for countless individuals. After consumption, it allowed peak law image realm experts to break through to the realm of questioning the cauldron in a mere half-stick of incense. Such an effect had never before been seen within this imperial city. Look, another primordial cauldron has successfully manifested. With the exclamation from one of the strong, a second cauldron coalesced in the hands of Changyu's, signifying his breakthrough to the second level of the realm of questioning the cauldron. The second level of questioning the cauldron? His realm was stable, his aura calm. Upon opening his eyes, Changyu himself could hardly believe. I have indeed broken through to the second level of questioning the cauldron. My heavens, just 20 days ago, I was still at the 9th level of the. Yet now, I have ascended to the second level of questioning the cauldron. This kind of leap typically requires ordinary practitioners decades, if not centuries, of arduous cultivation. Changyu, esteemed master, quickly set a price. Having witnessed the terrifying efficacy of the An impatient cultivator in the inn exclaimed, "Regardless of the price, I must have one of these." Then, Han Shuo gazed at Jue Tiantong and said, "Senior, a single law manifestation breakthrough pill is priced at 35 million low-grade essence stones. I propose that Ling Xiaoan retains 5 million low-grade essence stones. What do you think?" Hiss. The price of a single law manifestation breakthrough pill at 35 million low-grade essence stones, with Ling Xiaoan taking 5 million low-grade essence stones. This fellow is indeed unscrupulous. However, Jue Tiantong had no objections. After all, his original plan was to sell each pill for 10 million low-grade essence stones. But now, with Han Shuo, this avaricious individual, setting the price, he stood to gain immensely. "Very well, I have no objections. Let us proceed as you suggest." He handed over the 100 law manifestation breakthrough pills for sale today to Han Shuo and hummed a little tune as he returned to his chamber to continue refining pills. With each law manifestation breakthrough pill yielding him 30 million low-grade essence stones, the 100 pills sold today would net him 3 billion low-grade essence stones. Following his previous plan to sell 30 law manifestation breakthrough pills daily, he would earn 900 million low-grade essence stones each day. Adding to that the income from selling 100 royal grade body refinement pills, which amounts to 480 million low-grade essence stones. His steady daily income would total 1,380 million low-grade essence stones. Indeed, the profits within the imperial city are quite lucrative. After a quick calculation, Jue Tiantong felt even more exhilarated. A stable daily income of 1,380 million low-grade essence stones translates to 1,380 superior essence stones each day. If this continues, he would amass over 41,000 superior essence stones in a month. In just 3 to 5 months, he could accumulate hundreds of thousands of superior essence stones. By then, he would be able to purchase items from the system marketplace. Ah, splendid. Jue Tiantong clenched his fist. Such immense profits truly set his blood ablaze. Chapter 31. What can one do when unwilling? Today, the imperial city is destined to be extraordinary. Within its walls, numerous formidable practitioners are poised to ascend to the realm of ascendancy. It is well known that when powerful beings reach a certain level of cultivation, each breakthrough is accompanied by remarkable phenomena and manifestations, similar to those in the law manifestation realm, who upon breaking through conjure ethereal images behind them in the sky. Those who ascend to the realm of ascendancy will similarly evoke such wonders. Some manifest a primordial cauldron in their grasp, while others condense the pure essence of a universe into a cauldron. Though the manifestations may differ, the effects remain the same. Particularly, for those strong practitioners achieving this realm for the first time, the resultant phenomena are undeniably striking. Boom! In the western corner of the outer city of Dechu, a sudden commotion heralds the ascent of a brilliant golden light, shooting skyward like a colossal pillar of gold, drawing the attention of all. Mere moments after this golden radiance erupts, a magnificent golden primordial cauldron materializes. Look, someone has broken through to the realm of ascendancy. Such an imposing aura signifies that this newly ascended individual must be extraordinarily powerful. Boom! While the crowd marvels at this breakthrough, another direction witnesses a similarly grand golden light ascending into the heavens. Remarkably, the circumstances are nearly identical. With another burst of golden radiance, yet another grand primordial cauldron forms. Unbelievably, 2 individuals have emerged as new ascendancy practitioners in the western city today. Who, then, are these formidable figures? Boom! Once again in the west, a third golden light soars into the sky. Unlike the previous occurrences, this time a venerable figure with flowing white hair materializes in the heavens, accompanied by the simultaneous manifestation of 3 primordial cauldrons in their grasp. It is C21, the residence of the esteemed Elder C21. To think that Elder C21 has not only broken through to the realm of ascendancy, but has done so in a single leap to the 3rd heaven of ascendancy. How can this be? Wasn't he on the verge of depletion? How could he have suddenly achieved such a breakthrough, and to such heights? I understand now. It must be the law manifestation breaking pill. Elder C21 must have acquired one. enabling his remarkable ascent. Yes, yes, it must be true. Look over there in the southern part of the city. It seems several others have also reached the realm of ascendancy. Today, the imperial city is rife with astonishment. Throughout the day, the outer city frequently witnesses individuals breaking into the realm of ascendancy. Each powerful being's breakthrough sends waves of shock through the hearts of countless onlookers. The terrifying efficacy of the law manifestation breaking pill spreads like wildfire alongside these practitioners' ascensions. For merely 35 million inferior essence stones, one can acquire a pill that guarantees a breakthrough to the realm of ascendancy. In an instant, the outer city of the Grand Chu Imperial City has become a bustling hub, with countless individuals eagerly awaiting the widespread availability of the Emperor's Body Refinement Pill. The demand for the breakthrough pill has spread throughout the entire city. How infuriating! Over the past month, due to the influence of a certain individual, the profits of our Alchemist Guild have plummeted by a staggering 80%. On the 6th floor of the Alchemist Guild, the extraordinary alchemist Dou Xiao seethed with rage, shattering his teacup in his grip. Master Dou, a resigned Xiao Yin sighed. No matter how furious you are, it serves no purpose. You are aware that the esteemed master, who is currently concocting and selling the Emperor's Body Refinement Pill and the Breakthrough Pill at the Ling Xiao Inn, possesses a truly formidable background. Even though his actions have severely impacted our interests, what can we do about it? We can only endure our dissatisfaction. Should we take any drastic measures, we risk plunging ourselves into irreversible ruin. Besides, Qiao Yin continued, this esteemed master will not remain in the Grand Chu Imperial City indefinitely. Once he departs, our interests will be restored. For now, we must exercise patience. Dou Xiao clenched his fists tightly. But I am truly unwilling to accept this. Alas, what good is my unwillingness? Qiao Yin shook his head and exited the room, sighing, we cannot simply drive that esteemed master out of the city. Upon hearing Qiao Yin's murmurs as he left, Dou Xiao narrowed his eyes. This is the Grand Chu Imperial City. If the royal family were to intervene, no, this cannot happen. Dou Xiao's expression turned pale, fear welling in his eyes. That esteemed master, if I were to take any action, it would surely lead to the obliteration of the entire Alchemist Guild. In the inner city, at the Qi Wang Fu, Your Highness, Han Shuo stood before the Qi Wang Mo Ling Xiao in his study. The 10 individuals who broke through to the realm of ascendancy today in the outer city have secretly returned to the estate without incident. Seated in a wheelchair, with a pallid complexion and a sickly appearance, Mo Ling Xiao's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. So, they all successfully achieved the ascendancy? Indeed, Your Highness, Han Shuo affirmed. The breakthrough pill crafted by that esteemed master is remarkably potent. Each individual at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm who consumed the pill has transcended to the ascendancy. Mo Ling Xiao gazed out at the night sky beyond the study. That esteemed master is a truly fearsome figure. With 9 sons, all-powerful emperors, the absolute lineage in the Xianyang continent is undeniably omnipresent. Contemplating the origins of that esteemed master, Han Shuo remarked, Your Highness, this esteemed master possesses an extraordinary background and profound alchemical skills. Should we gain his assistance, perhaps the poison afflicting you could be resolved. You still have a chance to rise again, don't you? A flicker of yearning appeared in Mo Ling Xiao's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. Master Qingyang once proclaimed that only the imperial-grade high-level Tianlong golden elixir could dissolve the poison afflicting me. Regrettably, Master Qingyang also mentioned that there isn't a single alchemist in the entire Xianyang continent capable of crafting such an elixir. Thus, it seems that I shall remain forever unable to rise again in this lifetime. A trace of melancholy surfaced on Mo Ling Xiao's face. However, he soon shifted the conversation. By the way, you must engage more with Master Ju. After all, my ambitions cannot be realized solely with the assistance of those at the Ascendant Realm. Uncle Han, proceed with this matter wholeheartedly. Wherever Master Ju requires aid, do your utmost to assist him. Should there come a day when Master Ju can concoct a potion that guarantees a breakthrough to the Heavenly King realm for those at the Ascendant level, then my aspirations shall gain momentum. Han Shuo clasped his hands. Your Highness, rest assured, I shall see this matter through. However, Han Shuo hesitated. Your Highness, it appears that both Prince Jin and Prince Xian are becoming restless. They may take action against Master Ju. Mo Lingxiao waved his hand dismissively. Do not concern yourself with their intentions. If they truly act blindly, it will merely lead to their own destruction. Nevertheless, given their cunning, they are unlikely to act directly. Mo Lingxiao narrowed his eyes slightly. The Bei Tower may very well be their optimal choice. Chapter 32. The Incomplete Inferior Emperor Artifact. Tianyuan Soft Armor. Ah, how swiftly time has passed. Within the confines of the third-floor room of the Lingxiao Inn, Jue Tiantong concluded a session of alchemical refinement, stretching languidly. Since the day he commenced selling the realm-breaking pills, a full month has elapsed. This means that, as of today, he has successfully sold Imperial Body Refinement pills for 50 days and realm-breaking pills for 30 days. The total revenue has astonishingly amassed to 540 billion inferior spirit stones. Converting this into superior spirit stones yields 54,000 pieces. 54,000 superior spirit stones. To think that within less than 2 months, I have accrued such wealth. Jue Tiantong felt a surge of elation, although he was not yet exceedingly wealthy. With these 54,000 superior spirit stones, he should be able to procure some items from the system's shop. Thus, he decided to explore what was available for purchase. Upon opening the system shop, he was taken aback to discover that there were no cultivation levels for sale. Jue Tiantong had assumed that the system shop would offer a plethora of options. However, after a thorough search, he realized that cultivation levels were indeed absent. Consequently, his intention to buy cultivation was rendered unfeasible. He pondered what would be the most beneficial purchase for himself at this juncture. His current cultivation and strength were not to be underestimated. Although he had only reached the pinnacle of the realm of manifestation, he possessed the advantage of the Chaos Supreme Divine King body, allowing him to contend even against formidable opponents at the peak of the Ascendant Realm. Nevertheless, should he encounter adversaries beyond the Ascendant Realm, he would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, to earn further system rewards, he must provoke those who could pose a threat to him. Only through such encounters could he trigger system rewards. However, this would place him in perilous situations. If one day he inadvertently provoked a powerful being prone to immediate aggression, he would likely perish before receiving any assistance. Thus, after striving for so long to accumulate some wealth, his foremost priority was to acquire a life-saving safeguard. Therefore, he resolved to purchase a defensive item. With a decision made, Jue Tiantong initiated communication with the system. System, switch to defensive gear for me. Understood, host. The shop has been switched for you. Wait, what? The system is alive? Jue Tiantong was astonished. Ordinarily, the system remained dormant. Yet now, with the prospect of profit, it seemed to have awakened. Truly unbelievable. Curse system, there will come a day when I cast you aside. Muttering under his breath, he began to examine the shop that the system had switched him to. It was a store dedicated to defensive equipment, brimming with an array of battle armor, protective gear, and helmets. However, given the current accumulation of wealth, Juetian Tong opted for the choice of the Imperial artifact. After all, at this moment, a mere 54,000 exquisite essence stones would not suffice to purchase even a celestial weapon, even with a stroke of extraordinary luck. Dragon armor, superior Imperial artifact, capable of withstanding the attacks of any formidable opponent below the Emperor realm, priced at 690,000 exquisite essence stones. Goodness, an exquisite superior Imperial artifact is priced over 600,000 essence stones? Is this madness? Divine Wind Battle Robe, superior Imperial artifact, capable of resisting any soul attack from adversaries below the Emperor realm, priced at 16 million exquisite essence stones. What on earth? The Divine Wind Battle Robe, also a superior Imperial artifact, is priced so exorbitantly? Heavenly Xian armor, inferior Imperial artifact, able to withstand any physical attack from beings below the quasi-Emperor realm, priced at 300,000 exquisite essence stones. Even an inferior Imperial artifact is so costly, it is simply beyond my means. I once thought having over 50,000 exquisite essence stones made me wealthy, but alas, I am still quite impoverished. Heavenly Origin Soft Armor. A flawed inferior imperial artifact, capable of resisting physical and soul attacks from beings of the Sage Realm, can be repaired. Priced at 30,000 exquisite essence stones. Ah, a flawed inferior imperial artifact. The Heavenly Origin Soft Armor? Juetian Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he licked his lips. Although it is a flawed inferior imperial artifact, it is still an imperial artifact, and it is offered at the mere price of 30,000 exquisite essence stones. Moreover, this flawed inferior imperial artifact can resist physical and soul attacks from Sage Realm powerhouses and can be repaired in the future. Thus, it possesses significant potential. Although the cost of repair will undoubtedly be substantial, for me at this moment, the ability to withstand physical and soul attacks from Sage Realm beings is extraordinarily fitting. After careful consideration, Jue Tiantong resolved to purchase the Heavenly Origin Soft Armor. System, I shall acquire this Heavenly Origin Soft Armor. Congratulations to the host on successfully purchasing the flawed inferior imperial artifact, the Heavenly Origin Soft Armor. 30,000 exquisite essence stones have been deducted. As the system's notification concluded, a flash of silver-white light enveloped Juetian Tong. Instantly, he felt as though he had donned an armor seemingly crafted from the hide of a dragon. The sensation was truly delightful. Jue Tiantong was exceedingly pleased with the Heavenly Origin Soft Armor. Pray tell, in today's world, how many individuals at the mere Dharma aspect realm possess such a defensive inferior imperial artifact? I dare say he is likely the only one. Having spent 30,000, he was left with 24,000 exquisite essence stones. Thus, what else should he purchase? Jue Tiantong stroked his chin, recognizing that earning money is arduous while spending it is as effortless as water flowing. Now that he had secured defensive equipment, he pondered whether he could procure formulas for pills that facilitate easier profit. While the Emperor-grade body refinement pill and the Dharma aspect breakthrough pill could also yield substantial profits, they primarily attracted the wealth of those at the Dharma aspect realm. Therefore, since there are now many formidable beings at the Ascendant Realm within the Imperial City, it is imperative to continue extracting wealth from those Ascendant Realm powerhouses. Thus, acquiring 1 or 2 types of medicinal pills and formulas suitable for those at the Ascendant Realm is undoubtedly of paramount importance. Is there any pill that can expedite the breakthrough for individuals at this level? Transitioning to the pharmacy, Jue Tiantong began his search. Qi Huang Buyuan Pill. A low-tier, extraordinary-grade Qi Huang Buyuan pill, capable of assisting practitioners below the 6th level of the Ascendant Realm in breaking through their boundaries. One pill can potentially elevate an individual by up to 3 levels. However, it is ineffective for those exceeding the 6th level of the Ascendant Realm. A mid-tier, extraordinary-grade Qi Huang Buyuan pill can aid those below the 10th level of the Ascendant Realm, allowing for a maximum elevation of 2 levels. It is ineffective for practitioners above the 10th level. The high-tier, extraordinary-grade Qi Huang Buyuan pill is designed for those above the 9th level of the Ascendant Realm. It is ineffective for individuals beyond this realm. The Qi Huang Buyuan pill. How splendid! Jue Tiantong's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. According to this information, even the most gifted individuals within the Ascendant Realm would require a minimum of 6 Qi Huang Buyuan pills for their advancement. Naturally, pills pertaining to the Ascendant Realm command a higher price. Calculating an average of 50 million low-grade yuan stones per pill, it becomes evident that a newly ascended practitioner in the Royal City would need to gather a staggering total of 300 million low-grade yuan stones to acquire all 6 Qi Huang breakthrough pills. For one individual, that amounts to 300 million. For 10, it escalates to 3 billion. For 100, it culminates in 30 trillion. With Jue Tiantong's arrival, a plethora of Ascendant Realm practitioners have emerged within the grand city of Dechu. Moreover, due to the ripple effects of recent events, it is rumored that many powerful individuals from surrounding areas are flocking to the royal city, eager to purchase the breakthrough pills he has refined in order to reach the Ascendant Realm. Heavens, this is a golden opportunity. Indeed, I shall procure the formula for the Qi Huang Buyuan pill. The thought of the immense wealth this formula will yield filled Jue Tiantong with fervor, prompting him to exclaim, without even glancing at the price, "System, I shall purchase the formula for the Qi Huang Buyuan pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the Qi Huang Buyuan pill formula, deducting 22,800 exquisite yuan stones. What? 22,800 exquisite yuan stones? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Jue Tiantong's countenance changed drastically. 22,800 exquisite yuan stones equate to 228 billion low-grade yuan stones. This system is utterly unscrupulous. He had only purchased a flawed low-grade imperial artifact for 300 billion low-grade yuan stones. Chapter 33. A provocative stunt. The system of the dog. I have only acquired a piece of equipment and a recipe for a pill, leaving me with a mere 12 billion low-grade spirit stones. How infuriating. In the confines of the room, Jue Tiantong felt a surge of blood rising, and it took quite some time for his breath to return to calm. A fragmentary low-grade imperial artifact and a recipe for the Qi Huang recovery pill had cost him a staggering 528 billion low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 57,280 premium spirit stones. The pain was excruciating. After laboring tirelessly for so long, he had yet to savor any rewards, and now his earnings had dwindled to almost nothing. This anguish was beyond the comprehension of others. Gazing at the recipe in his hand, Jue Tiantong's eyes narrowed slightly. Such an expensive recipe would naturally lead to the creation of equally costly pills. However, his current alchemical skills only allowed him to concoct low-tier extraordinary pills. Therefore, in order to produce mid-tier and high-tier extraordinary pills, he must elevate his own alchemical prowess. The fastest way to achieve this was to trigger the system's rewards. Gradually, a sly smile crept across Jue Tiantong's lips. Indeed, having lingered in this Lingxiao Inn for so long, it was time to venture out. Moreover, he needed to procure some alchemical materials. With a decision made, Jue Tiantong opened the window and departed from his room on the third floor of the inn. However, just as he exited the Lingxiao Inn, he paused. Although he rarely revealed himself in the imperial city, his reputation had already spread far and wide. If he were to swagger about in his true form, even those who bore grievances against him would likely restrain themselves. Yet, should he disguise himself, the outcome would surely be different. A moment later, Jue Tiantong concealed his peak aura of the law manifestation realm, donning a black cloak and an exceedingly unappealing mask. As he walked along the grand streets of the imperial city, he attracted numerous curious glances, somewhat resembling a figure of mystery. "Shopkeeper, I want all the superior and premium medicinal materials in your store packed up," he declared upon entering a herbal shop, deliberately elevating his voice and slamming a Qingquan bag onto the counter, exuding an air of arrogance and fearlessness. The shopkeeper, an elderly man and a formidable presence at the 6th level of the law manifestation realm, glanced at the ostentatious figure in black robes with a hint of disdain as he picked up the Qingquan bag from the counter. Does this mere insect at the 1st level of the divine concealment realm not fear such boldness? Yet, in the next instant, the shopkeeper's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening. 300 million low-grade spirit stones. Within that small Qingquan bag lay 300 million low-grade spirit stones. In an instant, the shopkeeper's demeanor transformed completely. "Ha ha, esteemed sir, please take a seat." The shopkeeper respectfully presented a cup of tea, saying, "Esteemed sir, please bear with me for a moment as I gather for you a selection of our finest medicinal herbs." An hour later, standing before a towering black edifice, 9 stories high, he gazed up at the grand gilded characters. Beneath his mask, Jue Tiantong chuckled softly, pondering whether the alchemist guild of the great Chu imperial city was as arrogant and overbearing as that of Cloud City. As he spoke, he stepped into the alchemist guild. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" A cheerful young attendant approached Jue Tiantong, whose grotesque mask evoked a peculiar expression of disdain. "Fetch your superior. A mere insignificant figure like you, at the Yuandan realm, is unworthy to serve someone of my stature," Jue Tiantong's voice boomed, drawing the attention of many within the guild. "Huh, a great figure? What pretentiousness! With only the cultivation of the 1st level of the divine concealment realm, what audacity!" sneered the onlookers. "What a fool to be so brazen in the alchemist guild. He he must not value his life. Amidst the derisive comments, Jue Tiantong remained unfazed, extending his hand toward the attendant. I have significant business to conduct here at your guild. Do you think you are capable of accommodating me? At that moment, an astonishing sight unfolded as 9 low-tier extraordinary pills appeared in Jue Tiantong's hand. According to the current market price in the Imperial City, each low-tier extraordinary pill was valued between 20 to 30 million lower-grade essence stones. Thus, Jue Tiantong held not merely 9 pills, but a fortune worth several hundred million lower-grade essence stones. Is that the realm-breaking pill sold at the Shouyuan? Indeed, these are the realm-breaking pills crafted by the esteemed Master Jue residing at the Shouyuan. Goodness, who is this person? How could one a mere first-level divine concealment have such an abundance of realm-breaking pills? Murmured the crowd in astonishment. Indeed, so many prominent figures would practically trample each other for just one of these pills, yet he produces 9 at once. Witnessing the astonishment of those around him, the attendant's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder the individual had been so audacious. He truly had significant business to conduct at the Alchemist Guild. Suddenly, the footsteps of important figures echoed from above, as several elderly men with white hair made their grand entrance into the Alchemist Guild. In the Alchemist Guild, the eminent Master Alchemist Shouyuan, along with his equally distinguished counterpart Master Do Shao, made an unexpected appearance. Among them was Zhao Lingxian, a disciple of Master Chao, who had now ascended to the pinnacle of alchemical mastery. Alas, I had intended to procure a boundary-breaking pill from this enigmatic individual, but such an opportunity seemed to have slipped away. As discussions ensued among the gathered crowd, Shouyuan, Do Shao, and Zhao Lingxian approached Jue Tiantong directly. Without a moment's hesitation, Do Shao seized a pill from Jue Tiantong's grasp for examination. The boundary-breaking pill, indeed the very one crafted by the alchemist from Shouyuan. Shouyuan, too, took a pill from Jue Tiantong's hands, confirming, this is indeed a boundary-breaking pill. The quality of such an elixir is beyond our current capabilities to produce. Then, Shouyuan turned to the figure adorned in an unsightly mask, inquiring, might you be considering selling these pills to the Alchemist Guild? Indeed, Jue Tiantong replied, however, these pills required me a painstaking 49 days to gather. Thus I must demand 100 million low-grade spirit stones for each. What? Gaozan et Gulim, scrutinizing the individual before him, confirming his cultivation level to be merely that of the first realm of the divine concealment stage. Such an exorbitant demand is not warranted by everyone. One boundary-breaking pill is sold at merely 35 million low-grade spirit stones at Shouyuan. Yet you wish to sell it for 100 million? Surely, you jest with the Alchemist Guild. Jue Tiantong retrieved the 2 pills from the hands of Shouyuan and Do Shao, retorting, "Tsh, if you cannot afford them, then you need not buy." With that, he turned to leave, a gesture of provocation meant to incite anger from the members of the Alchemist Guild, thus presenting an opportunity to trigger the rewards of the system. Chapter 34. The Arrival of the 3 Emperors. How infuriating! How can such a person exist? A mere ant at the first level of the divine concealment realm? How dare he act so arrogantly within our Alchemist Guild? Indeed, just as Jue Tiantong snatched the elixirs from Shouyuan and Do Shao, strutting out of the Alchemist Guild with unabashed arrogance, a chilling intent of murder suddenly enveloped him, freezing him in place. This malevolent aura rendered him unable to utter a single word. However, the source of this lethal intent did not originate from the Alchemist Guild. How dare a lowly insect stir trouble in my Alchemist Guild? You shall perish. A cold voice reverberated throughout the Imperial City. At that moment, a formidable figure cloaked entirely in black emerged from the heights of the Alchemist Guild, extending a finger towards Jue Tiantong. A white streak of light swiftly shot towards him, resembling a sharp sword, a force that even an ordinary saint-level expert would find difficult to withstand. Bold fool, daring to use my Alchemist Guild as a stage for your demise, you seek death. Another powerful voice thundered, as yet another figure materialized in the sky above the Alchemist Guild. This was an elderly man clad in a silver robe, his visage marked by age, and his long hair a shade of gray. Upon his appearance, he attempted to intercept the white streak of light aimed at Jue Tiantong. Yet it was too late. With a resounding crash, amidst the astonishment of countless onlookers, the sword-like white streak struck Jue Tiantong. The cloak that enveloped him disintegrated into ashes, and the hideous mask he wore shattered into fragments. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing several yards away with a pain scream. However, as the white streak struck him, a silver brilliance erupted from his body, miraculously preserving his life against the terrifying attack. At last, the paralysis was lifted, and he could finally cry out. In that moment of sheer terror, Jue Tiantong, without a moment to contemplate, bellowed, "Jue Wuji, Juewudao, Jue Wushuang, someone is trying to kill your father. Come save me." Instantly, his voice echoed throughout the great Jue imperial city like a thunderclap. Surrounding the alchemist guild, many who had just awakened were taken aback. "Jue! Jue! Master Jue! He is the one who was refining elixirs at the Lingxiao Inn." Chao Yan's voice trembled, sharp with fear. Many powerful figures around were equally astonished. "Master Jue, the one who was concocting the law manifestation, breaking realm elixir at the Lingxiao Inn." Moreover, many had heard whispers of Master Jue's remarkable lineage, rumored to have 9 offspring of imperial caliber under his tutelage. In the grand city of the Great Jue, there were those who had witnessed the esteemed Master Jue address a formidable warrior of the heavenly king realm as grandson, and yet there were no repercussions afterward. Just moments ago, what had Master Jue exclaimed? Jue Wuji, Juewudao, Jue Wushuang? Could it be that the names uttered by Master Jue were those of the renowned empires of indifference, non-path, and uniqueness that echoed across the Xianyang continent? At this instant, not only the others, but even the venerable elder of the Alchemist Guild, garbed in a silver-white robe, was engulfed in profound shock and trepidation. A grave situation had arisen within their guild, compounded by the lurking threat of treachery against them. Buzz, 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 in the skies above the Great Jue. Scarcely a breath had passed since Jue Tiantong's voice resonated, when 3 resounding bursts of spatial energy erupted simultaneously. Following this, a terrifying imperial pressure descended, enveloping the entirety of the Great Jue city. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, before the imperial figures could manifest, the entire populace of the Great Jue, from countless commoners to the sovereign of the dynasty, found themselves powerless against the overwhelming force. Every corner of the city, even within the sacred grounds where the 3 venerable ancestors of the Great Jue dynasty practiced in seclusion, succumbed, trembling and kneeling in fear. As all within the city bowed in submission, 3 colossal swirling clouds materialized in the sky above the imperial city, akin to 3 celestial gates simultaneously parting, each radiating golden, crimson, and violet brilliance. From these ethereal portals, 3 formidable beings descended upon the heights of the imperial city. One, adorned in a robe of purple and gold, exuded an ethereal grace, surrounded by misty clouds, with a violet sword-shaped mark on his brow and 12 layers of imperial Dao patterns behind him. He was a master of the Wudao sword pavilion, the Emperor Wudao. The second, clad in white like clouds, with hair flowing like a waterfall and a jade flute in hand, possessed striking features and an extraordinary aura, accompanied by 12 layers of imperial Dao patterns. He was a master of the Wushuang Empire, the Emperor Wushuang. The third, clothed in blood red, radiated a chilling aura of slaughter, standing tall with a stern countenance. Crimson hair like blood, resembling a relentless sword of indifference, also with 12 layers of imperial Dao patterns behind him. He was the master of the Wuji Immortal Sect, the Emperor Wuji. In this moment, imperial might surged like the sea, and the intent to kill loomed like a tide. High above, amidst the overwhelming imperial presence, Jue Tiantong stood unaffected, while the expressions of Jue Wushuang, Jue Wudao, and Jue Wuji were marked by astonishment. They had been summoned unexpectedly and were initially bewildered as to who sought their aid. Yet, in this moment, clarity dawned upon them. Father, is it truly you? Jue Wushuang was the first to speak, his heart racing with excitement. 2 months prior, he had heard from his 6th brother, Jue Wushuang, and his 9th brother, Jue Wuji, about dreams of their father's resurrection. Moreover, Jue Wushuang had wielded imperial means in a quest to locate their father, Jue Tiantong, within the Xianyang continent. However, despite employing every conceivable means, he could not locate the father, who had supposedly returned from the dead, as described by his sixth and ninth brothers. Yet now, what did Jue Wu observe? The figure before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, Jue Tiantong, who had passed away 100,000 years ago. The likeness was striking, from the features to the demeanor. Even the bloodline within him was identical. The sole distinction lay in the fact that 100 millennia ago, his father, Jue Tiantong, had merely attained the 12th level of body refinement. In contrast, the being before him now possessed the 12th level of the Dharma aspect. Could this truly be his father? Brother, is this really our father? Had we, like the sixth and ninth brothers, merely dreamt of our venerable father? At that moment, Jue Wudao and Jue Wuching were equally astonished. For Jue Wudao, the visage of Jue Tiantong before him was familiar, a mirror of the paternal face etched in his memory. After all, when their father had passed away, he was already 6 years old and could recall numerous details. However, for Jue Wuching, the seventh in rank, his memories were hazy. Wushuang, eliminate him. Jue Tiantong paid no heed to the excitement of Jue Wushuang and the others. Instead, he pointed toward the figure in black, trembling and prostrated in the presence of imperial might. It is this scoundrel, a wretched being of the saintly realm, who dared to launch a sneak attack against our father. Slay him, for our father demands his demise. For our father, you must annihilate him and those who stand behind him. Chapter 35. First, plunder wealth, then annihilate it. In an instant, as the words of Jue Tiantong echoed, the black-clad figure kneeling in the distance realized he was utterly doomed. The thought of his failure bringing calamity to the forces behind him prompted the man to contemplate self-destruction. However, just as this notion crossed his mind, an imperial will ensnared him in its grasp. To wish for self-termination, fearing repercussions for those linked to you? Jue Wushuang's voice was cold and unyielding, hovering in the air without the need for physical confrontation. The black-clad man was as if seized by an invisible hand drawn before him. Let me see who possesses such audacity to incite a saint from the 100-Night Tower to act against my father. As the words fell, Jue Wushuang pointed towards the man's brow from afar. In that moment, his expression darkened, and a murderous intent ignited within his gaze as he directed it towards the direction of the inner city's great Chu royal family. Mo Qianhe, Mo Qingtian, Mo Changyun. Come forth. What? The one who could summon a figure from the 100-Night Tower to confront my father is actually from the great Chu royal family? How audacious! A mere royal family dares to lay hands on my father. They are courting death. Following Jue Wushuang's declaration, Jue Wudao and Jue Wuching comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was indeed individuals from the great Chu royal family who had invoked the saint from the 100-Night Tower to act against their father, Jue Tiantong. In that moment, murderous intent surged forth. A trifling royal family could be obliterated with but a thought. Buzz! At that very moment, a commotion erupted high above the imperial city. A spatial rift appeared, and soon, an emperor-level powerhouse descended. Clad in a black dragon robe, he emanated a dignified presence, akin to a celestial being arriving. With 12 long swords fanned out in a circular formation behind him, the imperial might was overwhelming, effortlessly tearing through the void. Upon his arrival, the already trembling denizens of the imperial city were taken aback. The South Wilderness Overlord, the leader of the Zhengdao sect, the Wuxian Emperor, Jue Wushuang, sixth brother. Seeing the figure that had descended, Jue Wuching and Jue Wudao were filled with astonishment. Eldest brother, fourth brother, and seventh brother. What brings you here? His voice trailed off as Jue Wuxiang once again laid eyes upon Jue Tiantong, his shock palpable. Father, how are you here? Jue Wuxiang had come to the imperial city upon sensing the sudden arrival of Jue Wuching and Jue Wudao. He was unaware of the events that had transpired, yet it was evident that something significant had occurred to summon both Jue Wuching and Jue Wudao simultaneously. However, at this moment, Jue Wuxiang could scarcely fathom that within the great Chu dynasty, he would once again encounter his father, Jue Tiantong. My goodness, it has been several months since we last met. Could it be that I have dreamt of my father once more? Moreover, in this dream, eldest brother Jue Wushuang, fourth brother Jue Wudao, and seventh brother Jue Wuching were also present. Please, esteemed emperors, spare us. as the dream felt increasingly vivid to Jue Wushuang. 3 terrified, sage-level powerhouses from the great Chu royal family descended. These 3 were the venerable ancestors of the great Chu dynasty, Mo Qianhe, Mo Qingtian, and Mo Chanyan. At this moment, they knelt upon the ground, trembling like ordinary mortals, beseeching for mercy amidst their fear. Who, within the royal family, had incited such grave trouble? In their despair and terror, the 3 venerable ancestors cursed the one responsible for this calamity with vehement disdain, wishing to tear them apart limb from limb. At that instant, Jue Wushuang noticed the ominous figure cloaked in black hovering above his elder brother Jue Wushuang, as well as the numerous alchemists from the royal city trembling on their knees. Elder brother, 4th brother, what is happening? There are those in the great Chu royal family who wish for our father's life. Jue Wuji responded coldly. Though the southern wilderness is your domain, we cannot remain idle when our father is involved. With a resolute gesture, Jue Wuji appeared as though he intended to crush a massive structure, over 100 feet tall and entirely dark brown, located to the north of the royal city. Stop! Wait a moment. Seeing Jue Wuji's movement, Jue Tiantong exclaimed in alarm, his expression tightening with concern. Confused, Jue Wuji queried, Father, if the people from Bei Tower have laid hands on you, I intend for there to be no trace of Bei Tower left in the great Chu royal city. I know, of course, Jue Tiantong quickly interjected. I have heard that while Bei Tower appears to be merely a gambling house, it is in fact a deeply rooted assassin organization with influence spanning the entire Xinjiang continent. Upon hearing this, Jue Wuji asked, Father, are you afraid of Bei Tower? Do you wish for me to show mercy? What? Show mercy? Nonsense. If you dare to show mercy, I will break your legs. Jue Tiantong retorted, then clarified. Since Bei Tower masquerades as a gambling house, it must possess considerable wealth. I am asking you to refrain from annihilating them just yet. First, gather all their riches for me, and then obliterate them. Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, Jue Wushuang, Jue Wudao, Jue Wushuang, and Jue Wuji were all momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated their father had become so avaricious. Noticing their bewilderment, Jue Tiantong further explained, I am now an alchemist, requiring vast amounts of elemental stones and alchemical materials. Therefore, those resources I need must not be squandered. Understanding at last, Jue Wuji reached out, and a torrent of elemental stones transformed into a beam of white light, descending into his hand. Jue Wuji presented a silver-white spatial ring, stating, Father, this is a humble imperial artifact, a storage spirit ring, offered as a token of filial piety. Within it are essence stones recently acquired from the 100 Night Tower. Jue Tiantong received the silver-white spatial ring, inquiring, so how many essence stones are there? Jue Wuji replied, there are 361,000 high-grade essence stones, 960,000 upper-grade essence stones, 368 million middle-grade essence stones, and 390 billion lower-grade essence stones. What? So many? Jue Tiantong was taken aback by Jue Wuji's words. The total, when converted into high-grade essence stones, amounted to a staggering 883,800 high-grade essence stones. I never anticipated that a single venture into the 100 Night Tower could yield such a fortune. Jue Tiantong mused. The 100 Night Tower is truly a treasure trove. Gazing at the lower-grade imperial artifact storage spirit ring in his hand, his eyes sparkled with delight, and in a carefree gesture, he declared, since we have gathered such wealth, let us swiftly annihilate this place, known as the 100 Night Tower. Chapter 36. Concealed Existence by the System. With a single sentence from Jue Tiantong. The Bei Tower has vanished from within the great Chu imperial city, as the towering structure, exceeding 100 feet in height, disappeared from the imperial city. A wave of terror swept through its inhabitants. The Alchemists Guild and the royal family of Great Chu found themselves in utter despair. Your Excellencies, the Emperors, please spare us the Alchemists Guild, implored a venerable sage from the guild, trembling. Though Master Jue was wronged within our domain, the assailant was not one of ours. He merely took advantage of our territory to enact his treachery, like a serpent hiding in the grass. Your Excellencies, please show mercy, Mo Qianhe pleaded. This incident arose from my failure to manage the unruliness within the royal family. Allow me to bear the blame alone and spare the innocent. Mo Qingtian added, Your Excellencies, I am prepared to sacrifice myself, pleading that you spare the other innocent members of the royal family. Mo Changyan echoed, Your Excellencies, the others in the royal family are blameless. I beseech you to show clemency towards them. If it is vengeance you seek, let us three be the ones to suffer. But do not drag the innocent into this and cause unnecessary bloodshed. The core of the great Chu royal family comprises hundreds of thousands, including the outer layers. The number swells to 2 or 3 million. Should they all be implicated, rivers of blood and mountains of corpses would surely follow. No, the emperor's intervention would render all to naught, devoid of bloodshed and remains. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as a sage from the Bay Tower, seemingly ensnared by an invisible hand before Jue Wushuang, was obliterated into a mist of blood. Observing the kneeling alchemist guild members and the 3 venerable ancestors of the great Chu dynasty, Jue Wushuang glanced at his avaricious father, Jue Tiantong, shaking his head in resignation. He then inquired, Father, do you believe the great Chu royal family and the alchemist guild are destined for destruction? The great Chu royal family? The alchemist guild? Jue Tiantong's demeanor shifted from avarice to seriousness. Such audacity! They dare to orchestrate an ambush against me. They are courting death. However, I have no desire to involve the innocent. Here's the deal. Obliterate the faction behind this and provide me with suitable reparations. As for the alchemist guild, he paused. I was ambushed within their territory. Had I not possessed an imperial artifact for protection, my life would have been forfeited. If they wish to avoid annihilation, they too must offer compensation. Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, the 3 venerable ancestors of the great Chu royal family and the sage from the Alchemist Guild felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted. What was once despair had transformed into a glimmer of hope. Compensation. I am willing to provide reparations. The emotions of the powerful alchemists from the Alchemist Guild grew increasingly fervent. Master Jue, I am willing to offer 90% of the entire foundation of the Imperial City Alchemist Guild as compensation. I beseech you to spare me and the Alchemist Association. 90%? Jue Tiantong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. And how much does that equate to? The alchemist's heart raced as he replied, converted to supreme essence stones. It amounts to approximately 120,000 supreme essence stones. However, our guild's treasury does not currently hold such a sum, so I am prepared to offer a portion of high-grade and supreme-grade spiritual herbs as a substitute. What do you think, Master Jue? Astonishing. 120,000 supreme essence stones? Indeed, the Alchemist Guild is remarkably affluent and possesses profound resources. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Jue Tiantong then turned his gaze towards the 3 venerable ancestors of the Chu royal family. And what about you? Mo Qingtian appeared anxious. Master Jue, if it concerns essence stones, we can gather 200,000 supreme essence stones, but we lack the spiritual herbs. 200,000 supreme essence stones? The Chu royal family can actually muster such a sum? Consequently, excluding the portion of materials from the Alchemist Guild and adding the 79,000 plus supreme essence stones previously looted from the Baiyi Tower, that totals over 300,000 supreme essence stones. This time, it truly feels like a windfall. All right, present the 200,000 supreme essence stones, and then return to eliminate those who ought to be dealt with. Though previously shaken, Jue Tiantong's spirit soared. His initial intention was merely to provoke the Alchemist Guild and extract some benefits. Yet now, unbeknownst to him, one of the royal family's members had executed a splendid maneuver. Not only had he preserved his own life, but he had also secured an income of over 300,000 supreme essence stones. What a benefactor! The individual within the Chu royal family who sought to eliminate him was indeed a remarkable figure. Come, my eldest 4th, 6th, and 7th sons. Let's go drink to celebrate. With a buoyant heart, Jue Tiantong turned towards the direction of Lingshaoan. Drink? Father? The eldest and the 4th brothers exchanged bewildered glances. This doesn't seem like a dream. Let's follow him and see. As the emperor's authority dissipated, the people of the Chu imperial city gradually resumed their normal activities. Significant events swiftly spread throughout the city. Among the 6 heirs of the Jue Emperor, the Jin Wang and Xian Wang secretly allied to hire assassins from Baiyi Tower in a bid to eliminate Master Jue, allegedly for the sake of the royal family's rivalry. However, the outcome surpassed all expectations. What was thought to be foolproof turned out to be futile. As the seemingly vulnerable Master Jue, at the peak of the Dharma realm, emerged unscathed from the lethal techniques of the Baiyi Tower's powerful beings. Ultimately, the Baiyi Tower vanished, and the Jin Wang and Xian Wang, among the 6 heirs of the Jue Emperor, met their demise at the hands of the royal family's venerable ancestors. Even the maternal clans behind King Xian and King Jin, along with the royal individuals they commonly associated with, were eradicated without exception. Thus, the Emperor of the Jue was left with merely 4 sons. This incident also exacted a monumental toll on the Alchemist Guild, which had to forfeit 90% of its resources as compensation. For the next 3 years, the Alchemist Guild in the imperial city of the Jue would have to live frugally. A dream? On the 2nd floor of the Lingxiao Inn, Jue Tiantong gazed in astonishment at Jue Wushuang and the others. "Are you saying this is merely a dream you had?" Jue Tiantong could hardly contain his amusement, finding it absurd that these youngsters doubted his resurrection and claimed it was a figment of their imagination. "Father, could this truly not be a dream?" Jue Wushuang still appeared somewhat bewildered. "I, too, wish to believe it is not just a dream. However, since our last parting, I have been unable to find any trace of you throughout the entire southern wilderness." "Wait a moment." Jue Tiantong suddenly expressed surprise. "You mean to say that in the entire southern wilderness, there is no sign of your father?" Jue Wushuang nodded earnestly. "Indeed, father. Impossible. This cannot be." Jue Tiantong refused to accept it. "I have clearly returned to life. I have indeed." Suddenly, Jue Tiantong's eyes narrowed. He had undeniably returned, yet his offspring could find no trace of him whatsoever. This situation could only imply one thing. The system had concealed his existence. If that were indeed the case, it could only mean that his presence was a variable in certain matters. Was it related to the great calamity previously mentioned by the system? Yes, it must be so. Having grasped the essence of the matter, Jue Tiantong ceased to linger on his doubts and resolutely sent his children back to whence they came. Regardless of whether it was a dream or not, since the system had obscured his existence, there must be a reason behind it. Jue Tiantong believed that once he reached a certain level of growth, the system would no longer conceal his presence. Perhaps then would be the time for him to genuinely interact with his offspring. Chapter 37. The Xianyang Continent. The medicinal fields of the celestial realm's powerhouses. The host is rescued by his unparalleled offspring, Jue Wushuang, Jue Wudao, Jue Wushan, and Jue Wuji, triggering the 10-star system rewards. Reward 1. The Chaos Supreme Divine King's physique is elevated to the mid-stage achievement. Reward 2. Cultivation at the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm. Reward 3. The exquisite alchemical furnace, the 9-dragon alchemy furnace, upgraded to a low-grade imperial artifact. Reward 4. The formless netherflame alchemy divine art upgraded to imperial-grade alchemy technique. Reward 5. The exceptional martial skill Great Formless Hand upgraded to the low-grade imperial martial skill Formless Heavenly Steel Palm. Reward 6. A domineering recipe for a boundary-breaking pill of any grade. After dismissing his several sons, he returned to his room on the 3rd floor of the Lingxiao Inn. The system promptly triggered the rewards, leaving Jue Tiantong in a state of disbelief. 10-star rewards? By heavens, am I about to break through to the Heavenly King realm? Goodness, with the alchemy technique upgraded to imperial grade. My alchemical prowess must surely rise to the level of an imperial alchemist. 6 rewards? Ha ha ha. I never expected to receive such a bounty this time. What a grand gain. I have truly struck it rich this time. Within the confines of the room, Jue Tiantong was overwhelmed with unprecedented excitement and exhilaration. The rewards triggered by the system were astonishingly powerful, far exceeding his expectations. System, claim the rewards. Beep. System rewards successfully dispensed. Moments latte. Host, Jue Tiantong. Cultivation, 7th level of the Heavenly King realm. Physique, Mid-stage Chaos Supreme Divine King Body. Techniques. Formless Clarity Heart Sutra. Low-grade Imperial Technique. Formless Nether Flame Alchemy Divine Art. Imperial Grade Alchemy Technique. Martial Skills. Formless Heavenly Steel Palm. Low-grade Imperial Martial Skill. Possessions. Tianyuan Soft Armor. Damaged low-grade Imperial Artifact. Nine Dragon Alchemy Furnace. Low-grade Imperial Artifact for Alchemy. In the room, Jue Tiantong appeared taken aback. He sensed his current strength, which indeed felt formidable. Manifesting his cultivation, a throne of the Heavenly King adorned with 7 layers of radiance materialized behind him. The 7th level of the Heavenly King realm. Indeed. However, Jue Tiantong was perplexed. Why did I not witness any phenomenon accompanying my breakthrough? System, if you're still alive, quickly enlighten me on this matter. Beep. Naturally, this system has concealed the phenomena of your breakthrough from being detected. Host, let me explain it this way. Your existence is a variable in certain matters. As a variable, should certain beings discover you, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate you. Therefore, to protect your existence from being detected, this system will conceal all breakthrough phenomena starting from the Ascendant Realm. Do not think it mere Heavenly King Realm. Even when you eventually break through to the Emperor Realm, no phenomena will manifest. Oh, so that is how it is? Jue Tiantong murmured, if that is the case. It implies that I have been growing while concealing my true self. Therefore, by the time certain entities realize my existence as a variable, I shall have attained a level of strength that instills fear in them. In this light, Jue Tiantong finds the system's approach rather commendable. It shrouds his presence, yet does not hinder his growth or ascendancy. From a certain perspective, this is precisely the path he requires. For there are occasions when the advancement of some powerful beings evokes envy and resentment among others. Thus, the phenomena triggered during a breakthrough may sometimes serve as a death knell. Furthermore, when a cultivator reaches a particular realm, not only do they provoke immense manifestations, but they also invite the arrival of heavenly tribulations. Without a solid foundation or sufficient hidden cards, even in the absence of enemies plotting against them, many formidable beings ultimately perish under the trials of heavenly tribulations. Therefore, system, does your concealment of my existence imply that, in the future, when I break through to a higher realm, I shall be spared from the descent of heavenly tribulations? Indeed, host. Thus, on this journey, you may advance boldly and confidently. The system replied, as long as the host works diligently to amass wealth, this system can ensure a radiant future for you. Work diligently to earn money? Jue Tiantong's expression faltered once more. So the system is urging him to toil for wealth? Goodness, it seems there truly is no system devoid of folly. Host, considering you have already broken through to the Heavenly King realm, I must disclose a rather serious situation. The system continued. The Xianyang continent is, in essence, merely a medicinal field in the eyes of the powerful beings of the immortal realm. All living beings residing in the Xianyang continent are viewed as mere materials for medicine by these immortal beings. It is well known that as materials, there are growth and maturation periods. Throughout the Xianyang continent, once any living being reaches the Sage Realm, they are regarded as mature materials, thus qualifying to be harvested by the immortal beings. They may either become servants of the immortal beings or be refined into elixirs. In short, any living being within this medicinal field, upon reaching the Sage Realm or above, cannot escape the clutches of the immortal beings. Every million years, the immortal beings dispatch messengers to descend upon the Xianyang continent to gather herbs. At that time, all powerful beings who have attained the Sage Realm or higher will be reduced to mere sustenance and medicinal supplements for the immortal beings. This situation has persisted on the Xianyang continent for several 100 trillion years. As the variable, your primary task is to shatter the predetermined destiny of the Xianyang continent and alter its fate. Simply put, you must lead the Xianyang continent in its resistance against the immortal realm. Medicinal field? Immortal realm? Is this what you refer to as a great calamity? System? Goodness. Leading the Xianyang continent in defiance of the immortal realm? Surely this is not a jest. Upon hearing the words of the system, Jue Tiantong's expression transformed into one of exquisite intrigue. Why would this insidious system choose to resurrect him? After all, he had been buried for 100,000 years. Surely, remaining in repose would have sufficed. The purpose of his revival, it seemed, was to contend against the celestial realm. What a ludicrous notion. The system, the celestial realm, they are formidable, are they not? Indeed, the Emperor's realm is merely the pinnacle of humanity, the system elucidated. Above the Emperor's realm lies the existence of the celestial pathway. Most beings within the celestial realm are formidable entities of the celestial pathway. Any one of these celestial beings could effortlessly subjugate the entire Xianyang continent. It is not merely a matter of ordinary power. Even a coalition of 10,000 Emperor-level beings would falter against a true celestial from that realm. If 10,000 Emperors cannot stand against a single true celestial, then what chance do we have of opposing them? Jue Tiantong shook his head resolutely. System, this endeavor is fraught with difficulty. Perhaps you should seek another. I am of advanced age and cannot undertake such tasks. Host, do not underestimate yourself. This system has chosen you for a reason. It signifies that only you possess the ability to accomplish this. The system continued. While it may seem daunting to lead the Xianyang continent against the celestial realm, it is, in truth, not insurmountable. All you need to do is focus on refining elixirs and accumulating wealth. By acquiring a sufficient number of celestial artifacts or items of the celestial pathway, the entire Xianyang continent will resonate with celestial essence. At that juncture, there will be no need for ascension to the celestial realm. All beings of the Xianyang continent will be able to transcend to the celestial pathway. Once a sufficient number of powerful celestial beings arise within the Xianyang continent, opposing the celestial realm will no longer pose a challenge. Furthermore, host, I must caution you regarding the calamity and the matters of the celestial realm and the medicinal fields. You must not divulge any information. If such secrets were to escape, it could precipitate the calamity far too soon, with dire consequences. Striving to amass wealth to procure celestial items from the system's marketplace. At its core, this insidious system was merely attempting to brainwash him. Yet, if indeed he could grow in this manner, it might not be a permanent solution to his predicament. After all, Jue Tiantong was not alone in this world. He had 9 sons, all of whom had risen to the Emperor's realm. Moreover, each of his sons had already begun their own lineages. The Jue clan, across the Xianyang continent, likely numbered in the millions, if not tens of millions. Thus, should the situation prove unmanageable, Jue Tiantong might simply flee the Xianyang continent. However, the circumstances had changed. He now had his own descendants, each with their own offspring to consider. As an ancient figure of the Jue lineage, even disregarding others, he had to take into account the legacy of his own progeny. Thus, he diligently toils to amass wealth to procure celestial treasures from the system's marketplace, enabling his offspring to transcend into the realm of immortals on the Xianyang continent, granting them the power to contend with the formidable beings of the celestial domain. This endeavor is indeed imperative. After all, should he refrain from taking action, he would forfeit the opportunity to trigger the system's rewards, hindering his rapid growth and ascent in strength. Curse it! He finds himself entirely at the mercy of this system. So, who on earth is responsible for conjuring up this wretched system? Chapter 38. The Supreme Technique of the Emperor Level, the Unfathomable Avatar, Divine Art. However, at this moment, Jue Tiantong felt it necessary to clarify certain matters. System, how long until the cataclysm you mentioned descends? He inquired. Moreover, even if I desire to lead the Xianyang continent against the celestial domain, with merely these 2 arms and 2 legs of mine, my intentions are futile. Host, there remains a millennium until the catastrophe arrives. As for refining pills to earn wealth, host can purchase avatar techniques in the system marketplace to cultivate numerous avatars, thus acquiring many aids. A millennium? Avatar techniques? 1,000 years until the cataclysm descends. This span of time is exceedingly brief for the entire Xianyang continent. For cultivators, a mere 1,000 years is hardly sufficient to accomplish anything significant. It is akin to a first-tier sage-level expert, not to mention a millennium. Even 2,000 years may not suffice for a breakthrough to the second tier of sage level. However, should the Xianyang continent witness the emergence of celestial spiritual resonance, the scenario would undoubtedly change. Once this world births celestial spiritual resonance, the cultivation environment would amplify at least 100-fold. In such an environment, even those at the emperor level would experience accelerated cultivation progress. Thus, it is imperative to initiate small-scale efforts. In the short term, it is impossible for the entire Xianyang continent to foster celestial spiritual resonance. Nevertheless, it may only take 2 to 3 years for a specific area, such as a domain within the southern wilderness's 49 domains, to be the first to give rise to celestial spiritual resonance. Given Jue Tiantong's current alchemical prowess, if he were to refine 10 batches of boundary-breaking pills daily, he could earn approximately 4 to 5 billion low-grade yuan stones, equivalent to 4,000 to 5,000 high-grade yuan stones. When converted to emperor-grade yuan stones, this amounts to around 40 to 50 emperor-grade yuan stones. Considering that a low-tier celestial-grade pill in the system marketplace requires over 10 million emperor-grade yuan stones, he would need to toil for at least a millennium to afford celestial-grade pills from the system marketplace. This estimate pertains solely to the boundary-breaking pills he currently concocts. Should he refine superior pills, such as the Qi Huang recovery pill, which aids individuals in breaking through the pinnacle realm, the profits would naturally be substantially greater. Furthermore, if he incorporates the avatar techniques mentioned by the system, the results would be even more remarkable. By cultivating a multitude of avatars and having them diligently refine pills, a flicker of brilliance ignited in Jue Tiantong's eyes. Despite his reservations, he felt a surge of excitement. System, please expedite the retrieval of the avatar technique you referenced. In his exhilaration, Jue Tiantong once again accessed the system marketplace. Understood, host. This system will now switch to the technique shop. In light of the host's current strength and resources, this system recommends the purchase of the following avatar technique. Soon, within the Switch system marketplace, the avatar technique recommended by the system instantly captivated all of Jue Tiantong's attention. The Imperial-grade Supreme Technique, Wushuang Function Divine Art, allows the cultivation of up to 3,000 divine soul avatars, priced at 3,200,000 top-tier essence stones. 3,200,000 top-tier essence stones? Upon encountering such a price, Jue Tiantong immediately understood. This insidious system had its eyes set on the over 3 million top-tier essence stones he possessed. Nevertheless, considering that a technique capable of enabling the cultivation of 3,000 divine soul avatars was merely priced at over 3 million top-tier essence stones, it did not seem exorbitant. After all, such a technique was likely unparalleled throughout the entire Xianyang continent. Well then, 3,200,000 it is. Jue Tiantong promptly slapped his thigh. System, I shall purchase this technique. Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring the Imperial-grade Supreme Technique, Wushuang Function Divine Art. 3,200,000 top-tier essence stones have been deducted. As the system's notification rang out, countless essence stones instantly vanished from Jue Tiantong's storage ring. Various low, medium, and high-grade essence stones combined to precisely equal 3,200,000 top-tier essence stones. This system truly possessed remarkable abilities. No matter where Jue Tiantong's essence stones were stored, it could locate them effortlessly. Alas, Jue Tiantong chose to disregard the system's affairs and began to explore the newly acquired Imperial-grade Supreme Technique, Wushuang Function Divine Art. This technique for creating avatars was indeed extraordinary. It is well known that for any formidable individual, the act of splitting one's soul is a profoundly painful and arduous endeavor. However, the Wushuang Function Divine Art allows cultivators to easily divide their divine souls. Moreover, as long as it remains within the limits of their strength, all split divine soul avatars will not adversely affect the main body. Furthermore, all of these avatars will remain utterly loyal to the main body, and even if their power exceeds that of the main body, they will never betray it. This technique is truly marvelous. After a brief contemplation, Jue Tiantong felt a surge of astonishment. With such an avatar technique, The forthcoming days would render the crafting of more elixirs for profit exceedingly simple. However, he soon pondered another equally significant issue. With divine soul avatars cultivated, what about the alchemical furnaces needed for elixir crafting? This was indeed a pressing concern. Spending money to purchase an alchemical furnace from the system's marketplace? Given the current 30 or so thousand top-tier essence stones at his disposal, he could scarcely afford it. Thus, he would have to procure one within the Imperial City. After all, besides the Alchemist Guild, there was also the Craftsman Guild in the Chu Imperial City. Yet even so, with his current reserve of essence stones, he could hardly afford several alchemical furnaces. Considering Jue Tiantong as current king-level cultivation, he could at most cultivate 100 divine soul avatars through the Imperial Grade Supreme technique, Wushuang Finchen Divine Art. With the existing 200,000 or 300,000 exquisite elemental stones at his disposal, it remains uncertain whether he could procure 100 top-tier alchemical furnaces. Thus, it would be prudent to first cultivate several soul avatars, refine a greater number of elixirs for sale, and subsequently cultivate more soul avatars to acquire additional alchemical furnaces. Knock! Knock knock! At this moment, a knock resounded from the room where Absolute Heaven resided. Master Absolute, His Royal Highness has come to pay a visit. May I inquire if you have the time to receive him? Hearing the voice from outside, Absolute Heaven furrowed his brow. His Royal Highness? The offspring of the Emperor of the Chu? He then widened his eyes in realization. Ah, the one who can resolve my predicament has arrived. Ahem! Since a person of such stature is here, please do come in. With a casual wave of his hand, the door to the room swung open. Shortly thereafter, Han Shuo entered, pushing a pallid young man with a sickly countenance, seated in a wheelchair, none other than the third prince of the Chu Emperor, Prince Mo Lingxiao. Chapter 39. The visit of Prince Qi. Upon observing the individual brought by Han Shuo, Jue Tiantong's brow furrowed slightly. How could such a frail figure be a formidable being at the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm? Moreover, upon breaking through to the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm, Jue Tiantong also discovered that Han Shuo's cultivation had astonishingly reached the 12th level of the Heavenly King realm. Remarkably strong. It seemed he was merely a step away from breaking into the quasi-saint realm. However, for Jue Tiantong in his current state, he was unperturbed by someone merely at the 12th level of the Heavenly King realm. Even those below the 7th level of the quasi-saint realm posed no threat to him. After all, with his Chaos Supreme Divine King body, he could transcend a significant realm to suppress his adversaries regardless of his current cultivation level. Thus, with his cultivation at the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm, coupled with the imperial level martial arts he practiced, he no longer feared anyone beneath the 7th level of the quasi-saint realm. 7th level of the Heavenly King realm. Upon entering the room and witnessing Jue Tiantong's cultivation, Han Shuo was equally astonished. How could this be possible? Previously, this esteemed Master Jue had only reached the pinnacle of the Law Avatar realm. Yet now, how had he ascended to the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm? Could it be? Han Shuo's heart trembled. Indeed, this Master Jue had several offspring of the Emperor realm under his tutelage. Furthermore, just an hour ago, 4 of his imperial descendants had personally descended upon the small capital of the Great Chu Empire. Therefore, Master Jue's current cultivation was undoubtedly a result of the enlightenment bestowed upon him by those imperial heirs. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, no matter how extraordinary or monstrous a person may be, it would be impossible to break through from the pinnacle of the Law Avatar realm to the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm in the span of just 1 hour. Thus, Han Shuo quickly bowed, saying, Master Jue, this is His Highness Prince Qi, the 3rd prince of the Great Chu dynasty. On the wheelchair, Mo Lingxiao also bowed towards Jue Tiantong, stating, Mo Lingxiao pays his respects to Master Jue. My body is unwell. I hope Master Jue can be forgiving. Jue Tiantong waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. I am not so particular. Observing Mo Lingxiao's hesitance to speak, Jue Tiantong expressed some annoyance. Well, if you have something to say, just say it. Although I am of advanced age, I can discern affection from aversion. I will not hold you accountable for the actions of your 2 reckless brothers. Jue Tiantong was already aware that it was the royal princes, Jin and Xian, who had offered a high price to incite the experts of the Night Hundred Pavilion against him. Furthermore, he could accept the resolution regarding the royal ancestors. After all, the compensation of 2 million top-grade essence stones from the royal family was immensely beneficial to him at present. Thank you for your understanding, Master Jue, Emo Lingxiao continued. To speak candidly, I have come to see you today primarily to express my gratitude. The Princes Xian and Jin were the two greatest obstacles in my quest for the throne. Now that they are dead, you, Master Jue, have rendered me a tremendous service. As for the second matter, Emo Lingxiao paused briefly and continued. Master Jue, I wonder if you have ever heard of the Imperial Grade High-Level Heavenly Dragon Golden Pill? Upon hearing this, Jue Tiantong's mind stirred, prompting him to delve into the internal system marketplace to seek out the Heavenly Dragon Golden Pill. To his astonishment, he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. The Imperial Grade High-Level Heavenly Dragon Golden Pill is an exceedingly rare elixir, capable of breaking through limitations to enhance one's strength, while also possessing formidable properties to neutralize various deadly toxins. Moreover, consuming a single Imperial Grade High-Level Heavenly Dragon Golden Pill not only elevates one's power and detoxifies, but also augments the user's comprehension. Most importantly, regardless of who ingests it, they will be able to ignore the effects of numerous toxic substances in the future. It can be said that one such pill has the potential to alter the destiny of any formidable individual. However, the price is exorbitantly steep. One would need a staggering 900,000 top-tier essence stones to procure it. After grasping this information, Jue Tiantong looked at Emo Lingxiao and remarked, Of course, I'm aware of the Imperial Grade High-Level Heavenly Dragon Golden Pill. However, at this moment, I am unable to concoct such a potion. If you can wait, I should be able to produce it within 3 years. Emo Lingxiao and Han Shuo were both astounded by Jue Tiantong's words. This master, he actually knows about the Imperial Grade High-Level Heavenly Dragon Golden Pill? And within a maximum of 3 years, he might be able to refine it? My goodness, this time they truly came to the right place. Initially coming with merely a sense of trial, Jue Tiantong's assurances illuminated a glimmer of hope amidst the endless darkness for Emo Lingxiao. Master Jue, is what you say true? Emo Lingxiao trembled in his wheelchair. Will you really be able to concoct the Imperial Grade High-Level Heavenly Dragon Golden Pill in 3 years? Naturally, Jue Tiantong replied. However, since you're inquiring about this elixir, you must also be aware of its exorbitant cost, correct? Yes, Emo Lingxiao nodded fervently. As long as Master Jue can refine this elixir, I will meet any price. Jue Tiantong contemplated inwardly. Given that Emo Lingxiao is a descendant of the great Jue Emperor, his wealth must be considerable. If he were to set a price himself, he would certainly earn less. Thus, Jue Tiantong looked at Emo Lingxiao and inquired, State your offer. Should I succeed in producing the Imperial Grade High-Level Heavenly Dragon Golden Pill? How many top-tier essence stones will you provide? He then reminded, I must inform you that the cost of refining a single Imperial Grade High-Level Heavenly Dragon Golden Pill ranges from 900,000 to 1 million top-tier essence stones. Therefore, the selling price of the finished elixir will be quite high. Emo Lingxiao was somewhat taken aback. What? Master Jue, you mean the cost of refining a high-grade Emperor-level Heavenly Dragon Golden Pill is merely between 900,000 to 1 million premium yuan stones? Goodness. Upon hearing this, Jue Tiantong immediately sensed trouble. He regretted his indiscretion in mentioning a lower figure. So, in your understanding, what would be the approximate cost of refining a high-grade Emperor-level Heavenly Dragon Golden Pill? In light of Jue Tiantong's inquiry and his esteemed status, Emo Lingxiao replied candidly. Master Jue, to be frank, I previously encountered an exceptionally skilled alchemist. It was that very master who informed me that to alleviate the potent poison afflicting me, a high-grade Emperor-level Heavenly Dragon Golden Pill was necessary. However, that master was unable to concoct such a pill. Yet, he did mention that the cost of refining a high-grade Emperor-level Heavenly Dragon Golden Pill would be no less than 2 million premium yuan stones. I must admit, I did not anticipate that your refining cost would be merely half of what that master indicated. Seemingly having made a decision, Emo Lingxiao then proposed, Master Jue. How about this? If you indeed succeed in refining the high-grade Emperor-level Heavenly Dragon Golden Pill, I shall purchase it from you for 2 million premium yuan stones. Chapter 40. Cooperation. To concoct an Imperial-grade, high-tier Heavenly Dragon Golden Pill and subsequently purchase it for 2 million exquisite primordial stones? Upon hearing this, Jue Tiantong was elated. It was indeed feasible. After all, within the confines of the system marketplace, the price for a high-tier Imperial-grade Heavenly Dragon Golden Pill stood at a staggering 900,000 exquisite primordial stones. Thus, when he resold the elixir procured from the system to Mo Lingxiao, he would net a profit of 110,000 exquisite primordial stones. This far surpassed his initial expectations of a resale value of 120 or even 130,000 exquisite primordial stones. Evidently, certain elixirs, when priced by others, could yield him greater profits. However, Mo Lingxiao was merely a minor prince, and the royal family had only allocated 2 million exquisite primordial stones as compensation. Could Mo Lingxiao truly produce an additional 2 million exquisite primordial stones? It was plausible yet. Jue Tiantong candidly expressed, "It is not that I hold you in disdain, but your royal ancestors have only granted me 2 million exquisite primordial stones in compensation. As a mere prince, do you possess such wealth?" Jue Tiantong was acutely aware that the Lingxiao Inn, where he currently resided, was the property of the very Prince Mo Lingxiao before him. Nevertheless, 2 million exquisite primordial stones was not a trifling sum. Rest assured, Master Jue, 2 million exquisite primordial stones is a considerable amount even for the royal treasury. However, for me, it is merely a numeral Mo Lingxiao conveyed. A hint of understanding dawning upon Jue Tiantong. This seemingly frail prince was, in fact, as wealthy as a nation. In other words, Prince Mo Lingxiao possessed profound depths and excelled in concealment. His clandestine enterprises undoubtedly extended beyond the Lingxiao Inn, presenting a lucrative opportunity for Jue Tiantong. With this revelation, Jue Tiantong's thoughts shifted. Since such a bountiful opportunity had presented itself, he would not allow it to slip away easily. Might I inquire, Prince Qi, if my assumptions are correct, you must aspire to achieve great things? Hence, do you possess sufficient strength among your allies? Are their capabilities formidable enough? Should you desire, I may be inclined to lend you my support. What he truly intended was to empty the princess coffers. Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, Mo Lingxiao was momentarily taken aback. Securing the assistance of a figure like Master Jue would significantly lessen his efforts over the next century. As for wealth, he regarded it with indifference, for while it might signify life or death for others, for him, it was merely a figure. Master Jue, do you truly wish to assist this prince? Observing Mo Lingxiao's excitement, Jue Tiantong rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, of course. As long as Prince Qi can offer suitable remuneration, I would be more than willing to extend my assistance. Excellent. Today's visit to Master Jue has proven fortuitous. Not only has the matter of the Imperial grade, high-tier Heavenly Dragon Golden Pill been resolved, but I have also unexpectedly gained a most valuable ally. To speak plainly, he would no longer need to surreptitiously acquire the elixirs originally intended for sale at the Lingxiao Inn. Thus, Mo Lingxiao candidly stated, Master Jue, should I wish to achieve my ambitions, I require not only ordinary personnel, but also a contingent of 1,000 individuals. Moreover, each member of this 1,000-strong assembly must possess at least the prowess of a Heavenly King realm. However, the notion of needing 1,000 Heavenly King experts to succeed was somewhat astonishing to Jue Tiantong. This indicated that the foundation of the great Chu royal family was indeed formidable. A battalion of 1,000 Heavenly King experts was a daunting prospect. 1,000 individuals at the Heavenly King level? Jue Tiantong stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, Your Highness, I possess a variety of elixirs categorized into low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier extraordinary grades. These can cultivate formidable beings from the 1st to the 6th level of the Ascendant Realm, from the 6th to the 9th level, and from the 10th to the 12th level, respectively. Therefore, for a newly ascended individual in the ascendant realm to swiftly reach its pinnacle, they would require a minimum of 6 elixirs. Upon attaining the peak of the ascendant realm, a single mid-tier extraordinary breaking boundaries elixir, which I am about to refine, would suffice to facilitate their breakthrough to the Heavenly King realm. As for the time frame, Jue Tiantong extended 2 fingers. With sufficient resources from your highness, I could assemble 1,000 Heavenly King experts within a maximum of 3 years. Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, both Mo Ling Xiao and Han Shuo were utterly astounded. The prospect of cultivating 1,000 Heavenly King experts in just 3 years was beyond their wildest imaginations. Yet at this moment, it seemed to flow effortlessly from Master Jue's lips. 3 years, 1,000 Heavenly King experts. Mo Ling Xiao, brimming with excitement, eagerly inquired, Master Jue, when can we officially embark on this collaboration? Additionally, what are the specific prices for the elixirs you mentioned? Pricing? Naturally, Jue Tiantong would not assign a price to his elixirs, for he realized he had been overly generous. The valuations he had in mind were, in fact, rather low. By allowing others to set the prices, he would undoubtedly profit even more. The pricing for the various tiers of elixirs would naturally differ. Moreover, since this collaboration is with you, Your Highness, any elixirs I produce will not only be provided to you, but also made available for sale by the Shouyuan. Thus, the issue of pricing should be left to you, for it would indeed be a lucrative venture for your establishment. The prospect of collaborating with Mo Ling Xiao and having surplus elixirs for the Shouyuan to sell left Mo Ling Xiao profoundly astonished. However, the esteemed master is refining elixirs alone. Can he truly manage it? After a brief moment, a conclusion was finally reached regarding the pricing of the elixirs. For the low-tier Extraordinary Qi Huang Bu Yuan Dan, the price stands at 35 million inferior essence stones per piece, with the Ling Xiao in taking a commission of 5 million. The mid-tier Extraordinary Qi Huang Bu Yuan Dan is priced at 68 million inferior essence stones, with an 8 million commission for the Ling Xiaoan. The high-tier Extraordinary Qi Huang Yuan Dan costs 100 million inferior essence stones, with the Ling Xiao in extracting a commission of 10 million. The mid-tier Domineering Peijing Dan, which can assist a pinnacle questioner in breaking through to the King realm, is priced at 150 million inferior essence stones, with a 20 million commission for the Ling Xiaoan. How exorbitantly priced indeed! Absolute Tiantong was somewhat astonished by Mo Ling Xiao's pricing. As he had anticipated, Mo Ling Xiao's self-set prices would yield him greater profits. Moreover, the collaboration between Mo Ling Xiao and Absolute Tiantong involved a direct order. For the Qi Huang Bu Yuan Dan, there were 2,000 pieces each of the low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier extraordinary varieties, along with 1,000 pieces of the mid-tier Domineering Peijing Dan. Calculating the profits after the commission, these 7,000 elixirs would net Absolute Tiantong a staggering profit of 490 billion inferior essence stones. When converted to supreme essence stones, this amounts to 490,000 pieces. Additionally, considering Mo Ling Xiao's previous mention of purchasing the high-tier Imperial Tianlong Jindan for 200,000 supreme essence stones, it becomes apparent that Absolute Tiantong has conducted a business worth 2,490,000 supreme essence stones solely with Mo Ling Xiao. By this reckoning, Mo Ling Xiao, the prince of the Great Chu dynasty, is indeed wealthy enough to rival nations. Of course, this high commission on each elixir comes with conditions, within the span of 3 years, regardless of how many elixirs are refined. All the medicinal materials must be provided by Prince Mo Ling Xiao, requiring not a single coin from Absolute Tiantong. Otherwise, how could it be justified that the painstakingly refined elixirs, merely sold by the Ling Xiaoan, afford such substantial commissions? Such fortune is indeed rare in this world. Chapter 41. Find a place and begin in earnest. Very well, the pricing of these elixirs has now been established. Once the pricing was concluded, Jue Tiantong promptly remarked, I must say, Your Highness Qi, this collaboration is no trivial matter, so I shall be straightforward. Since this is a partnership, you will need to remit a deposit beforehand. Naturally, Mo Ling Xiao concurred. Then, Master Jue, how much deposit do you deem appropriate for me to provide? Let us see, Jue Tiantong mused, slightly furrowing his brow. At present, I am in need of acquiring several top-tier alchemical furnaces. Your Highness, I would appreciate it if you could procure a batch of 100 premium alchemical furnaces for me. Based on a price range of 300 million to 500 million low-grade spirit stones per furnace. This amounts to a total of 30 billion to 50 billion low-grade spirit stones. Of course, should you manage to acquire a larger quantity, say 1,000 furnaces, I would gladly accept them. Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, both Mo Lingxiao and Han Shuo were taken aback. Their expressions seemed to inquire. What need have you for so many furnaces if you are to refine elixirs alone? Can you truly manipulate 100 furnaces simultaneously? What are you looking at me for? Jue Tiantong retorted, slightly irritated. Though my alchemical skills are formidable, it is indeed impossible for one man to produce such a volume of elixirs within a mere 3 years. Thus, I require you to procure these furnaces in bulk, as I will need assistance. He then added, regarding the medicinal materials, allow me a moment. After a brief pause, Jue Tiantong handed a piece of rice paper to Mo Lingxiao, which was filled with the names of 70 to 80 different herbs. These were all necessary for concocting the Royal Grey Body Refining Elixir, the Law Manifestation Breakthrough Elixir, the Qi Huang Restoration Elixir, and the Overbearing Breakthrough Elixir. In any case, they were all mixed together. Even if the list were to be leaked, no one would be able to replicate the recipes. Whatever quantity I require, I shall have. Jue Tiantong continued. Moreover, since I will be seeking assistance with the alchemy, I shall no longer reside in this inn. On the 1st and 15th of each month, I will bring the refined elixirs to the Lingxiao Inn. You too must prepare the medicinal materials by those dates to facilitate my collection. Considering I will be refining elixirs using my soul's avatar, this trump card must remain concealed from public view. Furthermore, venturing outside the imperial city to a more secluded location for my alchemical work may yield unexpected benefits. For instance, the fragrance of the elixirs I produce might attract some powerful beings unfamiliar with me. If they're sufficiently strong, it could trigger a reward from the system. Jue Tiantong felt a surge of anticipation within. How astute he was! Holding the rice paper in hand, Mo Lingxiao experienced the daunting realization of the arduous journey towards becoming an alchemist. The mere attributes of those herbs were enough to require years of diligent study to fully comprehend. It is hardly surprising that the higher the grade of the elixir, the more exorbitant its price becomes. Rest assured, Master Jue, the procurement of these medicinal materials, along with the alchemical furnace you require, will be completed within 3 days. Casting a glance at the darkened sky outside, Mo Lingxiao finally clasped his hands and declared, "It is nearly the hour of the tiger. I must take my leave." Master Jue, wait a moment, Jue Tiantong replied, producing 2 bags of holding and tossing them to Mo Lingxiao. Contained herein are 1,000 Royal Extreme Body Refinement pills and 800 Law Manifestation Breaking Realm pills. In the coming days, I shall focus on stabilizing my cultivation. Thus, I will temporarily cease the refining of pills. This is all that remains of my current stock. Once sold, please ensure that the proceeds are handed over to me. After Mo Lingxiao and Han Shuo departed, Jue Tiantong commenced his cultivation of the avatar technique, the formless avatar divine art. This is a supreme technique of imperial grade, capable of producing up to 3,000 soul avatars at its pinnacle. However, at present, with Jue Tiantong's cultivation at the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm, he can at most manifest 100 soul avatars. Nonetheless, this suffices, combined with his true self. He would possess a total of 101 Jue Tiantongs engaged in pill refinement. The daily output would undoubtedly be astonishing, as his prowess continues to ascend. The number of soul avatars he cultivates will naturally increase. The prospects are indeed radiant. In the confines of his chamber, Jue Tiantong quickly immersed himself in the practice of this avatar technique. It must be said, as an imperial-grade technique, it is extraordinarily unique. The difficulty of mastering the formless avatar divine art is indeed exceptional. Jue Tiantong could distinctly sense that had he not been practicing the primary technique, the formless Clarity Heart Sutra, his innate talents alone might have rendered significant progress in this avatar technique elusive, potentially requiring months of arduous effort. However, due to his training in the primary technique and the formidable endowment of his chaotic supreme divine body, he found the cultivation of this avatar technique to be less daunting. Yet, the initial experience of separating a fragment of his soul was undeniably uncomfortable. In a word, painful. Before long, 3 days had quietly slipped away. At Lingxiao Inn, on the third floor of the establishment, Jue Tiantong marveled. How profound! This avatar technique is truly extraordinary. In this room, there were now 8 manifestations of Jue Tiantong. Each avatar appeared strikingly similar, save for their differing expressions. Their appearances, attire, and even cultivation levels were identical. However, one notable distinction was that the soul avatars did not inherit the advantages of the chaotic supreme divine body possessed by the true Jue Tiantong. In other words, although the myriad of soul avatars created by Jue Tiantong possesses the same cultivation realm as his true self, they lack the strength to transcend a significant boundary. Nevertheless, this scenario remains utterly terrifying for all. Imagine, as a formidable being, if one day you were confronted by 100 or even 1,000 identical foes. How would you respond? Initially, would you not be taken aback? Perhaps you would turn and flee? This is merely the beginning. Within 3 days, he has cultivated 7 soul avatars. As his training progresses, the speed of creating these avatars will only accelerate. Perhaps in another 10 days, he could produce 100 soul avatars. With a flourish of his robe, the 7 soul avatars vanished from the room. It had been 3 days. Surely the task entrusted to him by the Prince of Qi would yield results today. Indeed, within less than half an hour, Han Shuan knocked on Jue Tiantong's door. Master Jue, the matters you mentioned 3 days ago have been successfully completed. Upon entering the room, Han Shuan presented 2 Quenched bags to Jue Tiantong. Master Jue, during these 3 days, we have procured a total of 212 exquisite alchemical furnaces within the imperial city, along with the medicinal materials you requested, totaling 63,000 plants. Excellent, quite commendable. Accepting the 2 Quenched bags, Jue Tiantong transferred their contents into his storage spirit ring. You have done well. I shall depart today, and in half a month, I will formally provide the required elixirs. Exiting the Lingxiao Inn, Jue Tiantong felt invigorated. 212 exquisite furnaces and over 60,000 medicinal plants. He was ready to find a place and commence his grand undertaking. Chapter 42. How is it that your incarnation of the Divine Spirit, number 76, is so exceptional? The most significant distinction between an alchemist and an ordinary cultivator lies in the formidable spiritual power possessed by the alchemist, which far surpasses that of the common practitioner. Furthermore, the vocation of an alchemist is inherently perilous. Even the slightest disturbance can lead not only to the failure of the concocted elixirs, but also to catastrophic explosions that endanger one's life. Hence, most alchemists are accompanied by guardians during their concoction processes. However, Jue Tiantong is not one to adhere to such precautions. His alchemical prowess is significantly more advanced than that of his contemporaries. After mastering the Wushuang Mingyan alchemical divine art, the process of concocting elixirs has become exceedingly simple and swift for him, yielding superior results. Consequently, he sought a relatively tranquil and spacious location. After all, the sight of numerous Jue Tiantongs simultaneously refining elixirs would be rather formidable. Upon departing from the southern gate of the great Shu imperial city, Jue Tiantong soon discovered a locale that pleased him. Situated a full 1,800 miles away, it was a vast valley nestled within the great Shu mountain range. The scenery was exquisite, the environment pristine, and the aura of heaven and earth far superior to that within the imperial city, an area inaccessible to ordinary cultivators. This valley possesses a unique topography, encircled by a grand, serpentine river that envelopes it entirely. Thus, traversing to this valley requires crossing the river, which is inhabited by formidable fish demons. These demons are adorned in shimmering gold and crimson, sporting deep blue wings. And many possess cultivation levels in the realms of divine concealment and law manifestation. Even the weakest among them are typically at the spirit sea level. Such a peculiar river naturally astonished Jue Tiantong upon first sight. He understood that anyone lacking sufficient strength attempting to cross would meet a grim fate, devoured by the fish demons that suddenly rise from the depths. It is precisely for this reason that Jue Tiantong chose this location. The presence of these powerful fish demons provides a natural and formidable barrier for the valley. For a powerhouse of the sovereign realm like Jue Tiantong, crossing above the river is trivial. Even if he were to plunge into the waters for a bath, the fish demons would merely retreat to a safe distance. Thus, he felt no threat here. Rather, the river's existence allowed him to cultivate his divine spirit incarnation and refine elixirs with greater peace of mind. Indeed, this shall be my designated place for concocting elixirs henceforth. Jue Tiantong was thoroughly satisfied with the uniqueness of this location. Interestingly, within this expansive valley, a stream flows toward the great river outside. Could it be that the fish demons in that river are a result of this stream's presence? Jue Tiantong contemplated this, sensing a possible connection. Without a doubt, this is a place of extraordinary feng shui. Upon entering this locale, the first sensation one experiences is the unmistakable aura conducive to cultivation. Yet, one must ponder, how could such a treasure of a location go unnoticed? Alas, it matters not. Jue Tiantong cast aside such thoughts and immediately soared into the valley, commencing his cultivation. Initially, the 7 divine soul avatars he manifested began to familiarize themselves with the art of alchemy, earnestly attempting to concoct elixirs as extensions of Jue Tiantong's own consciousness. They possessed the same knowledge as he did, albeit with varying degrees of proficiency. Thus, for these soul avatars, with but a modicum of practice, their alchemical skills would soon rival those of their origin. In fact, eventually, Jue Tiantong would find himself free from the toil of crafting potions, merely indulging in the fruits of their labor. As his mastery of the techniques deepened, the speed at which Jue Tiantong cultivated new divine soul avatars naturally accelerated. On the first day, he successfully manifested 6 avatars. On the second day, 9 more emerged. 7 days later, I cannot endure any longer. Jue Tiantong gasped, a pallor overtaking his visage as beads of sweat dotted his aged countenance. Though he had never experienced the agony of childbirth, he now grasped that, given his current cultivation at the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm, the endeavor to create his 101st divine soul avatar was 100-fold more excruciating than labor itself, for the simple reason that it seemed altogether impossible. Alas, it cannot be forced. I shall wait until my cultivation advances further before attempting to manifest more divine soul avatars. Jue Tiantong took a deep breath, striving to regulate his internal energies. Observing the 100 divine soul avatars within the valley, he felt a profound sense of joy. At the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm, he had already produced 100 avatars of equal prowess. Such an accomplishment, one might argue, is beyond the reach of others at the Heavenly King level, and perhaps even beyond what those of the Saint realm could achieve. Indeed, Jue Tiantong harbored doubts that even those of the Emperor realm possessed such a multitude of divine soul avatars. For even they lacked the unique technique that allowed him to create avatars without inflicting any harm upon his own spirit. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the valley, prompting a resigned sigh from Jue Tiantong. Yet another one has been rendered useless. What has been rendered useless? Naturally, it was a premium alchemical furnace. The 13th divine soul avatar chuckled. 76. You truly are a failure. This marks the 3rd furnace you've ruined. The 21st divine soul avatar lamented. What a disgrace. What an utter disgrace. How can you, 76, be so incompetent among the avatars of our esteemed origin? The 56th divine soul avatar chimed in. I know. It must be that the master was startled by the explosion while refining you, thus leading to your unfortunate deterioration. The 76th soul clone's ire surged. 56th. Speak again, and I shall teach you what it means to be a person. The 99th soul clone interjected. Let us strike him like a watermelon. I am the 99th, and I revel in the chaos. The 100th soul clone chimed in. Indeed, why all the unnecessary chatter? If you are dissatisfied, let's act. I am the 100th, and I too delight in the commotion. Head spinning. Jue Tiantong felt as if his intellect was about to expand. Truth be told, given his current cultivation at the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm, having cultivated 100 soul clones was indeed a commendable feat, yet, at times, he found himself overwhelmed by the impulse to discipline certain clones. For instance, the 76 soul clone had already rendered 3 exquisite alchemical furnaces inoperative. That particular clone seemed utterly devoid of alchemical talent. Furthermore, the last 2 clones, the 99th and the 100th, were perpetually inclined to escalate situations. It was quite vexing. Jue Tiantong discovered that each of his soul clones possessed a unique level of intelligence. Some were extraordinarily gifted, achieving remarkable results in their initial attempts at alchemy. Others seemed to lack a fundamental understanding. It was feared that even if he provided them with 10 more furnaces, they would still fail to produce a single elixir. Enough of this clamor. With the din of the increasingly agitated soul clones grating on his nerves, Jue Tiantong declared in a stern voice, "Whoever dares to make another sound shall be cast out to feed the fish." He then pointed at the 76th soul clone. "It is evident that you possess no aptitude for alchemy. Thus, you shall cease your attempts and stand guard for us instead." This notion of standing guard was merely a pretext. After all, the 76th soul clone had caused far too much distress. If he were not expelled, the other clone's alchemical endeavors would undoubtedly be hindered. Understood, esteemed master. I shall proceed to keep watch for everyone. Chapter 43. Exploded, and the furnace has erupted once more. Finally free from the tedious endeavor of alchemy, a sense of joy envelopes me. Cast out from the heart of the valley, the 76th soul fragment exhibits no semblance of disappointment. On the contrary, it radiates a profound delight, although it bears an exact resemblance to its original self. It strides with an air of arrogance, each movement exuding an enticingly mischievous charm. The original self summoned me to patrol the mountains, traversing one peak after another. The scenery here is truly breathtaking, the river teeming with. Oh, are those fish with wings? Suddenly, upon reaching the banks of the river beyond the valley, the 76th fragment gazes in astonishment at the myriad of fish spirits swimming within. Winged fish, such a curious sight indeed. Yet, one cannot help but wonder about the taste of such peculiar creatures. Licking its lips, the 76th soul fragment's eyes sparkle with anticipation. Food over alchemy. Even a fool would choose the former. With resolve, the 76th soul fragment reaches out, effortlessly plucking a nearly 2-meter-long fish spirit, boasting late-stage divine concealment prowess, from the river. Then, employing its palm as a blade, it skillfully scales the fish, cleanses the entrails, and sets it ablaze over fire. In mere moments, the enticing aroma of roasted meat fills the air, causing the 76th soul fragment to salivate uncontrollably. Such a delectable scent surely promises a delightful feast. Unable to contain itself any longer, the 76th fragment seizes the golden-brown fish and takes a hearty bite. Wow, indeed it is delicious, utterly delightful. After a brief respite, the 76th soul fragment leans back contentedly against a massive piece of azure stone, using a fish fin to pick its teeth while gently caressing its bulging belly. In the river, witnessing the scattered fish bones along the riverbank and the ferocious demeanor of the 76th soul fragment, countless fish spirits are filled with dread, retreating to a safe distance. One fish spirit exclaims, "It's over. The calamity mentioned by the Demon King has arrived." Meanwhile, within the valley, Jue Tiantong is blissfully unaware that the 76th fragment he dispatched for surveillance has already savored a roasted fish to its heart's content. He remains oblivious to the fact that the 76th soul fragment has transformed into the calamity in the eyes of all fish spirits inhabiting that river. At this moment, in the valley, the other soul fragments are diligently engaged in the art of alchemy. Some are concocting the imperial body refining pill. Others are preparing the low-grade manifestation breaking pill, while yet others are focused on crafting the low-grade qi huang nourishing pill. The proficiency in alchemy among these fragments varies. Some toil for long hours only to yield a mere 1 or 2 successful pills, while others, with considerable skill, produce no less than 9 successful pills in a single batch. Those fragments with advanced alchemical prowess can even manage 12 successful pills in one go. With continued effort, they shall soon be able to rival the original self, producing 16 pills per furnace. Before long, Jue Tiantong himself completes a batch of alchemical concoction. Not bad. During my inaugural attempt at refining the extraordinary grade intermediate Qihong Bun pill, I successfully produced 12 flawless elixirs. Indeed, as the Wushuang Mingyan alchemy divine art ascended to the imperial tier, my alchemical prowess has correspondingly advanced. With a single furnace yielding 12 extraordinary grade intermediate Qihong Bun pills, I, Juetian Tong, can distinctly perceive the significant enhancement in my alchemical skills. Moreover, I have discerned that as the proficiency of my soul avatars in alchemy improves, I too seem to reap substantial benefits from their endeavors. Thus, with the diligent efforts of my soul avatars in refining elixirs, my own alchemical mastery is undeniably on the rise. How delightful this revelation is. 2 hours later. Ha ha ha. Splendid, splendid. I have finally succeeded in crafting extraordinary grade advanced Qihong Bun pills. Remarkably, this first batch of extraordinary grade advanced Qihong Bun pills also consists of 12 immaculate elixirs. The results are exceptionally promising. The successful refinement of extraordinary grade advanced Qihong Bun pills invigorates me immensely. With my esteemed self leading the charge, I have triumphantly created both extraordinary grade intermediate and advanced Qihong Bun pills. Henceforth, as long as my soul avatars hone their alchemical techniques, they shall be prepared to commence the refinement of extraordinary grade intermediate and advanced elixirs. After all, as the principal entity, I can impart all my skills and experiences to my soul avatars, who are equally adept at grasping the knowledge I share. Proficiency, after all, is merely a matter of practice. The following day, I have succeeded. I have finally triumphed. Soul Avatar number 7 exclaimed, Master, look, I have successfully refined a batch of extraordinary grade intermediate Qihong Bun pills. Boom! A loud explosion echoed nearby as Soul Avatar number 16's concoction detonated. What are you screaming about? Número 7? Soul Avatar number 16, flushed and smeared with remnants of failed ingredients, retorted, Damn it, I was so close to success. It's all your fault, number 7. Your cacophony caused my furnace to explode. Soul Avatar number 99 effortlessly controlled the alchemical furnace before him, his excitement palpable. Go on, give him a whack. Número 16. It's number 7's fault that your furnace exploded. Go teach him a lesson. Soul Avatar number 100 similarly navigated his own alchemical apparatus with ease. Exactly. If you're not satisfied, confront him directly. Number 16, don't waste time on words. Soul Avatar number 1 interjected, Everyone, please quiet down. Your ruckus can easily disturb others. Boom. Just as the words left his mouth, number 1's furnace erupted. Ha, it exploded. Number 99 burst into laughter. Even attempting to refine the supreme grade Huangji body, refining pill results in an explosion. Number 1, you're simply too weak. Soul Avatar number 100 added, Number 1, come, pay homage to me as your master, and I shall teach you the ways of superior alchemical refinement. The first soul clone exclaimed, You all, please, don't be like this. I merely lack a bit of ability in this area. The 7th soul clone chimed in, Humph, just a mere billion points short, right? Alas, Juetian Tong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He was genuinely bewildered. The soul clones he had painstakingly cultivated were now bickering amongst themselves. While such antics might inject a modicum of amusement into the otherwise monotonous life of alchemy, as their original self, he found it quite exasperating. If a mere 100 clones could stir up such discord, what chaos would ensue if he were to cultivate even more? Enough. Silence. Jue Tiantong's presence surged with authority. Whoever dares to make another sound shall cease their alchemical endeavors. What shall we do then? The first soul clone timidly inquired. What shall you do? Juetian Tong retorted, barely containing his ire. Whoever causes my furnace to explode shall be remade from scratch. Bang, bang, bang. No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of explosive sounds erupted from multiple furnaces. A total of 7 or 8 soul clones, including the 19th, 31st, and 67th, had succumbed to the chaos incited by their master's words. "Oh dear, another explosion." The 99th soul clone exclaimed, "Master, they've exploded. Hurry, remake them." Bang! Overcome with excitement, the 99th soul clone also met its explosive fate. "Oh ho, it seems I too shall be remade." Jue Tiantong's expression darkened considerably. Chapter 44. The Self-Taught Number 76. Amidst the clamor and chaos, it must be acknowledged that the assistance of the spirit avatars has remarkably enhanced the efficacy of alchemical concoctions. Not merely satisfactory, but astonishingly exceptional. Over the course of the past fortnight, the initial 7 days were dedicated to the cultivation of the spirit avatars. These gradually refined avatars were also engaged in the practice of alchemical formulation. Despite such circumstances, within this brief span of 2 weeks, the results achieved by Jue Tiantong and his spirit avatars in potion making were nothing short of extraordinary. A total of 6,500 royal body refinement pills, 3,500 law manifestation breaking pills, and 1,300 low-tier extraordinary Qi Huang replenishment pills were produced, in addition to 600 mid-tier extraordinary Qi Huang replenishment pills. According to the pricing agreed upon with the Ling Shao Inn, the net income from these potions alone amounts to a staggering 212 billion low-tier spirit stones. When converted into high-tier spirit stones, this equates to a sum of 212,500 high-tier spirit stones. To have generated such a remarkable profit within a mere fortnight left Juetian Tong utterly astounded. However, this figure does not include a small quantity of high-tier, extraordinary Qi Huang replenishment pills. The reason for their exclusion is that Jue Tiantong has resolved to hold off on their sale for the time being. He intends to first leverage this batch of potions to establish a greater reputation. And only after more formidable individuals flock to the great Chu imperial city will he introduce the high-tier extraordinary potions. After all, a single high-tier extraordinary Qi Huang replenishment pill commands a price of 100 million low-tier spirit stones at the Ling Shao Inn. Without sufficient allure, sales may be adversely affected. Today is the 15th. It is indeed the perfect opportunity to supply this batch of potions to the Ling Shao Inn. Juetian Tong stretched leisurely, declaring, "While I am away, I trust you shall refrain from causing any disturbances. Should I return to find anyone misbehaving or causing explosions, I shall certainly see to their reformation." As he strolled towards the valley's exit, a sudden frown creased his brow. Goodness, he had been so engrossed in potion making that he neglected to keep track of where the somewhat scatterbrained number 76 had wandered off to. Could it be that mischief was afoot? The mere thought of such a possibility sent a pang of anxiety through him. Regardless of its whimsical nature, it was still his spirit avatar. If it were to land itself in trouble and meet a dire fate, he would undoubtedly feel the loss. Of course, while he entertained such thoughts, Juetian Tong was well aware of the situation regarding his spirit avatar. After all, it was a part of him. Should any misfortune occur, he would instinctively sense it in the first instance. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, upon exiting the valley and arriving by the riverside, Jue Tiantong's expression shifted to one of shock. What a scoundrel! That number 76 spirit avatar truly is a rascal. He unexpectedly. Jue Tiantong gazed at the scene before him, suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to administer a sound thrashing to the 76 soul avatar. At that moment, the 76 soul avatar lay sprawled on a massive slab of azure stone, its bloated belly protruding, snoring thunderously, with bubbles escaping from its nostrils. It was sound asleep. Moreover, it appeared to be enjoying a deep slumber. Surrounding the enormous azure stone beneath, it were heaps of fish bones of various sizes. Given the quantity, it was likely that this scoundrel had devoured hundreds of fish demons. Truly outrageous. How could one indulge in such gluttony without so much as a word to the original? Is there no law to govern such behavior? The distinction between high and low has become utterly blurred. This rascal, the 76 soul avatar, must receive a profound lesson. What is that? However, as his gaze shifted, Jue Tiantong was somewhat astonished to discover that beneath the head of the 76th soul avatar rested a cloud-white bone pillow. This was no ordinary bone pillow, but rather a top-tier spiritual artifact. How did this rogue manage to acquire such a remarkable pillow? Could it be that he crafted it himself from fish bones? But that couldn't be right. As the original, he himself lacked the skill to forge artifacts, and it was improbable that the 76th soul avatar possessed such abilities either. Aha! Delicious. So tasty, truly delightful. On the vast azure stone, the 76th soul avatar seemed to have dreamt of some exquisite delicacy, even mumbling in its sleep. Yet, in an instant, the 76th soul avatar bolted upright. Original body. The 76th soul avatar exclaimed, "Oh no, I've been caught red-handed by the original." Oomph. 76th, you truly have some talent. While I toil to concoct elixirs, you are here indulging in. Sigh, what's the use of saying more? Jue Tiantong regarded the bone pillow. Confess honestly, from where did you pilfer this exquisite spiritual artifact? Pilfer? The 76th soul avatar vigorously shook its head. I did not steal it, original body. I crafted it myself. You crafted it yourself? Jue Tiantong narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you saying you possess the skill to forge artifacts? Well, the 76th soul avatar held the exquisite spiritual artifact bone pillow in its hands. Original body. To be honest, I was quite bored at first and intended to use some fish bones to concoct elixirs. However, I discovered that I truly lack any talent for alchemy. I am utterly clueless about it. Initially, I aimed to create elixirs with these fish bones, but as I worked, I inadvertently fashioned this pillow instead. Is it truly the 76th who crafted it? Jue Tiantong was somewhat astonished, then extended his right hand, pinching the 76th's brow with 2 fingers. Moments later, goodness, it truly was the 76th soul avatar who had tinkered and produced it. Absorbing the crafting experience of the 76th soul avatar, Jue Tiantong understood the process involved. It must be said, the 76th incarnation of the divine soul truly lacks common sense, attempting to concoct elixirs using fish bones. Even if fish bones could be utilized in alchemy, they would be ineffective on their own. Thus, after several days of misguided experimentation with the art of alchemy, the technique in the hands of this incarnation transformed into that of artifact forging. With a collection of fish bones, he crafted a pillow of bone, an exquisite spiritual artifact. Remarkably, without any prior exposure to the art of forging, he intuitively produced a superior spiritual item. Such talent would undoubtedly astonish and provoke envy among countless powerful individuals. Jue Tiantong realized that the 76th avatar he cultivated was not lacking in intellect. Rather, his innate gift lay not in alchemy, but in artifact forging. This revelation prompted Jue Tiantong to contemplate. Perhaps he should also delve into the realm of forging when time permits. After all, both alchemy and forging hold immense financial potential. Furthermore, it seems that forging might be even more lucrative than alchemy. For instance, within the system's marketplace, a high-grade imperial elixir sells for between 100,000 to 2 million top-tier essence stones, while a superior imperial artifact commands a price starting at several million top-tier essence stones. The disparity is immediately evident. Indeed, since he can cultivate numerous avatars, it is imperative to develop skills in both alchemy and artifact forging. By pursuing both avenues, the quest for abundant essence stones will become significantly more attainable. Chapter 45. The investigation into the sale of the cold earth ice soul grass and cold earth frost grass has been clarified. With such an intention, as he departed from a valley, Jue Tiantong naturally encouraged his 76th avatar. After all, this fellow was self-taught. For his true self to advance in the art of refining, he would need the continued efforts of the 76th soul avatar to pass on the knowledge of refining to him. 2 hours later, Jue Tiantong returned to the Great Chu Imperial City once more. In the brief span of just half a month, upon his return to the Great Chu Imperial City, he immediately sensed the profound changes that had occurred. In simple terms, compared to half a month ago, the city now boasted a multitude of formidable warriors. More precisely, there were numerous experts at the Dharma manifestation and ascended stages. The Ling Shouyuan had ceased the sale of medicinal pills for the past 7 to 8 days. However, it had posted a new announcement. In just a few days, not only would the Ling Shouyuan resume the sale of pills, but it would also introduce additional elixirs capable of aiding individuals in breaking through the ascendant stage. This announcement had drawn many ascendant experts into the Great Chu Imperial City. The Emperor's Body Refining Pill and the Dharma Manifestation Breaking Pill were both essential for those at the Dharma Manifestation stage. Furthermore, the announcement regarding the elixirs that could assist in breaking through the ascendant stage had left countless ascendant experts eagerly anticipating their release. According to rumors, the Ling Shouyuan would resume the sale of pills today. Is this reliable? I have been waiting for several days. With just one Dharma Manifestation Breaking Pill, I could ascend to the ascendant stage. Rest assured, it is absolutely reliable. The Ling Shouyuan is backed by significant figures, and they would not disseminate false information. Then, what are we waiting for? Hurry, hurry. Although the Ling Shouyuan will resume pill sales today, the slots for today have already been sold out. If you wish to acquire the Dharma Manifestation Breaking Pill, you must rely on tomorrow's fortune. What? I traveled thousands of miles to this imperial city to purchase medicinal pills, and now I have to wait for a slot. On his way to the Ling Shouyuan, Jue Tiantong overheard discussions among some individuals, once again experiencing the shrewdness of merchants. The slots for purchasing medicinal pills? The Ling Shouyuan truly excels in business. Jue Tiantong inquired a little about the daily purchase slots for pills offered by the Ling Shouyuan. Each slot was priced at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each slot allowed for the purchase of only one pill, and the specific pill had to be recorded at the time of acquiring the slot. Thus, the congestion caused by the sale of pills at the Ling Shouyuan was effectively resolved. On the original basis, the Ling Shouyuan sold 100 Emperor's Body Refining Pills and 30 Dharma Manifestation Breaking Pills each day. Therefore, merely through the sale of these slots, the Ling Shouyuan earned a pure income of 13 million low-grade spirit stones daily. And this was merely in addition to their existing foundation. Beginning today, with the ample supply of elixirs provided by Juetian Tong, the daily sales of elixirs at the Ling Shouyuan are poised to witness a significant increase. For instance, the elixirs brought by Juetian Tong this time, namely the Huangji Body Refining Pill, the Law Manifestation Breakthrough Pill, the low-grade Qihong Recovery Pill of extraordinary quality, and the mid-grade Qihong Recovery Pill, total a remarkable count of 11,900. Even if Prince Mo Ling Shouyuan were to allocate 2,000 or 3,000 for his own people, the remaining elixirs would still allow the Ling Shouyuan to sell over 500 each day. If all were sold through the allocated quota system, the inn could net over 50 million low-grade yuan stones solely from these sales. Over time, this indeed presents an opportunity for substantial profit. Before long, Juetian Tong finally arrived at the Ling Shouyuan. Upon his appearance at the entrance, Han Shuo respectfully approached him, exclaiming, "Master Jue, you have finally arrived." In truth, Prince Mo Ling Shouyuan harbored uncertainties about whether Juetian Tong would make an appearance today, and Han Shuo was even more apprehensive. After all, should Juetian Tong, given his status, choose to toy with them, they would have no recourse but to endure, powerless and fearful. Thus, their hopes rested on the gamble of his arrival. Fortunately, their wager was rewarded. Master Jue had indeed come. Well then, I have invited several friends and brought a considerable amount of elixirs today, he said as he ascended to the upper floor of the inn. By the way, how many medicinal herbs have you prepared for today? Han Shuo replied, Master Jue, due to the haste of this occasion, coupled with the various merchants in the imperial city still recovering their stocks after the last extensive purchase, we have only managed to procure over 400,000 high-quality and top-grade herbs. However, we have already contacted the major merchants in the imperial city, and we will certainly acquire more herbs next time. Recalling a certain matter, Han Shuo continued, Master Jue, we have clarified the issue you instructed us to investigate last time. In this imperial city, the entity selling a mixture of coldland ice soul grass and coldland ice frost grass is a force known as the Lark Trading Company. Originally, Juetian Tong intended to settle accounts with that scoundrel Jue Yin after his seclusion ended. However, upon reflection, he realized that Jue Yin would likely require considerable time to refine that drop of his essence blood. With Prince Mo Lingxiao presenting himself as a ripe target, he decided to have Mo Lingxiao look into the matter. The Lark Trading Company? Juetian Tong inquired, turning back. What is their background? Han Shuo seemed somewhat apprehensive, lowering his voice as he replied. Master Ju, based on our findings, this Lark Trading Company may be an enterprise of the Lark Heavenly Sect. However, we are uncertain whether this company has any connection to the ancestral figure of the Lark Heavenly Sect, Emperor Lark. Thus, Master Ju, although the matter you have asked us to investigate may not be related to the Emperor Lark, Han Shuo had yet to finish his thought when Jue Tiantong waved his hand dismissively. Enough, I understand. Even if the Lark Trading Company were indeed connected to the Emperor Lark, what of it? They dared to blend the cold earth ice soul grass with the cold earth frost grass and sell it, causing a significant decline in his cultivation after he consumed the elixir. This transgression must be addressed, and the Lark Trading Company in the Great Shu Imperial City must pay the price. I cannot believe that the so-called Emperor Lark would descend upon this insignificant imperial city for such a trivial matter. By the way, where is the Lark Heavenly Sect? What is the precise level of cultivation of this Emperor Lark? Han Shuo lowered his voice. Master Ju, the Lark Heavenly Sect is located right here in the southern wilderness, standing in a tripartite balance with the Wushuang Sect and the Wind Thunder Divine Sect. It is said that the Emperor Lark, like the Wushuang Emperor, possesses the cultivation of the 12th tier of the Emperor Realm. What? The Lark Heavenly Sect is as formidable as the Wushuang Sect? Moreover, the Emperor Lark is at the same 12th tier of the Emperor Realm as that detestable scoundrel Jue Wushuang? Suddenly, Jue Tiantong felt a twinge of restraint. After all, a powerful being of the Emperor Realm was someone he could not dare to provoke at this moment. Furthermore, should an Emperor-level expert personally appear, it is likely that even his sons of the Emperor Realm would be unable to rescue him in time. Jue Tiantong was acutely aware that a mere insect, like himself, with his current cultivation, would have no chance to plead for mercy before a powerful being of the Emperor Realm. For such an expert could obliterate him with just a thought. Nevertheless, Jue Tiantong maintained his view. A being of the Emperor Realm would not concern themselves with such trivial matters within the Imperial City. Thus, he would still deliver the lesson that was due to the Lark Trading Company for their act of blending the cold earth ice soul grass with the cold earth frost grass. Chapter 46, It is done. This master of unparalleled skill has indeed come seeking trouble. Within the confines of the third floor of the Lingxiao Inn, in that very same room, lay an impressive collection. 6,500 Emperor-grade body refining pills, 3,500 law manifestation breakthrough pills, 1,300 low-tier extraordinary Qi Huang recovery pills, and 600 mid-tier extraordinary Qi Huang recovery pills. With a mere wave of his hand, the illustrious Jue Tiantong summoned 4 bags of holding, which materialized upon the table before him, a total of 11,900 pills. These are the elixirs I am providing for you this time. As for how many you wish to allocate for your own use, and how many to sell daily, that is entirely at your discretion. In half a month, I shall return. At that time, you will simply present the profits from this batch of pills to me. Gulp. Inside the room, upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words and gazing at the 4 bags of holding on the table, Han Shuo swallowed hard, his expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment. Did he mishear? Could it be that he was mistaken? Good heavens, in the brief span of half a month, Master Ju has brought forth such a vast number of pills. 11,900 pills, according to the previously established prices. This amounts to over 2 billion low-tier elemental stones. So just how many individuals did Master Ju enlist for assistance? To have the opportunity to collaborate with him is nothing short of extraordinary fortune. Enough. Observing Han Shuo's stunned demeanor, Jue Tiantong rapped the table. The pills have been provided. Now hand over the purchase materials to me. Oh yes, indeed, Master Ju. Coming back to his senses, Han Shuo hurriedly presented a superb storage ring. Master Ju, within this ring, aside from over 400,000 medicinal herbs, we have also procured 60 exquisite alchemical furnaces for you. Excellent, well done. Jue Tiantong transferred the contents of the storage ring into his own spatial ring and then rose to depart. That will suffice for today. I must make a trip to the Lar Trading Company. Less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn after Jue Tiantong's departure. The Ling Shouyuan indeed resumed the sale of elixirs. Moreover, to compensate for the recent suspension of sales, today the Ling Shouyuan would additionally offer an extra quantity of pills. 100 more Emperor body refining pills and 30 more law manifestation breakthrough pills would be available, free of any quota fees, on a first-come, first-served basis. Casually, a new announcement was posted detailing the types and quantities of pills to be sold the following day. Store announcement, beginning tomorrow. The details of the pills available for sale are as follows. 240 high-tier Emperor body refining pills, priced at 5 million low-tier elemental stones or 50,000 mid-tier elemental stones each. 90 low-tier extraordinary law manifestation breakthrough pills, priced at 35 million low-tier elemental stones or 350,000 mid-tier elemental stones each. 60 low-tier extraordinary Qi Huang recovery pills, priced at 35 million low-tier elemental stones or 350,000 mid-tier elemental stones each. 20 mid-tier extraordinary Qi Huang recovery pills, priced at 65 million low-tier elemental stones or 650,000 mid-tier elemental stones each. Tomorrow, there will be 410 purchasing slots available, priced at 100,000 low-tier elemental stones per slot, with each slot limited to the purchase of one pill and a maximum of 3 slots per individual. Upon noticing the announcement posted at the Ling Shouyuan, a flurry of rumors quickly spread throughout the city. The Ling Shouyuan had recommenced the sale of elixirs. The quantity of elixirs available had significantly increased. Moreover, they had introduced 2 new varieties of elixirs that would enable individuals to swiftly advance their strength within the realm of inquiry. Each piece of news circulated rapidly. The slots for purchasing elixirs the following day were snatched up in an instant. Meanwhile, Jue Tiantong, having casually overheard the conversations of passers-by, soon found himself before a massive trading establishment on the eastern outskirts of the imperial city. The young trading house appeared to be quite impressive. Standing before it, Jue Tiantong couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It rivaled even the alchemist guild's grand edifice. It was indeed a stark contrast that such a prestigious establishment would mix and sell the cold land ice soul grass and cold land ice frost grass. Whether this was a mere oversight or a deliberate act remained uncertain. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, for Jue Tiantong's purpose today was to settle a score. Master Jue, as soon as he stepped through the doors of the young trading house, a voice filled with astonishment rang out. In the current imperial city of Dechu, apart from the newly arrived powerhouses, almost everyone recognized the renowned alchemist, Jue Tiantong. Consequently, upon seeing him, the floor manager of the young trading house hurriedly approached with a nervous bow. Master Jue, your presence truly brings honor to our young trading house. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting today? Before the manager could finish his sentence, Jue Tiantong raised his hand dismissively. Enough. Bring forth the person truly in charge. My purpose today is not something a mere manager can dictate. Panic washed over the manager at Jue Tiantong's words and his stern demeanor, feeling an ominous foreboding. Was it possible that someone at the trading house had provoked this formidable figure? Master Jue, please allow me a moment to fetch them. Haha. Master Jue, forgive our lack of proper welcome. Just as the manager's words trailed off, the voice of a powerful figure resonated from a distance. Descending from the second floor of the young trading house were 6 or 7 strong individuals, their demeanor tinged with apprehension. Everyone knew that this Master Jue was not to be trifled with, and his presence often heralded trouble. Among those approaching with a smile was an elderly man in black attire, his hair gray, who was the strongest individual within the young trading house. A being of saintly caliber. In ordinary times, such individuals are elusive, akin to a dragon that is rarely seen, and even those aware of their existence are few. However, today, with the arrival of Master Juetian, this formidable sage residing in the young trading house of the great Chu imperial city is compelled to reveal himself. Master Juetian, please allow me to escort you to a private chamber, if there is something you wish to discuss. Before Huang Haizong could finish his sentence, Juetian, showing no regard for pleasantries, waved his hand dismissively and stated, "There is no need for a private chamber." He then proceeded to declare, "I have come here today to demand an explanation from your young trading house." What? Upon hearing Jue Tian's words, the primary leaders of the young trading house underwent a dramatic change in expression. It was over. This Master Jue Tian had indeed come seeking trouble. Yet, they could not fathom why, as the young trading house had never had any dealings with this Master Jue Tian. Surely, no one had provoked him. Chapter 47. I assure you, this elixir is absolutely safe to consume. May I inquire, Master Ju, has anyone from a large trading company offended you in any way? Rest assured, if that is indeed the case, we will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Whether through compensation or by eliminating the offending party, we shall strive to ensure your contentment. Master Ju, Huang Haizong felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead, his heart weighed down by anxiety. As a powerful sage, he typically would not concern himself with someone of Jue Tiantong's stature, a mere figure from the seventh heaven of the king realm. Even those on the verge of sanctity would find themselves under his dominion. Yet now, he found himself adopting a submissive demeanor, akin to a small fry trembling before Jue Tiantong. The reason was simple. The man before him was Jue Tiantong, father to 9 formidable emperors. Such an illustrious presence was far beyond the reach of even his own large celestial sect. Jue Tiantong then produced 2 medicinal herbs, which at first glance appeared similar in size and growth, almost indistinguishable from one another. However, a subtle difference in their hues caught the eye. One was misty azure, while the other was a deeper cerulean. "Do you recognize these 2 herbs?" he inquired. Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, the key figures of the large trading company displayed a range of expressions. The first was the cold earth-ice soulgrass. No, that one is indeed the cold earth-ice soulgrass, while this is the cold earth-frostgrass. The countenance of the large trading company's representatives shifted dramatically. At that moment, among them, a middle-aged man clad in a brown robe, sporting a distinctive mustache and possessing a slightly portly build, exhibited the most pronounced change in demeanor. His face paled as fear gripped him, and he instinctively swallowed hard, seemingly wishing to retreat. Enough with the superfluous dialogue, Jue Tiantong declared, observing the man's reaction. "It seems words are unnecessary. Let me be direct. Not long ago, I sent someone to procure alchemical materials. However, your large trading company has the audacity to mix the cold earth-ice soulgrass with the cold earth-frostgrass and sell it to me. Were you attempting to endanger my life?" The realization dawned upon the crowd. They understood the trouble that Master Ju had come to address. "Louis Wehong, where do you think you're going?" Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's grievance and noticing Louis Wehong, the man with the mustache attempting to flee, Huang Haizong swiftly seized him and cast him before Jue Tiantong. There was no need for further inquiry. It was clear that this was the miscreant responsible. After all, Louis Wehong was in charge of the procurement and sale of medicinal herbs within the large trading company. With a thud, Louis Wehong fell before them. Louis Wehong trembled as he knelt before Master Jue Tiantong, stammering, "Master, I." A peculiar scent wafted through the air. Beneath Louis Wehong, a gentle stream flowed. He had long understood a fundamental truth. Those who walk by the river inevitably get their shoes wet. Yet he was unafraid, for he was one of the principal figures in the young merchant guild of the great Chu imperial city. Not only did he wield considerable power, but he also possessed the cultivation of the 7th realm. His existence was of paramount importance to the young merchant guild. However, he never anticipated that his act of mixing and selling medicinal herbs would invoke the ire of Master Ju. Now he felt utterly doomed. Just that one batch of goods. Why did it have to be encountered by this formidable master? No more stammering, he thought. Observing the bewildered state of the individual before him, Jue Tiantong sighed with exasperation. This lad hadn't even been interrogated yet, and he was already in such a state of terror. In fact, there was no need for an interrogation. "Here, take this pill," Jue Tiantong declared, extending his hand to reveal 11 azure-hued pills. These were the chi-dispersing pills he had concocted from frostgrass a while back. "I'll master this." This cannot be. Louis Wehong believed Jue Tiantong intended to poison him, his fear intensifying. "Fear not. This is not poison. It won't harm you. Jue Tiantong reassured him, glancing at the equally terrified leaders of the young merchant guild behind Huang Haizong. Come, each of you take one of these 2 pills. Rest assured, I guarantee that these pills will not cause you any harm. Panic ensued among the young merchant guild's elite. Master this. They attempted to voice their concerns, but Jue Tiantong would not entertain their words. Do not wish to consume them? Very well. I now present you with 2 choices. First, consume these 11 pills. Second, I shall summon my children of the Emperor Realm to deal with you. Master Jue Tiantong had 9 sons, all powerful figures at the Emperor Realm. This fact was no longer a secret within the great Shu imperial city. It was common knowledge. Consequently, regardless of what Master Jue did within the imperial city, no one dared to utter a word of dissent. Provoking this master was a surefire path to ruin. Was the Bei Tower powerful within the great Shu imperial city? Indeed, it was formidable, with influence spanning the entire Xianyang continent and unfathomable depth. Yet, the Bei Tower no longer existed within this imperial city. Was the alchemist guild powerful in the great Shu imperial city? Yes, it too was strong, its reach extending throughout the Xianyang continent, with similarly immeasurable depth. However, due to Master Jue being ambushed on their territory, the Alchemist Guild had to offer up 90% of their resources as compensation. The Bei Tower and the Alchemist Guild, merely supported by the Lark Heavenly Sect and the Lark Merchant Group, dared not offend such a remarkable master. Thus, when confronted with the 2 options presented by Master Jue Tiantong, it was evident to all what choice to make. Master Jue, I shall consume this elixir, Wang Gang proclaimed as he took a pill from Jue Tiantong's hand, inhaling deeply before swallowing it whole. When faced with the prospect of prompting the arrival of those formidable emperors under Master Jue's command, even if they were to perish from the poison, they would accept it. After all, losing a single life was far preferable to the annihilation of their entire faction. Master Jue, I will also partake of this medicine. Master Jue, I too shall consume it. One by one, the strong individuals from the Lark Merchant Group, despite their inner trepidation, each took a pill from Jue Tiantong's hand and ingested it. Soon, only 3 pills remained in Jue Tiantong's possession. Now, let's see what this red one is. With a warm and amiable smile, Jue Tiantong gazed at Lu Yuehong, asking, will you consume these 2 pills yourself, or shall I assist you? I will eat. I can manage it myself. With a gulp, Lu Yuehong swallowed the 2 pills, her expression revealing a despairing anticipation of impending demise. Chapter 48. The Avatar Encounters Danger. After a brief moment, panic surged through Wang Gang as he exclaimed, oh no, my cultivation. How is it weakening? His expression transformed into one of terror as he realized his cultivation level was plummeting. 8th heaven of the Ascendant Realm. 7th heaven of the Ascendant Realm. 6th heaven of the Ascendant Realm. In the blink of an eye, it felt as though the air had escaped from him. Wang Gong, originally at the 9th heaven of the Ascendant Realm, had inexplicably fallen to the 5th heaven. This is terrible. My cultivation is also declining. Zhang Kaiyuan cried out, equally alarmed as he witnessed his own cultivation swiftly deteriorating. Oh, what is happening? My cultivation is dropping too. No. My cultivation, it is also descending. Within the young trading house, numerous powerful individuals expressed their fears, their faces betraying a growing dread as their cultivation levels rapidly diminished. In a mere span of a few breaths, a horrifying scene unfolded. Some individuals plummeted from the 8th heaven of the Ascendant Realm to the 4th heaven, while others fell from the 1st heaven to the 12th heaven of the Law Manifestation Realm. Lu Yuehong, who had consumed 2 elixirs, found herself plummeting from the 7th heaven of the Ascendant Realm to the 9th heaven of the Law Manifestation Realm. All those who had ingested the elixir provided by Jue Tiantong experienced a drastic decline in their cultivation levels. How can this be? How can this happen? My cultivation. How have I fallen to the 9th heaven of the Law Manifestation Realm? I'm still alive? I'm still alive. Lu Yuehong's demeanor became somewhat disoriented. She had believed that consuming those 2 elixirs would surely lead to her demise. Yet now, she discovered she was still among the living, albeit with her cultivation level drastically reduced to the 9th heaven of the Law Manifestation Realm, essentially a significant drop in tier. How terrifying! What sort of elixir did Master Jue administer to them that caused such a decline in their cultivation levels? From the words of Master Jue, it seemed that the young trading house had mistakenly mixed two similar medicinal herbs for sale, resulting in the concoction of this disastrous elixir that caused their cultivation to plummet. Indeed, Master Jue was remarkably benevolent. Had this incident befallen other powerful figures, they would not have rewarded anyone with such elixirs. Ah, my friend, you should tread carefully with your words. The unfolding events within the young trading house naturally attracted the attention of those present who were preparing for various transactions. Undoubtedly, this incident would have a profound impact on the business of the young trading house today. Sigh, I still possess one elixir in my possession. Jue Tiantong glanced at Huang Haitsong, the sage-level powerhouse stationed at the young trading house, and inquired, so, to whom shall this final elixir be given? Under Jue Tiantong's gaze, Huang Haitsong involuntarily shuddered. There was no escaping this. As the most formidable figure presiding over the young chamber of commerce in the Grand Shu imperial city, he dared not defy the intentions of Jue Tiantong, for the consequences were far too grave to consider. Yet, with his mere cultivation at the second level of the Saint Realm, must he truly descend below this esteemed rank? Still, it was preferable to facing death, was it not? Master Jue, may I be granted the final elixir? Huang Haitsong took a deep breath, preparing to extend his hand toward the last pill held by Jue Tiantong. However, Jue Tiantong clenched his hand, instantly reducing the precious pill to a fine powder that scattered upon the ground. Very well, let us adjust this to a compensation instead. By the way, those elixirs I mentioned earlier do come at a price. Jue Tiantong contemplated for a moment. Ah, let us see. Those elixirs will cost 100 billion low-grade spirit stones each. The one I discarded doesn't count, of course. Thus, 10 elixirs would amount to 1,000 billion low-grade spirit stones. As for the mental anguish caused by your mixing of the Han Di Bing Hun grass and Han Di Bing Shuang grass, a compensation of 1,000 billion low-grade spirit stones should suffice. Jue Tiantong extended 3 fingers towards Huang Haitsong. Therefore, the total comes to 3,000 billion low-grade spirit stones. Will your young chamber of commerce compensate for this? A devil, truly a devil. Those elixirs, which could cause a significant decline in one's cultivation, not only demand payment, but also at the exorbitant rate of 100 billion low-grade spirit stones each. Even so, 10 elixirs would total 1,000 billion low-grade spirit stones. Adding to this the 1,000 billion low-grade spirit stones for mental suffering, does that not sum to 2,000 billion low-grade spirit stones? How did it escalate to 3,000 billion low-grade spirit stones? Master Jue, perhaps you should be called the Devil Master. At that moment, upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words and seeing the 3 fingers he extended, the strong figures of the young chamber were utterly stunned and rendered speechless. Very well, if 3,000 billion is what it is, then so be it. Since we cannot afford to provoke, we shall pay to avert disaster. Yes, we are willing to compensate. Huang Haitsong personally went to the chamber's warehouse to tally the compensation. 3,000 billion low-grade spirit stones, which converted to high-grade spirit stones, amounted to 300,000. This price represented the entirety of the young chamber's revenue over the span of half a year within the Grand Shu imperial city. After the burning of an incense stick, various low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade spirit stones were finally gathered to meet the total of 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. Master Jue, this is the compensation from our young chamber, totaling 3,000 billion low-grade spirit stones. Please be gentle with it. Handing over a storage spirit ring to Jue Tiantong, Huang Haitsong's heart bled at the thought. Yet, when compared to the prospect of suffering a decline in his cultivation, this trifling sum of 300,000 high-grade spirit stones truly seemed insignificant. Very well, considering the sincerity you have displayed, I shall overlook this matter this time. However, should there be a next time? Huang Haitsong hastily assured. There will be no next time, Master Jue. Rest assured, such an occurrence will never happen again. In truth, Jue Tiantong cared little for any notions of a next time. Although he crafted elixirs, he did not purchase the materials himself. Such an incident would naturally not present itself again. As for the one known as Red from the Lark Merchants, Juetian Tong did not even mention it upon his departure, for it was already a matter of the deceased. The loss inflicted upon the Lark merchants was substantial, creating a significant negative impact, and implicating numerous innocent strong individuals within the guild. How could he possibly survive such a calamity? It was unequivocally impossible. Securing 300,000 premium essence stones was quite a fortunate acquisition. On a certain street in the Great Chu Imperial City, Jue Tiantong weighed the storage spirit ring in his hand, feeling quite content. 300,000 premium essence stones would enable him to accomplish many endeavors. The individual from No. 76 had surprisingly grasped the art of weapon forging without formal instruction. Thus, it was inevitable that he too would embark on the path of forging in the future. Well then, let him utilize these fortuitously acquired 300,000 premium essence stones to see if he might purchase a forging technique from the system's marketplace. However, just as Jue Tiantong was about to introspect on the system space and prepare to access the marketplace, his countenance suddenly shifted drastically. For within his senses, the soul avatars left in the valley of the Great Chu mountain range had encountered peril. Ding! System detection. Danger approaching. 200,000 premium essence stones. Successfully purchased the Imperial-grade inferior fusion technique Myriad Forms Fusion Art, automatically cultivated to mastery. At the moment Juetian Tong sensed the danger befalling his soul avatars, the system unexpectedly issued a notification. Furthermore, it directly deducted 200,000 premium essence stones from him to acquire the fusion technique. Fortunately, the presence of the system proved to be immensely helpful. Otherwise, despite Jue Tiantong's swiftness, the distance of 1,800 miles would have rendered him incapable of rescuing his soul avatars in time. Yet, just as he began to feel a semblance of relief, the system issued another alert. Warning: host fusion of avatars cannot resolve the current crisis. A deduction of 100,000 premium essence stones can provide a single opportunity for assistance. Do you wish to seek help? Assistance target: nearest descendant, Jue Wushuang. Damn it, what on earth has occurred that even the fusion of avatars cannot rectify? Jue Tiantong's expression turned anxious, propelling him to fly towards the city's outskirts. System confirmed the opportunity for assistance. Just like that, the 300,000 premium essence stones he had just acquired vanished. Chapter 49. You old scoundrel. Have you consumed your own fish? Sometimes, time unfolds with remarkable precision. Just as Jue Tiantong was settling scores with the people from the Yunk Trading Company in the Great Chu Imperial City, two formidable figures were soaring toward the depths of the Great Chu mountain range, a distance of 1,800 miles away. One was a gaunt elder clad in a flowing white robe, known as Weiqi Songhai, a powerful being at the 12th level of the quasi-saint realm. Beside him was a young man of average stature and appearance, yet possessing remarkable cultivation talent, his disciple, Bu Chongqing. At merely 200 years of age, he had already attained the 9th level of the Heavenly King realm. Master, the fish you mentioned, did you raise them? Bu Chongqing inquired with curiosity. Weiqi Songhai shook his head. Not at all. The fish, they're born of nature. That river is a place of great fortune. Wuchang Vink, Furtur Quishnet. Master, is it truly as you say? If one were to consume those fish, could you genuinely break through to the saint realm? Consume? Ha ha! It is not about consumption. Weiqi Songhai replied with a smile. The fish in that river are extraordinary. If I were to refine enough of them into elixirs, within a decade at most, I shall surely break through to the saint realm. Reflecting on this matter, Weiqi Songhai sighed. When I first discovered that location, there were merely a few hundred blue-winged ray fish in that river, nowhere near enough to meet my requirements. I need at least 10,000 blue-winged ray fish at the Dharma manifestation realm. However, over the past 3 centuries, with my careful nurturing, the number of blue-winged ray fish in that river has multiplied to several hundred thousand. Among them, approximately 20,000 have reached the Dharma manifestation realm. Recently, I have found the time to address this matter. Before he could finish his thought, as they approached the river, Weiqi Songhai suddenly came to a halt. His expression darkened as he gazed into the depths of the Great Chu mountain range. Outrageous! Outrageous! Absolutely outrageous! My fish! My blue-winged ray fish! At that moment, as Weiqi Songhai's furious roar echoed, Bu Chongqing, taken aback, finally grasped the situation. Before them, by the river in the depths of the Great Chu mountain range, a group of elderly men were joyfully roasting and consuming fish. However, upon witnessing the scene, Wu Changqing was thoroughly startled. The elderly men, astonishingly, all bore identical appearances, same clothing, same features, and even the same cultivation level. Each at the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm. A group of identical old men? Wu Changqing was utterly shocked. Could it be that those identical elders were the blue-winged ray fish his master had spoken of? And now, they had transformed into human forms, roasting and consuming their own kind? The sudden arrival of Wei Qi Songhai, accompanied by his furious roar, instilled considerable fear among the numerous elderly figures, all strikingly identical, gathered by the banks of the vast river. "This is bad. We're in danger," exclaimed the first soul avatar, dropping the fish it held as it gazed at the two formidable figures that had materialized above. "Oh dear, they are powerful. We are indeed in peril," remarked the 99th soul avatar. "Were we afraid of? There are many of us," retorted the 100th soul avatar. "Indeed, strength lies in numbers. We are 100. How can we fear just 2? Added the 76th soul avatar. "Exactly, we have the advantage," affirmed the 16th soul avatar, gripping a 2-meter-long fish bone tightly. "So, what shall we do?" inquired the first soul avatar. "Friends, we must not act hastily. Let them strike first, and then we shall respond. That way, we will be in the right," it suggested. The 32nd soul avatar's eyes sparkled with understanding. "That makes sense. How infuriating. You wretched fools. You dare to converse amidst this chaos," roared Wei Qi Songhai, consumed by fury, vowing to rend them limb from limb as he surveyed the multitude of fish bones from the thousands of blue-winged rays scattered by the riverbank. At that moment, he no longer cared why all these individuals appeared identical. He merely sought to unleash his pent-up rage. "Hey, you old fool, what's the matter? Do we eat your fish?" taunted the 99th soul avatar, plunging Wei Qi Songhai into a state of irrational fury. "You insolent brats! I shall annihilate you all," he bellowed, his powerful aura erupting, causing astonishing explosions throughout the mountains within a 10-mile radius. "This is not good. Something feels off." The 99th soul avatar's face turned pale with terror. "A quasi-seemed. This old fool is a quasi-saint level powerhouse. We cannot contend against him with only 100. If we can't fight, then we must flee," declared the 100th soul avatar, turning to escape into the valley. "Flee? Where can we run?" As Wei Qi Songhai's ominous voice resonated, a gigantic, emaciated claw descended from the sky, swiftly enveloping the numerous soul avatars. Those who had just attempted to flee were sent plummeting from the heavens, unable to withstand the overwhelming disparity in power. "Is this how we meet our end?" quivered the second soul avatar beneath the shadow of the claw. Suddenly, a golden light flickered at the center of each soul avatar's brow. "Huh, I knew our master would not abandon us." The 99th soul avatar, invigorated, rallied his companions. "Brothers, let this old fool witness the strength of our unity. Unite, unite. Let us show him what we are capable of." As their resonant voices echoed, beneath the swiftly descending claw, the 100 soul avatars began to overlap and merge into one formidable force. It was as though 100 individuals converged into 50, which then coalesced into 25, ultimately resulting in the transformation of 100 souls into one singular entity. Yet, with each overlapping manifestation, their cultivation level remained unchanged, while their strength and aura surged with remarkable rapidity. Initially, they possessed the might of 7th-tier Heavenly King. However, following their amalgamation, their presence now rivaled that of a quasi-saint. "Behold, as I unleash a punch that shall shatter you." With the voice of the 99th soul manifestation echoing, it surged skyward, delivering a blow comparable to that of a 7th-tier quasi-saint. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the surroundings, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The tremendous force obliterated the emaciated claw into countless fragments. "Huh! Such feebleness! Huzzah, we have succeeded. This old bull is but a paper tiger, all show and no substance. The newfound strength they wielded was astonishing. They had not anticipated that their fusion would yield such formidable power. One could not help but ponder. If we were to confront our true selves now, who would emerge as the stronger? As the frail claw was reduced to nothingness, the voices of the soul manifestations resonated in the vastness above the river, filled with joy and astonishment. What bizarre technique! How could they have achieved this? How could so many individuals merge into one? And yet, despite still being at the 7th tier of the Heavenly King realm, they can unleash power akin to a 7th tier quasi-saint? At this moment, both Wei Qi Songhai and his disciple Bu Chongqing were utterly astounded. This is truly uncanny. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. Void-piercing finger. Buzz. Wei Qi Songhai's voice echoed once more, accompanied by a thunderous resonance that shook the heavens. Suddenly, a finger, resembling a colossal pillar, descended from the sky, piercing through the fabric of space. Such power! This might be insurmountable. To not resist would mean certain death. Perhaps a feeble defense might afford a chance at survival. Regardless, I shall confront this. Old Bull, witness my formless heavenly steel palm. As the voices of the soul manifestations reverberated, a gigantic palm, seemingly composed of myriad mysterious stone tablets, ascended into the sky, colliding instantaneously with the descending finger. Boom! A tremendous crash ensued, as both the finger and the giant palm crumbled simultaneously. The cataclysmic clash unleashed shockwaves that were visible to the naked eye, cascading outward with ferocity. Screams echoed as the original soul manifestation disintegrated under the overwhelming force, fragmenting into 100 separate manifestations that plummeted from the heavens, scattering like petals in a tempest. Chapter 50. A group of fathers? Bang, bang, bang. The resounding echoes reverberated, accompanied by anguished cries that pierced the air as the earth trembled beneath them. 100 manifestations of spirit souls crashed down upon the ground and into the river, their expressions contorted in pain, faces pale, eyes filled with terror. The strength of that old bull was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. It's over. This old bull is far too powerful. We simply cannot contend with him. The first spirit manifestation leapt from the river, hastily rearranging his disheveled hair. So strong. Shall we attempt a combined attack once more? The fear in the eyes of the 99th manifestation transformed into a fiery determination, eager for another chance. Indeed, our previous attempt at unity was our first. The power we exhibited was still immature. The 100th spirit manifestation shared a similar anticipation, a warrior at heart, unacquainted with true fear, just like the 99th. What a ridiculous notion. That old bull possesses at least the strength of a 12th tier quasi-saint. Even if we combined forces 10 more times, we would never be his match. Upon hearing the words of the 3rd spirit manifestation, the timid 2nd manifestation grew even more terrified. What? What should we do? What can we do? We must flee. Shall we wait for the true body to come and collect our remains? Yes, let us escape swiftly. We shouldn't burden the true body. But where can we flee? If I escape this way, you go that way. A splendid idea. I will flee east, you west, and he north. Let us see how that old bull catches us. In an instant, the myriad spirit manifestations scattered like frightened monkeys, attempting to evade the clutches of Wei Qi Songhai. Fleeing east or west? Do you think you can escape before me? Buzz. A tremor of space reverberated, as if an invisible force swiftly spread forth, encompassing a 10-mile radius that was instantaneously sealed by a certain domain power. Oh no, it's over. We cannot escape now. The 99th spirit manifestation as countenance shifted dramatically, as if trapped in a quagmire. I do not care about your origins. Since you have disrupted my great endeavor, you shall perish here. Wei Qi Songhai's voice was cold, imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill. This location was one he had fortuitously discovered 300 years prior, a river that he had meticulously nurtured, ensuring its population of blue-winged rays flourished. Everything he had done was to amass a sufficient quantity of these rays, at least of the Dharma aspect realm. to concoct elixirs that would elevate him to the saintly realm. Yet today, this peculiar group had devoured thousands of blue-winged rays from the river, directly undermining his 300 years of effort. Thus, he resolved that this bizarre assembly of identical, peculiar old fellows would meet their end here. With those words, Wei Qicaonghai unleashed the full might of his 12th tier quasi-saint power. A colossal palm, spanning dozens of miles, descended in that moment. The sky above darkened, casting a pall over the spirit manifestations. This is bad. We are doomed. It's over. Alas, there is no escape. Suddenly, as all the fragmented souls had lost all hope, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in their eyes. In an instant, the expressions of all the fragmented souls transformed. Esteemed ones, I have a plan. With the utterance of this phrase by the 7th fragmented soul, beneath the overshadowing giant palm, all 100 scattered fragmented souls roared towards the heavens. Jue Wushuang, someone seeks to slay your father. Hasten to rescue him. The simultaneous roars of the 100 fragmented souls resonated through the skies, a cacophony both chaotic and harmonious, echoing with resounding clarity. At that moment, the rapidly descending giant palm seemed to slow, momentarily taken aback by the words emanating from the 100 souls. Jue Wushuang? Did those old fellows just invoke the name of Jue Wushuang? In Wei Qicaonghai's understanding, there was but one Jue Wushuang in the entirety of the southern wilderness, the esteemed leader of the Zhengdao sect, the Emperor of Wushuang. How audacious of these rascals to dare call upon the name of the Emperor. How brazen. These peculiar old fellows truly defied the heavens, brazenly uttering the name of the Emperor of Wushuang, and they had ruined my 300 years of effort. They deserved to perish. A more intense, murderous intent flickered in Wei Qicaonghai's eyes as his aura surged, causing the massive palm, now dozens of zhang in size, to descend with even greater speed. 30 zhang, 20 zhang, 10 zhang. The distance to the earth dwindled. Under the immense pressure of that palm, the fragmented souls were on the brink of collapse. Crack! Suddenly, with a faint sound of shattering, the overwhelming pressure that had threatened to crush the fragmented souls dissipated entirely. Bang! The colossal palm, towering in the sky, crumbled into nothingness. This abrupt turn of events caused Wei Qicaonghai's expression to shift dramatically. His power had been thwarted. But who was the perpetrator? Buzz! A rumbling echoed through the heavens and earth, and suddenly, a dark light descended upon the lofty peaks of the Dechu mountain range. A vast, rapidly rotating spatial vortex materialized without warning in the skies above the mountain's heart. Within this immense vortex, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, exuding an aura of dignified authority, with 12 long swords forming 12 imperial Dao patterns behind him, made his descent. In that instant, upon witnessing the arrival of the black-robed figure, Wei Qicaonghai trembled as if sifting through chaff, his countenance etched with terror. The Emperor of Wushuang, the suddenly appearing black-robed man, was none other than the esteemed leader of the Zhengdao sect. But how could this be? The Zhengdao sect lay millions of miles away. How had the Emperor of Wushuang appeared here so abruptly? At this moment, in stark contrast to the horror experienced by Wei Qicaonghai and Buchongqing, the 100 fragmented souls exhibited a different demeanor. 7th fragmented soul. Ha! My plan has proven effective. 16th fragmented soul. What is yours is also mine. Do not forget, I shouted as well. The first soul avatar. Gentlemen, let us not quarrel. We are all family here, and there is no need for discord. The 99th soul avatar. First, be silent. If you continue to speak in such a manner, do you dare to summon the 100th to give you a thrashing? The 100th soul avatar. Indeed, first, your words send shivers down my spine. The first soul avatar. Very well. I shall endeavor to amend my ways. Please do not be so fierce. High above, the arrival of the absolute God left everyone astonished. Gazing down at the 100 identical figures, the absolute God found it hard to believe. A multitude of fathers? No, wait. Suddenly, the absolute God narrowed his eyes, his expression turning to one of shock. Soul avatars, they are all manifestations of my Father's essence. Chapter 51. The father's dilemma, even though the formidable Jue Wushuang now possesses the cultivation of a 12th level emperor, he is profoundly astonished at this moment. The reason for his astonishment lies in the realization that the 100 figures he perceives as fathers are, in fact, manifestations of his own father, Jue Tiantong's soul. Their appearances, expressions, and attire are all strikingly identical to that of his father. However, he is perplexed by the fact that each of these manifestations is at the 7th level of the heavenly king realm. Jue Wushuang distinctly remembers that just half a month prior, his father was only at the 12th level of the law manifestation realm. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The pressing question is, how has his father, Jue Tiantong, managed to create such a multitude of soul manifestations? 100 manifestations. This is an extraordinary feat. Even for someone of Jue Tiantong's relatively modest strength, it would be a Herculean task to produce so many soul fragments. After all, even a powerful emperor must pay a significant price to tear apart their own soul to create such manifestations. Thus, even Jue Wushuang, at best, could only conjure 18 soul manifestations. But now, before him stands 100 manifestations of his father, Jue Tiantong. Hey kid, don't just stand there like a fool. Quickly eliminate that old buffoon, urged the 7th soul manifestation, pointing towards the terrified Wei Qi Songhai in the distance. It was this old fool who attempted to kill us. If you do not dispose of him, you shall face the consequences when the main body arrives. Wait a moment, interjected the 99th soul manifestation. Before dealing with that old buffoon, let's first seize the resources he possesses. Indeed, he must be eliminated, but we cannot squander the resources, echoed the 100th soul manifestation. We require alchemical materials and cultivation resources. This old fool's strength is not to be underestimated, and he undoubtedly possesses a wealth of resources, added the 76th soul manifestation. Suddenly, in that moment, Wei Qi Songhai fell to his knees in the sky. Vuvu. Wushuang the Great, please, allow me to explain. With a mere glance from Jue Wushuang, both Wei Qi Songhai and his disciple were instantly transformed into a mist of blood, and 2 storage rings flew into Jue Wushuang's hands. Explain? There is no need for that. Whoosh. Just as Jue Wushuang obliterated Wei Qi Songhai and his disciple with a single glance, a figure appeared in the distance, racing towards him. The main body has arrived. Thankfully, the main body transferred our distress signal. Otherwise, we would have been finished. Indeed, had it not been for the timely transfer of our distress signal by the main body, he would have only been able to retrieve our remains. Retrieve our remains? Nonsense. We are merely a fragment of the main body's soul. Where would the remains come from? Suddenly, the hurriedly approaching Jue Tiantong came to an abrupt halt in midair, his expression darkening instantly. Those were merely fragments of his soul, capable of being summoned back to his true form at his whim. Yet, to his astonishment, he had expended 100,000 premium essence stones to transfer his assistant's privileges. What a swindle by the system. Cursed be it. Jue Tiantong vented his frustration upon the wretched system, which seemed unrelenting in its pursuit of extracting essence stones from him. Father, rest assured, the 2 ants who dare to threaten your soul fragments have been dealt with by me. Noticing the evident displeasure on his father's face, Jue Wushuang promptly presented 2 storage rings to Jue Tiantong. Father, these are the storage rings of those 2 ants. I have erased their soul imprints. You can freely utilize the resources within. Jue Tiantong accepted the rings with a sigh. Wushuang, I owe you for this errand. The pain of having squandered 100,000 premium essence stones weighed heavily on him. Father, it is only natural for me to come when you're in danger. But Jue Wushuang realized that Jue Tiantong's cultivation level had remarkably ascended to the 7th tier of the king realm, akin to those soul fragments. In a mere half-month, he had progressed from the 12th tier of the law manifestation realm to the 7th tier of the king realm. Such a leap was astonishing. Wait. Jue Wushuang recalled that when he had first received his father's plea for help, Jue Tiantong had been at the 12th tier of the body refinement realm. Calculating the time, it had been less than 6 months. His father, Jue Tiantong, had transformed from the body refinement realm to the king realm in under half a year. A glance at the numerous soul fragments confirmed Jue Wushuang's suspicion. with 100 soul fragments aiding in cultivation. It was no wonder his father's realm had advanced so swiftly. Indeed, that must be the reason. However, he could not fathom how his father had managed to create so many soul fragments. Had he cultivated a unique technique for soul division? Yet, to Jue Wushuang's knowledge, the most advanced technique for soul division resided with a figure in the Kanglan Forbidden Zone. Even with that technique, one could only cultivate up to 49 soul fragments. Unless, of course, Jue Tiantong possessed an even more advanced technique. Observing Jue Wushuang's perplexed expression, Jue Tiantong inquired, "What troubles you?" Having grasped the situation, Jue Wushuang shook his head. "Oh, nothing. By the way, father, how did you discover such a wondrous place?" Wondrous place? Jue Tiantong's expression shifted as he gazed into the sky below. "What the hell? Number 76, you scoundrel. You took them to roast fish without inviting me?" Observing a considerable heap of fresh fish bones by the riverbank, Jue Tiantong was filled with indignation. He had initially believed that his myriad of soul avatars were diligently refining pills within the valley. Yet what was the reality? It was evident that with the tiger absent, the monkeys had claimed the throne. Undoubtedly, it was that rascal, number 76, who had lured the other soul avatars out to indulge in roasted fish. And how long had it been? The sheer volume of fish bones suggested they had feasted excessively. Alas, I am wronged. They ventured out of their own accord. Number 76. One of the soul avatars felt a twinge of anxiety and grievance. It was you who sat at the valley's entrance, relishing your meal. You deliberately enticed us. Number 99 spat through gritted teeth. Indeed. It was number 76 who intentionally lured us. Number 100 meekly added, "Master, you must discern the truth." "Gentlemen," number 1 commenced to speak, but was swiftly silenced by number 99's pointed finger. "1. Silence. We do not wish to hear your words." In the skies above, Jue Wushuang looked on in astonishment. "Father, are your soul avatars always this raucous?" In truth, Jue Wushuang was inclined to express that his father's soul avatars were nothing like the formidable avatars he had known. How should he articulate it? They were, in fact, rather peculiar compared to the soul avatars of the strong he was familiar with. "Alas, I am quite troubled." Faced with his son's inquiry, Jue Tiantong sighed in exasperation. Then, shifting the topic, he inquired, "By the way, little 6, did you just mention that this place is extraordinary?" Chapter 52. By Jiao. Jue Wushuang nodded, his gaze directed toward the vast river below. "Father, beneath this great river lies a connection to an underground ocean. Hidden within that ocean is a colossal underwater palace. Had I not descended here today, I would have remained unaware of such a wondrous place within the Dezhu mountain range." Upon hearing Jue Wushuang's words, Jue Tiantong was taken aback. "What? Beneath this river exists a palace?" A spark of excitement ignited in Jue Tiantong. "Xiao Lu, is that palace a relic of some ancient power? Can you discern if there are treasures within?" Relic? Treasure? Indeed, his father had succumbed to avarice. Jue Wushuang shook his head. "Father, the palace beneath this river is not a relic, but rather the stronghold of a formidable demonic clan. Within that palace resides a quasi-emperor level silver-scaled celestial serpent, alongside numerous sea monsters of the sage realm. For instance, there is the fully realized sage-level crimson blood octopus, the perfected sage-level flame giant crab, and the peak sage-level black-scaled lobster, among others. A faint golden radiance rippled from Jue Wushuang's forehead, seemingly affirming a certain truth. Beneath this river, there exist a total of 896 great demons at the sage and quasi-emperor levels. Thus, Father, should you choose to remain here, it could prove perilous." Gulp. At that moment, Jue Tiantong felt his heart racing fiercely. Beneath this river existed such a powerful demonic clan. Moreover, within this clan, there are 896 great demons merely at the sage and quasi-emperor levels. Heaven above, what manner of place is this, to harbor such a formidable demonic force? And he, Jue Tiantong, had been refining pills here for half a month without incident. Furthermore, his divine soul avatars had devoured countless fish from the river without consequence. It was nothing short of miraculous. According to Jue Wushang's description, Jue Tiantong felt that the forces connected to the deep sea beneath the river resembled a dragon palace. Indeed, when he had first arrived here half a month ago, his instincts had been correct. This place was a veritable treasure trove of geomantic fortune. Otherwise, how could such a vast demonic clan flourish? Xiaolu, quickly tell me, are there many treasures within that deep-sea palace? Jue Wushang was momentarily taken aback. He had just elucidated the dangers of this location. Yet his father remained concerned about the treasures within the palace. Under normal circumstances, one would expect his father to feel fear and prepare to flee this place. Yet, there was none of that. Instead, what Jue Wushang observed was his father's excitement and eagerness, along with his fondness for treasures and riches. Alas, Jue Wushang had never imagined that his father, who had already cultivated to the realm of the Heavenly King, would still be so fervently enamored with treasures and wealth. It is remarkably grounded, akin to the mundane folk who harbor an ardent affection for wealth and treasures. Suddenly, the illustrious figure known as Jue Wushang had yet to respond to Jue Tiantong's inquiry, when two words fell from his lips. Beneath the vast expanse of sky, a colossal river swirled with a tremendous vortex at its center. With a thunderous roar, a magnificent dragon emerged from the depths of the river, its form stretching 100 feet in length, shimmering with a silvery hue, exuding an aura both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Goodness, this white dragon displays remarkable audacity, my son. The great Emperor Wushuang is present, and yet it dares to emerge so boldly. Jue Tiantong felt a surge of anxiety as he beheld the enormous white dragon soaring forth, for he sensed its overwhelming might. Could this indeed be the silver-scale dragon that Jue Wushang had spoken of, one at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm? Moreover, Jue Tiantong had not anticipated that the dragon would dare to approach with the great Emperor Wushuang in attendance. This display of courage was truly astonishing. However, as Jue Tiantong's words lingered in the air, the white dragon transformed into a radiant woman. She possessed an exquisite beauty, her skin as fair as snow, and a countenance imbued with an ethereal coolness. Clad in a garment of interwoven blue and white, her flowing silver hair danced gracefully, every movement exuding an aura of transcendent elegance. In that moment, as the white dragon morphed into a woman, Jue Tiantong's myriad soul fragments began to converse amongst themselves. Fragment 1. Ah, esteemed companions, behold a beauty. Fragment 7. My, such a petite form, such a lovely visage, utterly captivating. Fragment 16. In her human guise, she bears no trace of a beast. Her cultivation surpasses that of a sage. Fragment 99. Whether she be above or below the sage realm, with Wushuang here, what is there to fear? Fragment 100. Indeed, what the sage realm? Our Wushuang is a formidable presence, reigning at the 12th tier of the Emperor realm. While the fragments engaged in their discourse, the woman, transformed from the great white dragon, bowed gracefully before Jue Wushang, introducing herself. I am Bai Jiao, here to pay my respects to the great Emperor Wushuang. Bai Jiao? Jue Tiantong mused. Surely, that name was chosen at random. Yet, he was taken aback by the realization that Bai Jiao was familiar with his son. After all, as a formidable demon at the zenith of the quasi-emperor realm, it was only natural that she would be aware of the renowned Wushuang, even if she had never appeared before him. Thus, with the great Emperor Wushuang in attendance, Bai Jiao surely sought to extend her goodwill. Bai Jiao, Jue Wushang remarked, observing the evident nervousness in her demeanor. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. There is no need for your trepidation. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. He gestured to his side. Do take note. This esteemed individual is my father, who seeks to cultivate in these mountains. You of the White Dragon Palace would do well to keep a vigilant eye. If you dare to lay a hand on my father, then. Before the words of the godless emperor could be fully uttered, Bai Jiao hastily bowed and assured, Rest assured, godless emperor, we shall not commit any foolish acts. Foolish acts? Would one dare to undertake them? Absolutely not. 30,000 years ago, within the depths of the black abyss in the far east of the southern wilderness, an evil dragon finally reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm. believing itself capable of unifying the southern wilderness. Thus, this malevolent dragon summoned numerous powerful beings from the demon clan, vowing to dominate the entire southern wilderness and enslave all of humanity within it. But what was the outcome? This evil dragon, at the peak of the Emperor realm, was said to have had its head severed by none other than the godless emperor standing before her. That tumultuous uprising of the demon clan was utterly quelled following the demise of the dragon. If even an emperor-level being could meet such a fate, how could she, Bai Jiao, merely at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, dare to offend the kin of the godless emperor? Moreover, this individual, possessing numerous soul avatars, is none other than the father of the godless emperor. Even if Bai Jiao were endowed with 1,000-fold of courage, she would not dare to act recklessly against the esteemed presence of the godless emperor. Chapter 53. A gentle reminder: some methods are ineffective. In truth, Jue Wushuang was fully aware that with his appearance, Bai Jiao and her white dragon palace would not dare to offend his father, Jue Tiantong, even if they had 1,000 times more courage. After all, the might of an emperor could reduce the entire white dragon palace to ashes with merely a thought. Subsequently, Jue Wushuang turned to Bai Jiao and inquired, "Speak, what brings you here in person?" "What brings me here?" Bai Jiao felt a pang of anxiety. Of course, she feared that the mighty Emperor Wushuang, in a moment of whimsy to please his father, might obliterate her white dragon palace. Slightly bowing, she replied, "Your Excellency, I have just emerged from seclusion and inadvertently discovered that your esteemed father seems to have a keen interest in certain treasures. Hence," as she raised her delicate right hand, several treasures materialized within her palm, her gaze fixed upon Jue Tiantong. "I dare to offer these treasures to you, should they catch your fancy." At this moment, 3 remarkable items hovered above Bai Jiao's hand. One was a pill furnace exuding a faint golden aura, another a sword entirely enveloped in golden dragon patterns, and the last a multicolored armor seemingly forged from countless dragon scales. The Xianwang pill furnace and the golden dragon sword were both mid-grade imperial artifacts, while the WNL armor was a top-grade imperial artifact. Upon seeing these treasures, Jue Wushuang was taken aback. "These items are indeed in your possession. So you are the descendant of the Heavenly River Dragon King?" Bai Jiao confirmed, "Yes, Your Excellency. My father is the Heavenly River Dragon King, and I am his youngest daughter." The Heavenly River Dragon King is a legendary figure of the southern wilderness. It is said that for over 200,000 years, he held the title of the strongest in the southern wilderness, having dominated for an astonishing duration. Regrettably, a decade ago, he attempted to ascend to the celestial realm and thereafter vanished without a trace. Whether he succeeded in his ascension remains a mystery. Jue Wushuang could hardly believe that Bai Jiao was indeed the daughter of the Heavenly River Dragon King. Moreover, the Golden Dragon Sword, the WNL armor, and the Xianhuang Pill Furnace, once possessed by the Dragon King, were now in her hands. Most astonishingly, Bai Jiao was willing to bestow these treasures upon his father, Jue Tiantong. Gulp! At that moment, Jue Tiantong was equally astonished by the treasures in Bai Jiao's possession. A mid-grade Imperial Xianhuang Pill Furnace, a mid-grade Imperial Golden Dragon Sword, and a top-grade WNL armor. These were extraordinary items, each of immense value. In the system marketplace, a top-grade Imperial armor could fetch anywhere from several million to tens of millions of prime essence stones. Thus, the treasures Bai Jiao produced could yield an immense fortune if sold. At this moment, the myriad of soul avatars belonging to Jue Tiantong were brimming with excitement. The 99th soul avatar exclaimed, "Master, Master, that Xinyuan Dan furnace is truly a remarkable treasure." The second soul avatar added, "Master, the Wanshan battle armor is also extraordinary, far superior to the Tianyuan armor you currently possess." The 19th soul avatar chimed in, "Master, that young lady has bestowed upon you a precious gift. If you refuse, it would surely break her heart." The 100th soul avatar insisted, "Master, accept them all, every single one, and then sell them. They could fetch an immense sum of prime elemental stones." The first soul avatar concurred, "Indeed, Master, any one of these items could sell for several million exquisite elemental stones." Suddenly, the atmosphere in this realm shifted dramatically upon hearing the words of the soul avatars. The expressions of Jue Tiantong, Jue Wushuang, and by Jiao transformed as well. What on earth is happening? Jue Wushang found himself at a loss for words. The Shouyuan Dan Furnace, the Golden Dragon Sword, and the Wanshan Battle Armor, selling these for prime elemental stones? This was a reversal of priorities. It must be noted that selling even one of these items could indeed yield several million or even tens of millions of prime elemental stones. However, the intrinsic value of these treasures cannot merely be quantified in terms of elemental stones. Yet now, originally, Jue Tiantong had anticipated gifting these treasures to the illustrious Emperor Wushuang, hoping to forge an alliance with such a powerful figure, but by Jiao's countenance had also changed. Her lips formed an O, and disbelief shone in her eyes. How could the soul avatars of the Emperor's father be so unconventional? Ding! Friendly reminder. The host's desire to lead the Xianyang continent against the immortal domain may render certain methods ineffective. For instance, accepting gifts from others only to sell them, and then purchasing treasures from the system store is deemed ineffective. However, the host may explore alternative avenues to obtain treasures. For example, the host could assist the Bai Long Palace in refining the necessary elixirs, subsequently receiving corresponding treasures to sell, thus enabling the acquisition of items from the system's store with the earned elemental stones. Damn it! Initially feeling embarrassed due to the awkward expressions of the myriad soul avatars, Jue Tiantong could not help but shout upon hearing the system's notification. What kind of ridiculous system is this? What absurd rules are in place? Is it merely to squeeze him dry? Jue Tiantong silently vowed to cultivate strength and accumulate wealth. Once he became powerful, he would uncover who was responsible for foisting this absurd system upon him. When the time came, if he was sufficiently strong, he would hang the culprit up for 3 days and nights of reckoning. He was utterly infuriated. The thought of leading the Xianyang continent against the immortal domain and the number of celestial treasures he would need to purchase from the system store was overwhelming. Originally, Jue Tiantong had intended to seek a substantial amount of yuan stones from his numerous offspring after a period of time, thereby amassing an immense fortune that would enable him to procure countless celestial treasures from the system's marketplace. It is worth noting that his 9 sons have all attained the formidable realm of emperors and have established their own powerful factions. The depth of their resources and wealth is truly unimaginable. With the assistance of his 9 emperor sons, supported by the foundation of their respective sects, acquiring a sufficient quantity of celestial treasures from the system's marketplace to foster the emergence of ethereal resonance in the present Xianyang continent should be a straightforward endeavor. However, the sudden imposition of this absurd rule by the wretched system has effectively quashed Jue Tiantong's original plans. Only treasures purchased with one's own earned wealth are deemed valid. Jue Tiantong could only laugh. This insidious system, such a broken rule. Very well. On the day he no longer requires the system, this account must be thoroughly settled. Chapter 54. I shall provide you with 100,000 pills each month. Father, what troubles you? Suddenly, Juetian Tong shouted, his expression tinged with anger. It was the kind of inexplicable rage that took everyone by surprise, startling Jue Wushuang. As for the frightened by Jiao, her complexion turned pale. Heaven above, what has transpired? Why has the father of the Wushuang Emperor erupted in anger? Is it because the treasures she presented were insufficient? My esteemed lord, please, do not be angry. I possess more treasures. More treasures? Upon hearing this, Juetian Tong immediately interjected, cease. Do not present any further treasures. If you continue to bring forth more, my heart cannot endure it. Even if I were to sell them, they would not effectively procure items from the system's marketplace. What good is it, even if you shower me with treasures? To equip myself? Please, the rewards from the system far surpass all. To gift them? I'm not one who idly indulges in such trifles. Hence, it would be more prudent to convert these gifts into shimmering source stones. Naturally, even the gifted source stones cannot effectively purchase items from the system's market. Juetian Tong suddenly realized how this flawed rule of the dog system had severed many of his financial avenues. For instance, within the Bai Jiao's White Dragon Palace, Had it not been for this rule, simply by virtue of being the father of the Wushuang Emperor, a casual stroll through the palace would yield untold treasures. Of course, should he consider annihilating the White Dragon Palace? Juetian Tong contemplated, but quickly dismissed the notion. After all, there was no need to harm those who had not offended him. There exists a code, even among thieves, and Jue Tiantong has his own path to wealth. Thus, as the system suggested, crafting the required pills for the White Dragon Palace in exchange for their treasures and source stones? Yes, that is the course of action to take. After all, within the White Dragon Palace, there are over 800 formidable beings at the Sage and Quasi-Sage realms. The strength and foundation of the White Dragon Palace far exceed that of all the powers combined within the Great Shu Imperial City. If he were to establish a long-term partnership with the White Dragon Palace, it would pave yet another avenue to prosperity. With both the Great Shu Imperial City and the White Dragon Palace working in tandem, the wealth, dazzling and captivating, would surely flow forth. Moreover, Jue Tiantong pondered. The White Dragon Palace possesses considerable might and is nestled within the Great Shu Mountain Range, boasting an excellent cultivation environment. It can truly be deemed a locale rich in talent and resources. If this place were to serve as a testing ground for the birth of celestial pathways and spiritual essence, it would not be an unthinkable proposition. Having discerned this pathway to wealth, Juetian Tong felt a sense of calm wash over him. Observing the clearly startled by Jiao, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. Here was a demon king at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, yet she quaked in fear due to his emotional fluctuations. What a pity. Little 6. Jue Tiantong quietly inquired, regarding the heavenly river dragon king you mentioned earlier. Is he benevolent or malevolent? And in your opinion, is that young lady's White Dragon Palace virtuous or nefarious? Jue Wushuang paused momentarily before responding. Father, in this world, there exists no absolute dichotomy of black and white. The goodness or wickedness of a person or a force is subjective and varies from individual to individual. In the eyes of different people, the same individual or force may be perceived in vastly different lights. This insolent brat dares to lecture me on morality? He mused. But then again, does the distinction between good and evil truly matter? It is of little significance. Very well, there is nothing more to discuss today. Little 6. You may return home for now. Jue Tiantong waved his hand and, with a warm smile, approached by Jiao, saying, My dear girl, I wish to discuss a business matter with you. Jue Wushuang frowned. Father. However, Jue Tiantong disregarded him entirely and continued to inquire of by Jiao. My dear, does your White Dragon Palace possess numerous treasures and elemental stones? Bai Jiao nodded. Her White Dragon Palace indeed commanded a vast subterranean realm, overseeing immense wealth from the deep sea. Treasures and precious elemental stones were abundant. Jue Tiantong further questioned, My dear girl, how many members does your White Dragon Palace have in total? What is this old man scheming? He is probing into the wealth and treasures of the White Dragon Palace, as well as its membership. Bai Jiao felt a twinge of anxiety, perplexed by her father's line of thought. Sir, if we exclude beings below the divine concealment realm, our White Dragon Palace has over 8 million members. If we include those beneath the divine concealment realm, the total membership swells to 360 million. Unintentionally, upon catching sight of a pile of fish bones by the riverbank, Bai Jiao promptly added, Sir, if you wish to indulge in the delicacies of the deep sea, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Be it those at the Dharma aspect realm, the pinnacle realm, or even the heavenly king and saint realms, all could be arranged. As she spoke, her expression betrayed a sense of painful reluctance. Initially, upon hearing that there were millions of beings above the divine concealment realm within the depths of the White Dragon Palace, Jue Tiantong felt a surge of excitement. For if this business transaction were to be realized, it would yield astonishing wealth. However, Bai Jiao's subsequent words left him momentarily taken aback. My dear girl, you have misunderstood my intentions, Jue Tiantong clarified. The reason I inquired about the specific number of members in the White Dragon Palace is not to feast upon your fish and shrimp. Rather, I wish to know if your palace requires any elixirs. I am more than willing to concoct them for you, be it for the Dharma aspect realm or the pinnacle realm. Whatever quantity you need, I shall provide. Understanding dawned upon by Jiao, and she felt a sense of relief. However, esteemed elder, this seems rather inappropriate. With so many members in the White Dragon Palace, how could we possibly impose upon you? Enough of that. Jue Tiantong interjected hastily. What do you mean by inappropriate? I'm not here to provide you with elixirs out of benevolence. This is merely a business transaction, as I previously stated. Not far off, Jue Wushuang, who had yet to depart, finally grasped his father's intentions, which also allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, Jue Wushuang interjected, Father, the White Dragon Palace possesses its own alchemists, including an imperial-grade alchemist. And what of it? Jue Tiantong dismissed Jue Wushuang's remark, turning his attention back to Bai Jiao. My dear, how many alchemists does your White Dragon Palace truly have? Bai Jiao pondered for a moment. We have 1 imperial-grade alchemist, 6 extraordinary-grade alchemists, and approximately 20 to 30 exceptional-grade alchemists. As for those below the exceptional grade, there should be around 600 to 700. Jue Tiantong's lips twitched. Good heavens, how does your White Dragon Palace possess such an abundance of alchemists? This could hinder my prospects for profit. He then inquired, so, my dear, can those alchemists of yours meet the demand for elixirs from all members of the White Dragon Palace? Bai Jiao shook her head. Esteemed elder, you jest. We have just over 800,000 members at the divine concealment level and above. Naturally, the few alchemists we have cannot satisfy the entire demand for elixirs. Excellent. That is precisely what I wish to hear. Jue Tiantong exclaimed, his satisfaction evident. As long as there is a gap in supply, substantial profits can be made. Moreover, the elixirs produced from my system's formulas surpass those crafted by the alchemists within the White Dragon Palace. Take, for instance, the overbearing breakthrough elixir, which is not limited by grade and is specifically designed to shatter great barriers. The White Dragon Palace does not possess such a thing. Therefore, the mere introduction of the overbearing breakthrough elixir would undoubtedly be met with immense enthusiasm, both above and below ground. Very well, in that case, I shall engage in this elixir trade with your White Dragon Palace. Jue Tiantong extended 5 fingers. My dear, I promise to supply you with 100,000 elixirs each month. These will primarily cater to the needs of those at the divine concealment, law manifestation, and pinnacle levels. In return, your White Dragon Palace will compensate me accordingly each month. Ideally, the payment should be in elemental stones, whether they be low grade, mid grade, high grade, or even supreme grade. Chapter 55, but what? You little rascal, hurry up and leave. 100,000? Every month? Upon hearing the words of Jue Tiantong, both Jue Wushuang and Bai Jiao were utterly astonished. 100,000 pills in a month is a quantity that countless alchemists might not be able to produce in their lifetime. Take the Bai Long Palace, for instance. The top-tier alchemists mentioned by Bai Jiao can produce at most 7 pills in a single furnace. Moreover, each alchemical process takes at least 6 or 7 days, and sometimes as long as a month. To concoct 100,000 pills would require the collective effort of all the esteemed alchemists in the Bai Long Palace for many years. Not to mention the Bai Long Palace, even within the Zhengdao sect, where Jue Wushuang resides, the scale is considerably larger, far surpassing that of the Bai Long Palace. Although the total number of members in the Zhengdao sect is fewer than that of the Bai Long Palace, its overall strength is significantly greater. For instance, there is only 1 imperial-level alchemist in the Bai Long Palace, whereas the Zhengdao sect boasts as many as 6. When it comes to transcendent and top-tier alchemists, the numbers are even higher. Nevertheless, even with this advantage, the alchemists of the Zhengdao sect would require a considerable amount of time to produce 100,000 pills. In summary, to produce 100,000 pills in a month, even within the Zhengdao sect, would necessitate the concerted efforts of 1,000 alchemists working tirelessly. Yet now, Jue Tiantong dares to claim he can provide the Bai Long Palace with 100,000 pills in a month? In the distance by the riverside, Jue Tiantong's spirit clones, who were busy grilling fish, suddenly wore grim expressions upon hearing his words. It's over. 100,000 pills in a month? The spirit clone number 7 lamented. Master, he has no intention of letting us rest. Spirit clone number 16 sighed. 100,000 pills in a month means we must concoct 7 or 8 furnaces of pills each day. 7 or 8 furnaces every day. Spirit clone number 32 shook his head. No, you've miscalculated. What the master meant was that the 100,000 pills are just for the Bailong Palace. We still need to supply the Dazhong Imperial City as well. Spirit clone number 99 began counting on his fingers, 100,000 for the Bailong Palace, and several tens of thousands for Dazhong Imperial City each month. Thus, we actually don't need to concoct as many as 7 or 8 furnaces daily. Indeed, you all have miscalculated. Spirit clone number 100 added, look, we currently produce at least 12 pills per furnace, and there are 100 of us here. If we consider the production of 8 furnaces daily, each of US can produce 96 pills in a day. With 100 of us, that amounts to 9,600 pills per day. Over the course of a month, that totals more than 280,000. Therefore, if we limit ourselves to 5 furnaces daily, it would be more than sufficient. Spirit clone number 76 interjected, well, don't count me in. I can only keep watch. I cannot concoct pills. The first soul avatar, your calculations are flawed. I can only refine 2 or 3 batches of elixirs each day, and each batch yields a maximum of 3 finished products. The 23rd soul avatar, I'm slightly better off. I can manage to refine 5 or 6 batches daily, but each batch produces no more than 6 finished elixirs. The 42nd soul avatar, everyone, to speak frankly, I was already quite astonished, but upon hearing the claims of Jue Tiantong's other soul avatars, Jue Wushuang and by Jiao Jiao, were rendered even more astounded. 12 finished elixirs from a single batch? 96 elixirs produced in a day. While not everyone can achieve such feats, Jue Tiantong's assertion of supplying the White Dragon Palace with 100,000 elixirs over a month does not seem like an exaggeration. Father, do your soul avatars possess such remarkable alchemical abilities? Jue Wushuang gazed at his father, Jue Tiantong, with eyes filled with the wonder of a vast treasure. What are you saying? They are all my father's soul avatars and have naturally inherited his true teachings. Jue Tiantong, with a proud and smug expression, took note of the conversation. By the way, Jue Tiantong addressed Jue Wushuang. Didn't I tell you to return? Why haven't you left yet? If you don't go, how will the system calculate your rewards? Jue Wushuang paused, then replied, all right, father, since there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. This time, Jue Wushuang felt a surge of joy, knowing that his father would remain in this place for an extended period. He could visit him whenever he wished. Moreover, if possible, he could establish a business of elixirs with his father under the name of the Zhengdao sect. Thus, among the 9 offspring under his father's care, Jue Wushang's Zhengdao sect would undoubtedly grow stronger than the factions of his brothers and younger siblings. The thought of such a scenario filled Jue Wushang's heart with even greater joy. Wait a moment, little six. Just as Jue Wushuang was about to depart, Jue Tiantong called him back, having recalled something. Jue Tiantong surveyed the surrounding valley environment. Wushuang, I may need to reside here for several years. You and T want to see your father exposed to the elements every day, would you? Understood. Jue Wushang's expression brightened. He would finally have the opportunity to perform a commendable deed for his father. Father, wait here. I shall create a dwelling for you. As the words left his lips, a gust of wind seemed to stir around Jue Wushuang, and an enigmatic power radiated from him. With a wave of his hand, enormous stone pillars erupted from various points within the valley. Another gesture summoned massive trees that appeared to construct themselves into a house. Azure bricks rained down from the heavens. Jade stones cascaded from above. Various architectural decorations descended from the sky. In merely a few breaths, a grand edifice arose within the valley. That majestic hall lay sprawled like a colossal beast within the Great Chu Mountains. The grand hall consists of 7 tiers, each housing at least 100 spacious chambers. Overall, it appears even more colossal than the Alchemist Guild and the Lark Trading Company within the imperial city of the Great Chu. Gulp. Jue Tiantong swallowed hard, profoundly astonished. Indeed, the methods employed by a sovereign of the Emperor realm are truly extraordinary. If this 7-tiered hall were to be constructed solely by him, a formidable warrior at the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm, it would require no less than 3 days. Jue Tiantong felt an overwhelming sense of wisdom. Fortunately, he had stopped Jue Wushuang in time, or else he would have been compelled to build a house himself. Of course, in this place, Jue Tiantong could have easily taken residence within the White Dragon Palace. However, the abundance of treasures inside was too tantalizing for him to bear, and his spiritual avatars were rather mischievous. Thus, he preferred to reside outside. Upon completing the 7-tiered hall, Jue Wushuang produced 7 small flags, each of a distinct color and adorned with unique runes, and cast them high into the air. In an instant, the 7 flags descended to the 7 cardinal points, a powerful and invisible formation enveloping the surrounding 100 miles. Anyone who did not tread within this radius would remain oblivious to the existence of such a grand hall hidden within the mountains. Father, are you satisfied with this dwelling? Jue Wushuang yearned for his father to accompany him back to the Zhengdao sect, yet he knew his father would never agree. Therefore, personally crafting this residence brought him great joy. Very well, it is quite satisfactory. Jue Tiantong waved his hand. Since the task is accomplished, you may return. Father, I shall take my leave then. With a casual tear of the void, Jue Wushuang glanced back at Bai Jiao. Bai Jiao, you are truly fortunate to befriend my esteemed father, but what? You rascal, hurry and leave. Seeing his son attempt to make one last impression before departing, Jue Tiantong promptly kicked Jue Wushuang into the void ahead. This scene left Bai Jiao utterly astounded. Truly, as the progenitor of an emperor, Lord Jue Tiantong is remarkably formidable. Chapter 56. The Exquisite Box, a Pollution to the Eyes. Jue Wushuang returned to the Zhengdao sect, and the deal between Jue Tiantong and the Bailong Palace regarding the elixirs was finalized. The terms remained unchanged. All the materials for concocting the elixirs would be supplied by the Bailong Palace, while Jue Tiantong would only charge for the pure profit. For instance, a breakthrough elixir priced at 35 million low-grade spirit stones in the Lingxiao and of the Dazhou Imperial City would yield him a profit of 30 million low-grade spirit stones. Thus, he sold the breakthrough elixir to the Bailong Palace for 30 million low-grade spirit stones, as he was dealing directly with them without the need for intermediaries. To ensure a prolonged benefit from the Bailong Palace, the pricing was naturally kept reasonable. Once all matters were settled, Bai Jiao returned to the Bailong Palace. As for Jue Tiantong and his soul avatars, they each found a room to reside in. It must be noted that the houses constructed by Jue Wushuang with a mere flick of his hand were indeed quite comfortable. Moreover, with hundreds of rooms available, it conveniently provided Jue Tiantong with ample accommodation for his future soul avatars in their training. The host has been saved by his descendant, Jue Wushuang, triggering the 7 stars reward. Reward: cultivation at the 12th layer of the Heavenly King realm. A formula for the Imperial Dao Breakthrough Elixir, a specialized elixir for demon race experts, unrestricted by grade, and the extraordinary grade artifact refining technique, Heavenly Flame refining method. Indeed, after dismissing Jue Wushuang, the reward from the system arrived shortly thereafter. Host: Jue Tiantong. Cultivation: 12th layer of the Heavenly King realm. Physique: Mid-stage Chaos Supreme God King Body. Techniques: Wushuang Tongming Heart Sutra, low-grade Imperial Technique. Wushuang Mingyan Alchemy Divine Art, Imperial Grade Alchemy Technique. Wushuang Avatar Divine Art, high-grade Imperial Avatar Technique. All Things Merging Divine Art, low-grade Imperial Avatar Fusion Technique. Heavenly Flame Refining Method Extraordinary Grade Artifact Refining Technique. Martial Skills: Wushuang Heavenly Monument Palm, low-grade Imperial Martial Skill. Possessions: Tianyuan Soft Armor, damaged low-grade Imperial Artifact. Jiulong Alchemy Furnace, low-grade Imperial Artifact Alchemy Furnace. As expected, I foresaw that due to the involvement of the individual known as Number 76, the system rewards for the refining technique were indeed triggered. In one of the rooms, Jue Tiantong wore a look of realization. It was rather peculiar. The soul avatars he had cultivated each exhibited unique characteristics. Furthermore, each avatar resembled a genuine human powerhouse rather than mere duplicates. Jue Tiantong pondered whether this could be attributed to the uniqueness of the high-grade Imperial Avatar technique. Wushuang Avatar Divine Art. He nodded silently in agreement. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, how could one explain the distinctiveness of his soul avatars? Subsequently, 2 storage spirit rings appeared in Jue Tiantong's hands. These rings belonged to the duo Weiqi Songhai, and his disciple, who had been annihilated by Jue Wushuang. One belonged to a 12th-layer quasi-saint, while the other was from a 9th-layer heavenly king. Their resources should be considerable. Gazing at the 2 storage spirit rings in his hands, Jue Tiantong felt a surge of anticipation. In comparison to the treasures Bai Jiao wished to bestow upon him, these 2 storage spirit rings were spoils acquired from vanquished foes. Regardless of the number of treasures contained within, they represented valuable resources. For instance, the essence stones could be effectively utilized to procure items from the system's marketplace. Furthermore, the treasures within these 2 storage rings, if sold for essence stones, could likewise be used to make significant purchases in the system shop. Thus, Bai Jiao's offerings were declined, while the treasures within the storage rings filled Juetian Tong with eager anticipation. Yet, who exactly were the 2 formidable individuals that had perished? With a mere thought, Juetian Tong summoned his formidable spiritual power to unlock the 2 storage rings. In truth, with the capabilities of Jue Wushuang, he could have effortlessly discerned the origins of the 2 individuals, Wei Qi and his disciple. If Juetian Tong so desired, he could have led Jue Wushuang to confront them directly. However, he refrained from such action. A powerful figure at the 12th layer of the quasi-saint realm, alongside a prodigy at the 9th layer of the king realm, would undoubtedly hold esteemed positions within their respective factions, enjoying elevated status. Their deaths would undoubtedly stir considerable turmoil within their sections. This, in turn, would likely prompt others to venture into the Great Shu mountain range once more, thereby creating yet another opportunity for Jue Tiantong to trigger system rewards. 30 million low-grade essence stones, 200,000 mid-grade essence stones, 2,000 high-grade essence stones, and an exquisite spiritual artifact. As he meticulously counted the contents of one storage ring, Jue Tiantong's expression gradually soured. Was it truly possible that a dignified figure of the 9th layer of the king realm possessed only such meager possessions? What is this? In a corner of the storage ring, Jue Tiantong stumbled upon an exquisite box. Could it be that it contained something of value? He swiftly retrieved the box and cautiously opened it. In an instant, the flesh on Jue Tiantong's face quivered, and his lips twitched in disbelief. By the heavens, what folly was this? Within the delicate box lay not treasures, but rather an array of women's intimate garments. There were pink ones, blue ones, white ones, some embroidered, others plain. The entire box was filled with them, numbering at least 20 or 30 pieces. It was an affront to the eyes, a veritable pollution of the senses. How could such a prominent figure, a prodigy of a faction, indulge in such absurdities? Jue Tiantong was incensed. With a surge of black flames, he incinerated the offending box into ashes. The notion that a powerful figure at the 9th layer of the king realm would collect women's intimate apparel was beyond comprehension. No, this was likely not merely a peculiar obsession, but rather indicative of the ethos of his sect. If that is the case, then each piece of intimate apparel represents a victim. What kind of sinister force could possibly be behind such chaos? Jue Tiantong found nothing related to identity within that storage ring. Subsequently, he shifted his focus to another storage ring. This one belonged to a formidable being at the 12th level of the quasi-saint realm. Surely, it would not disappoint him. Moreover, it ought to contain items pertinent to identity. Right? Ah, indeed, how delightful. 120 billion low-grade spirit stones, 30 million mid-grade spirit stones, and 60,000 high-grade spirit stones. Remarkably, there are even 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yes, indeed, as expected from storage ring of a quasi-saint powerhouse, it is quite abundant in spirit stones. As Juetian Tong meticulously counted the contents of Weiqi Songhai's storage ring, a broad smile spread across his face. When all these spirit stones were converted into top-grade spirit stones, they amounted to a staggering 24,000. A single person possessed 24,000 top-grade spirit stones. Such wealth is indeed considerable. Chapter 57. The Celestial Temple at that moment. While Jue Tiantong was meticulously examining the items within 2 storage spirit rings in the Shanhai domain, one of the 49 regions of the southern wilderness, within the Wind and Cloud Mountain range, the Wind and Cloud Sword Sect was engulfed in turmoil. Curse it! Who dares to slay even a quasi-saint of the wind and cloud sword sect? The master of the sect, Lu Changfeng, roared like thunder, his rage akin to that of a ferocious lion. His booming voice sent many powerful figures within the grand hall into a pallor of fear. Today marked a significant event for the wind and cloud sword sect. In the Soul Jade Hall, the soul jades of Wei, Qi Songhai, and Bu Changqing had shattered. The shattering of soul jades signified the demise of their owners. Wei Qi Songhai was a formidable quasi-saint at the 12th level, the foremost among the 13 quasi-saint elders of the sect. His status within the Wind and Cloud Sword sect was of utmost importance. Wuchang, besides being a disciple of Wei Qi Songhai, was also the beloved grandson of a revered elder of the sect. This elder, preferring solitude, had entrusted Bu Changqing to Wei Qi Songhai for mentorship. Yet today, both master and disciple had met their untimely ends. This situation was dire. The revered elder was a formidable sage at the 6th level. Should she learn of this calamity, a voice, frail yet resonant, suddenly echoed within the hall. Who has slain my beloved grandson? With a ripple of spatial energy, an elderly woman clad in a gray robe, stooped and hunchbacked, wielding a blue wolf-headed staff. Her hair, as white as snow, materialized at the center of the hall. Instantly, the countenance of many formidable figures of the Wind and Cloud Sword sect turned ashen. Under the overwhelming presence of this sage, the strong members of the sect trembled in fear. We have met Elder Fu Feng, they gasped, recognizing Qingyang Fu Feng, Bu Changqing's grandmother, a sage of the 6th level and one of the 3 pillars of the sect's foundation. Even Lu Changfeng, the sect master, was compelled to bow respectfully in her presence. We pay our respects to Elder Fu Feng. The powerful figures quickly prostrated themselves in reverence. Elder Fu Feng, a sage, was an exalted existence within the Wind and Cloud Sword sect. Now, with the loss of her grandson, her wrath would undoubtedly be fearsome. Lu Changfeng, do you know who has slain my grandson? In ordinary circumstances, Qingyang Fu Feng would address him as sect master, but her mood was perilous now. I have found it. I have found it. At that moment, a powerful figure at the Heavenly King level rushed into the hall, exclaiming, Sect Master, we have discovered the culprit. Whoosh! A gust of wind seemed to sweep through the hall, and before the Heavenly King could comprehend, an aged visage loomed before him, sending a chill of terror coursing through his veins. Ah, fu. Qingyang Fufeng swiftly seized the man by the neck and inquired, What have you discovered? The disciple hesitated, stammering, I have found that senior brother Changqing and elder Wei Qi Songhai have gone to the great Chu mountain range in the Changshan domain. With a resounding thud, Qingyang Fufeng cast the man to the ground. The Changshan domain, the great Chu mountain range? His eyes narrowed. Are you suggesting that my beloved grandson has perished in the great Chu mountain range? He then surveyed the multitude of formidable figures in the hall, demanding, Does anyone here know what lies within the great Chu mountain range of the Changshan domain? How could my grandson meet his demise there, even in the company of a 12th level quasi-saint like Wei Qi Songhai? At that moment, a palpable fear gripped the many powerful beings within the hall. Suddenly, a 12th level quasi-saint named Lu Kanglin seemed to recall something. Elder Fufeng, I remember hearing something from centuries ago. It was said that a saint-level, silver-scaled, white flood dragon appeared in the great Chu mountain range. Could it be that very creature? Bang! Qingyang Fufeng struck the ground with his staff, exclaiming, A saint-level, silver-scaled, white flood dragon dares to slay my grandson. I shall flay its skin and grind its bones to dust. I will eradicate its lair. He then turned to Lu Kanglin, commanding, You shall accompany me to the Changshan domain, the great Chu mountain range. Before a concealed palace nestled within the mountains, numerous soul avatars of Jue Tiantong were engaged in fervent debate. The third soul avatar proclaimed, I believe this should be named the Hall of the True Self. Oh, how pedestrian, retorted the 72nd soul avatar with disdain. Why not call it the 72nd Hall? Much more impressive. The 99th soul avatar scoffed, as if the 99th Hall could be impressive. With a flourish, the 99th soul avatar produced an iron pen and declared, It is settled. This hall shall be called the 99th Hall. Gentlemen, Why not simply name it the first hall? Suggested the first soul avatar. See, the first hall has a certain elegance, does it not? It turned out that the soul avatars of Juetian Tong found the hall far too monotonous, lacking even a suitable name. Thus, abandoning their alchemical pursuits, they ventured forth to christen the hall. Hearing the ruckus, Jue Tiantong emerged from the hall, his expression one of exasperation. What is this? You neglect your alchemical work to frolic about? Jue Tiantong approached the gathered soul avatars. Irked, what on earth are you chattering about? Nearby, reclining against a massive green stone, the 76th avatar chuckled. Master, they're naming this hall. Naming? A glance at the grand 7-story hall caused Jue Tiantong to furrow his brow slightly. Indeed, such a magnificent edifice lacked even a single plaque, which diminished its stature. However, naming it required the touch of the master himself. Observing the chaotic antics of the numerous soul avatars, Jue Tiantong's expression darkened, and he snapped his fingers. In an instant, all the soul avatars transformed into golden streaks of light and soared into Jue Tiantong's being. Even the leisurely and contented 76th soul avatar could not escape this fate. Who are you to name it? Jue Tiantong approached the enormous plaque that had already been crafted by the many soul avatars and picked up the iron brush that the 99th soul avatar had dropped. He pondered, his brow furrowed. Since this was the residence of the old master, the name of this hall ought to possess a certain grandeur. Thus, Tiantong Hall? Jue Tiantong shook his head. That simply lacked any flair. Tiantong, Tong Tian. Aha! A smile spread across Jue Tiantong's face as he lifted the brush and began to write. With swift strokes, several powerful, ancient characters fell gracefully onto the massive plaque. Tong Tian Divine Hall. Ha ha! Tiantong Tong Tian. Yes, splendid. Henceforth, this grand hall shall be known as the Tong Tian Divine Hall. Savoring his masterpiece with great satisfaction, Jue Tiantong felt elated. He then waved his hand, and 100 soul avatars materialized once more. Master, I still believe calling it the 72 Hall would be more impressive. No. Master, listen to me. The first Divine Hall is far more striking and prestigious. Disregard their words. I think the 99th Hall is even more. Suddenly, amidst the chatter, Jue Tiantong realized, wait, I have actually broken through to the 12th heaven of the Celestial King Realm. Oh my, it truly is the 12th heaven of the Celestial King Realm. How splendid. We have all grown stronger. Each soul avatar, having returned to their master's body, was astounded to find themselves empowered. Chapter 58. You do not comprehend. This is the principle of courtesy before conflict. In the realm of the 12 heavens of the sovereign, upon returning to his true form, all of Jue Tiantong's divine soul avatars were astounded to discover that they had all ascended to the 12 heavens of the sovereign. The 99th avatar clenched his fists and exclaimed, ha ha ha! Indeed, we have grown immensely stronger. If the true form allows me to venture forth, I shall undoubtedly make a significant name for myself. The 100th avatar also expressed excitement. Indeed, we have all become considerably more powerful. If we were to once again utilize our fusion technique, we could easily overpower peak quasi-saint realm experts. The first avatar caution, my friends. While we have indeed grown more formidable, we must not become overly arrogant. Should a saintly being suddenly appear, we would stand no chance. Oh dear. Upon hearing the first avatar's words, the 99th avatar gritted his teeth, saying, First, must you always be such a wet blanket? Can you not refrain from speaking? The first avatar appeared somewhat aggrieved, replying, All right, I shall endeavor to speak less in the future, but please do not be so fierce. The 7th avatar chuckled. While I too find the first manner of speaking unappealing, he does have a point. Should a saintly expert descend upon us unexpectedly, even with our fusion technique, we would only be in for a beating. Moreover, even with the true form's assistance, we would still be at a disadvantage. The 99th avatar retorted, So what? Aren't there those little rascals from Jue Wushuang? Whether a saintly adversary, or even a quasi-emperor or emperor-level expert appears, we still possess the confidence to be audacious. The 100th avatar concurred, Indeed, with Jue Wushuang and his companions, what is there to fear? Come, let's continue to be arrogant and boastful. Not far off, Jue Tiantong wore an expression of utter despair, lamenting, "Alas, what kind of calamity have I wrought? How is it that the divine soul avatars I have cultivated are all of such poor character? If this continues, I fear I shall suffer a mental breakdown. Perhaps I should consider remaking these avatars entirely, in hopes of instilling some semblance of decorum." At that moment, it was uncertain whether it was due to Jue Tiantong's thoughts, but the divine soul avatars nearby suddenly appeared tense and fearful, casting anxious glances in his direction. This unexpected behavior startled Jue Tiantong. Could it be that these avatars feared being remade? Suddenly, a formidable aura manifested in the skies several hundred miles away, indicating the arrival of a powerful being in the Great Chu mountain range. In this moment, Jue Tiantong deduced that the avatar's sudden attention towards him was a response to the impending danger rather than fear of his decision to remake them. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, how could his own divine soul avatars possibly fear the decisions of their true form? Yet, for now, a formidable presence suddenly descends. Should this be an adversary, it would indeed be fortuitous. For Jue Tiantong, this represents yet another opportunity to activate the system's rewards. However, this opportunity must not be thwarted by any external interference, lest he forfeit the chance to trigger the system as benefits. Thus, upon contemplating the potential disruption of such a pivotal moment, Jue Tiantong promptly addressed his spiritual avatars. Number 1, Number 2, Number 3, guard the Bailong Palace and ensure they do not meddle. Rest assured, Master, we shall execute this task flawlessly, the trio of spiritual avatars replied in unison, transforming into mere blurs as they swiftly advanced towards the great river ahead. Any interference would prevent the master from initiating the system's rewards and hinder his ascent in strength. As extensions of his essence, they too would miss the opportunity for enhancement. Hence, they understood their duty. After issuing instructions to the avatars, Jue Tiantong's gaze ascended towards the high skies. Indeed, someone was tearing through the fabric of space to arrive. It was an elderly woman, hunched and white-haired, with a sinister visage that instilled fear. Accompanying her were 7 or 8 powerful beings on the verge of the saint realm. To rip through the void in such a manner required at least the strength of a saint-level warrior. This arrival boded ill. Jue Tiantong immediately turned his attention inward to the system's space, reflecting on his 9 sons. The eldest, Jue Wushuang, the 4th Jue Wudao, the 6th Jue Wuxian, the 7th Jue Wuji, and the youngest Jue Wujian had all been encountered. However, he had yet to meet the 2nd son, Jue Wujie, the 3rd Jue Wuya, the 5th Jue Wutian, and the 8th Jue Wudi. Very well, he would first seek out the 2nd Jue Wujie. Having made his decision, Jue Tiantong directed his attention to the newcomers in the sky and proclaimed, "Halt! Who dares intrude upon this old man's sacred ground? What is your intention?" The spiritual avatars were momentarily taken aback. Is it possible that the master can be so naive at times? Spiritual avatar number 99 remarked, "Master, the intruders must surely be foes. We should simply engage them directly." Avatar number 100 added, "Indeed, Master, since a confrontation is inevitable, why waste words?" Avatar number 76 interjected, "You misunderstand. This is a matter of courtesy before conflict. If they strike first, we have just cause to retaliate." Avatar number 7 chimed in precisely. "This is called." Meanwhile, Qingyang Fufeng, accompanied by 7 or 8 formidable members of the Fengyun Sword Sect, arrived at the Dazhong mountain range, equally astonished. What is happening? Deep within this Dazhong mountain range lies such an imposing edifice? The Tongtian Divine Hall? When did such a force emerge in the southern wilderness? Moreover, observing Jue Tiantong and his companions, both Qingyang Fufeng and Liu Kanglin were taken aback. A multitude of identical figures? And all of them are at the 12th heaven of the King realm? Liu Sanghai swallowed hard. Fufeng ancestor, this place is rather uncanny. His expression bore a hint of trepidation. Although he could discern at a glance that those individuals possessed merely the cultivation of the 12th heaven of the heavenly King realm, and he could easily dispatch the entire group of identical figures with a single strike. The bizarre nature of the scene still instilled a certain degree of apprehension within him. Indeed, it was rather strange. Qingyang Fufeng's eyes narrowed slightly. I never anticipated that a mere ant of the 12th heaven of the Heavenly King realm could cultivate over 100 soul avatars. They must possess an exceptionally unique and powerful technique for creating avatars. If acquired, it would undoubtedly. Upon hearing Qingyang Fufeng's words, the formidable members of the Wind and Cloud Sword sect, including Lu Canhai, were even more astonished. Soul avatars? Are you suggesting, Ancestor Fufeng, that those identical figures are, in fact, the soul avatars of a certain powerful being? My heavens! Over 100 soul avatars of the 12th heaven of the Heavenly King realm. How immensely powerful and terrifying must their original self be? It is well known that the soul avatars cultivated by strong individuals, regardless of their number, are always significantly weaker than their original selves. Chapter 59. Esteemed guests. I have a scheme. Meanwhile, beneath the vast river, 30,000 miles deep, within the majestic White Dragon Palace, the serene and graceful by Jiao Jiao, reclining languidly upon a throne seemingly carved from purest white jade, noticed a sudden change in her countenance. She swiftly discerned that a formidable sage-level expert was tearing through the void and descending from the heavens. A sage of the 5th heaven? By Jiao Jiao's expression shifted. Such power was far beyond the current capabilities of Lord Jue Tiantong. Should anything befall him on my territory, the entire White Dragon Palace would likely face annihilation in an instant. Thus, it is imperative that nothing happens to Lord Jue Tiantong. Without delay, Bai Jiao Jiao commanded, send word to the Grand General of the Dragon Palace. However, before she could complete her sentence, she hesitated, realizing, never mind. Given Lord Jue Tiantong's unique status, it is best that I go personally. As her words fell, her figure vanished from the imposing throne of pure white jade. Suddenly, just as she was nearing the domain connecting to the deep subterranean ocean, 3 powerful figures intercepted her. Three esteemed lords, what is the meaning of this? Bai Jiao Jiao inquired, perplexed, as she beheld the 3 avatars of Lord Jue Tiantong. How strange! Do these 3 manifestations intend to prevent her from aiding Lord Jue Tiantong? A terrifying thought flashed through her mind. All of Lord Jue Tiantong's soul manifestations were unique and extraordinary. Could it be that these 3 manifestations had developed treacherous intentions? Did they wish for the true body to fall so that they could seize control? The second soul manifestation spoke. Young Lady Bai, I have made it clear that your interference would disrupt my plans. Therefore, you cannot meddle. The first soul manifestation affirmed, indeed, I have my own strategy, so, dear Bai, we appreciate your goodwill, but it is best if you refrain from involvement. Bai Jiao Jiao remained troubled, but will there truly be no issue? That sudden arrival is a sage of the 5th heaven, accompanied by several others who are all above the 10th heaven of the quasi-sage realm. The third soul manifestation reassured her, patting its chest. Do not worry, young Bai. I am well aware of the situation. Moreover, this presents an opportunity for us to grow stronger. Thus you must not interfere. An opportunity for growth? Bai Jiao Jiao felt increasingly uneasy, for despite her peak quasi-emperor cultivation, she could not ascertain the whereabouts of Lord Jue Tiantong's true body. Strange, she could see all of Lord Jue Tiantong's soul manifestations. Yet why could she not perceive his true form? Was it possible that he was hiding? Beyond the deep sea, in the high skies dozens of miles in front of the celestial hall, Qingyang Fufeng had not forgotten her purpose for arriving here. Her expression darkened slightly as she unleashed the oppressive aura of a sage-level expert toward the valley ahead. The esteemed one inquires of you, my dear grandson, have you been slain by their hands? Upon hearing these words, the valley, situated before the celestial hall, was enveloped in the oppressive aura of the opponent's saint-level might. Yet, Jue Tiantong and his myriad soul avatars exhibited not an ounce of trepidation. Furrowing his brow, Jue Tiantong retorted, your dear grandson? Is he the scoundrel with peculiar proclivities, who hoards countless pieces of women's intimate attire? Or is he the aging rascal, collecting the cosmetics used by women? Indeed, previously, Jue Tiantong's eyes had been sullied not solely by that box of women's garments. Within Wei Qi Songhai's storage ring, there resided a rather exquisite box as well. However, unlike the former, the contents of Wei Qi Songhai's box included only items exclusively used by women, such as powders and rouge, in great variety and abundance. Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, his soul avatars were momentarily taken aback. Soul Avatar number 99 exclaimed, "Oh my, the main body shows no loyalty. With such an eye-opening opportunity, how could you not involve us?" Soul Avatar number 100 echoed, "Indeed, should such fortune arise again, you must remember to share it with us." Soul Avatar number 76 laughed. Look, that old crone's face has turned dark." Soul Avatar number 32 countered, "No, 72. Can you not discern colors?" The old lady's face is clearly flushed. Soul Avatar number 72 protested, "No, 32. It was 76 who spoke just now, not me. Truly, it was not me." High above, fury erupted. "Cursed! Scoundrels! A band of rascals!" Qingyang Fufeng was consumed by an extraordinary rage, her roar akin to a ferocious beast, intensifying the already terrifying pressure of her saint-level might. Jue Tiantong's avatars, under this overwhelming force, turned pale, nearly pressed to the ground. Soul Avatar number 99 declared, "Friends, I have a strategy. Unite. Quickly, let us merge and confront her. That old crone dared to unleash her saint-level pressure upon us. She has made her move, and we have just cause to retaliate. Yes, merge. Let us show her." In an instant, Jue Tiantong's soul avatars began to unite one after another. Even the first 3 soul avatars soared from the river to join the others in merging. In the blink of an eye, the original 100 soul avatars coalesced into a single entity. While the cultivation level remained unchanged, the aura emanating from this fusion was exponentially more formidable. The newly formed soul avatar still possessed only the cultivation of a 12 Heavens King, yet exuded a presence rivaling that of a peak quasi-saint. Old crone, how does it feel now? Are you frightened? Just look at their astonished expressions. It is evident, is it not? Deep within, they must be tumultuous and utterly shocked. Behold, they have been utterly stunned. Within the amalgamation of the avatars, a chorus of distinct voices emanated, each representing a fragment of divine consciousness. At this moment, not only were the individuals like Qingyang Fufeng taken aback, but even the esteemed Jue Tiantong was profoundly astonished. The technique of avatar amalgamation. This was the very skill he procured for 200,000 prime essence stones. How astonishing it is! After the merging of 100 avatars, they could rival his own formidable essence. This technique verges on the extraordinary. Thus, merely a technique for avatar amalgamation has bridged the chasm that once existed between him and the myriad divine consciousness fragments, all of which possessed the chaotic supreme divine king physique. High above, in the firmament. How is this even possible? Qingyang Fufeng was engulfed in disbelief, her voice reaching an unnaturally high pitch, her heart racing with shock. As a revered elder of the Fengyun Sword Sect, a formidable being at the 5th tier of the Saint Realm, she had previously discerned that amidst the astonishment over the multitude of identical warriors in the valley, these were, in fact, the divine consciousness avatars of their true selves. At that moment, she was struck with the revelation that Jue Tiantong's divine consciousness avatars possessed the same cultivation level as his true self. This phenomenon was exceedingly rare, defying logic. Yet now, those divine consciousness avatars could merge. Moreover, despite the absence of any discernible change in their cultivation level post-amalgamation, they wielded an appalling combat prowess that surpassed an entire realm. This situation defies all reason. To cultivate numerous divine consciousness avatars of equivalent levels, and for those avatars to possess strength transcending a significant realm after merging. At this moment, amidst her overwhelming astonishment, Qingyang Fufeng's expression shifted to one of fervent excitement. Her once murky and profound gaze transformed into one of clarity and fervor. Chapter 60. Well, they all shouted, "Let me have a turn as well." At this moment, Qingyang Fufeng's heart was ablaze with excitement, her eyes shimmering with fervor. What significance did a biological grandchild hold in comparison to the profound techniques before her? It was utterly trivial, for she was presented with a method capable of cultivating hundreds of equally powerful soul avatars, along with another technique that could merge all those avatars into one. The advantages of acquiring such knowledge were beyond imagination. Consider, for instance, that she currently possessed only the cultivation of a 5th-tier sage. If she were to successfully cultivate 100 soul avatars, each at the same 5th-tier sage level, there is no doubt that even those at the 8th or 9th tiers of sage would be overwhelmed by her formidable 100 avatars. Furthermore, should she obtain the unique technique for merging her avatars, she could even contend with ordinary quasi-emperor level experts. Thus, the thought of avenging her deceased grandchild? Absurd. The loss of that grandchild was inconsequential. However, deep within her heart, Qingyang Fufeng harbored a profound gratitude towards her departed grandchild. After all, had it not been for his demise, she would not have descended to this place today, nor encountered such extraordinary and formidable techniques. How should one articulate this? Her acquisition of such powerful and unique methods today was, in no small part, due to her late grandchild's influence. Act decisively and seize them. Qingyang Fufeng directed her staff towards the valley. Choosing not to intervene directly, she wished to observe the might of the merged avatars. Rest assured, Ancestor Fufeng, watch as I subdue them. Upon uttering these words, Lu Kanglin stepped forth, and in the blink of an eye, covered several dozen miles. Mere ants kneel before me. As Lu Kanglin's voice echoed, he unleashed a colossal, 10-zhang tall black palm that descended with alarming speed. Here it comes. Let him see our might. He still dares to act tough before us. Let us unleash our ultimate move and put an end to his pretense. The Wushuang Heavenly Monument Hand. Old Tortoise 3. Behold our grand technique. The merged avatars soared into the air, and with a chorus of distinct voices resonating, a gigantic palm, seemingly forged from countless mysterious stone tablets, surged upward, carrying an overwhelming aura as it collided with Lu Kanglin's massive hand. At that moment, Lu Kanglin's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed the terrifying power emanating from the merged avatars, particularly the colossal palm that felt like an imminent threat, as if it were a formidable Emperor-level martial skill. What? An Emperor-level technique? Retreat quickly. 100 miles away, Qingyang Fufeng's expression changed drastically, exclaiming in shock. She was astounded to discover that the merged avatar had unleashed a powerful Emperor-level martial skill. Excellent. This is simply marvelous. A unique avatar technique, a special merging technique, and such a formidable Emperor-level skill. Today, I, Qingyang Fufeng, have encountered an extraordinary fortune. Boom! Attempting to retreat, it was far too late. A resounding crash echoed as the moment of collision between the two adversaries unfolded, and Lu Kanglin's colossal palm crumbled effortlessly. Subsequently, a gigantic hand, seemingly forged from myriad enigmatic stone tablets, descended with tremendous force upon Lu Kanglin. In an instant, a piercing scream erupted, blood splattering across the skies. Under the weight of such a terrifying assault, Lu Kanglin, now at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, was sent hurtling backward for 100 miles. Qingyang Fufeng waved his hand casually, conjuring a gust of wind that enveloped the flying Lu Kanglin, preventing him from soaring even further. With a spurt of blood, Lu Kanglin's expression reflected sheer terror. Ancestor Fufeng, I. Qingyang Fufeng dismissed him with a wave. No matter. I underestimated them. The old crone, prepare to receive our strike. The combined avatars seized the opportunity to attack relentlessly, launching another massive palm towards Qingyang Fufeng and his companions. Witnessing this, Jue Tiantong could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. These soul avatars, emboldened by their fusion, had become exceedingly arrogant. Yet, despite their union, their strength merely matched that of their original form. That old crone was a powerful saint. Were they courting death? Audacious. Qingyang Fufeng intoned coldly, his azure wolf-headed staff thrusting into the sky. Boom! Instantly, a shockwave radiated outward. The enormous palm, capable of overwhelming even a pinnacle quasi-saint, was shattered in an instant. The fearsome blast propelled the fused avatars backward, eliciting numerous cries as they fractured into 100 separate forms, cascading from the heavens in disarray. They tumbled haphazardly, landing in various scattered locations. Alas, this old crone is formidable. Even in our fused state, we could not withstand her casual strike. The might of a saintly existence is indeed terrifying and insurmountable. Should we attempt to fuse again? The opponent is a saint, not merely a quasi-saint. The disparity in power is a qualitative leap. Even if we fused 10 more times, it would be futile. Therefore, esteemed colleagues, I have another plan. Upon hearing this, Jue Tiantong, who had been observing from a distance, felt a shift in his gaze. Another plan? Could it be that his soul avatars possess some hidden tactic unknown even to him? As Jue Tiantong pondered, the soul avatars raised their heads, eyes turned skyward, and unleashed a mighty cry. Children, someone seeks to slay your father. Come quickly to our aid. A Jue Tiantong stood in stunned silence, as if a flock of black crows had flown overhead. Is this your strategy? You are merely soul avatars, lacking the autonomy to call for help. What is the point of such a shout? Why is there no response? The 99th soul avatar voiced his confusion. Last time, this tactic worked splendidly, did it not? The 100th soul avatar's eyes sparkled with understanding. I see now. It was a one-time use. The last time, our master granted us the ability to call for help, but only once. 76's soul avatar, my true self, hastened to transfer the emergency signal, lest that old hag eradicate us all. Fearful second soul avatar, indeed my true self. I am terrified. Transferring the emergency signal cost me a substantial fortune in precious essence stones. Only a fool would act so recklessly. The last time, I fell victim to the system's treachery. Therefore, who would willingly stumble into the same pit twice? Are we at a loss for tactics? Initially, upon hearing the cries of the other soul avatars, Qingyang Fufeng felt a sense of trepidation and wariness. After all, this individual before her was exceedingly enigmatic, undoubtedly possessing some mysterious and formidable trump cards, such as the children they spoke of. However, in the end, nothing transpired, leaving her apprehensions unfulfilled. Thus, it was time to capture this person and conduct a thorough interrogation. Wait, observing the other party preparing to strike and feeling a clear threat to her life, Jue Tiantong hastily urged them to cease. Well, they have called out, so allow me to utter a word as well. A word? Qingyang Fufeng inquired curiously, sneering. So, what do you wish to proclaim? Your children, perhaps? Jue Tiantong straightened his disheveled attire, adjusting his hair and beard. Absolute Wujing, someone seeks to take your father's life. Come quickly to my aid. Chapter 61. Absolute no extremes. Absolute no extremes. Someone is attempting to kill your father. Come quickly to my aid. A cry resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, instantly igniting fervent emotions among the numerous divine incarnations of Jue Tiantong. The main self has finally called for help. Their reinforcements are about to arrive. At that moment, upon hearing Jue Tiantong's utterance, both Qingyang Fufeng and Lu Kanglin, alongside the formidable figures of the Fengyan Sword Sect, were overtaken by astonishment. Absolute no extremis? In their understanding, there exists but one individual on the entire Xianyang continent bold enough to bear this name. The master of the Wujian sect, the Emperor Wuji, absolute no extremes. Thus, could it be that the person whose name has been invoked is indeed the Emperor Wuji, absolute no extremes? Consequently, does this mean that this individual is? Qingyang Fufeng's complexion turned ashen, her heart trembling. You. Who are you? She gazed at Jue Tiantong, her eyes brimming with fear. The Emperor Wuji, absolute no extremes, is one of the 9 eminent emperors of the Jue family on the Xianyang continent. Moreover, during this period, a certain tale has spread to the ears of many sects and powerful beings across the southern wilderness, that the father of the 9 eminent emperors of the Jue family is currently wandering among mortals. A careless misstep could provoke his wrath, leading to dire consequences. Therefore, could it be that the person before them is indeed the father of the 9 eminent emperors of the Jue family? Cough, cough, eyed the old man. Suddenly, with a sound akin to tearing fabric, a rift appeared in the heavens above the Daju mountain range. It resembled a cloth effortlessly sliced open by a sharp sword. The rift widened, revealing a pitch-black void, seemingly suspended with countless dark stones, exuding a terrifying aura. Following this, a man who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, standing an impressive height of 9 feet, clad in a golden-blue robe, emerged from the enormous rift, wielding a black longsword. Drip! A drop of blood fell from the sword's tip, and beneath the expansive Daju mountain range, the ground within a 10-mile radius collapsed under the overwhelming force of that solitary drop of blood. Yet this drop of blood did not descend to the earth. Instead, it hovered in midair, akin to an invaluable treasure, eliciting covetous gazes. In the high skies, the middle-aged man in blue, sword in hand, found the surrounding space crumbling, unable to bear the overwhelming aura of power he radiated. Thus, upon perceiving the alteration in his environment, the blue-clad man immediately restrained his imposing presence, ensuring that the drop of blood, which fell from his sword, did not truly touch the ground. Father, Father, in the heavens. Witnessing the scene below in the mountain range, Absolute No Extremes was filled with exhilaration and excitement. It is indeed true. His father has truly returned, and he has summoned him. As the second son of the illustrious Jue Tiantong, Jue Wuji was nearly 9 years old when his father passed away. Thus, many memories remained vivid in his mind, particularly the visage of his father. He never anticipated that what his elder brother and several other siblings had claimed was indeed true. Their father had truly returned from beyond, and he summoned him on this very day. However, Jue Wuji understood that each time their father called upon one of his sons, it was in the face of formidable adversaries. Beneath the vast sky, the trembling figures of Qingyang Fufeng and Lu Kanglin fell into Jue Wuji's sight at that moment. Ha ha! Wuji, my son, come here quickly. Wuji, look here. Were you just slaying someone? There's still blood on your sword. The eager voices of his spiritual manifestations filled the air before Jue Wuji could utter a word. Witnessing their excitement, which surpassed his own, Jue Tiantong felt a wave of resignation. With a mere thought, he retracted all of his spiritual manifestations, leaving only his true self within the valley. Father, were those just your manifestations? Jue Wuji inquired, standing before Jue Tiantong, his eyes wide with astonishment. 100 manifestations of equal prowess. What extraordinary technique had his father mastered? Envy coursed through him. It was overwhelming. Wuji, what is this? Jue Tiantong gazed at his son, taken aback. The rich scent of blood lingered, accompanied by a disquieting aura of formidable power. It's nothing of consequence. Jue Wuji chuckled lightly. I was merely contesting territory with some fellows in the Nitian Forbidden Zone. It's not a significant matter. Contesting territory? Jue Tiantong scrutinized his son closely, noting a fluctuation in his aura and a shallow wound gracing his face. Have you been injured? Wuji, are there other formidable beings of your caliber within the Nitian Forbidden Zone? Well, Jue Wuji replied, Father, those within the Forbidden Zones are all individuals who have failed to ascend to the immortal realm. Hence they are quite powerful. But do not worry, Father. While they are strong, they do not pose a threat to me. Moreover, having them around can provide us with opportunities for sparring and passing the time during mundane moments. Powerful beings who have failed to ascend to the immortal realm? Upon hearing this, Jue Tiantong comprehended. In the current Xinjiang continent, many were indeed aware of certain matters pertaining to the immortal domain. However, discussions regarding the immortal realm and the impending calamity must remain untouched. According to the system, such utterances could attract the attention of the immortal beings surveilling the Xinjiang continent, potentially precipitating the arrival of the great calamity. If that were the case, the situation would be exceedingly dire. Hence, there are certain matters that Jue Tiantong must inevitably keep concealed within his heart. Subsequently, Jue Tiantong ceased to dwell on those distant thoughts and remarked, Wuji, come, slay a few individuals for your father. Thus, his heart lay in desolation, utterly devoid of hope. Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, Qingyang and the others were stripped of any lingering illusions. The formidable presence that had descended was indeed the master of the Wuji Immortal Sect, the unparalleled Wuji Emperor. The very individuals they had intended to subdue were none other than the father of the Wuji Emperor, a figure who, by merely engaging in the affairs of mortals, could inadvertently incite lethal peril. As for them, Jue Wuji turned his gaze toward Qingyang and the others, whose spirits he had already bound with his aura, and a dark sword imprint emerged upon his brow, sending ripples through the air. Shanghai region, Fengyun Sword Sect? Quite impressive indeed. He then inquired, Father, shall we erase them along with the Fengyun Sword Sect? The Fengyun Sword Sect? Jue Tiantong furrowed his brow slightly. Are they formidable? Jue Wuji responded, Aside from this individual before us, there are two other saints. One of them possesses an 11th level cultivation in the saint realm. The sect holds a significant standing in the southern wilderness, with over 100,000 disciples of divine concealment and above. Jue Tiantong stroked his chin, so they're quite powerful. Such a robust sect must surely possess profound resources. The number of yuan stones they've accumulated is undoubtedly beyond imagination. Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, Jue Wuji inquired with confusion, Yuan stones? Father, do you lack yuan stones? High grade or supreme grade? How many do you require? I shall procure them for you. Alas, Jue Tiantong sighed. He desired them just as much. His 9 sons were all emperors, each commanding their own forces, and their wealth must be considerable. Unfortunately, due to the rules of that wretched system, any yuan stones not earned by himself were rendered ineffective, unable to facilitate purchases from the system's marketplace. The mere thought of those infuriating system regulations made Jue Tiantong long to flay and whip the one responsible for afflicting him with such a cursed system for 3 days and nights. Chapter 62. Of Father's Intentions. Subsequently, Jue Tiantong subtly remarked, Wuji, the reason I have returned to life is intertwined with some significant matters. For instance, I cannot simply take your essence stones, as they would provide no assistance to me. Is that so? Jue Wuji responded with surprise. Recalling his elder brother's mention of their father now being an alchemist, he inquired, Father, would it be acceptable if we exchanged essence stones for your elixirs? You truly grasp things swiftly, Jue Tiantong exclaimed with delight. This lad has been clever and reliable since childhood. Of course, however, I presently lack sufficient elixirs to offer you. We can discuss this matter at a later date. As for the immediate situation, it is imperative to deal decisively with the Fengyun Sword Sect. Wuji, gather the spatial rings from those individuals and then eliminate them, Jue Tiantong declared nonchalantly. As for the Fengyun Sword Sect behind them, do not concern yourself. I have my own plans. In the blink of an eye, Qingyang, Fufeng, and Liu Kanglin had no time to plead for mercy, turning to dust that drifted away. Saints, in the eyes of ordinary potentates, even those at the pinnacle of quasi-saint realms, are terrifying entities that cannot be shaken. They are extraordinary beings capable of instantaneously vanquishing foes from afar. Yet, before an emperor-level expert, a saint can be extinguished with but a glance. Father, those individuals have been dealt with, and here are their spatial rings. Jue Wuji forcefully erased the soul marks on the rings and presented them to Jue Tiantong. Let us see what treasures they hold. After a brief moment, having meticulously cataloged the contents of 7 or 8 spatial rings, he discovered a total of 137, 500 top-grade essence stones, 650 superior-grade essence stones, and 66 million mid-grade essence stones. Among those powerful beings, low-grade essence stones had long been obsolete, as their status no longer aligned. Thus, not a single low-grade essence stone could be found within the spatial rings of these formidable individuals. In addition to essence stones, there were numerous treasures, including various superior-tier elixirs, top-tier elixirs, and extraordinary elixirs, totaling several tens of thousands of plants. There were also an array of uniquely shaped special refining materials. Moreover, within the spatial rings of these experts, a considerable collection of elixirs was present, such as healing elixirs and those that temporarily enhance one's strength. In contrast to the chaotic items found in the spatial rings of Wei, Qi, Songhai, and his disciple, these rings contained none of such disarray. This suggests that the previous occurrences were individual actions, unrelated to the sect. Jue Tiantong made a comparison. The elixirs of the same tier, when juxtaposed with those he crafted, exhibited entirely different qualities. Are these elixirs truly concocted by the Fengyan Sword Sect? They are rather subpar, he remarked, unable to suppress a critique while examining an elixir pinched between his fingers. Having been accustomed to excellence, he naturally found fault with mediocrity. Mediocre? Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Jue Wuji gazed at the elixir in Jue Tiantong's hand. Father, this is an extraordinary high-grade explosive essence pill. Even a peak king realm expert can unleash strength comparable to that of a second-tier quasi-saint in a short span of time after consuming it. This quality of elixir is quite commendable. Is this quality of elixir truly commendable? Jue Tiantong shook his head. Wuji, for pills of this caliber, a single batch yields at most 3 usable elixirs. Not only is the quality subpar, but it also weighs a significant amount of herbal essence. However, if I were to refine it, I could easily produce 12 elixirs from such a batch with minimal effort. If I were to apply myself earnestly, I could achieve 16. The quality would far surpass this inferior elixir by leagues. Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, Jue Wuji's initial reaction was disbelief, suspecting his father was boasting. 12? 16? Father, isn't the maximum output for a batch 9 usable elixirs? Jue Wuji looked at his father, his expression turning perplexed. 9? I once believed that too, Jue Tiantong replied. However, when I produced 12 usable elixirs in one batch, my perspective changed. In fact, I believe that producing 16 is not even the limit. Rising and brushing off the dust from his clothes, Jue Tiantong said, "All right, Wuji, there's nothing more to discuss here. You may return for now. I will summon you again when there is more to address." Indeed, the situation was as his elder brother had described. Their father, after resolving matters, would always send them away, and once they departed, Jue Tiantong's presence would vanish without a trace. This occurrence had been deduced by his brother, Jue Wushuang, who speculated that some force obscured all traces of their father, Jue Tiantong. The nature and purpose of this force remained unknown to them, yet they had grown accustomed to it. "Father, I shall take my leave now." With a casual wave, a spatial rift appeared in the sky ahead. Before stepping into the rift, Jue Wuji conjured a black longsword in his hand. Good heavens, is he off to engage in battle again? Jue Tiantong called out to the vanishing rift, "My son, do not take the fight too seriously. Safety is paramount." In the depths of the forbidden zone of Beiwang, a colossal figure stood, an 8-armed golden ape towering 10 zhong, exuding a terrifying aura. The creature panted heavily, its body marked with numerous sword scars, and its breath was erratic. The surrounding landscape lay in disarray, with some towering peaks, crumbling, and massive footprints left imprinted upon the earth. It was as if a cataclysmic battle had just erupted in this place. The scourge has finally departed. The 8-armed golden ape exhaled deeply, a glimmer of relief in its eyes. Today, the malevolent star unexpectedly descended upon this place, a turn of events entirely unforeseen, to encroach upon its sanctuary for recuperation. Who could endure such an affront? Alas, in its current state of decrepitude, compounded by the grievous injury sustained during a previous failure to ascend to the celestial realm, it stood no chance against the formidable adversary. Fortunately, the malevolent star, for reasons unknown, suddenly departed. Had it lingered any longer, escape would have been inevitable. In a sudden jolt, the 8-armed Vajra ape, having just begun to relax, was once again seized by tension. Ahead, with the emergence of a spatial rift, the figure clad in golden blue robes, wielding a black sword, returned. Jue Wujie. The 8-armed Vajra ape's expression turned grave. "You, malevolent star, how have you returned?" With a flourish of his black sword, Jue Wuji smirked. "Of course. I have come to claim your territory." However, as soon as the words left his lips, a look of horror washed over him. This was dire. A drop of the 8-armed Vajra ape's blood still lingered in the southern wilderness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jue Wuji tore through the void, fleeing from the celestial forbidden zone, leaving the anxious 8-armed Vajra ape in a state of disarray amidst the swirling winds. Chapter 63. Where is the movement? Where is the omen? South Wilderness, Changshan Domain, Great Shu Mountain Range. Ding. The host has been rescued by the progeny of the Absolute, Jue Wuji, triggering the system's 8-star reward. Refine a drop of the 8-armed Vajra, ape's essence blood, elevating the cultivation realm directly to the 9th layer of the semi-saint realm. With the Chaos Supreme God King's body, achieving late-stage completion. Refining the essence blood of the 8-armed Vajra ape, Jue Tiantong's expression turned perplexed. Where is the essence blood? Just as he awaited the arrival of the system's reward, a drop of blood that had dripped from the black sword in Jue Wuji's hand, hundreds of miles away, began drifting towards his direction. With a tremendous rush, wherever that drop of blood touched, the surrounding area within a mile radius seemed to be subjected to a terrifying force's crushing pressure. The earth trembled, the space quivered. A fierce wind swept through, causing the waters of the great rivers to ascend skyward. Countless blue-winged manta rays in the rivers transformed into blood, leaving no trace of bone behind. It was as if a cataclysm had descended. System, are you truly asking me to refine this drop of essence blood? Invulnerability? Are you certain this is not a death sentence? No, please. However, as Jue Tiantong retreated step by step, his expression filled with horror, that drop of blood, like a tempest, surged relentlessly and directly entered his heart. No! A distant cry echoed, the voice of Jue Wushuang, sensing the impending danger. But now, all Jue Wushuang could witness was that drop of the essence blood from a 12th-layer remnant emperor entering his father, Jue Tiantong's body, plunging him into profound despair. The term remnant emperor refers to those who, after failing to ascend to the immortal path, still survive while remaining in the realm of emperors. They may preserve their lives and still possess imperial cultivation, yet their foundational basis as emperors is severely compromised. Despite retaining imperial strength and abilities, they are not whole emperors. Hence the designation remnant emperor. Though remnant emperors lack the completeness of true emperors, their essence blood remains largely unchanged aside from the damage to their foundational basis. For instance, the essence blood of a remnant emperor is nearly indistinguishable from that of a complete emperor. In certain vulnerable environments, the blood of a remnant emperor can devastate a considerable area. Those lacking sufficient strength cannot withstand even a drop of remnant emperor blood's oppressive force. Yet now, Jue Wushuang was engulfed in despair. That drop of essence blood from a 12th-layer remnant emperor had entered his father Jue Tiantong's body. Given his father's current frail physique and cultivation, how could he possibly endure the essence blood of a 12th-layer remnant emperor? However, just as Jue Wushuang felt hopeless and believed everything was beyond redemption, before him, his father, Jue Tiantong, had already settled into a meditative position. A surge of vitality enveloped him. Pain etched across his features, as if he were striving to refine the drop of essence that had penetrated his being. No, nothing wrong. His father, he is truly unharmed? Absolute God was momentarily stunned, his astonishment profound. No, his heart was overwhelmed with shock. In that instant, he recognized the transformation in his father's cultivation. How had it ascended to the 12th level of the king realm? When he departed, his father had only possessed the 7th level of the king realm, had he not? Moreover, even if his father had indeed reached the 12th level of the king realm, it was inconceivable that he could endure the essence of a being at the 12th level of the emperor realm. What, then, was the truth of the situation? Suddenly, a sound of tearing air resonated in the distance, and the disheveled and panicked Absolute Wuji tore through the void once more. Blood, where was that drop of essence? In the moment of his arrival, Absolute Wuji's gaze fixated on the spot where the blood had fallen. Yet, there was no trace of it to be found. Instead, a massive scar, ravaged by powerful forces, extended deep into the mountains. This was disastrous. In that instant, Absolute Wuji felt as though the sky were collapsing around him. If that drop of essence had entered the valley, how could his father possibly withstand it? Upon lifting his gaze, Absolute Wuji spotted his 6th brother, Absolute Wushuang. 6th brother, what brings you here? 2nd brother, are you here to seek that drop of powerful essence? Absolute Wushuang observed the disheveled form of Absolute Wuji. who appeared to have forcefully traversed countless layers of the void. In truth, Absolute Wushuang had sensed the arrival of his second brother in the southern wilderness earlier. He understood that the sudden return of Absolute Wujing was likely related to their father. Thus, he refrained from interrupting. After all, he had already met their father several times. While it was the first encounter for his second brother with their resurrected father. However, Absolute Wushuang had not anticipated that mere breaths after Absolute Wujing's departure, a perilous situation would arise where their father was situated. Consequently, the moment he arrived, he witnessed that drop of essence from the 12th level of the Emperor realm surging into their father's body. Absolute Wushuang also recognized that this drop of essence had been forgotten by Absolute Wujing during his hasty arrival. Now, he comprehended even more clearly that his second brother's frantic return was due to that overlooked essence. Absolute Wujing had traversed an unfathomable distance from the southern wilderness, and it was evident that he had employed considerable means to arrive so hastily. After all, this was not a summons from their father. The journey had undoubtedly been fraught with challenges. Indeed, sixth brother, did you manage to secure that drop of essence? Absolute Wujing's expression was tense yet hopeful. He yearned for the possibility that his sixth brother had captured the powerful essence. Otherwise, they would face immense troubles. However, Absolute Wushuang sighed and shook his head. No, that drop of essence. I had not yet acted when it had already entered Father's body. What? Absolute Wujing's countenance shifted dramatically. That was a drop of the essence blood from the 8-armed golden ape of the 12 heavens of the ruined Emperor realm. How could it have found its way into my father's body? At this moment, the countenance of Jue Wujing turned ashen, his heart devoid of hope. Yet suddenly, a magnificent aura emanated from the valley ahead. As he maneuvered around the figure blocking his path, Jue Wujing's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment. What on earth is happening? Seeing his father, Jue Tiantong, seated before the celestial temple in the valley, Jue Wujing gazed incredulously at Jue Wushuang. Sixth brother, did you not say that drop of essence blood had entered father's body? Jue Wushuang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, father is currently refining that drop of the ruined emperor's essence blood. How could this be possible? Jue Wujing was even more astounded. His father was only at the heavenly monarch realm of cultivation. Could it be the semi-saint realm? In that moment, both Jue Wujing and Jue Wushuang were struck with disbelief as they realized that their father, Jue Tiantong, had transcended from the heavenly monarch realm to the semi-saint realm. But how could it happen without any sign? Where was the commotion? The signs of a breakthrough? There was nothing. Nevertheless, they clearly observed that their father, Jue Tiantong, had indeed entered the semi-saint realm. Furthermore, semi-saint second heaven, semi-saint third heaven, semi-saint fourth heaven. In the eyes of Jue Wujing and Jue Wushuang, their father's cultivation level was rapidly ascending. Chapter 64. The ninth layer of the quasi-saint realm. It is widely acknowledged that once a cultivator reaches a certain level of mastery, each breakthrough and shattering of constraints is accompanied by distinct phenomena. However, the manifestations of these phenomena vary among practitioners, even when they transcend the same realm. For instance, when some formidable beings ascend from the king realm to the quasi-saint realm, they unleash colossal celestial wonders. Some phenomena envelop the skies for 10 miles, while others extend to 100 miles. There are even those extraordinary instances where the manifestation of a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm blankets the heavens for several hundred miles. Such occurrences generate significant commotion, inevitably attracting the attention of nearby powerful entities. Yet, in the present moment, as Jue Tiantong rapidly advances in his cultivation, Juetian Wuji and Juetian Shunshin are utterly astonished, left in a state of bewilderment. Quasi-saint realm, 5th layer. Quasi-saint realm, 6th layer. Quasi-saint realm, 7th layer. Amidst the increasing shock reflected in their expressions, their father, Jue Tiantong, continues to ascend swiftly in his cultivation. However, despite this rapid elevation, little commotion accompanies his breakthrough. Not even the most rudimentary phenomena are stirred. Is it possible that their father, Jue Tiantong, is genuinely breaking through to the quasi-saint realm? Would a mere surge of energy from within suffice to capture anyone's notice? Witnessing the process of their father's breakthrough firsthand, Jue Tianwuji and Jue Tianshunshin find themselves questioning their very existence. Could it be that their father has achieved an illusory, quasi-saint realm? Moreover, how could a drop of the blood essence from a 12th-layer emperor-level being be refined by their father so effortlessly? It feels surreal. With a thunderous eruption of energy, Juetian Tong, as cultivation finally pierces through to the 9th layer of the quasi-saint realm, his body, empowered by the chaotic supreme divine king physique, has also reached a significant level of accomplishment. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Jue Tiantong exhales a breath of turbid air, acutely aware of the terrifying strength he now possesses. With his cultivation at the 9th layer of the quasi-saint realm, he could undoubtedly contend against a 9th-layer saint realm expert based purely on strength. Nevertheless, truly subduing a 9th-layer saint realm expert is an exceedingly arduous task, perhaps even an impossibility. After all, those at the saint realm possess the ability to effortlessly tear apart space and traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye, having comprehended certain laws of the universe. Hence, under the augmentation of these universal principles, all beneath the saint realm are deemed as mere ants. This is not mere hyperbole, it is a stark reality. Nonetheless, even so, leveraging the advantages of his chaotic supreme, divine, king physique, Jue Tiantong can still maintain an arrogant demeanor before the saint realm experts. Yet this time, Jue Tiantong has encountered an unexpected issue. The System S rewards have exceeded his expectations, triggering the 8-star reward. The system could have granted him a reward commensurate with his current cultivation. However, astonishingly, it appropriated the drop of blood essence brought by Jue Tianwuji as a reward. Is this a case of borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha? Is such a thing even permissible? However, regardless of the circumstances, achieving such a feat is indeed commendable. Approaching the 9th tier of the quasi-saint realm, the next activation of the system's rewards will surely elevate one to the realm of saints. As for what lies ahead, Father, you have actually broken through to the 9th tier of the quasi-saint realm? While Jue Tiantong was contemplating his forthcoming plans, Jue Wushuang and Jue Wuji had already arrived nearby. Ah, Wuji, did you not leave? And Wushuang, what brings you here as well? Jue Tiantong was somewhat taken aback, having not noticed when these two young ones had arrived. At this moment, Jue Wuji felt a knot of tension in his heart. Father, have you completely refined that drop of essence blood? Is your body experiencing any discomfort? Both Jue Wuji and Jue Wushuang were scrutinizing their father, Jue Tiantong's physique, struggling to comprehend how, with his currently frail form, he could have refined a drop of blood from a powerful being at the 12th tier of the former emperor's realm. Oh, it's nothing. Jue Tiantong patted his chest. I feel fantastic. My waist no longer aches, my legs are free of pain, my strength has surged, and my physique has become more robust. Even all my divine soul avatars have attained the 9th tier of the quasi-saint realm, just like me. Jue Tiantong smiled at Jue Wujie and Jue Wushuang. So, do you think there is something amiss with me? Gulp. Jue Wujie swallowed hard. Father, are you implying that your divine soul avatars have also reached the 9th tier of the quasi-saint realm? How can that be without issues? This is indeed a significant problem. The divine soul avatars can actually strengthen simultaneously with the main body and share the same cultivation level. Their greatest concern now was the envy of what kind of divine soul avatar technique their father had cultivated. It was simply extraordinary and utterly desirable. Observing the evident shock and envy on Jue Wujie's face, Jue Tiantong pondered. Although there were certain matters he could not openly discuss, he could certainly impart some techniques to his children. For instance, the divine soul avatar technique he practiced, the formless avatar divine art. System prompt. Host. The techniques you cultivate are all rewards from this system, tailored to your personal conditions. Therefore, even if imparted to your offspring, they would not be able to cultivate them normally. For instance, the divine soul avatar technique, formless avatar divine art, was purchased by you from the system mall, but it was also listed based on your chaos supreme divine king physique. Among your offspring, none possess the chaos supreme divine king physique. Hence, they cannot cultivate this technique. However, you can purchase techniques with higher compatibility for your offspring from the system mall, but given your current financial situation, You do not have sufficient resources to purchase corresponding cultivation techniques for any of your children. So, host, please continue to strive forward. As Jue Tiantong contemplated whether to impart his cultivated techniques to his sons, the system unexpectedly issued a notification. Astonishingly, the system had revived, proactively offering prompts. With a sigh, Jue Tiantong mused that purchasing cultivation techniques for his imperial sons would likely require several million or even tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones for any given method. At present, his total accumulation barely exceeded 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, a stark inadequacy indeed. However, to Jue Tiantong's surprise, the Wushuang Fencing divine art could only be practiced by him, the bearer of the chaotic supreme divine king body. Could this explain why his spiritual avatars were rather unique? Observing his momentary distraction, Jue Wuji and Jue Wushuang exchanged glances, their expressions resembling that of startled individuals. Had their father become lost in thought due to the adverse effects of the residual imperial blood? "Father, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Returning to his senses, Jue Tiantong shrugged. "It's nothing. I merely feel that I am rather impoverished at present." He sighed again. "Very well. You may all return to your affairs. Once I have earned a bit more wealth, I shall surprise you." "Impoverished?" Jue Wushuang queried in confusion. "Father, each of us possesses our own formidable factions. If you are lacking in anything," Jue Wuji interjected. "Father has stated that his resurrection involves certain matters and adheres to specific rules, such as not accepting our assistance without due cause." Upon hearing his second brother's words, Jue Wushuang was taken aback. What sort of absurd rules were these? Thus, they could only devise alternative methods to aid their father. Chapter 65. Repairing the celestial armor after the departure of Jue Wuji and Jue Wushuang. Jue Tiantong summoned his 100-soul avatars once more. "Ha ha ha! The 9th level of the quasi-saint realm. I never imagined I would attain such cultivation." The 99th soul avatar expressed excitement. "Who would have thought that every time we return to the main body, we grow stronger?" The 100th soul avatar gazed greedily at Jue Tiantong. "Master, please, let me return once more. I yearn to break through to the saint realm." "Master, I wish to return too. Don't forget me." The expressions on Jue Tiantong's face darkened. "What is this nonsense? You think returning to the main body makes you stronger? While you soul avatars may entertain such thoughts, the reality is far from it. If it were that simple, I would gladly become an avatar myself." Cough cough. Jue Tiantong cleared his throat. "I am now assigning tasks. If anyone fails to complete theirs, I shall not permit them to return to the main body to grow stronger." "Very well. Since you wish to think this way, I shall use it to reign in your mischievous souls." Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, the soul avatars began to panic. "Master, please do not frighten us. If we cannot continue to grow stronger, we shall be in grave danger," said the second soul avatar. "Master, just tell us the tasks. I shall exert every effort to complete them, even if it means pushing myself to the limit," declared the 13th soul avatar. "Master, we are still not strong enough. So please do not assign tasks that are beyond our capabilities," pleaded the 49th soul avatar. "Is it not just alchemy? It merely requires having hands, does it not?" scoffed the 99th soul avatar. "Exactly. The task assigned by Master will surely be to concoct 5 or 6 batches of elixirs daily. So simple, it is hardly a challenge," echoed the 100th soul avatar. "Ah, indeed." Each displayed their own demeanor. "Thus, I shall tailor the tasks to suit your capabilities. I refuse to believe I cannot manage these obstinate and boastful beings." Jue Tiantong then specifically named those who had been particularly insolent. 46, 79, 92, 99, and 100. Your task is to concoct 160 elixirs daily. What? 160 elixirs every day? Master, I was wrong. Truly, I was mistaken. Master, your heart is so ruthless. Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's directives, the named soul avatars finally grasped the cost of their arrogance. For them, concocting elixirs was relatively effortless. A casual effort would yield 12 elixirs easily. Concocting 5 or 6 batches daily was indeed a trivial task. However, now, the master demanded 160 elixirs each day. Well, they could manage it, but such a demand would leave them no time for leisure. Exploitation. The master was exploiting them. Hasten to fulfill your tasks, for even a single day's delay is intolerable. Observing the subdued demeanor of the 99th and 100th incarnations, Juetian Tong felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction. How dare these mere projections display arrogance before the true essence? Do they comprehend the meaning of the will of the true self? Alas, let us proceed. From this moment forth, time has become a pressing constraint. 160 per day. Indeed, how shall I endure this existence? Gazing upon the 99th and the other summoned soul projections, those such as the second incarnation, who had been notoriously lax in their alchemical pursuits, trembled in trepidation. He, having assigned tasks to the 99th soul projection, Jue Tiantong emitted a chilling laugh. Directing his gaze towards the remaining soul projections, once all matters were arranged, within the heavenly passage temple, Jue Tiantong sat in meditation. The old man now stood at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the quasi-saint realm, theoretically capable of manifesting 300 soul projections. However, before that, he must first enhance his personal defenses to ensure his own security. Counting his current reserves, he found a total of 29,306 exquisite essence stones. System, are you operational? With these essence stones, can I restore my heavenly origin armor? Yes, host. Based on your current 29,306 exquisite essence stones, you can partially repair the damaged inferior imperial grade heavenly origin armor. Following this repair, the heavenly origin armor will be capable of withstanding physical and soul attacks from pinnacle saint-level adversaries. Shall I proceed with the repair, host? The repair offers only partial restoration, not complete. Indeed, when purchasing the heavenly origin armor, Jue Tiantong was well aware of the substantial cost associated with its restoration. Nonetheless, treasures like the heavenly origin armor, which can defend against both physical and soul attacks, are exceedingly rare. Now, with partial restoration, it can withstand assaults from pinnacle saint-level beings. It seems that a mere 20-some thousand exquisite essence stones is somewhat acceptable. Very well, money is but a transient matter. It can always be earned anew. System, proceed with the repair. Understood, host. The repair of the heavenly origin armor has been completed, deducting 29,306 exquisite essence stones. Not a trace remains. The heavenly origin armor has been restored, enhancing my defenses. Next, I shall cultivate additional soul projections. Meanwhile, in the southern wilderness, within the sea of mountains, the Fengyun sword sect has been rife with anxiety over the past few days, shrouded in a pall of gloom. Particularly, the elders and numerous formidable figures of the sect feel as if a sharp blade hangs precariously above their necks, uncertain of when their lives might be extinguished. Merely 2 days have passed. The Fengyun sword sect has suffered the tragic loss of 7 or 8 quasi-saint figures, along with an esteemed elder of the 5th tier of the saint realm. Such a calamity represents an immense blow to the entire sect. Furthermore, this matter must remain shrouded in secrecy. Should their adversaries become aware, they might seize the opportunity to exploit it, leading to potentially devastating consequences for the Fengyun sword sect. Within the main hall, the sect leader, Lu Changfeng, bore an exceedingly grim expression, his heart engulfed by an unprecedented sense of turmoil. What secrets lie within the great Chu mountain range of the Changshan domain? How could even a powerful figure of the 5th tier of the Saint realm from the Fengyun sword sect have perished? Master, even Elder Fufeng, a strong presence at the 5th tier of the Saint realm, has fallen. This incident has likely attracted the attention of the Imperial Dao ancestor, remarked an elder named Shouyuan, who possessed the cultivation of the 8th tier of quasi-saint. If the Imperial Dao ancestor were to personally investigate, perhaps. Bang! Before Shouyuan could finish his thought, Lu Changfeng slammed his palm onto the table before him. Investigate? Lu Changfeng scoffed coldly. The Imperial Dao ancestor is the strongest foundation of our sect. Do you wish for him to also perish in the Great Chu Mountain Range? Shouyuan, taken aback, stammered. No, master, please understand, I harbor no such intention. I merely thought that with the Imperial Dao ancestor's cultivation at the 11th tier of the Saint realm, his presence would suffice to confront any peril. Lu Changfeng sneered once more. Preposterous. Not even a whisper of news has escaped regarding Elder Fufeng's demise. Do you think that the danger is trivial? Though the Imperial Dao ancestor possesses the 11th tier of the Saint Realm, can he truly contend with every threat lurking within the great Chu mountain range? At that moment, an elderly figure clad in a resplendent golden dragon robe entered the hall, exuding an air of authority that suggested a man of high standing, appearing around 67 years of age. Nangong Huangdao, the paramount strength of the Fengyun sword sect, had arrived. Lu Changfeng's reasoning held merit. The affairs of the great Chu mountain range need not be addressed for the time being. Nangong Huangdao turned to Lu Changfeng and said, Changfeng, with the loss of 7 or 8 quasi-saints and 1 saint, this matter will inevitably come to the attention of those who watch us. Thus, it is imperative that we devise a means to bolster the overall strength of our sect. Should those individuals take advantage of this situation, the repercussions for us could be dire. Chapter 66. Do I not exude an ethereal aura? The venerable Emperor Dao himself has made an appearance, ostensibly to remind himself to find ways to elevate the overall strength of our sect. Lu Changfeng, having ascended to the position of the Wind and Cloud Sword sect's leader, is naturally astute. Thus he suspects that the Emperor Dao's personal intervention is far from straightforward. Might there be another purpose for your presence, esteemed Emperor Dao? Rising from his seat upon the throne, Lu Changfeng inquires. Changfeng, as the leader of the sect, it is imperative that you pay closer attention to the members of our order, the Emperor Dao advises, for instance. Suddenly, without any warning, a formidable pressure from the Saint Realm descends upon the Grand Hall, directly overwhelming Shouyuan, who is at the 8th heaven of semi-saint cultivation. This abrupt turn of events instills considerable fear among the formidable figures within the hall. What has transpired? Where does this saintly pressure emanate from? Who has subdued Elder Shouyuan? The elders of the Wind and Cloud Sword sect are engulfed in terror, their expressions reflecting shock and confusion as they witness Elder Shouyuan, now suppressed and unable to move, prostrated on the floor. At this moment, Nangong Huangdao turns to face the subdued Shouyuan, revealing a piece of yellow paper in his hand. It is a special communication talisman that he has intercepted. As Shouyuan, already in a state of shock for being subdued, catches sight of the talisman, his fear escalates. Emperor Dao. With a resounding explosion, the suppressed Elder Shouyuan is instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist. It is only now that the elders in the hall realize that the assailant is none other than Emperor Dao himself. Yet, why would he execute Elder Shouyuan, a powerhouse at the 8th heaven of semi-saint realm? The Wind and Cloud Sword sect has already suffered the losses of several formidable members. How could they endure the loss of another at the hands of their own ancestor? Nangong Huangdao cast the talisman to the equally astonished Lu Changfeng, saying, If you do not comprehend the reason, then you shall witness it for yourself. Employing the power of the laws, Lu Changfeng manifests the talisman, which transforms into several golden characters suspended in the air. To the ancestor of the setting sun, Xingyang Fufeng is deceased, and the Wind and Cloud's core strength is depleted. Upon reading the floating words, a wave of astonishment sweeps through the Grand Hall. The ancestor of the setting sun. Could it be Taoba setting sun of the setting sun valley? This communication talisman. Is it a message directed to the setting sun valley? So, Elder Shouyuan was signaling to the setting sun valley. And this was the talisman intercepted by Emperor Dao? But why? Why would Elder Shouyuan act in such a manner? How could this be? Elder Shouyuan is one of our elders in the Wind and Cloud Sword sect. The elders of the Wind and Cloud Sword sect are left in disbelief. As the gravity of the situation sinks in, they finally comprehend why Emperor Dao deemed it necessary to eliminate Elder Shouyuan. The setting sun valley is indeed an adversary of the Wind and Cloud Sword sect. In the valley of the setting sun, the venerable ancestor Taoba Riho, a formidable being at the 11th level of the Saint Realm, stands at the same echelon as their esteemed sovereign ancestor of the Wind and Cloud Sword sect. However, to the astonishment of all, Elder Shouyuan of the Wind and Cloud Sword sect intends to relay the demise of Xingyang Fufeng and others to the valley of the setting sun. Such an act constitutes a grave betrayal of the sect. Thus, Liu Changfeng finally comprehends the reason behind the sovereign ancestor's personal intervention. Had the sovereign ancestor not intercepted the communication talisman, it would not be long before the Wind and Cloud Sword sect found itself embroiled in peril. Consequently, regardless of whether Shouyuan is a traitor or merely a spy embedded by the Valley of the Setting Sun, the paramount concern now is the necessity for a thorough investigation within the entire sect to eradicate any potential infiltration. Nevertheless, Liu Changfeng is acutely aware that even with the sovereign ancestor's interception of the talisman today, the news of the Wind and Cloud Sword sect's excessive losses will inevitably circulate. Within 3 to 5 months, or even as soon as 1 to 2 months, those forces and individuals eagerly anticipating the sect's downfall will likely initiate their probing. Thus, it is of utmost importance for the entire Wind and Cloud Sword sect to devise means to enhance its overall strength. A few days later, in the Changshan domain, within the majestic Zhu mountain range at the Hall of Ascension, exhaling deeply, Jue Tiantong stretched his limbs. To his surprise, after breaking through to the quasi-saint realm, the cultivation of his other spiritual avatars became significantly easier. In just 7 days, he had successfully cultivated 100 spiritual avatars, with an additional 6 or 7 days. Attaining 300 spiritual avatars would not pose any challenge. The mere thought of achieving 300 spiritual avatars within such a short span filled Jue Tiantong with immense pride. The quasi-saint realm, 300 spiritual avatars? Such an achievement would astound all, regardless of where it occurred, and would be deemed unfathomable by countless formidable beings. Yet, for Jue Tiantong, who possesses the supreme chaos divine king body and has cultivated the unique technique of spiritual avatar creation, the Wushuang avatar divine art, this feat is merely a walk in the park. According to the technique's description, one can cultivate 100 spiritual avatars at the king realm, 300 at the quasi-saint realm, and a maximum of 800 at the saint realm. As for the realms beyond, such as the quasi-emperor and emperor realms, the prospects are even more astonishing. The anticipation of soon having numerous spiritual avatars to serve him invigorated Jue Tiantong even further. After a brief respite, he resumed the cultivation of his next spiritual avatar. As the winds rose and clouds dispersed, and the moon waxed while the sun waned, another 7 days slipped by. My true self, do you not see my celestial grace? In the chamber, Jue Tiantong gazed at the 300th spiritual avatar before him, utterly transfixed. What is this? Why does this 300th spiritual avatar display such excessive vanity? Moreover, there exists a rather excessive and enigmatic confidence, an unwavering belief that one is the most ethereal and transcendent among all the incarnations of the soul. Just moments after having cultivated this extraordinary manifestation, the phrase regarding my ethereal demeanor has already echoed in the ears of Juetian Tong several times. Depart, get out, and refine your elixirs. Jue Tiantong's face flushed with embarrassment. He had assumed that he would never again conjure such an unconventional incarnation of the soul. However, unexpectedly, this 300th incarnation seemed to possess an innate vanity. No, the 300th soul manifestation dramatically tossed its visage and exited the room. Refining elixirs is utterly impossible. I shall pursue the crafting of artifacts instead. Humph. Jue Tiantong was once again taken aback, feeling somewhat dazed. How is it that this 300th soul incarnation dares to dismiss me with such insolence? This is utterly outrageous. It cannot discern between the esteemed and the lesser. Perhaps it ought to be reconstituted. No. Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, the previously departing 300th incarnation unexpectedly slid back into the room on its knees. No, my esteemed self, I was mistaken. Reconstitution is out of the question. I shall amend my ways. I promise to change. Chapter 67. Number 76 remarked, ISNTA teapot just like this? Reforged? Absolute Heaven's Inquiry had previously inquired during the system's resurrection about the unique nature of his divine soul avatar. The primary reason for its distinctiveness stemmed from his own extraordinary physique and cultivation methods. It is both his divine soul avatar and a special form of living entity. To reforge it would equate to outright destruction. This very reason instilled a profound fear in absolute heaven towards the prospect of reforging his divine soul avatars. For such an act would not merely be a reforming, but a complete annihilation, thereby vacating a space for the original self to cultivate a new divine soul avatar. In light of this, absolute heaven harbored a concern. As the number of his cultivated divine soul avatars increased, would they not turn against him? However, the system provided an affirmative assurance this would not occur. For every divine soul avatar, despite being unique type of living entity, ultimately comprised a fragment of absolute heaven's own soul. To each of his divine soul avatars, absolute heaven possessed an irresistible will. Thus, his apprehensions were entirely unwarranted. Of course, given their uniqueness, these divine soul avatars exhibited peculiar traits. Some were rather mischievous, others cunning, and some exhibited a laid-back demeanor. These were all normal characteristics. As the original, absolute heaven occasionally found himself somewhat tormented by their antics. Noise, chaos, and disorder were inevitable. Nonetheless, the system also assured him that these behaviors were merely temporary. Under the influence of the original self, even the most playful of divine soul avatars would gradually mature, merely retaining a hint of their playful spirit. Consequently, the notion of reforging the 300th divine soul avatar was merely a means to intimidate it. After all, due to the extraordinary craftsmanship technique, heavenly flame forging method, cultivated by the 76th avatar, some of the later avatars also possessed a degree of innate forging talent. Take the 300th divine soul avatar, for instance. While it was somewhat vain, its talent for forging was no mere boast. Within just a day, under the guidance of the 76th, it had crafted a superior spiritual artifact, a night pot. The efficiency of producing such an artifact in a single day was truly commendable. However, absolute heaven found himself perplexed by this avatar's intentions. Why, he pondered, would it go to the trouble of creating a night pot? When confronted with absolute heaven's inquiry, the 300th divine soul avatar expressed astonishment. A night pot? It held its creation in hand, scrutinizing it earnestly. Look, master, this pattern is so curvaceous, and this line is so delicate. The design clearly resembles a teapot. The 300th divine soul avatar looked up at absolute heaven with a sense of grievance. But master, how can you call a night pot? What? A teapot? You refer to this as a teapot? Jue Tiantong snatched an object from the hands of the 300th soul clone and exclaimed, Come, tell me if you say this is a teapot. Then where's its lid? Where's its handle? And where's its spout? Grasping the ears of the night pot, he presented it before the 300th clone, questioning, So, is your teapot truly like this? The 300th soul clone furrowed his brow and scratched his head. So, this is really not a teapot? He turned to the nearby 76 clone, who was already unable to contain his laughter, but 76 said, A teapot is just like this. Suddenly, enlightenment struck Jue Tiantong. He realized that the 300th soul clone had been played by that rascal 76th. With the truth unveiled, an overwhelming impulse surged within him. Heavens, none of my soul clones are even remotely normal. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. I have finally crafted the overbearing, boundary-breaking pill. As Jue Tiantong reveled in his triumph, a raucous laughter erupted from a certain chamber within the heavenly palace, causing the entire establishment to tremble as if struck by an earthquake. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of explosive sounds, several soul clones in various rooms found themselves in ruined furnaces, leading to a chorus of complaints. 99. You've caused my furnace to explode again. I won't let this go. Curse you, 99. Do you realize my elixir was on the verge of success? It's all your fault. Heavens, please take 99 away. He has caused my furnace to explode once more. Yet amidst the clamor of grievances, Jue Tiantong felt an unusual thrill. 99 has successfully crafted the overbearing boundary-breaking pill. This is a monumental achievement. The overbearing boundary-breaking pill derived from the system's reward recipe. appeared simple but was exceedingly difficult to concoct. However, once produced, its effects were astonishing. The low-tier, overbearing, boundary-breaking pill could guarantee a peak law manifestation realm expert to break through to the Ascendant realm. The mid-tier could ensure a peak Ascendant realm expert would ascend to the Heavenly King realm. Similarly, the high tier could elevate a peak Heavenly King realm expert to the Quasi-Saint realm. And even the lower and mid-tier Imperial grade versions could facilitate breakthroughs for peak experts in each realm to the next significant level. It could be said that the overbearing, boundary-breaking pill existed as the most potent elixir for transcending the shackles of every major realm. In the entire Xinjiang continent, no other pill could rival it. Jue Tiantong himself had never anticipated that the 99-soul clone would successfully concoct this pill. Thus, he need not ponder it further. Whoosh! The figure transformed into a fleeting shadow as Jue Tiantong appeared in the room of the 99th soul avatar at an astonishing speed. 99th, have you truly concocted the formidable breaking through pill? Pray, show it to me at once. Upon witnessing Jue Tiantong's excitement, the 99th felt a tinge of pride as he brandished a purplish-golden pill. Behold, esteemed one, observe the purity of this pill, the exquisite patterns that adorn it, and the alluring aura it emanates. The 99th raised the pill high. This is the intermediate class breaking through pill of extraordinary quality. Hand it over, Jue Tiantong exclaimed, snatching the pill from the 99th's grasp, his excitement palpable as he scrutinized the small, fingertip-sized, purplish-golden orb. Its surface was smooth and round, inscribed with enigmatic patterns that formed the word domineering, provoking an involuntary swallow. Indeed, it was the intermediate class breaking through pill of extraordinary quality. Such a pill could enable a peak Ascendant realm powerhouse to break through to the Heavenly King realm with absolute certainty. Its value was astonishing. Thus, 99th, how many of these pills have you successfully refined in one go? With a proud posture and an air of superiority, the 99th replied, not many. It was my first attempt at crafting such a pill, and I produced only 9 successful elixirs. 9, you say? Quite impressive, Jue Tiantong remarked, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Very well. After delivering these pills to the Lingxiao Inn today, I shall pay a visit to the Fengyun Sword Sect. Chapter 68. The Attainment of Sagehood. I have arrived. After a fortnight's interval, Jue Tiantong once again graced the grand capital of the Chu. As was the case previously, the city now swarmed with formidable warriors, all drawn by the esteemed elixirs available at Lingxiao Tavern. The Huangji Body Refining Pill, the Law Manifestation Breaking Pill, and the Qi Vitality Restoration Pill. Each of these potions had garnered an unparalleled reputation throughout the capital. Their exceptional quality and astonishing efficacy had become the talk of the town. Take, for instance, the Law Manifestation Breaking Pill. It lived up to the rumors that circulated among the populace. Any peak law manifestation cultivator who consumed it would assuredly ascend to the next realm of inquiry. Furthermore, the low-tier and mid-tier Qi Vitality Restoration pills exhibited equally remarkable effects. Previously, those at the first level of the inquiry realm would require months, if not years, to ascend to the second level. Yet now, a single low-tier Qi Vitality Restoration pill could enable a first-level inquiry realm cultivator to break through to the third level in a mere fortnight. The notion of advancing 2 minor realms in just half a month, particularly within the inquiry realm, had always been beyond the wildest dreams of many. Consequently, the demand for the elixirs sold at Lingxiao Tavern had skyrocketed. Countless powerful beings flocked to the vicinity of Dechu's capital, eager to procure these miraculous potions. Alas, the supply at Lingxiao Tavern remained exceedingly limited, unable to satisfy the burgeoning demand of the populace. In line with previous practices, Lingxiao Tavern would pre-sell slots for the next day's elixir offerings a day in advance to mitigate congestion. Thus, when Jue Tiantong arrived at Lingxiao Tavern once more, his passage was unhindered. Master Jue, on the 3rd floor of Lingxiao Tavern. Upon seeing Jue Tiantong again after 2 weeks, Han Shuo was taken aback. He realized that he could no longer discern the cultivation level of this esteemed master before him. Could it be that within merely half a month, Master Jue had ascended beyond the king realm? Indeed, it must be true. Otherwise, how could he, with his 12th level of the king realm, fail to perceive Master Jue's cultivation? Han Shuo swallowed hard, sensing the growing terror that this master embodied. True to form, Jue Tiantong placed several Quenched bags upon the table. Inside were 8,000 Huangji body refining pills, 5,000 long manifestation breaking pills, 3,000 low-tier Qihong vitality restoration pills, 2,000 mid-tier Qihong vitality restoration pills, and 1,000 high-tier Qihong vitality restoration pills. These, he announced, are the elixirs I have brought for you this time. According to our previous pricing agreement, the profit I stand to gain from this batch amounts to 700 billion lower-grade yuan stones. In terms of superior-grade yuan stones, that translates to 700,000. Gulp. Gazing at the several Quenched bags before him, and hearing the words of Jue Tiantong, Han Shuo's heart surged with tumultuous waves. 19,000 elixirs. Master Jue has brought an astonishing total of 19,000 elixirs this time. In merely half a month, this is truly astonishing. All right, hand over the earnings from the previous batch of elixirs to me. Also, how many medicinal materials did you procure this time? Observing Han Shu Isa astonishment. Jue Tiantong gently tapped the table. A strong practitioner at the 12th layer of the Heavenly King realm. Must you be so overly dramatic? Master Jue, this is the complete revenue from the last batch of elixirs, consisting of various low, medium, and high-grade elemental stones. Altogether, it amounts to 21,500 top-grade elemental stones. Additionally, there are a total of 800,000 medicinal plants. Moreover, His Highness the Prince Qi has purchased 160 top-grade alchemy furnaces as gifts for you. Transferring all these items into his storage ring, Jue Tiantong nodded. Very well. Continue your efforts, and send my regards to Prince Qi. Oh, by the way, Jue Tiantong turned to Han Shuo after careful consideration. Providing you with elixirs every half-month is rather too frequent. Henceforth, I shall provide you with elixirs once a month, each time delivering 30,000 elixirs. With that, Jue Tiantong departed from the Lingxiao Inn. In the room, Han Shuo took a deep breath, still in shock. 30,000 elixirs a month. This would likely lead to the bankruptcy of the Alchemist Guild within the Great Shu Imperial City. Several hours later, in the Shanghai region, outside a colossal mountain range, Jue Tiantong gazed in astonishment at the grand edifice established at the mountain's edge. The Fengyun Sword Sect is indeed impressive. With such scale, the total number of disciples must surely exceed 100,000. Compared to places like the Great Shu Imperial City, a force of this magnitude must possess profound foundations. Conducting transactions with such a formidable entity would undoubtedly yield greater profits. Although Jue Tiantong had come due to the powerful figures from the Fengyun Sword Sect who had previously descended upon the Great Shu mountain range, he harbored no intentions of annihilating their entire sect. After all, to lead the Xianyang continent in opposition to the celestial domain, the growth of a potent force like the Fengyun Sword Sect will be immensely beneficial in the future. While not aiming for monumental achievements, serving as a vanguard would certainly hold some value. Naturally, one must still seize opportunities for profit. Given the profound foundations of these sects, even a single elixir could be sold at several times its price. Moreover, the second elder, Jue Wujie, had mentioned that within the Fengyun Sword Sect, there were 2 saints among their ranks, one of whom possessed a cultivation of the 11th layer of the Saint Realm. Thus, with a slight provocation, the opposing party would surely be unable to restrain themselves from taking action. At that moment, he could call upon his descendants for assistance, thus triggering system rewards once again. With his thought, Jue Tiantong felt a surge of excitement. The realm of the sage seems to beckon him. Without hesitation, Jue Tiantong boldly soared into the territory of the Fengyun Sword Sect, unabashedly unleashing his formidable aura. I have arrived at the sage realm. In that moment, as Jue Tiantong displayed his immense presence, the faces of many powerful figures within the Fengyun Sword Sect changed dramatically. The sudden surge of energy that invaded the Fengyun Sword Sect was overwhelmingly potent. To some of the stronger ones, it was unmistakably the forceful entrance of a quasi-sage. Alert! We have an enemy situation. Stand guard, Prepare for battle. What the protective formation? Who is on duty for the sect's defense? And why has the formation not been activated? In an instant, chaos erupted within the Fengyuan sword sect, with countless disciples gripped by fear and numerous elders plunged into panic. In the Grand Hall, the sect leader, Lu Chongfeng, was particularly shaken, a sage. The intruder is at least a seventh heaven sage. In Lu Chongfeng's perception, the aura emanating from the sudden invader was terrifyingly powerful, far surpassing even his own third heaven sage presence. Indeed, it was more intimidating than that of Elder Fufeng. Thus, he concluded that the intruder must be a formidable being with cultivation above the seventh heaven of the sage realm. Chapter 69. The Dreadful Intruder, alas. What a troublesome affair this is, one that threatens to disrupt my tranquility. In an instant, within the confines of the Wind and Cloud Sword Sect, numerous elders and formidable beings of the Ascendant Realm and beyond leaped into the air, their expressions fraught with tension as they gathered in the skies above the sect. A palpable atmosphere of impending danger enveloped the entire Wind and Cloud Sword Sect. Boom, 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 as the powerful figures of the sect revealed themselves. A figure clad in a deep blue robe, with white hair and a beard, strode through the air from beyond the sect's borders. With each step he took, a profound sound reverberated through the skies, sending tremors through the hearts of countless strong practitioners within the sect. However, as some of the sect's elites discerned the cultivation level of this approaching individual, their astonishment deepened. He was a being of the ninth heaven of the pre-saint realm. The audacious intruder, boldly encroaching upon their domain, was indeed a formidable figure of such exalted rank. For many within the Wind and Cloud Sword Sect, this level of power was an insurmountable terror, capable of subduing them with but a mere gesture. Yet, did not the sect master proclaim that the intruder possessed at least the strength of the seventh heaven of the saint realm? At that moment, Lu Chongfeng, who had also appeared, was equally taken aback. The cultivation of the ninth heaven of the pre-saint realm was inconsistent with his previous sensing. In his perception, the intruder had distinctly emanated the presence of a being with at least the strength of the seventh heaven of the saint realm. How could he possibly misinterpret such an overwhelming aura? Wait. As Lu Chongfeng scrutinized the approaching figure, his expression grew increasingly grave. Indeed, the intruder possessed only the cultivation of the ninth heaven of the pre-saint realm, yet the aura he exuded rivaled that of a seventh heaven or even an eighth heaven saint realm expert. In other words, he was a pre-saint of the ninth heaven with power comparable to that of a seventh heaven saint realm individual. Oh my, what a formidable assembly this is. Have you all gathered here to welcome me, knowing I was to arrive? High above, 10 miles away from the Wind and Cloud Sword Sect, Jue Tiantong came to a halt, gazing at the multitude of vigilant sect members before him, his heart brimming with delight. Excellent. This is a splendid display. Numbers are on your side, and here, in your territory, I have merely to provoke you slightly, and you will undoubtedly retaliate. Yet, with such a ragtag group, you pose no threat to me. Nonetheless, fret not. Once I have subdued you, that one formidable being of the 11th heaven of the saint realm from your sect will surely make an appearance. At that moment, I shall feel the pressure and seize the opportunity to invoke the system's rewards. The prospect of such an outcome filled Jue Tiantong with increasing joy. Whoosh! Before the Wind and Cloud Sword Sect members could utter a word, another beam of golden light descended before them. To their astonishment, Nangong Huangdao, the strongest foundation of the Wind and Cloud Sword Sect, had appeared with remarkable swiftness. Sensing the presence of the arriving individual, Jue Tiantong felt an exhilarating thrill within. Indeed, this person radiated an overwhelming strength that instilled a profound sense of trepidation in him. This was undoubtedly a formidable being from the Fengyuan Sword Sect, a powerhouse at the 11th level of the Saint Realm. How splendid! With this individual's arrival, he would no longer need to exert effort in suppressing those insignificant figures. The mere hint of malevolence from this person would suffice for him to invoke the system's rewards. Thus, let the threat to my life manifest. No, ancestor. Esteemed elders, I beseech you, do not act impulsively. However, just as Jue Tiantong eagerly awaited the actions of the formidable figure from the Fengyun Sword Sect. A disciple of the Ascendant Realm, trembling with anxiety, suddenly soared forward to stand before the powerful beings. Yet, to the astonishment of all present, this disciple of the Fengyun Sword Sect bowed deeply to Jue Tiantong, proclaiming, "Junior Yixian pays respects to Master Jue." The singular utterance left Jue Tiantong in a state of stupefaction. Where did this person emerge from? And how does he know me? This is ruinous. It jeopardizes my plans. Indeed, upon hearing Yixian's words, the powerful members of the Fengyun Sword Sect were rendered even more astonished. "Master Jue?" Lu Changfeng, visibly flustered, inquired, "Yixian, do you know this Master Jue?" An elder of the Fengyun Sword Sect at the quasi-saint level probed, "Yixian, is this Master Jue the one we think he is?" Even the venerable ancestor of the Fengyun Sword Sect wore a grave expression, asking, "Master Jue, are you indeed the one who stirred a tempest in the great Chu imperial city?" Alas, what a splendid opportunity, now utterly squandered. Jue Tiantong sighed in resignation. With his identity revealed to these people, how could they dare to act against him? He never anticipated that someone would recognize him in the Fengyun Sword Sect, situated a great distance from the great Chu imperial city. What a miscalculation. Yixian, swallowing hard with trepidation, replied, in response to the esteemed ancestor, "This Master Jue is indeed the very same. I was fortunate enough to procure the elixirs refined by Master Jue in the great Chu imperial city, which enabled me to break through to the Ascendant Realm before returning to the sect." Upon hearing Yixian's explanation, the powerful figures of the Fengyun Sword Sect grew even more alarmed. Could this be the Master Jue whose 9 descendants are all sovereigns of the Emperor Realm? Heaven above, how has this Master Jue suddenly graced our Fengyun Sword Sect? At this moment, Nangong Huangdao had abandoned his demeanor befitting a saint and bowed respectfully to Jue Tiantong, inquiring, "Master Jue, might your sudden visit pertain to some matter of importance?" Alas, what a splendid opportunity to trigger the system's rewards, now lost. Jue Tiantong felt a sense of despondency. However, he pondered, could these individuals truly withstand all provocations without resorting to violence? What was this all about? Jue Tiantong spoke directly. "I have come here to offer you an opportunity for vengeance." "What? Vengeance?" Nangong Huangdao's expression was one of perplexity, utterly bewildered. "Are you truly puzzled?" Jue Tiantong continued. "Half a month ago, several reckless individuals from your Fengyun Sword Sect trespassed into my territory and met their demise at my hands. Notably, there was an old woman at the 5th level of the Saint Realm, along with a few at the quasi-saint level." Upon hearing this, Nangong Huangdao and the numerous powerful members of the Fengyun Sword Sect felt a shiver run through them. Was he not referring to their own Qingyang Fufeng and Lu Kanglin? So, it was they who had provoked this formidable Master Jue, leading to their downfall? Gulp! In an instant, fear gripped the hearts of the Fengyun Sword Sect's powerful members. The notorious Qingyang Fufeng, Lu Kanglin, and Weiqi Songhai had inadvertently placed the entire sect in jeopardy. A palpable atmosphere of despair enveloped the strong members of the Fengyun Sword Sect. Their understanding was that even the esteemed Bai Yilu, which had offended Master Jue within the Dechu imperial city, had been utterly annihilated. And in comparison to the Bai Yilu, a force that stretched across the entire Xianyang continent, their Fengyun Sword Sect was but a mere minnow. It was over. This time it was truly over. This Master Jue was not here to grant them an opportunity for vengeance. He was clearly attempting to lure them into a rash move, intending for his imperial descendants to obliterate the Fengyun Sword Sect. Chapter 70. Just a casual gesture will suffice. No, one must not act impulsively. One must not be swayed by temptation. Remain composed. It is imperative to maintain one's equanimity. Under no circumstances should the folly of a few lead to the ruin of the entire sect. Master Jue, the members of my Fengyun Sword Sect who have provoked you deserve their fate. They have brought this upon themselves. Their punishment is just. However, Master Jue, after striving to regain his composure, Nangong Huangdao gazed at Jue Tiantong with a pleading expression. But Master Jue, the others of Fengyun Sword Sect, are innocent. I implore you, grant us a chance at survival. Master Jue, Should you be willing to bestow a lifeline upon Fengyun Sword Sect, we are prepared to offer any form of compensation. Regardless of the nature of the recompense, we are willing to comply. At this moment, Nangong Huangdao's heart raced with trepidation. Typically, as a formidable being at the 11th layer of the Saint Realm, extinguishing a mere 9th layer of the Semi-Saint Realm would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Yet, the individual before him is Master Jue. This Master Jue has 9 offspring of imperial stature. Even with immense courage, he would not dare offend such a figure, for that would spell the end of the Fengyun Sword Sect, which has endured for over 100,000 years. Thus, despite his strength, he found himself in a position of supplication before Master Jue, akin to a mere mortal seeking mercy. Master Jue, I beseech you, grant Fengyun Sword Sect a chance to survive. With a deep bow from Nangong Huangdao, sect leader Liu Changfeng and the elders of the sect followed suit, bowing deeply in deference. Even the disciples within the Fengyun Sword Sect, filled with anxiety, collectively offered their respects, imploring Master Jue for clemency. Faced with this united front from the Fengyun Sword Sect, Jue Tiantong found himself momentarily taken aback. What is this? Why do I feel like the villain in this scenario? I came to offer you an opportunity for vengeance, and yet you respond in this manner? To his surprise, they had restrained their emotions and deviated from the expected script. Compensation, however. System, does compensation count as valid resources? Ding. Any compensation based on legitimate grounds is considered valid resources. Moreover, resources seized by the host are also deemed valid. Seized resources? Jue Tiantong realized that the system had ulterior motives attempting to entice him. How insidious. Yet, compared to a long-term source of sustenance, a single heist might yield substantial rewards, albeit limited in scope. Very well, since you insist, let be compensation. With a confident stride, Jue Tiantong made his way towards the grand hall of the Fengyun Sword Sect, causing those powerful beings behind him to shudder at his proclamation of compensation. Master Jue is willing to accept compensation? How splendid! The Fengyun Sword Sect can finally endure. In this moment, not only did the formidable members of the Fengyun Sword Sect exhale a sigh of relief, but every disciple within the sect felt a wave of tranquility wash over them. They sensed that Master Jue was not as terrifying as the rumors had suggested. At least, when he appeared within their domain, although he did not conceal his aura and seemed to regard them with disdain, they did not perceive any murderous intent emanating from him. It was as if he had never intended to seek retribution against them in the first place. Inside the hall, Jue Tiantong casually took a seat on a chair, while the many powerful figures of the Fengyun Sword Sect who entered with him appeared increasingly tense and cautious, as though they were intruding upon his stronghold rather than welcoming him to their sect. Speak then, since you are inclined to offer compensation. State your number. How much shall it be? Jue Tiantong asked bluntly, without any hint of subtlety. To state a number? This left the members of the Fengyun Sword Sect in a quandary. How much would be appropriate to compensate for offending Master Jue? If they offered too little, they would surely offend him once more. If they offered too much, they might not be able to afford it. Moreover, they were uncertain about the nature of the compensation he sought. Was it a certain number of spiritual herbs, or perhaps treasured artifacts? Master Jue, how much do you believe we should compensate? Nangong Huangdao inquired, pouring a cup of spiritual tea for Jue Tiantong. They could not afford to botch this opportunity, as he had graciously granted them a chance at survival. How much? Jue Tiantong pondered for a moment before raising 2 fingers. Let us settle on this amount. It will suffice as a gesture. By the way, I have another matter to discuss during my visit to your Fengyun Sword Sect. Another matter? Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, the many powerful figures of the Fengyun Sword Sect grew tense once more. What could this possibly entail? Was it serious? Many felt they could hardly withstand further anxiety. Master Jue, what other matters do you wish to address? Noting the apprehensive demeanor of Nangong Huangdao, Jue Tiantong produced a pill from his hand. Why are you so nervous? I have no intention of causing you harm. Do you require this pill? As Nangong Huangdao caught the pill tossed by Jue Tiantong and observed the domineering characters formed by its runes while sensing its potent aura, he was immediately taken aback. This was an intermediate-grade, extraordinary pill. Dare I ask, Master Jue, what kind of pill is this, and what effects does it possess? Nangong Huangdao inquired, recognizing that this pill was far more remarkable than those produced by the alchemists within their sect. Moreover, it was unlike any pill he had ever encountered. This is a dominant breakthrough pill, guaranteed to elevate a peak individual from the Wending realm to the Tianwang realm. The words of Master Jue Tian were simple, yet they struck the ears of Nangong Huangdao and the other esteemed members of the Fengyun Sword Sect like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending forth tremendous ripples. This extraordinary mid-tier pill, when consumed by a peak ascendant realm practitioner, could guarantee 100% breakthrough to the Heavenly King realm. Master Jue, could it truly be that this pill possesses such miraculous properties? Gazing at the pill in his hand, Nangong Huangdao felt a surge of excitement within him. At this moment, wasn't it precisely the right time for the Fengyun Sword Sect to rapidly enhance its overall strength? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. This Master Jue not only possessed formidable strength, but was also an exceptionally skilled alchemist. Moreover, as they understood, the pills currently sold at the Lingxiao and in the Great Shu Imperial City were all supplied by Master Jue himself. Thus, if the Fengyun Sword Sect could establish a trading relationship with Master Jue for these pills, wouldn't they be able to swiftly elevate their power and secure a solid foundation? Master Jue, if possible, I would like to purchase more pills from you, Nangong Huangdao said, looking at the formidable breakthrough pill. For instance, we are willing to acquire this particular pill for the price of 2 million mid-tier spirit stones. What do you think, Master Jue? 2 million mid-tier spirit stones equated to 200 million low-tier spirit stones. Master Jue Tian's heart stirred. Such an extraordinary mid-tier breakthrough pill was priced at 15 million low-tier spirit stones at the Lingxiao Inn, which also took a 2 million spirit stone commission. Thus, by supplying the pill to the inn, he would only receive 13 million low-tier spirit stones. Yet here, the Fengyun Sword Sect was willing to pay 200 million low-tier spirit stones for a single pill. This was pure profit. It seemed the Fengyun Sword Sect had indeed come to the right place. Engaging in transactions with such a deeply rooted sect would undoubtedly yield greater rewards. Chapter 71, Timely Assistance. A mid-grade, transcendent dominant breakthrough pill is valued at 200 million lower-grade spirit stones. Currently, Juetian Tong possesses a total of 9 such pills, amounting to 1,800 million lower-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 1,800 upper-grade spirit stones. Thus, selling this pill to the Fengyun Sword Sect would yield a profit of 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones with just 10 pills. Should he sell 1,000 of these pills, the profit would soar to 200,000 upper-grade spirit stones. After a brief calculation in his mind, the prospect appears exceedingly lucrative. This is merely the mid-grade, transcendent dominant breakthrough pill. The returns from the high-grade variant would be unfathomable. However, it is clear that a single Fengyun Sword Sect would not be able to absorb such a vast quantity. Despite its profound heritage, it could not possibly possess the wealth necessary for a long-term purchase of his concocted pills. Therefore, perhaps he could utilize the Fengyun Sword Sect as a conduit to sell his pills to other sections. In doing so, the pills he crafts could subtly bolster the power of the sects in the southern wilderness, while he reaps substantial profits. With the passage of time, he might accumulate sufficient resources within 3 to 5 years to acquire those celestial treasures within the system's marketplace. The emergence of celestial resonance in the southern wilderness would be imminent. Yes, this is the way forward. With this thought, Juetian set down his teacup and casually remarked, 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones for a mid-grade, transcendent dominant breakthrough pill is quite agreeable. Furthermore, should your Fengyun Sword Sect wish to procure more pills from me, that can be arranged. However, I must inquire, does your sect possess sufficient resources? If your foundation is lacking, I will be quite disappointed. Juetian Tong turned to Nangong Huangdao and directly asked, let me put it this way, how many upper-grade spirit stones does your sect currently possess? If the amount is insufficient, I do not wish to engage in prolonged discussions. Upper-grade spirit stones? Nangong Huangdao furrowed his brow, uncertain, for it was under the purview of others. Moreover, he was merely a figurehead in the sect, long removed from many of its affairs. Changfeng, come forth and inform Master Juetian of our current upper-grade spirit stone reserves. Lu Changfeng, upon hearing this, became anxious and glanced at Elder Yin Song, who was near the storeroom. Elder Yin, where is the account book? Quickly. Elder Yin Song, appearing to be in his late 80s, nervously approached, holding an account book and began to flip through it. Master Juetian, our sect currently possesses a reserve of 11,329,600 upper-grade spirit stones. Over 11 million? Juetian waved his hand. Enough. What about the upper-grade and middle-grade spirit stones? Yin Song swallowed nervously. Yes, Master Juetian. Our sect's upper-grade spirit stone reserve amounts to 1,366,000. Listening to Yin Song's response, Jue Tiantong's heart was overflowing with joy. The value of top-tier elemental stones reached 11 million, while high-quality ones exceeded 13 billion, and medium-quality stones surpassed 100 billion. The foundation of the Fengyun Sword Sect was far more formidable than he had imagined. When the various elemental stones were summed up and converted into top-tier stones, the total amassed to several tens of millions. This was simply irresistible. With Jue Tiantong's current strength and the diligent efforts of his 300 soul avatars, it would likely take a year of hard work to fully extract the resources from the Fengyun Sword Sect. This foundation was a source of immense delight. Therefore, for the time being, he only needed to focus on reaping the benefits from the Fengyun Sword Sect, allowing him to gather bountiful rewards. Consequently, he could temporarily put aside the matter of selling pills to other sections. Elevating the Fengyun Sword Sect would enhance his influence and enable him to achieve his goals more effectively. Then Jue Tiantong spoke. Such a foundation is at best passable. Very well, since you wish to engage in some alchemical transactions with me, I shall oblige. Following this declaration, under the astonished gazes of several Fengyun Sword Sect experts, Jue Tiantong produced several Chinquan bags and placed them upon the table. He had come to the Fengyun Sword Sect well prepared. Inside were 3,000 Royal Extreme Body refining pills, 3,000 Law Manifestation Breakthrough pills, 2,000 low-tier Extraordinary Qi Huang Restoration pills, 2,000 mid-tier Extraordinary Qi Huang Restoration pills, and 1,000 high-tier Extraordinary Qi Huang Restoration pills. Jue Tiantong's gaze swept over the now dumbfounded members of the Fengyun Sword Sect. In total, there are 11,000 pills. Since you wish to conduct business with me, you may purchase these today. At that moment, the great hall fell silent, with a pin drop audible. Everyone held their breath, afraid to make a sound. What was happening? They were exceedingly eager to procure some pills from Master Jue. After all, many of their powerful members had heard that the pills crafted by Master Jue were extraordinary. Regardless of the type, their efficacy surpassed that of the concoctions produced by their own alchemists. Yet now, 11,000 pills? Master Jue had suddenly presented them with such a vast quantity for purchase? Goodness, it felt as if Master Jue had come fully prepared. At this moment, many experts began to grasp the situation. Master Jue's unexpected visit to the Fengyun Sword Sect was likely aimed at selling these pills to them. Should they dare to refuse, the outcome might be dire. However, within the hall, after a brief silence, numerous powerful figures of the Fengyun Sword Sect trembled with excitement. They were overwhelmed. The recent losses of Qingyang Fufeng and Lu Kanglin had significantly impacted the overall strength of the Fengyun Sword Sect. If they did not promptly devise a means to enhance their sect's power, grave issues would inevitably arise. Consequently, the alchemists within their sect had been laboring day and night over the past fortnight to produce pills. However, the results were far from remarkable. The alchemists of their sect typically required several days to concoct a single batch of potions. Moreover, the higher the grade of the elixirs, the longer the process took. Thus, even after the passage of half a month, the strength of their sect had seen little improvement, relying solely on the potions produced by a handful of alchemists. Nevertheless, for the sake of their sect, they had dispatched several disciples with a singular mission: to acquire the potions crafted by Master Jue at the Lingxiao Tavern in the grand city of Dazhou. But now, to their astonishment, Master Jue had presented them with an astonishing 11,000 potions for purchase. This was nothing short of divine providence. This Master Jue was akin to a timely reign, a veritable savior for the Fengyun Sword Sect. With this batch of potions, how could their sect's strength not flourish? Observing the trembling figures of the Fengyun Sword Sect, Jue Tiantong furrowed his brow slightly. What was amiss with these individuals? Had his sudden provision of such an abundance of potions startled them? Master Jue, we are profoundly grateful for your timely assistance, he thought, as he puzzled over their reactions. Just then, Nangong Huangdao solemnly bowed to Jue Tiantong. Following suit, sect leader Lu Changfeng, along with numerous elders and formidable figures of the Fengyun Sword Sect, collectively expressed their gratitude with deep reverence. Timely assistance? So, these individuals were not frightened, but rather exhilarated. A shift in thought led Jue Tiantong to realize that the deaths of several powerful members of the Fengyun Sword Sect in the Dazhou Mountain Range had placed the entire sect in a precarious situation. The potions he provided were precisely what they needed to bolster their strength. Thus, his visit to the Fengyun Sword Sect had inadvertently helped them resolve their crisis. Chapter 72. Delivering oneself to the door. It matters not that the unfolding of events deviates from his initial expectations. However, Jue Tiantong deems this inconsequential. After all, the impending dealings with the Fengyun Sword Sect promise him substantial profits. Other matters pale in comparison. The pricing for the medicinal concoctions in this transaction is as follows. The Emperor-grade body refinement pill is valued at 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The law manifestation breaking pill and the extraordinary grade low-tier Qi Huang restoration pill are priced at 400,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The extraordinary grade mid-tier Qi Huang restoration pill is set at 700,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The extraordinary grade high-tier Qi Huang restoration pill commands 1,200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and the extraordinary grade mid-tier overbearing breaking pill is worth 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. Such is the current valuation of the pharmaceuticals exchanged between Jue Tiantong and the Fengyun Sword Sect. Except for the Emperor-grade body refinement pill, each potion's trading price significantly exceeds that of the Lingshao in the Great Chu Imperial City. Nangong Huangdao cheerfully remarked that this reflects the sincerity in trading with Master Jue. In truth, the pills refined by Jue Tiantong are indeed worth every penny. For instance, the extraordinary grade mid-tier overbearing breaking pill, which guarantees 100% breakthrough to the King Realm for those at the pinnacle of the Wending Realm, is a commodity that even 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones may not suffice to acquire, given the number of formidable individuals vying for it. Nevertheless, for the sake of long-term benefits, Jue Tiantong feels that selling one such pill for 2 million mid-grade spirit stones is more than adequate. After all, it will not be long before he concocts the extraordinary grade high-tier overbearing breaking pill or even the emperor-grade low-tier variant. Once the efficacy of such pills is disseminated, Jue Tiantong muses that he could potentially bankrupt the entire alchemist guild of the Xianyang continent. Moments later, based on the stipulated pricing, Jue Tiantong withdrew 11,000 pills along with 9 extraordinary grade mid-tier overbearing breaking pills from the Fengyun Sword Sect, accumulating a total of 476,800 premium spirit stones. When combined with the previous profit of 211,250 premium spirit stones from the Lingshao Inn, he now possesses a total of 689,300 premium spirit stones. Unexpectedly, he was astonished to discover that his 2 fingers raised earlier prompted the Fengyun Sword Sect to offer him a compensation of 2 million premium spirit stones. He had requested only 200,000, not 2 million. This revelation was utterly surprising for Jue Tiantong, yet he graciously accepted it. Thus, he now holds a grand total of 2,689,300 premium spirit stones. In an instant, he is transformed into a wealthy man. Therefore, as he departed from the Fengyun Sword Sect, Jue Tiantong was filled with joy. With over 2 million premium spirit stones, he could finally consider himself somewhat affluent. Upon his return, he would urge his avatars to diligently refine more medicinal pills, preparing for another lucrative venture with the Fengyun Sword Sect. Within the hall of the Fengyun Sword Sect, as they gaze at the distant figure of Jue Tiantong ascending into the sky, Nangong Huangdao exhaled a long breath of relief. Although the medicinal pills brought by Master Jue did not significantly enhance their sect's high-end combat prowess, they remained hopeful for the future. However, with this batch of elixirs, it will not be long before many formidable experts at the pinnacle of the Ascendant Realm emerge from the Fengyun Sword Sect. After all, they have already been briefed. The esteemed Master Jue has brought a type of elixir known as the Qihuang Recovery Pill, specifically designed to assist individuals at the Ascendant Realm in enhancing their cultivation. According to Master Jue, 1,000 high-tier extraordinary Qihuang recovery pills can certainly allow the Fengyun Sword Sect to produce 500 experts at the pinnacle of the Ascendant Realm within a month. The prerequisite, however, is that the sect must possess 500 individuals with a cultivation level above the 9th layer of the Ascendant Realm. After all, the extraordinary high-tier Qihuang recovery pill is only effective for those at the 9th layer of the Ascendant Realm and above. Thus, the significance of the mid-tier and low-tier extraordinary Qihuang recovery pills becomes evident. Naturally, the boundary-breaking pill is equally crucial, as each of these pills heralds the birth of a powerful expert at the Ascendant Realm. Nangong Huangdao seems to foresee that it will not be long before the Fengyun Sword Sect rises rapidly, akin to bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Consequently, with the elixirs provided by Master Jue, the primary task of their alchemists is to cultivate disciples of lower realms. Only by nurturing these lower realm disciples can the Fengyun Sword Sect ensure a continuous emergence of powerful beings. On another note, after departing from the Fengyun Sword Sect, Jue Tiantong was naturally filled with delight and satisfaction. The wealth of sects is far easier to acquire than that of wandering cultivators. However, one aspect left Jue Tiantong somewhat regretful. A young individual from the Fengyun Sword Sect had unexpectedly disrupted his opportunity to trigger a system reward. Thus, after this incident, Jue Tiantong resolved that when he goes to other sects to stir trouble next time, he must disguise his face to prevent being recognized. In this way, no one would arise to thwart his endeavors. In the southern wilderness, there are a total of 49 domains, each vast and expansive. Each domain is populated with formidable experts and innumerable sections. For instance, in the Shanhai domain, where Jue Tiantong currently resides, it is said that there are 7 or 8 sects of similar scale to the Fengyun Sword Sect. Based on Jue Tiantong's hearsay, within the entire Shanhai domain, there are several sects such as the Sunset Valley, Divine Sword Sect, Fiery Cloud Sect, and Shanghai Sword Pavilion, all of which are on par with the Fengyun Sword Sect. Therefore, it is without a doubt that these sects possess deep foundations akin to that of the Fengyun Sword Sect. During his flight, he landed on a certain mountain peak. Jue Tiantong furrowed his brow slightly and stroked his half-foot-long beard. Perhaps I should first scout those sects? Additionally, I could see if I can create an opportunity to trigger a system reward. Jue Tiantong squinted his eyes, considering this method to be quite viable. After all, in order to amass a considerable amount of spirit stones within those sects, his current cultivation, which has manifested 300 soul avatars, is still insufficient. Upon triggering the system's rewards and ascending to the realm of the sage, one could cultivate as many as 800 divine soul avatars. At that juncture, with hundreds of avatars concurrently refining elixirs, the quantity would undoubtedly increase. Moreover, once one breaks through to the sage realm, those avatars would similarly transcend to the same level. Consequently, not only would the number of elixirs produced surge, but one might even concoct imperial-grade elixirs. After all, what one possesses is the art of imperial-grade alchemy. However, given his current cultivation at the quasi-sage level, the prospect of successfully crafting imperial-grade elixirs remains somewhat bleak. With this in mind, Juetian Tong deemed this approach feasible. But from which sect should he commence? Juetian Tong pondered, perhaps he should target the nearest one? Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, his expression suddenly shifted, and his gaze turned towards a certain direction, his heart unexpectedly filled with delight. Just as he contemplated which sect to approach, he was astonished to find that someone had come to his doorstep. Chapter 73, A Sudden Assault. Jue Tiantong, not only a formidable cultivator with profound prowess, but also an exceptionally skilled alchemist, possessed a soul force far beyond that of ordinary practitioners. Just moments ago, he inadvertently detected a disturbance in the distance. An old man, concealed within the void, had evidently been monitoring him for quite some time. Upon the mountaintop, Jue Tiantong directed his gaze toward the high sky in a particular direction, his expression serene as he spoke. "Sneaky one, what is the matter? A dignified, sage-level expert afraid to reveal himself?" Indeed, the entity Jue Tiantong had uncovered was a sage-level practitioner, albeit merely a first-tier elder of that realm. He posed little threat. I never expected that a mere ant at the 9th tier of the quasi-saint realm could discern my presence. With a sudden, resounding tear in space, a figure emerged from the rift, a white-haired elder clad in a dark red robe, his visage worn and eyes sunken, his profound gaze fixated on Jue Tiantong. "Ant, your ability to detect my presence takes me by surprise. However, that matters not. Tell me, what has that scoundrel Shouyuan been up to? Why has he not communicated with me, despite the time we agreed upon having long passed?" "Shouyuan?" Jue Tiantong was taken aback. "Pray tell, old man, who is Shouyuan? Is he your son or grandson? Impertinent fool, you dare to seek your own demise." The elder's ire was ignited by Jue Tiantong's words. Boom! The sage's aura erupted as he pointed a finger at Jue Tiantong. "You insect, I shall grant you one final opportunity, where you shall face death. Yet the truth is, I have no knowledge of who Shouyuan is. How am I to respond?" Jue Tiantong's expression turned helpless, only to suddenly point in alarm behind the blood-robed elder. "Look out! Who is that? What?" Reacting instinctively to Jue Tiantong's unexpected exclamation, the blood-robed elder turned. However, in that instant, a fierce glint flashed in Jue Tiantong's eyes as he vanished from his original position. Due to his cultivation of the imperial-level low-tier technique, the Wushuang Tongming Heart Sutra, his speed surged tenfold in an instant. Thus, at that moment, he was extraordinarily swift. Wushuang Heavenly Monument Palm. Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's voice, the blood-robed elder's countenance changed drastically. This is bad. He had fallen for the trap. It was that insect attempting to launch a surprise attack. Yet, the elder had no time to react or evade. As he turned, he was met with a colossal golden palm, seemingly forged from myriad mysterious stone tablets, hurtling toward him. Boom! A thunderous crash ensued as the blood-robed elder screamed in agony, blood splattering into the air. His entire form was propelled backward for hundreds of miles, crashing through 3 towering mountains before carving a long trench into the earth and finally coming to a halt. At the end of a trench exceeding 3 feet in depth, the elder in a blood-red robe expelled a stream of blood from his mouth. At that moment, his eyes were filled with an overwhelming sense of terror, and his heart was profoundly shaken. He was gravely injured, with at least 90% of his veins and bones shattered. The sudden attack he had just endured was truly terrifying and immensely powerful. The force of that strike was likely comparable to the onslaught of a 5th-layer Saint Realm expert. Yet he could not comprehend how a mere ant, possessing merely the 9th layer of the quasi-saint realm, could unleash such horrifying strength during a surprise attack. That strike, in the elder's mind, the image of that fearsome giant hand flashed before him once more. Imperial-level martial techniques. Such an attack could only be the work of formidable imperial-level martial arts. How despicable! To unleash imperial-level techniques in a sneak attack against him. In his state of dread, the elder produced a transcendent healing elixir. "Ah, you old fool, still clinging to the hope of healing?" However, as a familiar voice echoed, a massive foot descended, pinning his hand to the ground. The elixir in his grasp was reduced to dust. You! In that instant, the elder was shocked to realize that the person before him, clad in a deep blue robe, though only at the 9th layer of the quasi-saint realm, exuded an aura far more potent than that of his own 1st-layer saint realm. At this moment, with one foot pressing down upon him, the overwhelming pressure radiating from the adversary brutally suppressed him. How infuriating! Such a powerful being resorting to a sneak attack. In truth, Jue Tiantong had opted for the ambush out of concern for certain uncontrollable factors. After all, those at the Saint Realm have comprehended the power of the laws. Although he possessed the chaotic supreme divine king body, allowing him to maintain combat prowess across realms. What if the opponent's law power could bridge that gap? If he were to suffer a setback at the hands of first-layer Saint Realm individual, it would be utterly humiliating. Thus, for safety's sake, a surprise attack was the most prudent course of action. Speak. With his foot planted firmly on the elder, Jue Tiantong looked down upon him. I shall grant you but one opportunity. If you squander it, I shall have no choice but to send you to meet the king of hell. First, who are you, and from which faction do you hail? Second, who is Shouyuan? Third, what are your intentions in secretly following me? At that moment, under Jue Tiantong's imposing gaze, the elder felt a chill enveloping him. He was certain that if he did not respond to the inquiries, he would undoubtedly perish. Which question should I answer first? Jue Tiantong's eyes narrowed. Answer in order. Should you utter a single falsehood, you shall die. Gulp. The elder swallowed hard. I am Shun Tuling, a senior elder of the Sunset Valley. As for Shouyuan, he is my disciple, a spy I embedded within your Fengyan Sword Sect 800 years ago. His covert following of you was intended to capture you and, in the process, gather intelligence on the Fengyan Sword Sect. The Sunset Valley? One of the formidable forces within the Shanhai domain, on par with the Fengyan Sword Sect? Furthermore, does this old fellow consider himself a member of the Fengyan Sword Sect simply because he emerged from it? Having unraveled the intricacies of the situation, Jue Tiantong released his foot from Zhengdao's body. So, you and the Sunset Valley are adversaries of the Fengyan Sword Sect? Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's response, Zhengdao finally comprehended. You are not of the Fengyan Sword Sect? A misunderstanding, indeed. He promptly began to explain. My friend, it was a misunderstanding. I did not realize you were not affiliated with the Fengyan Sword Sect. I mistook you for one of their own. You see, because of this misunderstanding, I have already been grievously wounded by you. Let us consider this matter settled. Settled? Jue Tiantong chuckled. No harm done. Merely a misunderstanding, a trivial matter. Jue Tiantong personally lifted Zhengdao from the abyss. However, let me inquire, does your Sunset Valley harbor any misunderstandings with the Fengyan Sword Sect? Hiss. A misunderstanding? Being pulled up by Jue Tiantong, Zhengdao, whose veins and bones were already shattered to a great extent, gasped in pain but still replied. This is no mere misunderstanding. It is a matter of life and death. In this Shanhai domain, the Fengyan Sword Sect will eventually be obliterated by my Sunset Valley. I see. Jue Tiantong then swiftly struck with a palm knife to Zhengdao's neck, lifting the unconscious figure with one hand as he soared into the air. Life and death? If that is the case, let your Sunset Valley be erased from existence. Chapter 74. What of it and what of not? In the eyes of Juetian Tong, there exists no absolute black nor absolute white. Thus, in his perspective, the forces within this world, whether deemed righteous or wicked, are contingent upon the varying perceptions of individuals. Consequently, regardless of the opinions people harbor towards the Fengyan Sword Sect, such sentiments hold no significance for Juetian Tong. The biases ingrained in the hearts of men resemble a towering mountain. However, he shall not alter his intentions based on the prejudices of others. At present, he finds himself in dire need of acquiring numerous Yuan stones. Among the sects, he requires a pair of hands to carry out his endeavors. The Fengyan Sword Sect has become the chosen pair of hands in his scheme. Yet what now? Astonishingly, Zhengdao dares to proclaim that the Fengyan Sword Sect will inevitably be annihilated by the Sunset Valley. Such a statement clearly aims to sever the very hands he has just selected. Very well. If that is the case, then this Sunset Valley shall be obliterated today. Grasping the unconscious Zhengdao with one hand, Jue Tiantong soared towards a certain direction. However, it suddenly dawned on him that he had acted too swiftly, failing to ascertain the whereabouts of Sunset Valley. Fortunately, in the distance, amidst a cluster of towering mountains, he discerned a modest sect. With a single leap spanning 100 miles, Jue Tiantong appeared before this sect, suspended 100 feet in the air, still holding the unconscious Zhengdao. This action instantly terrified the gatekeeper disciples of the sect, nearly causing them to flee in panic. The Black Cloud Sect? Observing the name of the sect, Juetian Tong called out, Black Cloud Sect Master, come forth, I have matters to discuss. His voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable force that swept through every corner of the Black Cloud Sect. In that moment, within the Black Cloud Sect, countless powerful figures felt an overwhelming dread. For the sudden utterance, reverberating throughout the sect, imparted a profound sense of oppression. Within a breath's time, a gray-haired elder clad in black robes, visibly anxious, emerged from the Black Cloud Sect. He was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Ascendant Realm, not weak by any means, and should possess knowledge of the direction to Sunset Valley. Elder, may I inquire what business you have? At this moment, the sect master of the Black Cloud Sect was engulfed in fear. He sensed the terrifying presence of the individual before him, who held a lifeless body. Merely the gaze of this formidable being instilled within him a profound sense of pressure, without the need for further words. It was evident that this man was a heavenly king, perhaps even one surpassing that realm. I ask you, in which direction lies Sunset Valley? Sunset Valley? The sect master of the Black Cloud Sect was further astounded upon hearing Jue Tiantong's inquiry. Sunset Valley is one of the 8 major powers within the entire mountain and sea domain, renowned for its formidable heritage. A mere utterance from them could cause tremors throughout half of the domain. Thus, this powerful figure seeks to venture to Sunset Valley? The demeanor clearly indicates that he harbors ill intentions towards it. To the east, 6,900 miles, lies the realm of the Sunset Valley. The leader of the Black Cloud Sect pointed towards the eastern horizon, his heart filled with astonishment. If this formidable being were to seek trouble with the Sunset Valley, he would undoubtedly be a saint. 6,900 miles, indeed? Jue Tiantong murmured, glancing at the visibly shaken leader of the Black Cloud Sect. Next month, go to the Wind and Cloud Sword Sect to retrieve a dominant breaking pill, and mention that it was Jue Tiantong who sent you. As his words echoed, Jue Tiantong vanished from the leader's sight, carrying the unconscious Shintaling. A dominant breaking pill? Hue! Hue! Suddenly, the leader's complexion turned pale, his eyes reflecting an even deeper astonishment. 6,900 miles would take, but the span of half an incense stick for a being at the threshold of sainthood. Jue Tiantong was in no rush to travel, so it took him the same duration to arrive at the outskirts of the Sunset Valley. The Sunset Valley, true to its name, was an establishment nestled within a vast canyon, surrounded by towering stone mountains that resembled colossal swords piercing the earth. At the valley's entrance stood 2 gigantic stone peaks, each over 300 feet high, serving as formidable sentinels guarding the entirety of the Sunset Valley. Hovering high above the valley, Jue Tiantong could distinctly sense that this force was far from ordinary. Though the valley housed only 30,000 or so individuals, the majority possessed considerable strength. Among them, at least 30 to 50 boasted prowess at the quasi-saint level. As for those at the saint level, Jue Tiantong remained uncertain. However, it was undeniable that within the Sunset Valley, there existed beings capable of threatening him. Excellent. This journey will not be in vain. Yet, to avoid a repeat of the previous encounter with the Wind and Cloud Sword Sect, Jue Tiantong chose to conceal his face with a black cloth. Then, he forcefully hurled the unconscious Shintaling boom. Like a massive boulder falling from the heavens, Shintaling crashed toward the grand hall within the valley, obliterating a third of the plaza in front of it. Some nearby strong beings were severely injured by the sudden impact. In that instant, the Sunset Valley was struck as if by a bolt of lightning, stirring countless powerful individuals from their reverie. Several warriors swiftly soared towards the site of the unexpected descent, and upon discovering the unconscious Shintaling, the inhabitants of the Sunset Valley were left in shock. "It is Ancestor Shintu," they exclaimed. "What on earth has transpired? Quickly, fetch the finest healing elixirs." Meanwhile, some warriors, filled with rage, flew out of the Sunset Valley. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 60 to 70 powerful beings appeared in the skies above the Sunset Valley, including those of the Heavenly King Realm, Quasi-Saint Realm, and even some of the Saint level. Upon emerging from the valley, they beheld a figure with his face obscured by a black cloth, Jue Tiantong. "Who are you?" they demanded. "A formidable warrior from the Sunset Valley." At the 8th level of the Quasi-Saint Realm, furiously pointed at Jue Tiantong, exclaiming, "It is you who has brought our esteemed ancestor, Shintu, back to us." Another powerful figure, at the 12th level of the quasi-saint realm, wore a grim expression and retorted, "Cunning rat, tell me, how could a mere 9th-level quasi-saint like you have employed such despicable means to ambush our venerable ancestor?" As the anger of the Sunset Valley warriors swelled, a look of disdain flickered in Jue Tiantong's eyes. "Your ancestor, Shintu, deserved his fate," he declared nonchalantly. "I had just emerged from the Wind and Cloud Sword Sect when that wretched individual sought to harm me. Do you not agree he had it coming? Wind and Cloud Sword Sect?" Upon hearing Jue Tiantong's words, a powerful figure at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm among the Sunset Valley warriors narrowed his eyes slightly. "So you are one of them? What of it? What difference does it make?" Chapter 75. The attainment of the Sage Realm has been established. What of it? Whether it is or not. The response from Juetian Tong only darkened the expression of the sage from the Sunset Valley further. A fool unaware of his own mortality. Immediately, the formidable figure from Sunset Valley turned, raising his right hand as he declared, regardless of whether he hails from the Wind and Cloud Sword Sect, "Anyone who dares to provoke the Sunset Valley must not be allowed to live. Strike, eliminate him." With his words, the other powerful figures from Sunset Valley revealed their fierce countenances. Sunset Valley, one of the 8 great sects of the mountain and sea domain, boasts profound heritage and terrifying strength, never to be trifled with by mere rabble. Thus, they have long grown accustomed to their elevated status, believing themselves superior. Not only the elite, but even some ordinary disciple from Sunset Valley exude an air of superiority upon stepping outside its gates. They commit acts of arson, plunder, and oppression, embodying every vice imaginable. Oftentimes, for trivial matters, the strong from Sunset Valley would root out and annihilate weaker factions, showcasing their ruthless methods. Throughout the entire mountain and sea domain, the reputation of Sunset Valley is notoriously grim. Yet, aside from a few equally powerful factions, no one dares challenge their authority. Even the formidable powers such as the Mountain and Sea Sword Pavilion, the Wind and Cloud Sword Sect, and the Divine Sword Sect regard Sunset Valley with considerable trepidation. For within Sunset Valley, aside from the publicly acknowledged sage at the 11th layer of the Sage Realm, rumors suggest the existence of an even more powerful entity. However, such speculation has never been substantiated. Thus, the prestige of Sunset Valley only grows within the mountain and sea domain, and those who would dare to provoke them are virtually non-existent. Yet now, a mere quasi-saint has audaciously come to challenge the very doorstep of Sunset Valley? Is this still mere provocation? No, this transcends simple defiance. It is akin to trampling upon their very visage. Therefore, the one who dares to challenge Sunset Valley today must perish. Furthermore, this provocateur may very well be a member of the Wind and Cloud Sword Sect. In an instant, as the words of the sage at the 3rd layer of the Sage Realm resonated, several powerful figures from Sunset Valley unleashed their formidable attacks. After all, the one before them was a quasi-saint at the 9th layer, and they could not afford to be careless. Prepare to meet your end. With a thunderous roar, one of the quasi-saints at the 9th layer from Sunset Valley erupted with a tremendous aura, coalescing into a colossal crimson hand several zhang in size. Daring to provoke the gates of Sunset Valley, a mere insect like you shall suffer 1,000 cuts. A voice cold as ice emanated from another quasi-saint at the 11th layer as he wove intricate hand seals, channeling the essence of heaven and earth to conjure a tempest of countless blades forged from primordial energy. Mark my words in the next life. This Sunset Valley shall not be provoked by mere ants like you. An aged cultivator at the 12th level of the quasi-saint realm stepped forward, and instantly, the high skies around him manifested countless grotesque human faces, emitting a cacophony of chilling screams that instilled a profound terror within the souls of onlookers. Observing the ferocious countenance of the Sunset Valley's powerful, Jue Tiantong's expression darkened. It appeared that the denizens of Sunset Valley were markedly different from those of other sections. Each one seemed accustomed to their elevated status, looking down upon all beings. Then let you experience the despair of plummeting into the abyss. A swarm of insignificant insects dared to howl before me. With that proclamation, An overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from Jue Tiantong. Though he possessed merely the 9th level of the quasi-saint realm, the might he unleashed rivaled that of a 7th or even an 8th level saint, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Immeasurable celestial tablet palm. As the faces of the Sunset Valley cultivators shifted in alarm, Jue Tiantong launched a formidable strike. Without showcasing his true prowess, how could he compel the formidable beings within Sunset Valley who posed a threat to him? In an instant, the vast energies of heaven and earth coalesced in his hands, transforming into a surge of primordial force, and then morphing into a colossal palm seemingly forged from countless golden tablets. This giant hand, imbued with divine authority, obliterated everything in its path. One by one, the assaults from the Sunset Valley's warriors were annihilated. Pained cries erupted, blood splattered like a crimson rain. As many of Sunset Valley's cultivators were sent crashing back into their domain, shrieking in agony. Even a 3rd-level saint from Sunset Valley, who had previously deemed it beneath him to intervene, found himself horrified as that immense golden palm struck him down. With a splutter, he coughed blood, his screams resonating through the air, his eyes nearly popping out as his body plummeted, demolishing countless structures in its wake. The residual force of that gigantic palm left an imprint over 3 feet deep upon a massive stone mountain at the entrance of Sunset Valley. In that moment, dozens of powerful figures were sent flying, crashing into various edifices, their cries of despair reverberating throughout. Some even succumbed, their lives extinguished without a trace. TCH, is this all there is? In the high skies beyond Sunset Valley, Jue Tiantong wore a haughty expression. I expected something formidable from this Sunset Valley. It turns out to be so feeble. What a disappointment. However, as soon as these words left his lips, his demeanor shifted abruptly. Such audacity. A mere ant at the 9th level of the quasi-saint realm, yet so arrogant. Moreover, your strength is commendable. If I'm not mistaken, what you just employed was undoubtedly an exceedingly powerful imperial-grade martial skill. As the aged voice reverberated high above in the skies of Sunset Valley, an unknown, powerful figure had appeared. This cultivator sat cross-legged in the air, their entire form shrouded beneath a gray-white cloak. The visage remained obscured, adorned with a half-foot-long white beard. However, Jue Tiantong discerned the intricate golden runes imprinted upon the gnarled hands of the emaciated figure, suggesting a mysterious means to amplify one's strength. Moreover, hovering just above the esteemed figure's head, an aura composed of 11 layers of golden laws radiated a formidable presence, evoking an aura of sanctity that was undeniably imposing. Gulp! Jue Tiantong nervously swallowed, recognizing the might of an 11th heaven saint. His eyes reflected a blend of anxiety and exhilaration. How splendid! Before him stood a powerful being at the 11th heaven of sainthood, one capable of instilling a palpable sense of threat. Furthermore, the hostility emanating from this individual was sufficient to compel him to summon help, triggering the rewards of the system. At this moment, the attainment of the saintly realm seemed within reach. Chapter 76. Rest assured, Father, I understand the rules. In the valley of the setting sun, a formidable being, an 11th tier sage, sat cross-legged in the sky, extending a withered hand. Merely by pointing his finger, a colossal golden finger materialized above, pinning down Jue Tiantong. I offer you a chance. Surrender the imperial martial technique you just demonstrated and join my valley of the setting sun, otherwise you shall meet your demise. Under the oppressive weight of the immense golden finger, Jue Tiantong felt the terrifying suppression of the laws. Indeed, it was overwhelmingly powerful. Yet did he feel fear? Not in the slightest. Jue Tiantong even considered the sage of the valley of the setting sun somewhat foolish for missing the opportunity to strike him down, all in pursuit of his imperial martial technique. Had the sage acted decisively, even with his strength that transcended an entire realm, he could have easily subdued Jue Tiantong. However, the truth remained. Even if the sage had chosen to act forcefully, it would have been impossible to eliminate him. For now, the heavenly origin armor adorning Jue Tiantong was more than sufficient to withstand any attack from a sage-level adversary. At this moment, Rather than feeling fear under the pressure exerted by his opponent, Jue Tiantong was filled with exhilaration. You covet my imperial martial technique, old fool? Dream on. Then, looking directly at the sage hovering above, Jue Tiantong posed a question. Old man, do you know why? Despite my cultivation being merely at the 9th tier of the quasi-saint realm, I dare to provoke you so audaciously? This inquiry indeed piqued the sage's curiosity. So, why was that? With a dramatic flourish, Jue Tiantong tore away the black cloth covering his face. Because I am Jue Tiantong, and all 9 of my sons are emperors. Today, I shall bring ruin to your valley of the setting sun. What will you do about it? Upon hearing these words, the sage, though still harboring some doubt, sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Below, the expressions of countless strong individuals from the valley of the setting sun transformed into ones of sheer horror. Jue Tiantong. One individual trembled uncontrollably. He is Jue Tiantong, the father of those mighty emperors. It's over. Another person turned pale, despair etched across their features. We have provoked Jue Tiantong, the father of the emperors. This is our end. Witnessing the sudden shift to fear and despair among the warriors of the valley of the setting sun, the sage in the sky felt an ominous sensation creeping in. Jue Wujie, your father's being bullied. Why do you not hurry to rescue him? Just as this unease surged within the sage, a roar erupted, one that plunged all the warriors of the valley of the setting sun into despair. Indeed, it was precisely this kind of situation that many of the valley's strong had previously understood, like the destruction of the Bay Tower in the Great Shu imperial city, which had been annihilated under such a summoning by a descending emperor. Thus, today, will the valley of the setting sun be annihilated by the arrival of a powerful sovereign? Since escape is futile, let's embrace our fate together. The sage of the valley, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, resolved to eliminate Juetian Tong as a means of ensuring their collective demise. In an instant, a colossal golden finger solidified, descending upon him like a massive club. With a thunderous crash, Juetian Tong plummeted from the heavens, half of his body embedded in the earth. However, a sudden burst of silvery radiance emanated from him, forcefully obliterating the giant finger that had struck down upon him. What? The sage of the valley was taken aback. To withstand an assault from an 11th level sage was no small feat, suggesting he possessed an immensely powerful defensive artifact. Yet, at that moment, such artifacts became inconsequential. His sole desire was to extinguish Jue Tiantong to accompany the entire valley of the setting sun to the grave. Sunset divine art. With a furious roar, the heavens transformed. At that moment, the sky above the valley, extending 100 miles, was engulfed in a twilight hue. A blazing crimson sun, radiating terrifying heat, descended rapidly toward Jue Tiantong. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, still partially buried in the earth and momentarily dazed, Jue Tiantong was bewildered. What was happening? Had his call for help failed? Why was the third brother still absent? Buzz! Who dares to harm my father, Jue Wushuang? Just then, a resounding tremor echoed through the heavens, accompanied by the roar of a powerful figure. The twilight sky above the valley shattered like glass, and a fearsome crimson sun was obliterated. Puffed. The sage seated high in the sky bled from all 7 orifices and swiftly lost his life, plummeting from the heavens. Jue Wujie, the great emperor. In the firmament, a vast, dark blue vortex appeared, from which emerged a robust figure, rugged and bearded, clad in a brown robe. It was Jue Wushuang, the third son of Juetian Tong, finally making his entrance. Yet, upon seeing him, Juetian Tong, who had just emerged from the earth, was taken aback. For on Jue Wushuang's right arm was shackled a massive black iron chain, extending from the dark blue vortex. How could his son be bound? Father, I sincerely apologize for the delay. An unforeseen circumstance occurred. In the sky, Jue Wushuang, noticing his father's astonishment, sheepishly scratched his head. At the other end of the dark blue vortex, it felt as if some terrifying entity was attempting to pull him back. Wushuang, what is happening? Jue Tiantong was perplexed. Wasn't his son a formidable warrior at the 12th level of the Emperor realm? Why did he seem to be facing a dilemma? It's nothing, father. Recently, I encountered a colossal creature that I wished to tame as a steed. It poses quite a challenge, but I can manage it. Upon hearing Jue Wuji's words, Jue Tiantong was struck with considerable astonishment. What kind of behemoth could resist even his son, who stood at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm? In that case, swiftly annihilate the Sunset Valley and return to tame your creature, he instructed. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous explosion rang out, and the entire expanse of the Sunset Valley, covering hundreds of miles, was reduced to ruins. No, it was beyond mere ruins. Everything had been flattened by a single palm strike. Oh dear, this is disastrous, Jue Tiantong lamented. This was the Sunset Valley, rich in heritage and resources. How could it be so easily obliterated? Such treasures were now lost. However, just as he wallowed in regret, Jue Wuji presented a miniature treasury, formed from condensed elemental energy, before him. Do not worry, father. I understand the protocol. Before eliminating the adversary, I will ensure to seize all their resources and wealth. Jue Tiantong was taken aback. Protocol? Where did this come from? Elder brother and seventh brother mentioned it. Jue Wuji replied. With a clattering sound of massive chains, Jue Wuji was unexpectedly dragged by a terrifying force from the other end of a colossal vortex. Rest assured, father, I am fine. I can handle this. You need not worry about me. Until the blue-black vortex vanished, Jue Wuji's voice echoed through the heavens. This lad, how did he discern that I was worried? Jue Tiantong stored the miniature treasury and cast a wistful glance at the flattened Sunset Valley before taking flight, departing from the scene. Chapter 77. Insights into the Laws of Slaughter. Reward. Supreme Grade Imperial Martial Technique, the Holy Scripture of Slaughter in the Yellow Springs. Moments later, a few hundred miles from Sunset Valley, atop a peak known as Fong of the Dog, Jue Tiantong prepared to tally his gains. In Jue Tiantong's eyes, the resources of the entire Sunset Valley were undoubtedly promising. After all, within the entirety of the mountain and sea region, Sunset Valley stood on par with the Wind and Cloud Sword Sect. If the Wind and Cloud Sword Sect possessed such profound heritage, then the foundation of Sunset Valley should not be lacking either. The host has been rescued by the third son, Jue Wuji, triggering the 9-star system reward. Reward 1. 1 Law Fruit. Upon consumption and refinement, it allows the random comprehension of a certain law of the universe. Reward 2. Cultivation at the 5th heaven of the Saint Realm. Reward 3. The Imperial Grade Low-Tier Technique Wushuang Tongming Heart Sutra upgraded to Imperial Grade Mid-Tier Technique. Reward 4. The Imperial Grade Low-Tier Martial Skill Wushang Tianbei Palm upgraded to Imperial Grade Mid-Tier Martial Skill. Reward 5. Extraordinary Grade Refining Technique Tianyan Refining Method upgraded to Imperial Grade Refining Technique. 9-star rewards. A Law Fruit? Attaining the 5th heaven of the Saint Realm is indeed impressive. Jue Tiantong felt a surge of excitement. This plan had certainly not disappointed him. His cultivation ascended directly from the 9th heaven of the quasi-saint realm to the 5th heaven of the saint realm, an achievement that countless powerful beings have labored for hundreds, or even thousands of years to attain. After all, the breakthrough from quasi-saint to saint requires the comprehension of the laws of the universe, an endeavor fraught with difficulty. Some formidable beings, even after spending hundreds of years, may not succeed in grasping the power of these laws. But now, he had merely placed himself in a perilous situation, triggering the system's rewards to resolve these challenges. Delightful, truly exhilarating. System, claim the rewards. Ding, rewards dispensed successfully. As before, under the system's veil, Jue Tiantong's cultivation realm surged directly to the 5th heaven of the saint realm. However, he possessed only the cultivation level without any mastery over the laws, rendering him a saint in name only. Is that all? Jue Tiantong mused, realizing that this hollow attainment of the saint realm, devoid of the power of law, made him feel like a mere shell of a saint, or perhaps a pseudo-saint. Thus, a fruit appeared in Jue Tiantong's hand. It was a golden fruit, the size of an egg, in an oval shape. The surface appeared to be covered with countless tiny scales, shrouded in a faint golden mist, emanating a tantalizing fragrance. Gulps! This fruit appeared to be exceedingly refreshing. Swallowing hard, Jue Tiantong promptly devoured the law fruit. A surge of pure essence coursed through every corner of his being. In an instant, Jue Tiantong felt as if he had entered a unique state of enlightenment, as if transported to a mysterious world. In this peculiar and mysterious realm, there were no melodious birds or fragrant flowers, no gentle spring breezes or autumn days. What lay before him was merely an endless expanse of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It resembles an abandoned ancient battlefield, where every direction visible to the eye is stained red with the blood of the powerful, their corpses heaped into towering mounds. Countless formidable weapons, once awe-inspiring, now lie shattered and strewn across this crimson battlefield. The dense aura of blood has painted the very sky of this ancient, blood-soaked arena a deep scarlet. Kill, 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 kill. The air is filled with the resounding roars of murderous intent, echoing through this sanguine world. In utter horror, Jue Tiantong senses that, at this moment, innumerable ancient warriors are rushing past him, fearless and undeterred, charging toward the unknown battlefield ahead. What is happening? Where is this place? How did I suddenly arrive here? Jue Tiantong's expression betrays a hint of terror, his face paling. It is too powerful, too terrifying. Everything around him, even the mere presence exuding from a fallen warrior's remains, instills within him a profound dread. He cannot comprehend how, after merely consuming a fruit of the laws, he has found himself in such a marvelous yet horrifying realm. This place is saturated with a terrifying aura of slaughter, the palpable essence of violence nearly suffocating him. It is a realm from which he yearns to flee, yet he knows not in which direction to escape. Suddenly, as if something has transpired, Jue Tiantong is struck with dread as he observes the dense crimson mist cloaking the sky appear to come alive. It resembles thousands of terrifying entities, now seemingly fixated on him, hovering beneath the vast heavens. A wisp of blood mist stirs. Soon after, the entire expanse of blood fog begins to writhe. They converge rapidly like countless threads of crimson, forming a colossal funnel-shaped vortex that descends swiftly toward Jue Tiantong. Surely, I have intruded upon a forbidden domain. Jue Tiantong attempts to flee, yet his feet feel as though they are anchored to the ground. No matter how hard he strives, he cannot budge an inch. No. Ultimately, amidst his terrified cries, the enormous funnel of blood mist, congealed from the dense fog above, plunges like a massive spear into his brow. In that instant, Jue Tiantong feels as though his fate is sealed, certain of his demise, for the power he faces is insurmountable. Upon the peak of the Dogtooth Mountain, Jue Tiantong sits cross-legged, his face pale and pained, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Above him, at a height slightly elevated, 3 hours after consuming the fruit of the laws, a flicker of red light finally appears. Gradually, that flicker begins to transform, evolving into a blood mist imbued with an aura of terrifying slaughter. Slowly, this mist coalesces into a wheel of laws in the sky above Jue Tiantong. One wheel of laws, 2 wheels of laws, the wheel of the 3 laws. After a single incense sticks time, above the head of Jue Tiantong, a wheel composed of 5 laws, each emanating a murderous aura manifested in blood mist, hovered ominously in the air. A mere glance was enough to evoke an involuntary sense of dread. As the 5 wheels of law coalesced, Jue Tiantong felt as though he had escaped from a terrifying realm, releasing a long, heavy breath. In his eyes lingered a profound fear, as if he were haunted by a blood-soaked battlefield that existed beyond the confines of reality. The law of slaughter. Jue Tiantong found it hard to believe that after refining a fruit of law, he had come to comprehend the law of slaughter. This left him perplexed. In his previous life, he had been but a cog in a machine, dutiful and unremarkable. 100,000 years ago, he was merely an insignificant being at the body refinement stage, having never engaged in significant acts of slaughter. Even upon his return to this life, he had not indulged in rampant bloodshed. Yet, why was it that today he encountered this terrifying law of slaughter? Ding! The host has attained enlightenment in the slaughter battlefield and comprehended the law of slaughter. Reward: Imperial-grade martial technique, the holy scripture of slaughter in the Yellow Springs. With the sudden notification from the system, Jue Tiantong was left in stunned disbelief. Achieving insight into the law of slaughter had triggered a hidden reward from the system. Moreover, it was an imperial-grade martial technique. His heart raced with excitement. An imperial-grade martial technique was indeed a rare treasure. This was an astonishing surprise. Within the system's marketplace, such a technique could be purchased for several million premium origin stones. Yet now, the system had generously awarded him an imperial-grade martial technique. Furthermore, this technique, the holy scripture of slaughter in the Yellow Springs, was perfectly aligned with his understanding of the law of slaughter, rendering its value immeasurable. Chapter 78. Encountering Great Trouble. Jue Tiantong glanced at the imperial-grade martial technique named Yellow Spring Slaughter Bible, noting that it lacked specific combat techniques. With a sword in hand, one could unleash swordsmanship. Without a sword, one could employ palms, fists, or fingers. There were no particular restrictions. As for its might, the power of an imperial-grade martial technique was beyond question. This was indeed fortuitous. With such a formidable martial art added to his repertoire, combined with his current cultivation at the 5th level of the Saint Realm, the number of formidable opponents capable of threatening him in the southern wilderness was dwindling. Conversely, this also implied fewer opportunities for him to encounter danger and trigger system rewards. However, this was of little concern. At worst, he could provoke those sects guarded by quasi-emperors or venture into forbidden zones. Opportunities to trigger system rewards would inevitably present themselves. After receiving the martial technique reward from the system and briefly familiarizing himself with it, Jue Tiantong began to assess the resources amassed within the Sunset Valley. As he opened the miniature storage chamber, he was immediately enveloped by the rich aura of wealth. Yuan stones, spiritual herbs, spiritual artifacts, and an array of peculiar treasures dazzled his eyes. He paid little heed to the refining materials and other treasures, tossing them haphazardly into a spatial storage ring. His primary concern was how many Yuan stones he could acquire from the Sunset Valley. Half an incense stick later. I'm rich. I'm rich. There are so many. The reserves of Yuan stones in the Sunset Valley were truly overwhelming. After tallying all the Yuan stones, Jue Tiantong was filled with exhilaration. There were 16. 8 million top-grade Yuan stones, 1. 639 billion high-grade Yuan stones, 18. 896 billion mid-grade Yuan stones, and an astonishing 83. 6789 billion low-grade Yuan stones. Altogether, this amounted to an equivalent of 35, 171, 278 top-grade Yuan stones. Adding the 689, 300 top-grade Yuan stones he already possessed, his total exceeded 37, 862, 578. In that moment, Jue Tiantong felt like a veritable tycoon. With his current wealth, he was well equipped to purchase most of the imperial-grade elixirs and artifacts in the system marketplace. Should he first acquire a suitable weapon for himself? However, just as this thought crossed Jue Tiantong's mind, the system unexpectedly issued a notification. Host, this system must remind you that your third son, Jue Wuyo, has encountered significant trouble. Jue Wuyo? Significant trouble? A twinge of unease stirred within Jue Tiantong. Could it be related to the formidable entity that the boy had mentioned earlier? System, what is going on? Host, your third son, Jue Wuyo, has trespassed into the lair of the guardian of the medicinal fields. The formidable entity he spoke of is a Mo Qilin of the immortal calamity realm, a guardian left behind by the powerful beings of the immortal domain to oversee the medicinal fields. However, host, your third son, Jue Wuya, has unwittingly stumbled into the lair of a guardian of the medicinal fields, leaving this system at a loss as to whether to deem his fortune as fortunate or unfortunate. If this matter is not addressed promptly, it could lead to considerable complications. The realm of celestial tribulation, guardians left by powerful beings of the celestial domain to oversee the medicinal fields. From these words, Jue Tiantong could sense the gravity of the situation. System, was the worst possible outcome. First, your third son, Jue Wuya, could be annihilated by the Ink Qilin. Second, your third son may call for help, leading your 9 imperial heirs to collectively subdue the Ink Qilin. which would subsequently attract the attention of other guardians and hasten the arrival of a great catastrophe. Therefore, host, which of these two outcomes do you choose? Choose. What nonsense! Then, host, you must intervene to resolve this matter. Speak, how shall we proceed? Purchase a beast control circle to subdue the guardian of the medicinal fields, and the problem will naturally be resolved. However, it is important to note that there are a total of 3 guardians of the medicinal fields across the entire Xinjiang continent. Thus, the host must acquire 3 beast control circles to ensure the guardians do not act unusually and remain undetected by the powerful beings of the celestial domain. With just 3 beast control circles, the guardians of medicinal fields on the Xinjiang continent can be dealt with. Jue Tiantong thought this sounded rather simple. However, considering that even guardians at the realm of celestial tribulation could be controlled, Jue Tiantong naturally surmised that the beast control circles mentioned by the system would not come cheaply. Therefore, he promptly opened the system's marketplace. System, please switch to the shop selling beast control circles. As the interface of the system marketplace shifted, the system indeed switched to the desired shop. First-grade beast control circle, capable of controlling beasts of the Heavenly King realm, priced at 200,000 prime essence stones. Second-grade beast control circle, capable of controlling beasts of the Sage realm, priced at 1 million prime essence stones. Third-grade beast control circle, capable of controlling beasts of the Emperor realm, priced at 5 million prime essence stones. Fourth-grade beast control circle, capable of controlling beasts of the Celestial Tribulation realm, priced at 10 million prime essence stones. 10 million for a single beast control circle? Upon seeing the price for the circle that could control beasts of the Celestial Tribulation realm, Jue Tiantong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. 1 beast control circle costs 10 million prime essence stones, and for 3, that amounts to 30 million prime essence stones. Good heavens! Is this insidious system targeting the over 30 million prime essence stones he possesses? Upon further reflection, Jue Tiantong realized he had been ensnared by his third son, Jue Wuya. What possessed him to trespass into the lair of another's guardian? Now, if he does not rescue you, not only will you perish, but the entire Xinjiang continent may also suffer dire consequences. If only, alas, Jue Tiantong let out a deep sigh. This time, 30 million exquisite source stones had been spent without reservation. System, I shall purchase 3 4th-grade beast mastery collars. Purchase successful, 30 million exquisite source stones deducted. With the system's notification, 3 palm-sized collars materialized in Jue Tiantong's hands. They gleamed in a resplendent purple-gold hue, adorned with enigmatic and mysterious runes, seemingly possessing a unique suppressive power over all formidable beasts, exuding an aura of wonder. Chapter 79. Hurry back and suppress that entity, or else your father will have to collect your remains. Within the reincarnation forbidden zone of the Central Wasteland resides a guardian, a golden-eyed Taowu at the Immortal Tribulation Realm. Likewise, in the Eastern Wasteland's Taicong Forbidden Zone, there exists another guardian, a fearsome creature of the same Immortal Tribulation Realm, specifically a flame profound bird. Thus, the 3 guardians entrusted by the powerful beings of the Immortal Domain to the Xinjiang continent are stationed in the Western, Central, and Eastern Wastelands. Coincidentally, these 3 locations are where 3 of Jue Tiantong's 9 progeny reside: the 3rd son, Jue Wuji, the eldest son, Jue Wushuang, and the 9th son, Jue Wuji. Therefore, by simply handing the 3 beast control circles acquired to his 3 sons, he could effortlessly manage those 3 guardians. However, Jue Tiantong harbored some concerns. System, will suppressing those 3 guardians truly go undetected by the powerful beings of the celestial domain? Moreover, is it indeed sufficient for just my 3 sons to act independently to subdue those guardians using the beast control circles? Why not have all 9 of my children join forces? 3 against 1 would surely make it easier, wouldn't it? Host, there is no need to doubt the power of the beast control circles. Only one emperor is required to unleash the power of the beast control circles to subdue the formidable beasts at the Immortal Tribulation Realm. As for whether suppressing those 3 guardians will attract the attention of the celestial domain's powerful beings, you need not worry. Currently, the medicinal field is sealed, and nothing from within can escape. The powerful beings of the celestial domain will not pay attention to the medicinal field until the time for harvesting arrives. Well then, if the system asserts this, what is there to fear? Let us proceed. Jue Tiantong cleared his throat. Jue Wushuang, Jue Wuchin, Jue Wuyo, I have matters to discuss with you. Come swiftly. Although this time was not a perilous situation requiring his children's aid, the gravity of the matter warranted summoning them. However, it would not trigger the system's rewards. With a whoosh, whoosh, in less than 2 breaths after Jue Tiantong's call, the sound of 2 spatial rifts tearing through the air resonated from the distant sky. Subsequently, as the spatial fissures emerged, Jue Tiantong's eldest son, Jue Wushuang, and youngest son, Jue Wuchin, appeared almost simultaneously. Father, you have summoned us again. What has transpired this time? Wait, the 5th heaven of the Sage Realm? No. How could this be? Father, how have you reached the Sage Realm? Upon seeing their father once more, both Jue Wushuang and Jue Wuchin were filled with immense joy. Yet, this was quickly replaced by astonishment. They gazed at their father, Jue Tiantong, with incredulity, for he now stood before them as a being of the 5th heaven of the Sage Realm. But how could this be? The last time they visited, their father was merely at the Dharma aspect realm. Yet now, how much time had passed? 3 months? Or 5 months? In just a matter of 3 to 5 months. Has their father, Jue Tiantong, truly ascended to the realm of saints? The rapidity of this breakthrough is nothing short of astonishing. Jue Tiantong remained silent, gesturing for Jue Wushuang and Jue Wuchin to wait nearby. Buzz! At last, amidst Jue Tiantong's anxious anticipation, a resounding boom echoed from afar as a colossal black-blue vortex reappeared, hanging skewed in the distant sky. The burly and bearded Jue Wuya emerged once more from the immense azure whirlpool. Hee, Father, I apologize for my tardiness, Jue Wuya remarked, maintaining his usual foolish demeanor. However, this time his aura was disordered, his garments torn. The massive black chains around his arms were pulled even tighter, and there were marks of a colossal beast's claw attack upon his chest. Ah, elder brother, 9th brother, you are here too, Jue Wuya exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy lighting his face upon seeing Jue Wushuang and Jue Wuchin. He thought to himself that with the assistance of his elder brother and 9th brother, they would surely be able to subdue that formidable foe this time. 3rd brother, what has happened to you? Jue Wushuang inquired, concern etched on his face. You are injured. What kind of powerful being could possibly inflict harm upon you? The sight of Jue Wuya in such disarray left both Jue Wushuang and Jue Wuchin astonished. All of them were beings of the 12th tier of the Emperor Realm, and in the current expanse of Xinjiang continent, there were scarcely any adversaries capable of inflicting wounds upon them in a one-on-one encounter. Yet now, Jue Wuya had been injured? Oh, it's nothing, really. Elder brother, 9th brother, do not worry. I can handle it myself, he insisted stubbornly. Such bravado. Jue Tiantong thought about rushing forward to deliver a slap. You can handle it? How long has it been since we left Sunset Valley? What makes you think you can manage it now? Moreover, if it weren't for your reckless meddling, I would have had to spend 30 million prime essence stones on that useless beast-controlling circle. Truth be told, Jue Tiantong felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Yet, he restrained himself, for this boy was his own son. When his son had caused trouble, it fell upon him to devise a solution. Handle it, indeed, you stubborn fool. Keep up your defiance, Jue Tiantong thought, his expression darkening. He tossed one of the beast-controlling circles to Jue Wuya, who was being dragged by the enormous chain. Hurry back and suppress that creature, or your father will be left to collect your corpse. Upon receiving the beast-controlling circle thrown by his father, Jue Wuya was taken aback. Father, what treasure is this? It possesses an extraordinary power, and you have given me this to suppress that creature, which means you know what kind of predicament I have encountered. With a clatter, the conversation continued. The sound of chains clanking reverberated through the lofty heights. And at that moment, with a careless misstep, Jue Wuyo was dragged into the vast vortex by a colossal creature. Father, do not worry. With the treasure you bestowed upon me, I shall surely prevail, he declared. Witnessing this scene, both Jue Wushuang and Jue Wuchin were taken aback. They could sense that Jue Wuyo was indeed in grave peril. Otherwise, their father would not have summoned him specifically to present such a unique artifact. Father, what exactly has my third brother encountered? Both Jue Wushuang and Jue Wuji wore solemn expressions, their concern palpable. However, Jue Tiantong remained silent, instead producing 2 beast-taming rings and handing them to Jue Wushuang and Jue Wuji. These are the beast-taming rings. Your forthcoming task will mirror the predicament that Jue Wuji has encountered. Upon your return, you must venture into the Reincarnation Forbidden Zone and the Taoist Forbidden Zone to uncover the treasures hidden within. Then, utilizing the beast-taming rings I have given you, you are to subdue and tame them. Remember, you may only subdue and tame. Do not slay them, for that would invite tremendous trouble. If the guardian is subdued, it will not alert the powers of the immortal realm. However, should the guardian perish, the consequences would be entirely different. The Reincarnation Forbidden Zone, the Taoist Forbidden Zone. Upon hearing their father's words, both Jue Wushuang and Jue Wuji were struck with astonishment. What secrets lay within those forbidden zones that could cause their father such grave concern? Chapter 80. The Annihilation of Sunset Valley, a state of turmoil in the Mountain Sea region. The destruction of Sunset Valley came as a complete shock, without any forewarning. By the time the news of its demise began to spread, several hours had already passed since its obliteration. This event quickly resonated throughout the entire Mountain Sea region, prompting revered elders from various sects, such as the Windstorm Sword Sect, the Mountain Sea Sword Pavilion, and the Fierce Cloud Sect, to personally descend upon Sunset Valley to ascertain the situation. The gravity of the matter necessitated first-hand observation. What they witnessed left them in profound astonishment. Nothing remained. The once grand and powerful Sunset Valley had been utterly flattened by a colossal palm strike. No remnants were left, no traces to be discerned, absolutely no clues. It is crucial to note that Sunset Valley was one of the 8 paramount forces in the Mountain Sea region. Not only was it home to numerous formidable beings, but the strongest among them, the ancestor of Sunset, was a terrifying existence at the 11th tier of the Saint Realm. There were even whispers among the populace suggesting that an individual far more powerful than the ancestor resided within the valley. Such notoriety had instilled an extraordinary trepidation among all forces and strong practitioners within the Mountain Sea region towards Sunset Valley. Despite its ambition and the audacity exhibited by some of its members, no one dared to openly criticize them. At most, they would grumble in private. Yet now, the very force that had instilled such fear had been annihilated without a trace, and by a mere hand's action. This indicated that the entity responsible for Sunset Valley's downfall was undoubtedly a being transcending the Saint Realm. Was it a semi-emperor, or perhaps an emperor? This revelation sent waves of anxiety throughout the Mountain Sea region, leaving many in a state of unrest. While the downfall of Sunset Valley brought a sense of relief to numerous strong practitioners, they were equally apprehensive that the force behind its destruction might be even more ruthless and unrestrained. If that were the case, they, too, residing in the Mountain Sea region, might face dire consequences. Consequently, upon confirming the obliteration of Sunset Valley, the entire Mountain Sea region, whether powerful sects like the Windstorm Sword Sect and Mountain Sea Sword Pavilion or the lesser forces, found themselves in a state of unease. However, in stark contrast to others, the true surprise and elation regarding Sunset Valley's demise was felt most acutely among the strong practitioners of the Windstorm Sword Sect. Sunset Valley had long been their adversary, and now it had been abruptly eradicated. It was as if fate itself conspired to assist the Windstorm Sword Sect. Yet, who was responsible for the annihilation of Sunset Valley remained a mystery to them. Did Sunset Valley truly perish? Within a sect known as the Black Cloud Sect in the Mountain Sea region, the questions lingered. Upon receiving the news, the leader of the Black Cloud Sect could not suppress a tremor that coursed through his body. The Sunsetting Valley had been annihilated. He had a strong inkling of who the perpetrator was. Within the confines of the Black Cloud Sect, many powerful individuals shared his suspicions. However, this matter must not be allowed to escape their sect. In the Grand Hall, the leaders swiftly issued a decree. Henceforth, the sect will be closed for 6 months, and all members, including disciples, were forbidden from venturing outside. Any violations of this order would be met with merciless execution. Simultaneously, the entire Shanghai region was engulfed in a wave of unease due to the destruction of the Sunsetting Valley, and news of this calamity gradually spread beyond its borders. Meanwhile, across the Xinjiang continent, countless powerful beings remained oblivious to the earth-shattering events unfolding in certain locales. In the West Wilderness, the Songming ancient forest was known as a realm of terror. It was said that even those of the Emperor realm would face peril upon entering. Rumors circulated of audacious Emperor-level beings who had ventured into the forest's depths, only to never return. Consequently, the Songming ancient forest was regarded as the foremost forbidden zone for human cultivators throughout the West Wilderness. As the master of the boundless Holy Land and a peak emperor himself, Jue Wuji naturally felt a surge of curiosity. After all, individuals of his caliber were invariably drawn to places shrouded in ominous legend. However, Jue Wuji could not have anticipated that deep within the Songming ancient forest lay a hidden sanctuary, akin to a unique microcosm, vast in expanse. Within this sanctuary lay a slumbering terror, a black Qilin. The moment Jue Wuji laid eyes upon the magnificent beast, a wave of intense trepidation washed over him. With his peak emperor-level cultivation, he immediately discerned that this black Qilin was a formidable entity, transcending even the emperor realm, a being he could not hope to contend with. Thus, upon encountering this creature, Jue Wuji's instinct was to flee. Curiosity aside, when faced with a threat to his very life, retreat was the prudent course. Moreover, the existence of a being that surpassed the emperor realm on the Xinjiang continent was news he felt compelled to share with his brethren. Yet, just as Jue Wuji sought to escape, he found himself ensnared by a black chain that had appeared out of thin air, wrapping around him with astonishing speed. The slumbering black Qilin had awakened. Had it not been for Jue Wuji's formidable strength, he might have been devoured by the creature in that instant. Nevertheless, it was precisely due to his considerable power that the black Qilin took an interest in him. After such a long period of inactivity, it was undeniably bored, and the emergence of an intriguing being was a welcome diversion. It even contemplated taking him as a pet. This thought ignited a spark of anger within Jue Wuji. Thus, he exhibited an array of formidable techniques, and a fierce battle erupted with the black Qilin. He sought to harness his own power to subdue the black Qilin, which desired to claim him as its pet and to make it his steed. However, after days of relentless combat, Jue Wuji was astonished to discover that the black Qilin was indeed beyond his current capacity to contend with. Throughout the encounter, the black Qilin effortlessly neutralized his attacks and consistently overpowered him. Meanwhile, he found himself shackled by an unbreakable chain, unable to escape. In that moment, despair nearly consumed him. Nevertheless, he persisted in the fight. Perhaps, by transcending the boundaries of the Emperor realm and confronting a formidable beast, his strength could be augmented. Thus, he harbored the conviction that if he continued to battle and grew stronger, there would come a day when he could decisively subjugate the black Qilin and claim it as his mount. However, an unexpected turn of events awaited him. Upon being summoned by his father, Jue Tiantong, to leave the lair and return, the black Qilin unexpectedly altered its demeanor, becoming exceedingly aggressive and intent on overpowering him, demanding his submission. Consequently, Jue Wuji sustained injuries. Yet, just as he feared he might truly meet his demise, his father summoned him once more, bestowing upon him a treasure known as the Beast Taming Ring. Chapter 81. Are you convinced now? Once again, after pulling back Jue Wuji, the black Qilin became even more enraged. Human, are you challenging my limits? The voice of the MO Qilin resonated throughout the depths of the sinister lair. Speak. Who has employed such forbidden methods to abduct you from my presence not once, but twice? Feeling the intensified fury exuding from the MO Qilin, Jue Wuji's expression grew increasingly grave. It was overwhelmingly powerful. The aura emanating from the MO Qilin was so formidable that he felt utterly suppressed within the lair, rendering him incapable of flight. What level of terrifying existence was this great black Qilin? Furthermore, Jue Wuji was somewhat apprehensive. Could the beast-controlling collar bestowed upon him by his father truly subdue this fearsome MO Qilin? Gulp. Jue Wuji swallowed hard and took a deep breath. Please, do not be agitated. I assure you, this emperor means no harm. Noticing Jue Wuji's sudden shift from his previous assertive demeanor, the Mo Qilin indeed tempered its ferocity. It was evident that this human had been subdued by its own might. Subsequently, Jue Wuji revealed a purple golden collar. Behold, do you recognize this item? A flicker of curiosity appeared in the Mo Qilin's immense eyes. It sensed that the collar in Jue Wuji's grasp possessed an extraordinary quality, seemingly imbued with a special power. Human, what is it you hold? What purpose does it serve? The Mo Qilin, having never encountered such an object, was intrigued. Being a creature of the celestial realm, it had languished in this desolate place devoid of celestial resonance for countless years, causing it to grow weary. I'm not certain, Jue Wuji admitted. I found this item outside, accompanied by a note that seemed to contain a spell or something of the sort. Sounded rather intriguing. A spell? Intriguing? Could this be a wondrous artifact? The Mo Qilin's eyes glinted with contemplation. The purple golden collar was evidently a unique and exquisite imperial tool, reminiscent of a striking ring. If it were to possess such an item, then the Mo Qilin inquired, what is the spell? Oh, allow me to recite it for you, Jue Wuji replied. Suppressing his inner excitement, he hurled the beast-controlling collar in the direction of the Mo Qilin while swiftly forming hand seals. Heaven and earth, reveal your essence. Beast goddess will, all beasts shall submit. He my command, unleash. Beast goddess will, all beasts shall submit. At that moment, upon hearing Jue Wuji's incantation, the previously curious Mo Qilin's eyes widened in alarm as its terrifying aura erupted. Damnable human, you seek your own demise. The Mo Qilin realized. Although it did not comprehend the nature of the purple golden collar, it understood that Jue Wuji's words were intended to subdue it. The audacious human dared to defy it. This was a perilous gamble. In this moment, as the formidable aura of the Qilin erupted and its roar resonated through the void, Jue Wuji was struck as if by an immense force, spewing blood and soaring backward for miles. Yet, at this juncture, with the completion of Jue Wuji's incantation, the beast-controlling collar hurled towards the Qilin suddenly expanded with a resounding tremor. A radiant purple light burst forth, directly imposing a sense of suppression and threat upon the Qilin, which had attained a realm of celestial tribulation. Cursed! Cursed! That detestable human! Once I free myself from this accursed artifact, I shall undoubtedly take your life. Roaring, the Qilin's voice shook the heavens and the earth. Yet there was an undercurrent of fear. Beholding the now massive purple golden collar, immense as a mountain and glistening in greenish black, the Qilin swiftly turned to flee. Boom! 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 The Qilin, despite its colossal stature, moved with astonishing speed, vanishing across millions of miles in the blink of an eye. Its frantic escape caused tremendous upheaval, shattering towering mountains in its wake. Within the entire lair of beasts, the very ground quaked. However, the now enlarged beast-controlling collar relentlessly pursued the fleeing Qilin, akin to a parasite determined to bind and suppress it without relent. Thinking of escaping? This time you shall not evade. At this moment, Jue Wuji had regained his composure from the earlier terrifying impact. Observing the panicked flight of the Qilin, his countenance radiated exhilaration. The beast-controlling collar bestowed upon him by his father proved to be extraordinarily effective. Witnessing the fear etched on the great black Qilin's face filled him with unparalleled delight. No longer under the oppressive aura of the Qilin, Jue Wuji soared into the air, unleashing the full might of his 12th-tier Emperor realm. Above him, the 12 layers of Emperor Dao patterns coalesced into a majestic form. In an instant, a towering phantom, resembling Jue Wuji himself with astonishing similarity, materialized, appearing as a colossal being capable of shattering worlds with a mere gesture. Great Black Qilin, where do you intend to flee? With Jue Wuji's command resonating, the 100-foot-tall phantom surged forward, mirroring Jue Wuji's rapid pursuit of the fleeing Qilin. Subsequently, it conjured a massive battle axe, dozens of feet in size, and struck down upon the Qilin, which was as formidable as a mountain. Human, you seek death. Begone! The ink Qilin roared in fury, launching a powerful charge. In an instant, both Jue Wuji and the towering phantom were sent reeling backward, shrieking in pain. The colossal battle axe conjured in his grasp proved utterly ineffective. The great black Qilin was indeed formidable. Jue Wuji's heart was once more filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that his full-force assault would not even graze a single hair of the opponent. However, despite being hurled backward once again, a smile graced his face. Success! For this obstruction had indeed affected the speed of the great black Qilin, albeit slightly. In an instant, the influence manifested like a parasitic worm, transforming into a luminous collar that encircled the neck of the ink Qilin. Oh no! What in the world is this abominable thing? Cursed be the treacherous humans. I shall. The power of the beast tamer's collar struck absolute no boundaries with profound astonishment. For at that very moment, as the collar clasped around the ink Qilin's neck, the colossal creature, akin to a mountain, began to shrink rapidly amidst furious roars. In the blink of an eye, the once gigantic ink Qilin was reduced to the size of an ordinary ferocious tiger. Moreover, after its diminishment, the creature's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Its expression turned from fierce to gentle, its eyes now exuding a docile spirit. Furthermore, due to the fact that the collar had been refined by absolute no boundaries himself, he was astounded to realize that, with the taming of the ink Qilin, he had forged a master-servant bond with it. Ah, the gifts from my father are indeed invaluable. Observing the now docile ink Qilin, absolute no boundaries, albeit limping, approached with exceptional excitement. I told you, you were destined to become my steed. Now are you convinced? Chapter 82. The Forbidden Zone of Taoist, the Infernal Fire Xianbird. What a marvel! At this moment, Jue Wuji's expression was one of sheer astonishment. The beast-controlling ring bestowed upon him by his father was astonishingly powerful, effortlessly subduing the formidable black Qilin, a creature he himself could not hope to conquer. The black Qilin, transcending the realm of emperors, made Jue Wuji ponder its true cultivation level, one that eluded even his grasp. Due to the master-servant contract forged between them, Jue Wuji was able to glean a wealth of knowledge through the sole information of the ink Qilin. To his surprise, it possessed the cultivation of the late stage of the celestial tribulation realm. Thus, above the Emperor realm lies the celestial tribulation realm. Does this imply that the legendary immortals truly exist? The celestial domain? Astonishing. This black Qilin hails from the celestial domain. What, then, has brought you to the Xianyang continent? Suddenly, just as Jue Wuji sought to delve deeper into the ink Qilin's presence on the Xianyang continent, he inadvertently triggered a backlash, causing him to spit blood. How infuriating! He was an emperor, a being who had not bled in years. Yet recently, due to his intrusion into this realm and his encounter with the black Qilin, he had bled several times. He would need to recuperate extensively after this. Master, if you forcefully seek to uncover certain matters now, it will not only harm you, but also attract calamities. Therefore, it is wiser for you to remain ignorant of some things. The ink Qilin advised, its expression complex. It had anticipated that a more powerful human could allow it to stretch its limbs, yet it never imagined it would end up bound by contract, becoming another's contracted beast. What irony! After capturing eagles for so many years, it had now become the prey. Throughout the past 100 millennia, many formidable beings had invaded its lair, all of whom it had devoured. Yet this time a misstep leading to eternal regret. Had it consumed this human emperor from the outset, it would not find itself in this predicament. But now, it was too late for such thoughts. Oh well, ignorance is bliss. Regardless, this black Qilin is now my steed, Jue Wuji declared, effortlessly sitting atop the ink Qilin's back. Let us depart, black Qilin. Return with me to the Wuya sacred land. Master, I'm not called black Qilin. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be known as Black Qilin outside the Taoist Forbidden Zone in the Eastern Wilderness, a figure with an ethereal presence, clad in white like freshly fallen snow and silver hair cascading like the Milky Way, stood high above the Forbidden Zone. Jue Wuji's demeanor was grave. The Taoist Forbidden Zone was the most perilous of all in the eastern wilderness. He had heard tales of peak Emperor Realm cultivators who entered the Forbidden Zone, only to never return. Yet, he had yet to investigate what secrets lay within the Taoist Forbidden Zone. According to his original thoughts, within the vast Taoist Forbidden Zone, it should be akin to the circumstances found in other such zones, mere hiding places for remnants of fallen emperors. However, at this moment, Jue Wuchang felt an inkling that it might not be so. Otherwise, his father, Jue Tiantong, would never have entrusted him with a beast-controlling ring imbued with extraordinary power. Yet, how could his father, who resided far in the southern wilderness, possibly be aware of matters pertaining to the eastern wilderness? Furthermore, how could he know how to contend with the entities within the Taoist Forbidden Zone? Thus, what truly lay within this realm? Why had so many emperors ventured in, never to return? Whispering to himself and exhaling a breath of turbid air, Jue Wuchang stepped into the Taoist Forbidden Zone. Moments later, he found himself at the deepest recesses of the Taoist Forbidden Zone, gazing at a verdant stone wall before him. His expression turned grave. For an ordinary strongman, that stone wall would merely be a stone wall. However, to Jue Wuchang, it appeared as a gateway to an unknown world, mysterious and enigmatic. It invoked an involuntary sense of dread. He had never imagined that within this forbidden zone, such a peculiar place could exist. Moreover, he sensed that peril lurked beyond that threshold. Nevertheless, glancing at the violet-golden beast-controlling ring in his hand, Jue Wuchang resolutely charged through the stone wall. He had confidence in his own strength and believed his father would never lead him astray. In an instant, upon crossing the verdant stone wall, Jue Wuchang indeed found himself in an entirely different realm. It was a world of excruciatingly high temperatures, where all he beheld were blazing blue flames. As he ventured into this extraordinary world, he could keenly feel the terrifying nature of those flames. Not only would those beneath the Emperor realm perish instantly upon contact with the blue flames, but even ordinary Emperor-level beings would be reduced to ashes if they were to come into contact with them. Human, you have come to the wrong place. Just as Jue Wuchang was struck by a wave of astonishment, a voice reminiscent of a middle-aged woman resonated through the air. Above in the sky of this peculiar realm, a pair of gigantic eyes opened. They were enormous blue-golden eyes, seemingly harboring infinite mysteries. At the mere sight of those colossal eyes, Jue Wuchang felt a sharp pain in his head. How formidable! How terrifying! What kind of existence could evoke such a reaction from one at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm? At that moment, Jue Wuchang truly realized that this place was far more terrifying than he had ever anticipated. Could it be a mysterious bird? As the figure in the sky gradually came into view, Jue Wuchang was taken aback to discover that it was indeed a bird, a gigantic Xian bird, its entire body enveloped in blue flames. It soared through the sky, casting shadows over the earth, its form extending several hundred zhang in size. The aura it emanated exerted immense pressure on Jue Wuchang at that moment. Beyond the realm of emperors, the colossal dark bird, towering hundreds of feet high, is undoubtedly a terrifying presence that transcends the realm of emperors. Jue Wuchang is utterly convinced that, before such a creature, even a formidable being at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, like himself, would appear as insignificant as an ant. Hence, he must act swiftly and without any delusions of fortune. Immediately, Jue Wuchang hurled the beast-controlling ring high into the air, forming hand seals. Heaven and earth mirror technique. Will of the beast god, all beasts submit, he my command, open. With a resounding boom, the purple-golden beast-controlling ring soaring into the sky, transformed into a gigantic form, radiating with purple light, resembling a celestial ring capable of binding all beasts and fiends of the world. Human, you seek death. At that moment, the enormous fiery bird in the sky erupted with rage and fear, opening its massive beak to unleash a terrifying torrent of blue flames directed at Jue Wuchang. Chapter 83. The Golden-Eyed Taowu. In the midst of the central wilderness, a figure clad in flowing silver robes, reminiscent of clouds drifting in the sky, emerged outside the reincarnation forbidden zone. This was Jue Wushuang, whose cascading black hair resembled a waterfall suspended in the heavens, wielding a jade flute of azure hue. Jue Wushuang had long been aware that the reincarnation forbidden zone before him was the most perilous place in the entire central wilderness. He had ventured into this very zone a millennium ago, yet at that time, he had refrained from approaching its core. His instinct warned him that should he recklessly draw near to the heart of the forbidden zone, it would spell his demise. From that moment onward, he resolved never to risk entering the depths of the reincarnation forbidden zone until he transcended to the realm of the great emperor. Now, however, he returned bearing the beast master circle bestowed upon him by his father, Jue Tiantong. After 10,000 years, he was poised to re-enter the zone that had once instilled fear in his heart. In truth, he was also deeply curious about what lay within the reincarnation forbidden zone. After a brief moment, Jue Wushuang stepped into the very center of the forbidden zone, witnessing for the first time the depths of this enigmatic realm. Before him lay an unfathomable lake, shrouded in a hazy mist. Strangely, at the heart of the lake, a colossal vortex of primal energy floated, resembling a gateway to a mysterious world. Could it be that the entity his father urged him to confront resided within the enigmatic realm connected by that vortex? With a slight furrow of his brow, Jue Wushuang took a step into the massive vortex of primal energy. He found himself in a vast expanse of soaring mountains under a blue sky adorned with white clouds. Upon entering the vortex, he was greeted by a world so tangible that it bore no distinction from the external realm, as if he had stepped into a unique dimension. However, within this extraordinary space, he immediately sensed a terrifying presence lurking nearby. It felt as though a slumbering malevolence exuded an aura of dread. Treading cautiously, Jue Wushuang suppressed his own energy signature as he advanced toward the source of this ominous aura. Moments later, he could not help but shudder internally, his countenance shifting to one of astonishment. He had encountered a being that surpassed even the great emperor realm. Within a vast valley, he finally laid eyes upon the origin of the terrifying presence. It was a colossal creature, resembling a massive tiger, yet adorned with canine fur and fearsome fangs. Most astonishing of all, the tail of this beast was several times the length of his own body. Taowu! Jue Wushuang was taken aback. Before him lay a Taowu, a creature that transcended the realm of the great emperor, and it was in slumber. Even in its dormant state, the aura it emitted left him, standing at the pinnacle of the great emperor realm, feeling a chill of trepidation. How could such a formidable being exist in the Xianyang continent? At that moment, within the expansive valley, the slumbering Taowu stirred. Its enormous eyes opened, revealing a mesmerizing golden spiral pattern. With just a fleeting glance, Jue Wushuang felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if he were about to be consumed by those immense golden eyes. The awakening of the golden-eyed Taowu sent tremors through the vast valley, shaking the earth for miles around. The human emperor? Witnessing Jue Wushuang before him, the golden-eyed Taowu leaped, standing atop a towering mountain. In comparison, Jue Wushuang appeared as a tiny ant beneath a majestic peak. Your strength surpasses that of the previous human emperors who entered here. However, should you wish to challenge me, you'll find no victory. Upon hearing the words of the golden-eyed Taowu, Jue Wushuang's divine consciousness radiated outward, seemingly in search of something. Human, cease your search. Those powerful humans who dare challenge me have all failed and become my sustenance. As if sensing Jue Wushuang's quest, the golden-eyed Taowu continued, Since you have intruded upon my lair, we shall adhere to the old custom. Should you prevail, I shall permit your departure. If you lose, you shall become my meal. The old custom? A challenge? Faced with such a ferocious creature, Jue Wushuang understood that he had little chance of success. Yet, he was taken aback by the fact that the golden-eyed Taowu had established rules allowing intruders to challenge him. Then do not blame me for disregarding martial ethics, Jue Wushuang declared, gazing at the colossal being before him. You and I are so vastly disparate in strength that no matter how I challenge you, defeat is inevitable. The golden-eyed Taowu replied, Therefore, regardless of your challenge, you shall merely become my sustenance. While that may be true, I still wish to seize a glimmer of hope for survival. I intend to wield my most formidable treasure. Ha ha ha, a treasure? The golden-eyed Taowu laughed heartily. A mere human emperor, unless you possess a celestial artifact, cannot pose a threat to me. I do not possess a celestial artifact, but I do have this." As he spoke, the jade flute in Jue Wushuang's hand vanished, replaced by a purple golden collar soaring into the sky. He swiftly formed intricate seals with his hands, declaring, "Heaven and earth reflection, beast god will, all beasts submit, he my command arise." With a resounding boom, the beast-controlling collar expanded, seemingly creating countless identical purple golden collars that appeared in the sky, radiating a purple light and exuding a formidable power. Indeed, I must admit, this treasure is intriguing. Observing Jue Wushuang's display, the enormous golden-eyed Taowu on the mountain peak watched with keen interest. After so many years, a human emperor with some skill had finally arrived. Moreover, this treasure seemed to possess a power specifically targeting him. Wait a moment. Beast god will all beasts submit? Suddenly, the golden-eyed Taowu appeared to grasp the meaning of Jue Wushuang's words, his voice tinged with fear. "Human emperor, did you just mention the beast god will? Thus, what is the name of this treasure?" The reaction of the golden-eyed Tiao Wu nearly left Jue Wushuang in a state of bewilderment. This formidable creature possesses great strength, yet its intelligence appears somewhat lacking. This treasure is known as the Beastmaster's Ring. "Tiao Wu, bow before me." Jue Wushuang's hand sign shifted, and in the lofty skies, hundreds upon thousands of indistinguishable Beastmaster's rings surged forth, swiftly advancing towards the golden-eyed Tiao Wu. "What? The Beastmaster's Ring? You dare to use such an artifact against me? How shameless! Human, you lack martial virtue." Faced with the Beastmaster's Ring, the golden-eyed Tiao Wu found itself devoid of the courage to resist and chose instead to flee. With its massive form, it leapt hundreds of miles in an instant. Its enormous wings unfurled, propelling it through the air at an astonishing speed. However, in less than 10 breaths, the golden-eyed Tiao Wu was ensnared by the Beastmaster's ring around its neck. Its body swiftly diminished in size, resembling a creature akin to a tiger dog with an elongated tail. A moment later, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of Jue Wushuang's mouth. He sought to glean certain information, but was met with a backlash. The completion of the immortal tribulation realm. Thus, above the emperor is the immortal tribulation realm. The immortal domain is that the fabled place reserved for immortals? There are matters he cannot yet comprehend, and Jue Wushuang understood why his father, Jue Tiantong, had seemingly returned, yet they were unable to find him. "Let us depart, little Tiao Tiao, and return to the Wushuang Emperor Sect." Accompanied by the now diminutive golden-eyed Tiao Wu, Jue Wushuang exited the cycle of reincarnation's forbidden zone. Chapter 84. 700 Soul Avatars in the Southern Wilderness. Amidst the majestic De Chu mountain range, upon returning to the Tongtian Divine Hall, Jue Tiantong resolved to continue his cultivation of soul avatars. After all, he had attained the 5th level of the Saint Realm. While it was improbable to cultivate a full 800 soul avatars, achieving 700 seemed within reach. However, prior to this endeavor, he would, as before, retract all 300 previously cultivated soul avatars before dispersing them anew. This seemingly simple process would enable his soul avatars to share the same cultivation level as his own. Moreover, due to the unique nature of his technique, Jue Tiantong's soul avatars could wield formidable laws of slaughter, just as he could. This situation was indeed extraordinary. 5 levels of the Saint Realm, exclaimed the 36th soul avatar, invigorated. I have grown stronger once again. The laws of slaughter, indeed, the laws of slaughter. I never anticipated that this soul avatar, could invoke the laws of slaughter comprehended by the true self. Henceforth, I shall walk with unparalleled confidence among all avatars, declared the 133rd soul avatar. Numerous soul avatars emanated the aura of slaughtering laws, questioning 133. What are you saying? Please repeat that. The 133rd soul avatar, taken aback, swallowed hard. No. That was a mistake. Harmony is paramount. We are all avatars of the true self, and we must prioritize harmony. The 99th soul avatar scoffed. TCH, it won't last 3 breaths. Unlike me, I remain steadfast as always. Sensing the gazes of his fellow avatars, the 99th soul avatar quickly donned a smile. Obedient, always obedient. Nevertheless, it must be said, the two of us certainly possess the capability to walk with confidence. The 100th soul avatar boasted. After all, we have already mastered the crafting of transcendent high-grade dominant breaking pills, and the true self will support us. Yet, the 99th soul avatar hesitated to boast, however. Many others are now capable of crafting transcendent high-grade dominant breaking pills. Indeed, Jue Tiantong found the interactions among these soul avatars quite noisy. However, their alchemical prowess was no mere boast. Among the 300 soul avatars he had cultivated, 290 were adept alchemists. Nearly half of these avatars could now effortlessly concoct transcendent high-grade elixirs. Even so, Jue Tiantong assigned them various alchemical tasks. For the time being, the focus remained on crafting imperial-grade body refinement pills, law manifestation breaking pills, and Shouyuan recovery pills. These particular elixirs were crucial for human cultivators, enabling the emergence of more powerful beings who required dominant breaking pills. Likewise, for the demon race, they fostered the rise of formidable demon warriors in need of imperial breaking pills. Only through the widespread distribution of these elixirs could there be a greater demand for the specialized dominant and imperial breaking pills necessary to surmount significant realm barriers. Thus, at present, whether it be the imperial path-breaking pill or the overbearing path-breaking pill, extensive alchemical production is unnecessary. For the formidable beings in need of these two elixirs, the demand remains relatively scant for Jue Tiantong. Thousands? Tens of thousands? Even hundreds of thousands? Such numbers fall short of expectations. What Jue Tiantong desires is a demand in the millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of billions. This would signify an unprecedented augmentation of strength across the entire Xinjiang continent, resulting in an alarming proliferation of powerful individuals. In that eventuality, opposing the beings of the immortal domain would become a matter of ease. The formidable beings from the immortal domain are anticipated to descend upon the Xinjiang continent to gather herbs within a millennium, and his objective is to cultivate the essence of the immortal path and give rise to powerful entities within a span of 500 years, or even sooner. After all, even if the Xinjiang continent were to birth beings of the immortal path, time is still required for their growth. Thus, although it appears he has a millennium, in reality, it is a mere few hundred years. Therefore, he must strive to enhance his strength, cultivate more soul avatars, and enlist additional allies. Henceforth, he shall persist in the arduous endeavor of developing more soul avatars. As for the noise, he shall gradually grow accustomed to it. Moreover, assigning numerous tasks to those soul avatars will keep them too occupied to create disturbances before deciding to enter seclusion to cultivate his soul avatars. Jue Tiantong entrusted all the medicinal ingredients and various crafting materials to his numerous soul avatars. Some items he could not be bothered to organize himself, opting instead to let the soul avatars ponder over them, which afforded him some respite. Thus, as time flowed day by day, Jue Tiantong successfully cultivated even more soul avatars. Whether it was due to his ascension to the Saint Realm or his comprehension of the laws of slaughter, it remains uncertain. However, now, including the 300 soul avatars he had previously cultivated, all bore a faint, distinct crimson mark upon their foreheads, resembling a rough sword imprint. The exact purpose of this mark eludes Jue Tiantong. Consequently, when he stands alongside his soul avatars, it provides a clear distinction for his true self. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, Jue Tiantong once again cultivated 400 soul avatars, adding to the previously established 300. He now possesses a total of 700 soul avatars. For Jue Tiantong, currently at the 5th level of the Saint Realm, achieving the cultivation of 700 soul avatars is indeed a remarkable feat to reach the maximum of 800 soul avatars within the Saint Realm. He must enhance his cultivation further. Nevertheless, with these 700 soul avatars, he has more than enough. A month has passed, yielding 400 soul avatars. Jue Tiantong stretched languidly, exclaiming, "Ah, I am truly exhausted. Cultivating 400 soul avatars in a month equates to tearing his soul apart 400 times, which is undoubtedly taxing. However, the results of this month have brought him immense joy. Moreover, Juetian Tong was pleasantly surprised to discover that as he cultivated more divine soul avatars and disseminated his soul further, his own divine soul not only remained robust, but grew increasingly powerful. At present, although his cultivation level was merely at the 5th stage of the Saint realm, the strength of his divine soul had transcended a significant realm, comparable to that of an ordinary 5th stage quasi-emperor. Thus, he could effortlessly subdue any adversary below the 5th stage of the quasi-emperor realm, which constituted a considerable advantage and a formidable trump card. Even when confronted with the soul attacks of typical 7th or 8th stage quasi-emperors, he could withstand them without any protective artifacts for his soul, relying solely on his formidable divine essence. However, reflecting on this matter made Jue Tiantong realize that it was time to continue repairing his heavenly source armor. After all, following his previous expenditure of over 200,000 top-tier essence stones for repairs, the armor was only capable of withstanding attacks from peak-level Saint Realm practitioners. Now that he had ascended to the Saint Realm himself, he would inevitably face even more formidable foes, necessitating an enhancement of his defenses. Having spent 30 million top-tier essence stones on 3 beast taming rings just a month prior, he still had over 786,000 top-tier essence stones remaining. Therefore, Juetian Tong pondered whether to upgrade the heavenly source armor or to acquire a superior defensive equipment. Chapter 85. Restoring the celestial armor and upgrading it to a mid-tier imperial artifact. As he pondered, Jue Tiantong opened the system marketplace and navigated to the defensive equipment section. The dragon battle armor, a superior imperial artifact, could withstand attacks from any formidable adversary below the realm of the Great Emperor. This meant that this exquisite armor could even defend against assaults from peak quasi-emperor level beings. Priced at 6,900,000 premium yuan stones, it was within his means. However, this defensive gear had a glaring shortcoming. It could not guard against soul attacks. Jue Tiantong shook his head. Such a flawed defensive piece was not suitable for him. As for the superior Imperial God Wind Robe, it could resist any soul attack below the Great Emperor realm. Yet, it was exorbitantly priced at 16 million premium yuan stones. Furthermore, it could not withstand physical assaults, presenting another significant flaw, making it equally unsuitable for him. After perusing several defensive items, Jue Tiantong was left unsatisfied. Either they could only defend against physical attacks, but not soul attacks, or vice versa, or they were simply too costly for his current yuan stone reserves. The Lu Xian Divine Robe caught his attention. Not only could it defend against physical and soul attacks, but when activated, it granted varying degrees of power enhancement to practitioners of different cultivation levels. This treasure seemed perfectly suited for him. However, the price, 600 million premium yuan stones? A defensive top-tier imperial artifact costing such an outrageous sum? Stunned by the price, Jue Tiantong was taken aback. He recalled another item in a different section of the system marketplace, the Lu Xian War Spear, a top-tier imperial artifact priced at merely 960,000 premium yuan stones. Yet now, the Lu Xian Divine Robe demanded 600 million premium yuan stones? It was utterly unaffordable. Sighing, he resolved to continue using his celestial armor. System, are you there? Come forth and assist me in earning. Host, the system has always been present. Always present? I dare say I don't believe you. Jue Tiantong suspected that the system was merely keeping an eye on his wealth. System, can a celestial armor be upgraded? The celestial armor can indeed be upgraded, but it must first be fully repaired before any enhancement can take place. Given the current damage level of the celestial armor, the host would need to expend 1 million premium yuan stones to restore completely. Then, the host would only need to invest 6 million premium yuan stones to upgrade the restored lower-tier Imperial Celestial Armor to a mid-tier Imperial Artifact. 1 million for repairs? Then another 6 million for the upgrade? As expected, Jue Tiantong realized. This infernal system had its sights set on his yuan stone reserves. Having expended 7 million superior essence stones, he was left with a mere 80,000. Nevertheless, In pursuit of greater security, he acquiesced to the expenditure of 7 million. System: restore the Tianyuan armor and upgrade it to a mid-grade Imperial artifact. Moments later, the system announced, restoration of the low-grade Imperial Tianyuan armor successful. Deducting 1 million superior essence stones. Upgrade of the low-grade Imperial Tianyuan armor to a mid-grade Imperial artifact successful. Deducting 6 million superior essence stones. The system further informed him. The mid-grade Imperial Tianyuan armor could defend against any physical and spiritual attacks for beings below the Emperor realm. This meant that even the physical and spiritual assaults from peak quasi-Emperor realm practitioners could be repelled. Upon this realization, Juetian Tong suddenly perceived that 7 million superior essence stones did not seem exorbitant at all. Moreover, since the Tianyuan armor could be upgraded to a mid-grade Imperial artifact, it undoubtedly had the potential to ascend to a top-grade or even a supreme-grade Imperial artifact in the future. Thus, Juetian Tong resolved to earn additional essence stones swiftly to facilitate another upgrade of the Tianyuan armor, aiming directly for a level capable of withstanding attacks from Emperor realm beings. He envisioned venturing into territories inhabited by such formidable entities, seizing opportunities to trigger system rewards. Indeed, the primary objective remained to amass greater wealth. With a month having passed, an opportune moment to reap substantial profits had arrived. He planned to allocate 100,000 to the White Dragon Palace, 30,000 to the Lingxiao Inn, and a remainder to the Fengyun Sword Sect, hoping to earn several million superior essence stones in the process. Meanwhile, outside the Tongtian Hall, along the vast river that encircled the colossal canyon, a splash resounded. True to their prior agreement, Bai Jiao reappeared outside the Tongtian Hall. However, this time, her astonishment was far greater than before. How is this possible? Upon emerging from the river, her expression shifted dramatically as she realized that Lord Jue Tiantong had multiplied his spiritual avatars to an astonishing 700. In her quasi-emperor realm perception, she was astounded to discover that within the valley, inside the majestic Tongtian Hall, there existed not only the true form of Lord Jue Tiantong, but also 700 of his spiritual avatars, some crafting elixirs, others forging weapons, some resting, and others meditating. What could have transpired in this month? What extraordinary avatar technique has Lord Jue Tiantong mastered? Her astonishment surpassed even that of witnessing an Emperor realm expert's prowess. Furthermore, she noted that in the span of just a month, Lord Jue Tiantong's cultivation had ascended to an incredible 5th layer of the Saint realm. Such a rapid pace of advancement was utterly unfathomable, almost beyond belief. Simultaneously, within Bai Jiao's perception, 2 human practitioners descended beyond the Daju mountain range. One was at the 11th layer of the Saint realm, while the other was merely at the 12th layer of the King realm. Bai Jiao furrowed her brows slightly, pondering whether the 2 powerful human beings who had suddenly appeared outside the Great Chu mountain range were also seeking the esteemed Master Jue Tiantong. At that moment, beyond the Great Chu mountain range, a spatial rift abruptly manifested, through which emerged a formidable sage of the 11th tier, adorned in a golden robe resembling a dragon. The visitor was none other than Nangong Huangdao from the Fengyun Sword Sect, who had come in accordance with a prior agreement with Master Jue Tiantong to retrieve medicinal elixirs from the Great Chu mountain range. However, upon his arrival in the lofty skies above, Nangong Huangdao's expression shifted to one of confusion. His senses indicated that Master Jue Tiantong was, in fact, absent from this mountainous locale. Could it be that he had taken a wrong turn? Just then, his gaze drifted toward another high altitude, where he perceived faint ripples in the fabric of space. He could distinctly sense that these disturbances were the result of someone employing a teleportation talisman. Could it be that Master Jue was on his way? As these thoughts crossed Nangong Huangdao's mind, the intricate patterns of the talisman array became evident, and emerging from it was a formidable being of the 12th tier of the Heavenly King realm. Chapter 86. The Blue-Scale Dragon Pearl, as long as he could collaborate with Master Jue. It would be perfectly acceptable for him to receive pills once a month or even once every 3 months. Alternatively, he could personally procure the pills crafted by Master Jue from a designated location. All these arrangements filled Han Shuo with delight, as partnering with Master Jue for the sale of pills indeed yielded greater profits for Prince Qi. However, Han Shuo was somewhat perplexed as to why Master Jue required him to travel a daunting distance of 1,800 miles to the Dazhou Mountains to collect the pills. Though he found it puzzling, he adhered to their agreement and utilized the teleportation talisman to arrive at the Dazhou Mountains that very day. Yet, upon his sudden arrival, an icy chill enveloped him. For less than 10 paces ahead stood an elder clad in a golden dragon robe, gazing intently at him. The aura emanating from this elder was formidable and terrifying, far surpassing that of the 3 sage-level ancestors within the Dazhou royal family. Han Shuo never anticipated encountering such a powerful being in the Dazhou Mountains. He thought to himself, heaven above, could it be that this elder is waiting specifically for him? Elder Han Shuo hastily clasped his fists and bowed, inquiring, "May I ask if you are here to await the arrival of your junior?" At this moment, Nangong Huangdao, who was equally bewildered, questioned, "So, it was Master Jue who sent you?" Master Jue? Upon hearing this name, Han Shuo felt a wave of calm wash over him. This elder before him must surely be affiliated with Master Jue, here to await his arrival to retrieve the pills. "Yes, esteemed elder, am Han Shuo. Sent by Master Jue," he affirmed. Nangong Huangdao nodded and gestured. "Since it is Master Jue who has sent you, kindly hand over the pills. By the way, may I inquire how many pills Master Jue has entrusted you with?" The fact that Master Jue would dispatch someone of the Heavenly King realm to deliver pills, particularly to a remote location such as the Dazhou Mountains, left Nangong Huangdao with lingering doubts. He could not fathom why Master Jue would take such a convoluted approach. However, upon hearing Nangong Huangdao's words, Han Shuo was even more bewildered. "Pills? Esteemed elder, I was sent by Master Jue to collect the pills. Are you not here to deliver them to me?" Meanwhile, deep within the Dazhou Mountains, in the immense gorge where the Tongtian Divine Palace resided, Jue Tiantong sensed the presence of Bai Jiao and stepped out of the palace. "Greetings, Lord Jue Tiantong." Upon witnessing his emergence, Bai Jiao respectfully bowed. This Master Jue was not only powerful and enigmatic, but also the father of the 9 peak emperors. Hence, whether they were present or absent, she felt compelled to show utmost respect in front of Lord Jue Tiantong. "Do not be so formal. There are no strict rules here," he reassured her. Jue Tiantong casually waved his hand and then inquired, "By the way, little girl Bai, could you take measures to ensure that no one perceives the circumstances within this celestial hall?" "My lord, do you wish to isolate and conceal it from external scrutiny?" Jue Tiantong nodded, affirming precisely that. "Understood, my lord," Bai Jiao replied. As her words fell, a fist-sized blue crystal materialized in her hand. "My lord, this is a blue-scale dragon pearl, refined into a mid-grade imperial artifact. Once you assimilate its essence, it will allow you to obscure the celestial hall from view. Even a formidable presence at the quasi-emperor level would struggle to discern any